way. If you can make your way down to pits control as well and congregate until we're officially ready to start at 8 a.m. with the official ceremony of the 2025 Men's National Autograss Championships. So drivers, if you have been called down for a breathalyzer, please make your way to pits control, not to the finish line. Thank you.
See? Flat now. It's in line on track. Yeah. Because she sits that side. Yeah.
So just another public service announcement then before we get going with the opening ceremony, and it's nice to see that the grandstand already been started to be filled. If you are representing your clubs then on the parade lap, or if you're part of any of the parades, if you're part of Michaela's Mountain Memory charity exercise, then you also need to make your way down. The defending champions with their trophies also need to congregate down on the start line, and the drivers of the best turned out vehicles, if you could also make your way down to the start line so that everybody's ready to kick off the 2025 PRG Trailers Men's National Autograss Championships.
Bore da, everybody. This is your countdown now. We'll go down to the last couple of minutes before we start this opening ceremony. So if you are not trackside, maybe it'll be worth you getting there now then to see this parade lap and everything else that's going to be going ahead now over the next half hour to an hour. So get yourselves trackside. We'll be commencing the opening ceremony within a minute or two. Thank you. testing the Tannoy system with Geraint Lloyd on the far side. This is just a test for Geraint Lloyd to test the sound system on the far side. 1, 2, 3, 4, croeso I Gymru, Geraint Lloyd. Hopefully you can hear me on the far side. I can't see if you give me a thumbs up or not. But this is just for Geraint to check before we get started with the opening ceremony. For Geraint to hear the sound system on the far side to make sure everything's in tip-top shape for this fantastic, I'm sure, meeting for you all to hear the commentary over the weekend. So Geraint now is just making his way off, and I'll hand you over now then to Gareth Jones.
Well, a very good morning then, and welcome to the 2025 PRG Trailers Men's National Autograss Championships. We are here at the very picturesque, and it is a very picturesque, Castleloyd Raceway for day one of this year's event. You can see Caldy Island if you're joining us already on the live stream, and you can see the beautiful blue seas. It's like looking at a picture of Tenerife, isn't it? But yeah, we're going to be going very shortly with the first parade of the day. But as you can see on screen, you're joined by the two South Wales League commentators for this weekend, Gareth Jones and Lewis Richards. So we'll be like Ant and Dec or Dick and Dom for this weekend, I think. But you can decide. You can decide who's who. Yeah, we are here. It'll be Lewis's first men's nationals on the mic after a successful ladies and juniors here last year. I'll be talking you through the men's classes 1 and 3 before I hand over to Mickey B, who will be taking you through classes 5 and 7. Then it'll be Mr. Kevin Herdman from the Map League, who will be taking you through classes 9 and 2 before we change the dulcet tones to the East Midlands, to the West Midlands rather, and Tim Jones, a familiar voice of the Hereford Club, will be taking you through classes 4 and 6. Then we'll be going into class 8, who Liam Williams will be taking you through, and the final commentator who's joining the team here this weekend will be taking you through the F600s and the class 10s, and that is going to be Russ Thompson. So before the parade gets underway, we are going to hear the unofficial anthem of the 2025 Men's National Autograss Championships.
Almost 500 drivers on their way to South Wales for an event we'll all remember for the rest of our days. So let's start up those engines and get those race cars to the line. Welcome to the Nationals, it will be worth every single mile. We know you've traveled a distance over hills, across motorways for an event that will be epic, creating memories we won't erase. There'll be action, there'll be scandal, there'll be ups and there'll be groans. But remember this important fact: when you're on the line, you're on your own. Almost 500 drivers on their way to South Wales for an event we'll all remember for the rest of our days. So let's start up those engines and get those race cars to the line. Welcome to the Nationals, it will be worth every single mile. There'll be red flags and long stoppages, there'll be people getting things wrong. Water Bowsers and some ninjas, drivers in heats they don't belong. There'll be crashes, there'll be accidents, there'll be sunshine, there'll be rain. But it's the Nationals, live your best lives, you won't get this chance again. Almost 500 drivers on their way to South Wales for an event we'll all remember for the rest of our days. So let's start up those engines and get those race cars to the line. Welcome to the Nationals, it will be worth every single mile. 480 drivers, each want to win every race. And as a sport we'll all congregate at this all-important place. Thousands of spectators sit in the sun, surviving red flag shots. But the question on everybody's lips is who's taking home all the pots. Almost 500 drivers on their way to South Wales for an event we'll all remember for the rest of our days. So let's start up those engines and get those race cars to the line. Welcome to the Nationals, it will be worth every single mile. Almost 500 drivers on their way to South Wales for an event we'll all remember for the rest of our days. So let's start up those engines and get those race cars to the line. Welcome to the Nationals, it will be worth every single mile.
Well, there we are. The unofficial anthem then of the 2025 Men's National Autograss Championships. That is a little bit piece of music created by AI. Put some words into an app, and that's what came back. But we're going to go then to Lewis to introduce the first parade of the weekend.
Yeah, it looks like we're heading down, I think, down to the start line, and I believe we have Aunt Ross down there. And I think we could hopefully hand over to Aunt Ross now, who might have a few words to say with a few people down there as well. So we're going to try this for the first time. Fingers crossed. Aunt Ross, over to you, hopefully.
So just like BBC and ITV, it seems like we have teething problems. So yeah, we are busy listening to our in-ear monitors here, but we tried and we failed. But the first parade then of the weekend is going to be the clubs and representation. So we'll be going through the representation of the leagues and clubs that are gathered down there on the start line. Just out of view at the moment, we can see the start line if you're joining us on the live stream, but pitch control is about, 200 yards behind, well, to the left of that screen. There is a large congregation of drivers down there ready to represent their clubs. We're going to try and get a message across as quick as we can, or as loud as we can, for the first parade of the day to get going, because, the Queen of the South Wales League, Joan Bevans, has put together a strict timetable, and we're already falling behind a bit. But we'll do. No, look, she's already come in to slap our wrists. We've got a lot to get through in the first hour then, before the first race of the weekend gets underway. Like I mentioned, it's going to be Lewis Richards that's going to be taking you through the first class of the weekend, which is going to be the stock hatches. So Lewis, are you looking forward then to your first men's nationals?
Yes, definitely. It's great to be here. Obviously I did the BAS last year or the year before, and the ladies and juniors down here as well, and a few of the club meetings as well, and a few other BAS rounds too. So it's absolutely fantastic to be here this weekend, representing the South Wales League on the mic, even if it's not on track, unfortunately, this weekend. As some of you would all know, unfortunately, me and TA451, Old Tabs, the mini pickup, unfortunately haven't successfully qualified this year, but we'll all be cheering everybody else along. And I can see those flags now, Gar. Hopefully, somebody from each of all of those 50 different clubs, 50 or so clubs across the UK and Ireland, will have representatives down there on the line now, walking around the track. So if you can get yourselves trackside, let's cheer everybody on now then as they're making their way around. So hopefully we'll have representatives. We look at the clubs then. For those of you who maybe are unaware, watching on TV maybe as well for the first time, we do have about 50 clubs within the Autograss across Wales, England, Scotland, Ireland and Northern Ireland. And we'll try and introduce some of those clubs to you as they're coming around now this morning.
And I think it's Tinker that's got in there first, because I think it's the York Autograss Club that's going to lead the club parade then onto the track. A fair representation from the Yorkshire League here this weekend. And as they make their way off the start line then, it's the Invicta Kent, a club that's on their own over there on the East Coast. And I think now we can cross to Anthony Ross, who's made his way onto the track. So we'll shut up for a bit. I'll hand you over to Rossi.
Hello. And good morning, everyone, and welcome to the opening ceremony for the National Autograss Championships 2025, hosted by the South Wales League, led out this morning by York Autograss Club, followed by Victor Kent. And then we've got the first of our Irish contingent, the Down Autograss Club. Obviously, some of these guys come as leagues, some come as clubs. I'm just walking now with the Southern Autograss League. Good morning. You're live to all the people at home and live to the people here.
Brilliant.
Are you looking forward to the weekend?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Should be a good weekend.
Any predictions?
I'm hoping to win a race or two. That'd be good.
Or four?
Or four would be excellent. Yeah.
Well, just remember there is a curse. The man that wins 3 heats doesn't always win the final. So if you need to drop one late on,
Okay.
just take a second.
All right. Yeah, I'll take a second later.
Well, best of luck.
Thank you, mate.
Now we've got coming through the White Rose Autograss Club. Now in the hands of the one and only Ian Stevenson and his crew, who I'm joined with. We are live to everyone at home and here.
Yeah, lovely.
You've been doing a bit of a rebuild job on White Rose, Ian.
Yeah, we're doing mint, mate. Awesome. Things are really good at minute for the club. They're well happy.
So I see you've also got a few things going up in the trade area. Do you want to tell us a bit about that?
Yeah, we're doing for charity for Katie Bear and Yorkshire Air Ambulance. So we're doing raffles and tombolas and stuff, and yeah, all money goes to charity. So it's something we've been doing for a couple of years now as a club.
So if everybody can go and have a look at that, see what White Rose have got going on, put your hands in your pockets.
Yep, appreciate that very much. Thank you.
And then we've got the world famous Scunthorpe and District Motorsport Club coming through. By far the biggest team so far. Leicester Autograss Club and Carmarthen Autograss Club. We've got the West Midland League, we've got Cumdee. Cumdoo. Cumdee. We've got the Gloucester Autograss Club. He's quite enthusiastic. You'll see him when he arrives. And we've got West Waterford. I miss West Waterford. Let's catch up and see what they've got to say. Come here, Mouthy. Let's drop in here. Let's drop in here with this young man. So I've found myself a young man here who's set the world alight in the last few years, over from the West Waterford Club, taking his first BAS win as an adult, if we can class you. Are we allowed to class you as an adult now?
Yeah.
So a few words from Neil Tyre. How's your season gone so far, Neil?
Good and scunny. Not great. Go again for the next one.
So what's the plans for the weekend? You can tell me because no one's listening.
4 wins.
Just the 4 wins for Neil Tyre. Well, it should be 8, Neil, because are you not in 2 classes? Oh, you're just in the 9. Oh, all right. Well, good luck, mate.
Thanks.
I'd love to speak to Ash Howard, but he never answers me. So from the South Wales League, one of their own and obviously a fan favourite. And obviously I would imagine a favourite for a couple of wins this weekend. The one and only Dan Thomas. Dan, how's it all been going on the lead up?
Yeah, good. Yeah, really good. Excited, nervous. Same as everyone else. But more excited than nervous.
Is he feeling the nerves this morning?
Yeah, and yeah. No bacon roll, cup of tea, and we'll be away then.
Well, I'm going to leave you alone because you do actually look nervous. Thanks, Dan. So, thank you, everyone. That's it. Oh, there's just the Leeward Autograss Club to come through with the famous sidestepping stallion, Vinnie Gibbons, bringing up the rear. That's not somewhere he wants to be this weekend. I'm going to head back down now and join the Champions Parade, and we'll see if we can have a little chat with last year's champions.
So I think we've just lost Ant out on the track for the moment. I can see him making his way over there to the, I think it's the past champions on the back of the truck. And hopefully we've got a good representation out there on the back of the truck with their trophies from last year. And hopefully we'll have Connor Griffiths, our Class 1 champion from last year in TA16. Ryan Power in the Class 3 in YD98. Charlie Holloway in Evesham 9. And if Ant's there and he can still hear me, give me a wave. If you can hear Ant, are you ready to go with the champions from last year?
Doesn't sound too good, does it?
Right, guys, we're on the truck now with last year's champions, so we'll see if we can grab a few words with a couple of your outgoing champions. Obviously, a good representation. The guys have come back to defend their titles. I'm fairly sure they're all intending to do that. We'll start with the youngest man on the truck, a multiple national champion, a multiple British champion. I don't think there's a meeting that this fella hasn't won. Representing again in 2 classes this year. Just my phone ringing. And just a quick word. Andy Hornshaw. Always a little bit last minute. I notice you're not carrying a trophy. Obviously, the cars will be prepared, I assume. You haven't left them on the kitchen table as well.
No, they're not on the kitchen table. They're here. We've arrived in good form.
And your intentions for the weekend, Andy? Obviously, we know that you're a prolific champion. But what's your intentions for this weekend across both classes?
Yeah, we just need to have a bit of luck and do well. Enjoy it.
I'll just turn it. And sorry about that, everyone. My phone was ringing. And we'll just have a quick chat with Ryan Powers, our Class 3 champion. Ryan's now set himself, among a list of very, very credible champions over the years. And Ryan, I've seen you've been switching cars a little bit last couple of seasons, switching manufacturers, switching engine configurations. Where are we at?
Still back my old car, the same one I won the national with last year. Seems to be my favourite one I'm more confident in, and hopefully we can do it again.
And the plan for Ryan, obviously, as is with all of these guys on this truck, is to let's just do it again. Right, one of my favourites, this young man, we all shared in his heartbreak a couple of years ago when things just went a little bit awry. And we've talked about this, me and Charlie, and last year he managed to bag himself the national championships. You've done that now, Charlie. You've established yourself among the best. What's the plan going forward?
Try again, I guess. I don't really know.
I also noticed you've not just brought the one car this year.
No, I got the 3 and the 5, so we'll see how they both go. Hopefully, both go well.
So we're going to try and make that one title into 3?
Potentially, yeah. But we'll see what happens. Anything can happen, can't it?
Thank you, mate.
Okay, so we're back here then on the finish line. And the 2 cars that have made it.
So we've also got here our Class 6 champion. Probably from one of the largest Autograss families ever, the Parsonage dynasty. Mate, won the big one last year. Are you in a good place? Are you ready to go?
I've found it a bit more difficult this year, just to get that sweet spot, but a few changes, we'll try again.
And one thing I've noticed, the Class 6 in particular as a class, not only is it growing, it's growing in technology. In the last couple of years, the pace is like ridiculous, and you're right among it. Have you seen big changes?
Yeah, everyone else made a jump and we didn't.
All right, okay. Well, good luck for the weekend, mate. I'm just going to move along and go a little bit lower because we've got somebody we do need to speak to here. We've got our reigning, everybody's reigning champions here till Sunday, but we've got our reigning ladies Class 8 National Autograss Championships who won her title here back in September. But this weekend, she is here on a full race licence, not a ladies' licence this year, and she's come to beat the boys. Josie Tompkinson, how are you feeling this morning?
Not too bad. We passed the breathalyzer, so that was a bonus. So anything going forward, we'll just see and enjoy it.
And obviously, I did catch a glimpse of you up in the beer tent the other night as I was picking all your belongings up as you left. Did you manage to retrieve everything?
Yeah, I think somebody spent a few quid on my bank card. I don't think it was me.
It was me. Right, thank you, everyone.
Right, so we're back here then on the finish line. We've got 2 immaculate cars that are parked up in front of us. The sponsor of the best turnout then is Munster Drilling, and they're here with the Queen of the South Wales League to hand out the trophies. The special, best turnout special then is Cameron Mills, Cymru number 19, the Class 8. We'll see him later on this morning out in the open wheel special. And I'll hand you over to Lewis. Well, it's fairly obvious anyway, but I'll hand you over to Lewis to talk you through the best turnout saloon.
Yeah, we can see our sponsors there just distributing the trophies there to Cameron with a bit of a photo opportunity there with his best turned out specials trophy. And I can see somebody there joining them now. Also to hand out now then the trophy for the best turned out saloon, which goes this year to BC55 of Tom Lewis. So congratulations to the 2, Cameron Mills and Tom Lewis, on winning the best turned out cars for this weekend.
And following them down the bank then and back towards us, possibly the ones that are most worthy of a parade, shall we say, after their trek earlier late last month, just a couple of weeks ago. Michaela's Mountain Memories, climbing the 3 peaks of Wales, Cadair Idris, Penaban, and I can't remember the third at the moment.
Yr Wyddfa.
Oh yeah, the most important, the tallest one.
The tallest of all 3, yeah, the highest mountain in Wales, Yr Wyddfa, or as formerly known, Snowdon. But yeah, the team seemed to grow and shrink as the week went on, with different members from the Autograss community joining the team, with Michaela going up all 3 Welsh peaks. And of course, the final challenge was that massive climb. For those of you who've been this weekend on the buses down into Pendine, you've driven back up it, but obviously the team then that was left in Pendine, they were starting their final trek from Pendine Sands all the way up that steep incline up to the track, and they finished the challenge then on the finish line here. But of course they were carrying, with kind permission of course of our reigning champion of champions, Corey Paisley, they were carrying the Champion of Champions trophy the whole way up every single one of those mountains, and of course up that final trek up the hill from Pendine to the finish line here, raising important funds obviously for 2 very important charities, which were T Havan and the Christie charity. I believe there's going to be a raffle. You can see them rattling their bucket on the back of the monster truck there. Monster truck. Sorry. Yeah, there is going to be a raffle this weekend with some absolutely fantastic prizes here. So if you do see some people coming around with raffle buckets and raffle tickets, please try to support them as the weekend goes ahead. So big round of applause then as they make their way off the track as well. So I'll just go through some of those prizes with you, which have been kindly sponsored by Watts, Team Sport Karting, Modiron John Jones, All Spares and Fleet Wheel. We've got 11 amazing prizes on offer here for that raffle during the weekend. I'll go through some of them now. The first one is a white Lego monster truck and football set. The second will be a green Lego monster truck and football set. Prize number 3, a DAV truck bundle with planner. The fourth is a DAV truck bundle with notebook. Prize number 5, a full garage essentials kit. And also another set ready to be given out as one of the raffle prizes. Prize number 7, a TFR and wash set. Number 8, WD-40 and cleaner set. And again with prize number 9. Number 10, brake and parts cleaner. And the final prize, a Team Sport karting voucher for £45.
And as well as that raffle, there's another important raffle that's going on here this weekend. If you have got time to visit the trade stands, as I'm sure many of you will, the UK Autograss Championships trade stand is down there. They're raffling off a Class 1 Yaris that's almost, I think, 98% ready to race. I think all you need is a licence and a race number, and you would be good to go. They're raffling that Yaris off for £10 a ticket down at the UK trade stand here this weekend. It's already gone online. They will also have a trade stand at the Ladies and Juniors Nationals, which this year are being held by the Evesham Autograss Club, and the winner will be drawn on Sunday afternoon at that event. But like I say, £10 a ticket for a Class 1 Yaris, you're not really going to beat that anywhere, are you? And all proceeds from that raffle will go to the MDNA, the charity, or the most prominent charity supporting motor neurone disease. And that was really brought into the limelight a couple of months ago through some of the TV soaps that we saw. And the profile has been raised a hell of a lot, and the UK Autograss Championships are supporting that charity, have done throughout the season, and will continue to do so over the next couple of weeks and within the sport of national autograss racing. Well, it's getting closer to 8:30, which means that there's a drivers' meeting down at the start line about to start, but I think we're ahead of time. So Joan's going to be fairly happy. But unfortunately for us, that means that we're going to have to waffle on a little bit more. We do have a special guest here to welcome you all to the 2025 Men's National Autograss Championships. But just watching what you're watching at home then, it seems that the grandstand, if you can give us a wave up there at the grandstand. Oh, there's one giving their best. And it seems that the crowd is beginning to grow just ever so slightly then trackside. But this is your 30-minute warning-ish, because we are going to be racing with the first race of the weekend. 186 races, I think, we're going to see over the course of the weekend. All going to go through without a red flag in sight.
Absolutely.
And we will be done by 3 o'clock today, apparently.
That was not my prediction, I promise.
But yeah, we're going to be kicking off a little bit more unusual this year. We're going to kick off with the Stock Hatch. They were racing first, I think, last year at their first official nationals at Yorkshire Dales, and they're back here to do and get the job done as well. So hopefully it's going to be Lewis that's going to be taking you through that. So maybe until we meet our guest of honour, maybe it's worth just giving the crowd a little bit of a rundown.
Yeah, of course.
Of your class.
Yeah, definitely. Well, of course, we've got our reigning Stock Hatch champion back out again this year. This year racing Penhow number 8. So for those of you maybe who are unaware of the letters before the numbers on the cars, the P letter, that you will see on Corey's car will be Penhow. So Corey's representing the Penhow club, and he's racing Penhow number 8, defending, hopefully going to be trying anyway, to defend his Stock Hatch national championship that he won last year. But obviously, he made history last year, twice, because as Gareth said, it was the Stock Hatch's first official national championships last year. Not only did Corey go on to win the first Stock Hatch national championships, but he then went on to win the actual Champion of Champions race, that spectacular race at the end of the meeting, where all 12 champions will be going head-to-head to see who the best of the best is, where the champion of each class then goes out to face each other in the grand finale of the Men's Autograss National Championships. Hopefully now we'll have a spectacle on our hands tomorrow afternoon at the end of racing. But yeah, Corey will definitely be out here trying to defend his title, and spoke to him a while back and asked him what his thoughts were, and he just said he was absolutely over the moon to win it last year, and it was something that him and his granddad had hoped for since starting racing, and obviously it was great that he could do it for his granddad as well last year. And obviously I'm sure that the Champion of Champions title was just the icing on the cake. But I'm sure those of you who follow Autograss and have a keen eye for the Stock Hatches will have noticed that his club mate, Penhow number 9, Josh Holden, has been going exceptionally well during his racing this season so far. So I'd keep an eye on those two during the weekend. I've been going through all of the class permutations to see how the races will work out, because we have Josh, who's racing Penhow number 9, that'll be P9, and Corey in Penhow number 8. Josh is in Group C, if you're looking at your programmes, and Corey is in Group G. Well, I've been looking through the class permutations, which you can also see on page number 10, to work out who will be out against each other in the different races, and it seems that they don't actually face each other during the heats. So imagine it, if they both get through to that final gar, it'll be a Penhow showdown possibly for the national championship title for Penhow once again.
Yeah, and realistically, I don't think you'll find two closer mates on the field than Corey and Josh. So yeah, it's going to, well, it seemed to be anyway. But when they go door to door, maybe that goes out the window a bit. But yeah, there's fair representation, a little bit of controversy perhaps with the Stock Hatch class as far as yesterday went with scrutineering things. I think 4 were thrown out, so gone through quite a few of the reserves. But we have, I believe, a full complement on your newly printed sheet.
I just double check for you, Gar. I'll have a look if there's any gaps.
I think we've got a full complement of 40 cars here for the Stock Hatch. So I don't think there's going to be too many changes in terms of the weekend itself. but I'm getting a nod of the head,
A
and
shake
it's
of the
not
head.
the right way.
No, it was shaking, not nodding, unfortunately, Guy. Yeah, by the looks of the new, or the latest version then of the first heats, for looking at it anyway, we do seem to have 4 possibly who aren't represented this morning. So if you're looking at your programmes, looking down on my race sheet here then, in Group D, we only have 1 driver listed there, which is Ben Jackson in the Scarborough 200. In Group I, we only have the 1 driver listed there in the Arcade 122, which is Ben Williams. And in Group Q, there's 1 missing there, unfortunately. We do have the Daniel Cameron car, though, which is the Central Scotland 58. And unfortunately, we're missing 1 out of Group R as well. So in that final race of Heat 1 today, unfortunately, it looks like we'll only have 6 cars out there. We'll be missing 1 from Group Q and Group R. But we do have Nathan Everett-Atkins still going out, though, in the Scarborough 26 car. Yeah, so unfortunately then we'll have 1 missing from race 1, 1 missing from race 3, and 2 missing from race 5, if the current sheet that I have here now is accurate, without sort of reserves taking those places. Keep an eye out though, because there might have been a last-minute reserve taking that place just as just after these sheets were printed. So if there are, we'll have to pick them up as they come around. But this should be now the most accurate list that we should be seeing out on track today, if I'm not mistaken. Guys, is that right?
Yeah, this is as up-to-date as we can get. I think possibly even 90% finalised. I think this is what we're going with for today. You're obviously joining us if you're watching the live stream, and we were told just a couple of minutes in that there were already 303 of you. There were 300 of you. We're up to 700 now watching on the live stream as well. You can see on your screen then a few of the drivers, the most eager ones down there on the start line, just giving a quick check of the venue, a quick recce of where they want to be and what line they're going to take through turn 1, 2, 3 and 4. We can also see then, if we pan out a little bit, I'm not sure if Jeff is on his gantry here for West Country Videos and Rallyo this weekend, but if we look at the centre of the track, we can see marshals making their way to their posts. They're eager, they're ready to get going with the PRG Trailers 2025 Men's National Autograss Championships. A big thank you, as always, on behalf of the South Wales League for all of their sponsors this weekend, the corporate sponsors and the official sponsors. And we are just awaiting the special guest to open you. He's a little bit early, actually. He's got 6 minutes to get here, but Mickey B is going to be taking you through classes 5 and 7 this weekend. And he's joined us in the hot seat now. Lewis being rushed out to do something. But we're going to hear for the first time this weekend a familiar voice if you're listening to BAStv on a regular basis. The voice of Class 5 and 7 in 2025, Mickey B.
Yeah, good morning, voice of an angel, and good morning, everyone. 2025 Nationals down at what is the most picturesque track, I'm sure. Looking out over in a Mi'kmaq Island in the distance. Nice and clear today, Gareth. I have been down here, as you know, a few times, and there was one time where the old sea mist kind of came in. It was a bit eerie, wasn't it? And the locals said to me, Mickey, don't worry, by 2 o'clock it'll be back out on the tide. Guess what? It didn't go, did it?
Have you noticed, though, the cows have been all offended when you didn't recognise that they were cows last time, so they've all hidden this weekend?
Well, no, if you be honest about it, there were cows in the morning, and then I started talking about it, and then I looked across and they turned into sheep. Right, so don't know how they did that.
And you haven't even said Hackendale this morning. You haven't even said Hackendale this morning.
Well, look, I wanted to save that, but Hackendale, everyone, Hackendale. I must admit, though, I have been travelling down as I normally do, and Callum, my lad, sat in the front seat, and you know when you get into Wales, don't you? Because you can't understand the road signs, right? Apart from, it has made me chuckle. As you come in, right, there's a word on the floor, it says Araf, doesn't it?
Araf.
So, and I thought to myself, right, I could use that as part of like bringing the Welsh and that English language together. So
a fusion.
I'll give you a little taster, right? Last night, my wife cooked my tea in a RAF cooker. Slow cooker.
Yeah?
That's good, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, well, these are my secret DVDs. Sorry. I've been caught on camera. No.
Yeah, that was a.
There is a story, right? My missus, right? Back in the day, well, Kev will know this because he's long in the tooth as well. We had DVDs, not DVDs, that VHS video recorders. And we went to Cuba many years ago, and my brother-in-law then, he's now gone. He's still alive. When I say he's gone, they had a fallout, and you know what happens. She took half the house and all that. But no one's bitter in the family, by the way. But we've had this video on the old VHS and West Country Videos. So Sarah down there has kindly converted it onto DVD. So tonight, I'm sure I'm going to be watching me when I was about 32 a lot. Well, I've let myself go a little bit. It happens when you get a bit older, But I am on a mission. My middle lad, Curtis, gets married in April next year, and I'm determined to get into the suit, right, and look okay. So by the time you see me at Christmas, Kevin, I'll be a bit gaunt. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you talking about suits? That's my main ambition at the beginning of the year, to be able to get my race suit on. If my overalls fit at the start of the season, I'm always delighted.
Well, talking about race suits, I've still got my very first race suit when I started in men's Class 2. As most people know, that I was one of the top Class 2 racers in the country. Unfortunately, never made it to the Nationals. And it's not because of my ability, is that I just wanted others to have a chance. You know what I mean?
Of course, yes, of course. I'm very similar I am
so
as
that,
well.
that race suit now, when I squeeze it on right, I can't do the zip up.
Well, I can still get mine on. My wife bought me my overalls. I'm not tight, but I do like value for money. I think I've had my overalls for about 15 years.
I tell you what, though, looking forward to this weekend, absolutely. The forecast today is brilliant. The track looks absolutely amazing. I'm sure there might be a few woohoos in commentary this weekend, because it's one of those tracks in it where they come off, they climb the hill around those top turn, and then it is down the hill chasing down into that turn 3. And again, it's a test of the driving skills as well, isn't it? Do you go down there flat out? Do you kind of ease it off? Kev, you're a seasoned campaigner behind the wheel, aren't you? What would you be? What would be your technique down here this weekend?
I usually come out the gate, shut my eyes until I get into second gear. Hope that Vinnie Gibbons isn't by the side of me for about 2 seconds, because then he's away and gone. And hope for the best. So it's no good asking me about driving skills, to be truthful.
I remember, I think Gareth, you remember, this is when they had the white bus instead of this new commentary box that we've got. And I did a Class 7 final. I think it was a BAST final down there. And when people say, what's your favourite commentary and stuff like that, that one always sticks in my mind. It was one of those races where I think Craig Camsholt was involved in it. I think Millsy was involved in it. Those kind of guys that were, they were swapping and changing places, and it went right round that final corner and chased the line. My voice had broken. Well, no, my voice broke when I was about 13, but you know what I mean? I'd put so much into it, and then I think I'm trying to think one of them picked up a green flag because he cut the corner a bit tight, but it was absolutely brilliant, swapping and change. And it took me back to last year. You remember at the ladies nationals, I had the privilege of commentating on the ladies 5 final. Wow. I mean, that was like, I think there was Vicky Appleton led it, then it was Nicola Jesse, and then Michelle Ellis was in that, and they kind of swapped that about 3 times. And then, Chilvers, was set off from there as well. But then it went all the way round to that last lap. Vicky had her nose in front, coming round that turn 3, and then just kind of like came close with Nicola Jesse. And Michelle Ellis, if you look back on the video, she was fourth going into turn 3, right? And she came round to win it. By a gnat's whisker, wasn't it? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I struggle to remember. I've commentated on a race and people say, who won? I say, I haven't got a clue. Do you know what I mean? You get into it so much. Well, I was asked last night which was my favourite race. And, they're all I just love to commentate on Autograss. And every race, whether it's 2 cars or 8 top cars, I just enjoy it very much.
Well, and I think my enjoyment kind of comes as well. You remember my old mentor, Gorgeous George. You know, God rest his soul. You know, always in the thoughts. And he was, you know, just that. He could commentate on 2 cars and make it interesting. He just had that passion, and I think that's what you need, don't you? If you've got a bit of passion, like this man next to me, I think he's ready to talk. So, he's not, you know.
No, you carry on. You're doing a very good job there, filling a bit of time for us. That's because they're ahead of time.
But you know, like sometimes, you know, you say things on the mic, Kev, right? And then people pick up on them. You don't realise, you know. But obviously, the Italian stallion next to us here, Lewis Richards, in the beer tent on Thursday night. And what was he wearing? His Christmas present. One of his relations got him. It's got the Italian stallion on it, you know.
It's a good job I can take a joke in here, because I'll wear it with pride as well, I have to say. And that's all credit to you, Nicky.
Well, I'll tell you what, he regrets the day we were at York, and it was at the Nationals.
It was,
York,
yeah.
And there was a little bit of downtime, and I was just at the back of the commentary, and this man came over, and I did compliment him. Kevin.
As you always do.
I said, you're a good-looking fella.
They're looking at this WhatsApp thing.
He looked at me a little bit concerned when I said that, but I said, you're a good-looking fella, and I said, have you been away? You're looking a bit tan.
Oh, we got a tan on you.
And then he went, I'm half Italian.
No, I did not do this. This is a misconception here now. I just said,
you went, I'm half Italian, tidy.
With an Italian accent, apparently.
Yeah, and that was it. From that moment, he became the Italian stallion.
Well, I think we're going to be about ready in about a minute or so, guys, to move on to sort of maybe the pinnacle of the opening ceremony, possibly, because you're going to be delighted now to hear the dulcet tones of a couple of voices who will be taking us through the national anthems of the countries taking part this weekend. Yeah. We won't mention who they are, but you can have a listen to them anyway. Obviously, we'll have the anthems of England, Wales, Scotland, Northern Ireland and Ireland for you to have a listen to as we lead into now the beginning of racing this weekend. But I'm just sitting here now. I can just about see the grandstand from where I'm sitting here in commentary. And I've got to say, I don't think there's a seat left in there already. There might be a few, possibly, but people have been very keen to get up there for the start of racing at 9 o'clock this morning. Can we have a shot of the grandstand, possibly, if there's somebody still on the camera stand, just to go up there to see the grandstand as it is? Because if you can give us a wave, can you hear us up on the grandstand? You're on camera now. So if you're up there on the grandstand, give us a wave to show you can hear us. There we are. You can see there on the image there. You can see it's pretty full already. Hopefully everybody there can see the track in all its splendour and obviously the views beyond as well. But I think we're going to be on a bit of a countdown now just to get on to these anthems, to get this meeting underway. And I'm sure that the stock catches should be making their way down for the start of racing as well at about 1:45 as those anthems are playing. So if you're from that country, stand up proud, get your hand on your heart and belt those anthems out. I'm just going to double check now how much time we've got before that actually happens. If we can then, we'll introduce them as they are about to be kicking off here. But yeah, hopefully now then, like I said, we'll have the stock hatches coming down. And I was mentioning some of the drivers earlier. I know that the P9 of Josh Holden will be out in that first race and Corey in the second from the Pennow Club. So those are two that I've sort of picked out to keep an eye on during the weekend. And we'll have to see how they get on in their first heats to see if they'll be off to a good start, obviously. A lot of other drivers, though, obviously in contention too, to be able to get enough points to be in the top 8 then to make it through into the final. But yeah, your first race will bring out obviously groups A, B, C and D. And if you do have your programme with you, you can obviously work out then from after the second heats, although it should be quite straightforward for the first heats as we go through them alphabetically. There is a special formula then that is used to mix up those pairings so that we obviously have the same partner during the weekend, but you shouldn't race other pairs during the weekend unless you are actually against them in the final, obviously. So we'll have A, B, C and D pairs out in our first race of the stock catches, which will be Lewis Wing, Cameron Weir, Robert McElroy, Ollie Stevens, Neil Taylor, Josh Holden and Ben Jackson. So we've got a bit of a mix there. But I'm hearing now that I think we are ready to go with the anthems to get this meeting underway, finish off our opening ceremony with style here down at Red Roses. On we go then with national anthems. Thank you.
God save our gracious King, long live our noble King. God save the King. Send him victorious, happy and glorious, long to reign over us. God save the King. The day hath come, the hour of the power and the glory. We have come to answer our country's call. From the four provinces of Ireland. Ireland, Ireland, together standing tall, shoulder to shoulder, we'll answer Ireland's call. Ireland, Ireland, together standing tall, shoulder to shoulder, we'll answer Ireland's call. We'll answer Ireland's call.
All of the anthems of all the nations taking part now this weekend by two very handsome chaps with some melodious voices, it has to be said. But yeah, we're looking down to the line, and obviously we were hoping the stock catchers now should all be in the holding lanes, hopefully, and they'll soon be making their way up to the start line. And now then, I will say there's a bit of product placement going on here, because we're very thankful this weekend. We've got the sole provider of energy drinks here with us this weekend, which are Monster Energy. You'll see a couple of their banners around the place, but they're very kindly providing some energy drinks, some drinks and refreshments for a lot of people around the track and the venue this weekend, it has to be said. So we thank them for joining us this weekend. As I understand it, they're joining us here for the men's nationals, and also will be coming down to the ladies and juniors up at Evesham as well, just to see what it's all about, I think, and just to get a gauge to what the Autograss world is all about. And if they can get a good feel for it, I'm sure they'd like to be involved in the future at some point in some capacity. But before we get racing underway, then I'd just like to give a couple of announcements to everybody who's out there listening at the venue. I'm not sure if some people quite understand the amount of time and effort that it takes to actually put on a meeting of this magnitude down here at Red Roses and other venues across the country. But it has been brought to our attention that possibly some deliberate damage has been caused to some cables that have taken absolutely hours and hours and hours to lay, to make sure that everybody around the venue can hear the commentary and hear things that are going on during the weekend. It's often the case that we hear complaints that people can't hear the tannoy systems, or that the tannoy system is too loud or too quiet. You know, it's a fine balance, isn't it, regarding volume? But every effort has been made this weekend, both in the spectator areas here for commentary and all the way around down the pits and in pits parking. You'll notice that there are tannoys spread far and wide to try and make sure that everybody can hear everything that's going on, to get all of the information necessary. So I'm going to ask you guys out there to help us a little bit if possible. Just if you see people fiddling about with things that you know they shouldn't be fiddling about with, call them out on it, please. And if you are called out, just have a little word with yourself maybe, and rein it in, and appreciate the effort that every host at every venue goes to make sure that meetings can run smoothly and that everybody attending can have the best experience possible. If it is a little bit too loud for you where you are, rather than taking matters into your own hands, maybe try and speak to an official who you'll see walking around in the high-vis jackets. That would be a much better way and much better course of action than trying to affect your area, because if you disconnect or if you fiddle with things in one area, it's going to affect a lot more people than just yourself. So I'd like you all, please, to have a think before doing something like that. Now, before we get started as well, all through this week so far, from Wednesday as soon as I arrived, I feel like I've been doing lost and found announcements. We have another mobile phone which also has some sort of debit or credit card and cash in the back of it here, which has just been handed into commentary. It's clear whose it is. I know who it is. If you have lost a phone, will you come to collect it from commentary, please? And your name might be Lexi Owen. Then you are more than welcome to make your way over to commentary here just to claim your phone and everything that you've lost in there, please. So Lexi Owen, or if you know Lexi Owen, tell her phone is safe, but she does need to make her way up to commentary personally so that she can identify the phone and tell us maybe a little bit about it before we hand it over. We can't just hand that over to anybody due to all of the money and cards and stuff that are with it as well. So Lexi, make your way up to commentary as quickly as possible to claim that, please, okay? We also, in pits control, that'll be later on, in race control here at commentary, we do have passes for the ladies and juniors nationals for the club representatives. So if those representatives want to make their way up to commentary during the weekend, then they can claim the passes to be able to take back to their members then for the event happening at the end of August, beginning of September up at Evesham for the ladies and juniors national championships. But I'm getting a bit excited now. I hope you are too, because looking down to the line, we can actually see now then race one, I hope, unless they've already had to jiggle things about, but we should have race one making their way up onto the line. So let's run through who they should be then for you to have an idea who we have. For the first couple of races, I might try and introduce you via club and tell you what their prefixes are. So if you're unfamiliar with them, you'll have an idea who's representing which club. So we have S33Y, that's Scarborough 33 Lewis Wing. P20EM, that's Pennine. Number 20, Cameron Weir. DA25, that's Down Autograss 25, Robert McElroy. Lud 64, Ludlow 64, Ollie Stevens. R6, that's Radford number 6, Neil Taylor. We mentioned him earlier on as after having a good season so far. We have P9, Penhow number 9, Josh Holden. Then we have an empty space for the first spot in Group D, followed then by another Scarborough car. So we've got a bit of a Scarborough face-off here as well in S200Y, Ben Jackson. Looking down now, it does seem like we do have an empty spot, so that spot hasn't been filled. And the list that I have here is obviously accurate. We're aiming to start very promptly at 9 a.m. or maybe even just a little bit before. It looks like, looking around the venue, we might actually have track clearance already. So hopefully people are already tuned in on YouTube. We've got the first race underway. There was a flying start there from grid number 1 and grid number 8. It was the Lud 64 then of Ollie Stevens, who had a flyer. I think he came out of grid number 1 and he leads them into turn 1. And I mentioned him earlier on, but look who snuck up on the inside. I don't want to curse him for the weekend, but it is already that Penhow number 9 showing at the front of affairs there, taking a one wider line, trying to cut back, but he's lost a bit of ground there. That's Josh Holden in the Penhow number 9. Oh, a bit of a nudge there. Don't know who was responsible, but we do have a bit of a coming together down in that bottom corner. Let's hope they can get their cars going so as to carry on with this race. We have a new race leader, and I think it's the furthest travelled possibly of DA 25. That's down Autograss 25 of Robert McElroy, our new race leader, with yellow flags flying to say that there's a car stuck on the bottom corner, but unfortunately, don't say it, Mickey. Do not say it. I definitely don't say that. If anybody hears any language there, I do apologise. But yes, those sentiments may be in different words. First race of the day, first stoppage, and I'm not going to say anything regarding who might be involved. I don't want to incriminate myself or anybody else as it stands. We will wait for confirmation to see if any flags were given for the incident we saw there coming out of turn number 4 at the bottom there. There was a bit of bumping and barging. Was it just a bit of racing or was it deliberate? That is now up to the marshals to decide. Talking of the marshals, we've got our NASA Chief Marshal Stuart Thomas here this weekend, put his team together for the marshalling, and obviously the important team in the camera rooms now who can review that footage to see from the different camera angles that are available to them this weekend to see if there was anybody sort of the main reason for that incident, and we'll give you any news as we have it. Hopefully we can get that car moved off quickly. I know that the recovery team during the ladies and juniors here last year were absolutely spot on and on the ball. Whenever there was a stoppage, they were straight to the case to get this meeting moving, and I can see that they're already down there. But as they're sorting that out then, let's have a look down to the line. It looks like we've got our first full grid of the weekend with groups E, F, G and H taking part here. And I'll go through these runners and riders with you though then. We've got the SS44 of Scott Atkins, that's South Somerset 44. NS192, that's North Shropshire, Michael Eichen. SN727, St. Neots, Charlie Steele. CA201, so I do believe they've got 2 league members there together in this race. That's the Cambridge Autograss 201 of Jacob Leake. R247, we've already heard that the R represents the Radford Club, which is Dean Smith. P number 8, here he comes, boys and girls. Ladies and gentlemen, he's your reigning Stock Hatch champion and champion of champions. Will he get the start that he needs this weekend in this first race now to get those all-important points under his belt? It's Corey Paisley. Keep an eye on him this weekend. He has been having a good year, as I said earlier, so he's going to be hoping for the best this weekend as well. So Penhow number 8 will be the P8 of Corey Paisley. PAC number 8, I'm glad to see Tim Gardner. I've been talking to Tim and he's been working tirelessly over the last few weeks trying to get this new shell and this new car ready to come and race down this weekend in the Nationals to represent the Pembrokeshire Autograss Club in the number 8 car. Going out of grid number 8 there on the outside line. And our final racer then in Group H is B23H, that's Breeden Hill number 23, Charlie Musto. So let's keep an eye then. I can't quite see. Let's have a look on the camera to see if I can see where the reigning champ's coming out of. I think he's in grid 1. And we've got the new car there of Tim Gardner out in grid 8. We've got the yellow flags flying. The marshal on the starters line, starters post there, the first marshal's post, just checking that we've got track clearance all around the track before we can get this race underway. Just a couple of things to move on track possibly there to make sure we can get started. We've got yellow flags on most of the marshal's post, but I think we want to get things moved in the middle of the track to make sure it's safe for everybody. Looking around then, we've still got a red flag at the top of the field. So once we see those yellow flags all around the venue on the middle of the track flying, we know that the first marshal's post, we need to look down there to see the wind-up marshal give his turn to check all the other marshal's posts. He'll give the wind-up, and we'll need to look at that bungee then to see if everybody can get a nice clean start. We've got yellow flags. The first marshal's post turn, and we've got a good start there out in Grade 8 and Grade 1 once again. And I was right, it is your reigning champ then in Grade 1. It is Paisley in the pen on number 8, but Tim Gardner with that new car on the outside then has also had a good start. Is he going to stick to that outside line or try to cut back in? Paisley then on the inside, in your pen how number 8. Is your race leader, the reigning champ's off to a good start with the Radford 427 in second at the moment of Dean Smith. So it is Paisley from Smith as they go around that bottom corner with Gardner in the local club. PAC number 8 in third in a good position at the moment. Corey's got that inside line going up that far straight into the turn. Turn number 1. Corey then trying to defend that inside line to make sure nobody can cut back on the inside. So Paisley it is then coming past us. Radford 427, PAC 8, SS44 and NS192. Those are your top runners at the moment with the SN car, the St. Neots. Number 727 at the back of the field of Charlie Steele at the moment. But we're looking back at the front. It's a close battle there. Tim's just lost a pace in third to the South Somerset 44 of Scott Atkins. Swiss Atkins now takes up that third spot. Paisley still though in the lead. Gardner trying to switch back to the outside. Look on the inside though for that North Shropshire 192 of Michael Aiken on that inside line trying to cut back, but it's the 44 from South Somerset, Scott Atkins, still on that inside line defending. Tim Gardner's just nipped it. And he's gone out of the fence. It looked like he might have some sort of suspension damage before that happened, unfortunately. Whether he's out of the way there or damaged too much for this race to continue, I don't know. We're on to our last lap, mind, but it looks like we might have the yellow flags flying just to warn them at the moment. Gardner seems to be out of the way. Outback marker might be causing trouble here. That's the Cambridge car on the outside. Look at Paisley now then, coming up to the, it looks like the Cambridge 291 is on the outside though, out of the way. Paisley it is then coming into turn 1, coming around turn 1 and turn 2. Your reigning national champion off to the best start possible then. Paisley it is in pen on number 8, Radford 247, SS44, NS192, Breedon 23 and the St. Neots 727. Followed then by the Cambridge 201. And I'm devastated for Tim Gardner down there in the PAC number 8, stuck in the fence. Unfortunately, not off to the best start for his nationals here for the first time in the stock catch. As I said at the start, he's been working non-stop over the last couple of weeks to try and get this car finished and ready to race. So it's a devastating start there for the local representative in the stock catches, your PAC number 8 of Tim Gardner. But once again, like I said then about the breakdown team, straight on the scene now then to see if we can get that car moved. And as they're sorting that out, then I'll take you through your runners and riders for race number 3. If I just skip through then for the stock catch, we're going to mention our sponsors for the stock catches as well. Obviously we're at the Nationals and it's PRG Trailers main sponsors for this weekend, but KS Coles Farming are our stock catch sponsors for this weekend. They're just going to check the fence on the far side to make sure there's not too much damage there. But your drivers then in race 3, we have IK122, that's in Victor Kent, a long travel for them this weekend, Ben Williams. Another Penhow car, Penhow 23 of Yeston Mayo, also a very competitive stock catch from the Penhow Club. We've got York 52, that's Y52, Dan Broughton. Then Group K, we've got the Breedon Hill 25, BH25 of Jordan Regan. WS24, that's the Wessex 24 of Sam Woodward. NS19, North Shropshire 19, Darren Aiken, and the SP51 of Jake Pierce. So it looks like we're checking around the venue then as that last, the recovery vehicle takes that car off for Tim Gardner. We've got something else that's been lost and found here, so we've got a little bit of downtime. It's a beautiful watch, to be said. If you've lost a watch, it's quite a narrow strap to it, but if you can describe that for us and you've lost a watch, then we do have it safe here in commentary. So come and tell us about your watch that you have lost, and we can reunite it with you. So we're just checking the fence on the far side now to make sure that it's safe to keep the spectators down that corner safe. Obviously that corner does tend to drag the drivers out. They might catch a lot out this weekend, so keep an eye as they're coming out of that bottom corner, turn 4. It does just drop away from you a little, so we need to keep an eye. The drivers need to be mindful of that as well as they're coming around that bottom corner. But we're all getting back into position now then on track. We got a couple of red flags still flying. Just checking all the marshal's posts then. Keep an eye on that marshal then, doing the turn to make sure the drivers know we're ready. And again, grid 8 and grid 1 do make a good start. We'll have to pick the numbers though as they come past. I can't quite make out their numbers as they're coming up that far straight, but I do believe it is the Wessex car. Wessex 24 of Sam Woodward first into that corner with the IK22, the 122 of Ben Williams are your first and second. Bit of bump in the margin as they come out of turn 2 there with the North Shropshire 19 in third of Darren Aiken, but it's very close, and it's Aiken then who gets that inside line to sneak through on the inside. So it's NS19 then, your new race leader, coming out of turn 4 and up that far straight. It is the North Shropshire 19 of Darren Aiken in your lead, pulling away slightly now from the York 52 of Dan Broughton, who's now snuck up into that second spot. And I think we've got Regan there in the Breeden Hill, number 25 in third, and the IK122 on the outside, trying to gain some of those positions back that he lost on that first lap. But it is the North Shropshire 19 pulling away then, Darren Aiken pulling away from the rest of the pack. Opened up a few car lengths already now as we go into our third lap here. It is still your York 52 in second as they come past us here in commentary. Let's pick out the rest of the runners and riders then. It's the Wessex 24, IK122, Pennow 23, Yestimeo, Spalding 51 then is your final car as they come past us here for that lap. I think we might be getting that last lap flag ready now then as they come down up into that first corner and coming into turn 2. The last lap flag is being made ready. That's the yellow flag with the black cross in the middle for those of you who don't know. But it is your North Shropshire 19 pulling away from the rest. York 52 and Breeden Hill 25 in that second, third spot, battling it out with the Breeden Hill car trying the outside line to get a cut back coming out of that bottom corner, which is pretty tricky, as I said, as it drops away from you coming out of that bottom corner. But it is your race leader since about lap 2. North Shropshire 19 then, Darren Aiken is your clear race winner of race number 3 here. Battle there for second and third, but it's York 52 from Breeden Hill 25, IK122, Pennow 23, Wessex 24, and your final finisher there of SP 51. Successful finish in there for the stock catches in race 3. But unfortunately then, being confirmed, I believe we do already have our first green flag of the weekend, and I believe it's been given out to IK122, unfortunately. I haven't got the reason for that at the moment, but unfortunately then in race 3 we do have a green flag given out there for the IK122 of Ben Williams. We're going to be getting going, I think, pretty quickly with this fourth race. We'll pick them up as they go, and I'll try and give you their names and numbers. Again there, grid 1 does seem to be quite a good grid there to have a good start this weekend so far. I think it's a South Somerset number 40 of Dougie Atkins who had the best start, but he's not the one leading them around this first corner to come out in the lead. That privilege goes to IK117 of Tristram Richardson, so it's the Invicta Kent car of Tristram in the lead at the moment. Already he's got a bit of car's length already away from the SL91, I think. They're in second place of Jack Chafer. So it's the Kent from Solway in first and second at the moment. And I think we've got Scarborough there, or Sturton maybe 55, is it? No, Scarborough 82 it is, Swansea 16. Yeah, on the inside line there. Swansea 16 there of Mark Robbins, then another local racer from the South Wales League in third, having a good race there for third and fourth with him and the Scarborough number 82 of Kazi Wing. But it is still, I believe, the IK117 of Tristram Richardson then who's in the lead coming past this year for lap 3, I think it is. SL19, Scarborough 82, Swansea 16, South Somerset 40, Radford 14, Sturton 55, and your final car there. I just missed out the number, I'll get them as they come around. I think it's the Ludlow 82 of Keegan Jones. But pulling away from the rest of the pack now, coming down past here in commentary for the last lap flag then. It is still your early race leader of IK117, Tristram Richardson. Now with Scarborough 82 taking up that second position. Just sneaking through on the inside from the SL91, I believe, with Swansea 16 again on the inside. A bit of contact there for those cars in third, fourth and fifth with Swansea 16 just sneaking up on the inside then. Robbins now taking up that third spot. Can he keep that coming around that last turn? But your race winner is 117. 82 takes second, 16 does keep that third, 91, SS40, Ludlow 82 then, your final finisher on track. But there's a bit of a collision up the top there. Let's see what's happened up here. Who are our final two cars? We've got the Radford 14 then, just coming around in seventh, I think, of Russ Victory. But a car stuck up at the top there, I think, might be Dougie Atkins in the South Somerset 40. But, oh, it's Phil Peake. It's Phil Peake. Oh, no. Phil Peake in the Sturton 55, a very competitive stock catch driver over the years. I'm sure I'm correct in saying maybe stock catch champion Obviously, before the Stock Catchers joined us in the Men's Autograss National Championships officially last year, they had their own championships, obviously. But I'm sure Phil was very successful there and still competitive at the top level. So it's a shame to see him without a finish there, unfortunately. But as far as I'm aware, that race is clear at the moment, but there might be discussions if there was a collision there. Moving on, though, then, to our final race in the Stock Catches, we should have groups Q, R, S and T, which brings out Daniel Cameron, Nathan Everett-Atkins, John Kingsley, Scott Byrne, Jack Broughton and Jamie Williams. We'll give you their numbers as they come around later on, but I can see from the screen that it's the YD number 2, I think, of Scott Byrne out in grid number 8. BC 225 of Jamie Williams in about grid 5, and they are already up and running. Then the bungee has lifted. Grid 2 this time seems to have had the better of the starts. That inside grid then 1 and 2 is a good place to be, I think, for those drivers, and I think it's just another Scarborough car of 26. That's Nathan Everett-Atkins then, who is your early leader, taking them around turn 1 and 2 with what I think is a Ford KA there in second of IK91. Nice to see the different shapes and sizes here in the Stock Catchers being represented this weekend. It was the KA then of 91, John Kingsley, in second, but he's just been overtaken on that inside line by York number 50 of Jack Broughton. So it's Jack, oh, I missed exactly what happened there. I just heard the reaction in the commentary booth. Whether there was contact on track between the cars or maybe the York 50 there of Jack Broughton just got a little too close to that arm call on his own. I just missed that. I was keeping an eye on the other cars. Hopefully he hasn't had too much damage to his car or himself as he came into contact with that fence, but these Stock Catchers are a little bit problematic this morning. Don't look at me like that, Mickey. Yeah. Well, we all know why they're here. Everybody's here for those points, aren't they? They want to get into those finals at the end of the weekend. But we've got to maintain those driving standards, haven't we? We know a little bit of bumping and barging sometimes does happen. But we've got to take into consideration how we want to get through this meeting as well. And starting off like we have this morning isn't the best start, Mickey. What do you reckon? Well, I know that the marshals... Oh, you didn't have the mic on then, Mickey, apparently. Yeah, I don't know, but...
Yeah, it's like my school report. Must try harder.
Yeah. The last thing we want now is that the marshals need to be starting to have words with the drivers regarding driving standards. So I'll just say it now quickly. Hopefully they can hear it as well. We haven't got off to the best starts here this weekend for the National Championships, boys. This is meant to be the pinnacle of the sport. Let's keep those driving standards tip-top so that these races can get finished and we can get on to our second heats as quickly as possible later on today. So yeah, well, that is my first stint of commentating over, because obviously all the Stock Catch races have come up to the line at least. Lots of them haven't finished, unfortunately, so I will be back on later on to try and take you through those if I can get back up here. But I know that Gareth Jones, also from the South Wales Autograss League, is here waiting to take you through those next races that are coming up, and that'll be classes 1 and 3. So I'll hand you over now then to Gareth Jones.
Yeah, thanks very much, John Lewis. Yeah, it's time to get going with the class that normally starts the Nationals. The Class 1's down there on the line. 40 of the top car driver combinations in the country. And with regards to driving standards, as somebody, one of the top Class 10 drivers told me yesterday, there's only one race you want to win this weekend. So if he's second or third, he's quite happy to sit there 3 times. We're going to start very, very shortly with the most unmodified class within the sport of national autograss racing. They're sponsored by CW Motorsport, up to 1000cc unmodified vehicles, mainly dominated, it needs to be said, by the Yaris Cup in recent years, but the Minis and the Nissan Micras still competing at the top flight of Class 1. Imagine winning the Nationals last year and being the first name on the pot when it comes out to the pairings, because your first lineup brings out groups A, B, C and D, and in the middle of the pack there, if you're watching the live stream, is your 2024 National Class 1 champion. Conor Griffiths is there in TA16. He has a big birthday coming up on Wednesday. I didn't think he was this old, but apparently he's just turned 30. And I remember commentating on him when he was in the juniors, so that makes me feel really old. But yeah, he's down there. He's going to start in or around grid number 4. And he's going to start next to the man that he's paired with. It's George Taylor, Cumdee 711 then, the West Midlands League representative in grid number 6. All the way on the outside and driven all the way down from Spalding this weekend is Phil Clark. He's going to start in grid number 8. He's going to go head-to-head all weekend with Jamie Weil in the Cork number 60 machine, and it's Jamie that sits down there in grid number 1 next to the Scunthorpe 364 machine of Jordan Painter. He starts in grid number 2. The Southern League are represented by the WS1 machine of Jason Saunders. He starts in grid number 3. Just a little bit closer then to the South Wales League. The Gloucestershire League are represented by Riley Diper in Forest number 3. And the car that's currently sat in grid number 7 is the man that the South Wales League, well, there's 2 South Wales League men that we'll all be cheering on, but the Carmarthen contingent, shall we say, will be urging on Nick Stepney to do some damage and get some points on board in this first round of qualifying. So, yeah, 2 South Wales League cars out in this first lineup of Class 1s, and they're joined by a hefty competitive lineup as well. The French crew then on the far side of the circuit, just making sure that the posts and cables and wires are all back in place and the track is safe to get going. We're hearing, though, that York number 50 is going to be excluded from that last race rerun. And we can actually see that the track crew then are making their way over to just put that barrier back in place and fit a few extra posts in. I've obviously mentioned this morning earlier on, and I've also heard Lewis mention that the ladies and juniors obviously will be held at the John Wilkin Raceway by the capable hands of the Evesham Autograss Club in about 4 weeks' time. I'm hoping to get a little podcast recorded with regards to the ladies and juniors national. So if there are any Evesham committee members here who would be happy to talk and try and promote their big event of the season, then if they can come and see me over the course of the weekend. Right, I think we've officially got a verdict on the very first race of the weekend, and unfortunately it is going to be rerun. But Penhow number 9, Josh Holden, is going to be excluded. He will be picking up a black flag in the first round of qualifying. So, unfortunately, a lot of work to be done. 110 points can get you there or thereabouts if he can get back on track and take 2 wins. But the weekend certainly not all over, but not the best start for many people's favourite here this weekend. So it does look like the fence on that far side is going to need a little bit more time and effort to get right than we expected. I'm not sure whether Anthony Ross can hear me and whether he's gone with the roaming mic down towards the start line, but I'll waffle on until I get confirmation that he can. But like I say, Class 1s are down there poised, ready and waiting. We've given you a rundown of the Class 1 first race. So we'll look further back then along the start line, and if you're watching the live stream, obviously you can see there's another 4 lineups behind the ones that are starting on the cones. Don't forget that any movement on the start is a jump start if you're unlucky enough, and so far I think, as far as I know, there have been no jumps in the first round of qualifying of the stock hatches. There's handbrakes on the majority of cars these days. There really is no excuse for movement, even when you pop your car in gear. That crunch shouldn't be gaining you an extra few inches. But there we go. Race 1 done dusted, and we've given you the full rundown. If you go back to your programs, then there may be a few changes with regards to the pairings that are actually printed in your programs. Groups E, F, G and H are down in their program, and we have, well, Group E is fine, Group F, yeah, so Group Race 2 will go exactly as per program then. Groups E, F, G and H is as printed, so if you're trackside with your program, you can go off that. Other than that, we're going to go with Yorkshire Dales 52, Ian Ullathorne. He's going to be representing the Dales League in race 2. He's paired all weekend with Archie Bentley, and Archie's going to have a busy weekend, isn't he? Because he's down there in the Class 1, and he's also qualified from the Shropshire League in the Class 7 as well, in the North Shropshire number 7 machine. And we need to be a little bit more careful and mindful with regards to cyclists riding around the venue. Obviously, in this main track field, there are now a lot of pedestrians who are going to be walking around through the trade stand area, across the top part of the field, around the beer tent corner. And yeah, if you're on a bike, please be more considerate and mindful to the thousands of people that will be probably walking towards you. We're going to go back to the race 2 lineup. We've done Group E. Group F brings out Dave Owen in North Wales 97 and Jack Saunders in Cambridge 82. So a hell of a trek for Jack Saunders from the East Anglian League. And he's down there. He's going to start in grid number 6 as I watch the live stream and see what you're seeing at home. Group G is occupied by Dan Hughes in Evesham 127 and Will Hadley in Severn Valley number 1. And it is going to be Will Hadley that's going to start all the way out in grid 8 in the second lineup of men's Class 1. And the final pair then to go out in race 2 is going to be Ben Tasker in Scunthorpe 701, the CG TRO League representative in this one. And he's going to go head-to-head with Jack Farrow in York 72 throughout the course of the weekend. And looking towards the lineup, I think it's going to be Jack that's going to start in line number 7. So we've got 5 full grids of the Class 1s down there on the line. We've mentioned the ladies and juniors. We're here, obviously, at the Men's National Autograss Championships. The other 2 big events coming up this month are rounds 3 of the British Autograss Series and the UK Autograss Championships. The British Autograss Series heads down to the Bailey Raceway just outside Yeovil in a couple of weeks' time. A familiar track to the majority of the racers because the Southern League have hosted successful BAS and UK rounds down at the track over the last couple of years. A lot of work, a lot of money spent on the venue over the winter, and from the videos and photos I've seen, it seems to have paid dividends. So that's the BAS round 3. UK round 3 heads to the West Midland League and to the Sparrington Farm Raceway, the hands of the Ludlow Autograss Club. So that's just a few weekends away now, and they are the 2 major meetings that are coming up next on the National Autograss calendar. So it looks like the fence crew are making their way back to the pits. The post knocker is just there towards the outside of the Armco, and he's beginning to make his way off the circuit as well. The quads and I think the chief track marshal or track maintenance team is making their way back onto the centre of this Castleloyd Raceway, and then we'll be good to go with the first round of qualifying of the CW Motorsport Race Engines sponsored men's Class 1s here at the 2025 Men's National Autograss Championships, sponsored by PRG Trailers and SDG UK. So, quads seem to be making their way down that hill on the far side and back towards the start line. The tractor and the post knocker making its way slowly back up towards the track exit on the far side of the circuit. Other than that, we've got marshals in place. We've got spectators trackside ready to urge these drivers on, and we've got 8 drivers poised, ready and waiting down there on the line. Yellow flags begin to be shown. We are almost good and set to go racing then with the first round of qualifying of your men's Class 1s. The yellow flag that I saw has been dropped and replaced with a red flag. So just a few more minutes then while we wait for the post knocker to be behind those tyres up at the top end of the field. The red flag on marshal post number 4 now dropped. We're under starters orders. Class 1 then bungee lifts, and Class 1s leave the line for the first time this weekend. Who's going to go the distance all the way up the hill for the first time? It's Jordan Painter who's going to hug those cones on entry to turn number 1. Jason Saunders is there on the inside, and through on the very tight inside line is going to be your defending champion. Conor Griffith said he knows his way around this South Wales League track, and he's there. It's 4 abreast as they go into turn 3 for the first time, but it's the youngish South Wales League member that leads his way up that far side. He's left the door open though. Jason Saunders all the way through on the inside in the Wessex number 1 machine. George Taylor is trying to emulate Connor's line through turn 1 and 2, but not quite making the distance this time. So as they go down once again into that start gate turn, then Connor cuts on the inside in TA number 16. He races door to door with Jason Saunders on the outside in Wessex number 1. George Taylor hoping to pick up the pieces if things go wrong between these two, but he's favouring a different line this time. It's the number 1 machine looking back up the inside of the Conor Griffiths machine, but it's just about living ahead, and Connor's clever. He's closing the door on the Wessex 1 machine, who gets all sorts out of shape, and that allows George Taylor through into that second spot. Phil Clark is there in Spalding 85, and he's there in that 3rd position, and he's just holding off the challenge of Riley Diaper in Forest number 3. That's your 1, 2, 3 and 4 then as they make their way onto their final circuit. Jordan Painter had a hell of a start, but he's back there in that 5th spot, going with Jason Saunders with the Cork machine of Jamie Weil, and Nick Stepney at the back of the pack, unfortunately for Nick. But we cannot over by any stretch of the imagination, that is for sure. But it's Conor Griffiths that takes your first 55 points from Class 1 this weekend. George Taylor, so that's 1 pair, 1st and 2nd. Phil Clark takes 3rd in Spalding 85 from Riley Diaper in Forest number 3. The rest of the chasing pack then follow through in 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th to conclude the first race of the weekend. In men's Class 1s, we're hearing from the marshals that that race is clear, so Connor can be happy with his first 55 points of the weekend on the board. George Taylor picking up 45 points and taking that 2nd spot. Phil Clark, I'm sure, will be over the moon with a 3rd in his first round of qualifying as well in Spalding 85, and Riley Diaper picks up 28 points in Forest number 3. He's got a busy weekend as well, because he's racing in Class 5 as he's qualified from the Gloucester League. He'll be flying the 255 from the Forest Club in Class 5. We'll see him out on track a little bit later on, but now the Class 1s. Race 2 gets away from the line. Who's going to make the break this time? They all seem to head towards the outside, but it's Ellithorne on the inside, and he's going to throw it into turn 1. No, throw as much as you can in a Class 1. But it's Ellithorne then that's going to lead down past us for the first time. I think that's Dave Owen that's facing the anchor there on the far side of the circuit. But the one that's leading the chase through the bottom turn at the moment is the York 72 machine of Jack Farrow. Then it's Archie Bentley in North Shropshire 89 who currently sits in that 3rd position. Severn Valley number 1 is Will Hadley. He's there rounding out that 4th spot, or at least he was until a little bit of contact pushed him sideways, and that's promoted the Scunthorpe 701 of Ben Tasker up into 4th. Next then is the Evesham 127 machine of Dan Hughes, back there in that 5th or 6th spot, racing ahead of Jack Saunders in Cambridge 82, and Dave Owen with it all to do now this weekend in North Wales 97. But it is another lap complete, and it's another lap closer to those checkers for Ian Ellithorne, who just gets out of shape on entry to that bottom turn in Yorkshire Dales 52. And it's a York 1-2 at the moment, because it's Jack Farrow that continues to lead the chase. Ashley Bentley still there in 3rd in North Shropshire 89. These 3 now beginning to make a little bit of an impact on this one and open a gap between themselves and the rest of the lineup as the whole field make their way onto their final circuit. Bentley's not giving up on that 2nd spot, is he? As the race very much on as they make their way up the hill for the final time. But this battle just allows Ian Ellithorne to control the pace a little bit further and open the gap between himself and the rest of the field. So it's Ellithorne that takes the win in 52 from 72 and 89. Then it's the Scunthorpe 701 machine of Ben Tasker, Dan Hughes, Jack Saunders and Will Hadley in Severn Valley number 1, then finish in 5th, 6th and 7th, and making his way across the top part of the circuit for the final time then, Dave Owen in North Wales 97. So down there on the line we move on to race number 3 And a man that's many people's favourite this weekend starts in the middle of the pack. That's the Will Henry machine in star number 19. We've got the only mini that we've seen so far this weekend starting down there in lane number 7. That's going to be Sam Appleton in the Scarborough 7 machine. But we've got yellow flags on this near side straight. Yellow flags on the start line. Not for long because we're already under starters orders. The bungee breaks and away we go. And who is going to make the break? Well, it's going to be that little mini in the middle of a big pack of cars, isn't it, as they go into turn 1. Oh, somebody's all out of shape as they were before they get to the last master post. But it is Will Henry in star number 19 that's going to lead the pack towards us for the first time then. IK25 is the one that currently leads the chase. That's George Watley. And he's on Henry's outside then as they go back onto that start line straight for the first time. A good cluster of cars in a ding-dong battle for second, third, fourth and fifth with James Parnell in the Spalding 921 machine there, just hugging those cones and making his way up to take that second spot. 3 abreast for third, fourth and fifth, and it's that little mini on the inside of Sam Appleton that's just about holding on to third at the moment, and he's just sniffing a gap up the inside of the Spalding Yaris there in that second position. So we're going to focus on that race as this continues, because Will Henry, and to be fair to him, is unchallenged at the moment. He's about 10 car lengths clear ahead of the rest of the pack in the star number 19 machine. So it's the first mini, and the mini is showing a strong competition and ahead of a strong lineup here this weekend. And he's just bursting through the middle of the pack of Yaris's to maintain that second spot. So Scarborough 7 continues to lead the chase. We get red flags, unfortunately, out on the race 3 of the weekend. And we're possibly going to hear of an exclusion later on when the marshals have finally confirmed that. But yeah, we're going to have red flags out on that one. I'm not sure whether we've heard that we have the race clearance on race 2 or whether that's continuing to be discussed. But race 1 and 2 we think are done. As we look to the line, we've got race 4 then of this year's first round of qualifying. The Dayglow yellow machine is going to bring out Tyre number 5 then. Jack Owens, his first ever men's nationals. He's only done 3 meetings to qualify to get here since he's turned 16 and changed category into the men's and senior racing. And I tell you what, you've got to be a big man to try and beat him this weekend. He won the nationals in the juniors for 2 years, and he's going to try and make his stamp on the men's category in Class 1 as well this season. But he's there in grid number 3. On his inside, we've got the Scarborough machine of Jamie Hussey, who starts in grid number 1 in Scarborough 223. The bungee's already lifted, so we're going to have to make a list of the names, numbers and drivers as they make their way off the line. And they're all swapping and changing. That's an interesting camera, isn't it, as you're watching the live stream at home. But it is Jack Owens then on that inside line and leads towards us for the first 3 quarters of the circuit. Jamie Hussey's there on his inside as they go down into the start gate turn for the first time. Jack possibly looking to cut back, but unfortunately 2 cars have the same idea, and Jack finds himself back in that 4th spot. Scott Aldridge looking to claim that hill and go into 4th in the Stroudon District 27 machine, but it's the Hussey machine from the Scarborough Club that continues to lead then. Then the North Wales 51 machine of Rich Owen is there on the outside line. That just gives a little bit of a nudge and a little bit of extra acceleration for Alex Hill in the St. Neots 164 machine, and a good battle on there for second and third. Jack Owens hoping to pick up the pieces in the Tyre number 5 machine. He's racing ahead of the Yorkshire Dales 31 machine of Andy Dockeray. Aldridge there in 7th, and it's the Mallow man. No, it's not. It's the West Waterford machine of Michael Baldwin in West Waterford 245, and he's racing ahead of the Leewood 43 machine of Alan Stretton. But across the top part of the circuit for the penultimate time they come, and Hussey moves on to his final circuit. Jack now in the middle of 2nd and 4th, and he's making his way up to 3rd in TA number 5. But Owen there on the cutback once again. Not sure what happened here on the exit of the top turn between the 2 that are paired together, Aldridge and Stretton. But as they exit the top turn for the final time, it is Jamie Hussey that takes the win in 223, 164.51. Jack Owens takes 4th in Tyre 5 from Andy Dockeray in Yorkshire Dales 31, and Michael Baldwin in West Waterford 245. There is once again discussion on what happened on track. I totally missed it. So the marshals will discuss that, but for now we turn our attention to what's on the line, the last scheduled race of men's Class 1s. And we're hearing then that the Mallow 217 machine is going to be black flagged, excluded from the rerun for dangerous driving off the start. So Mikey Daly, unfortunately, making the trip across the Irish Sea. Not the best start to his nationals, as he will be excluded for dangerous driving off the start in the rerun of race 3. That's going to be coming a little bit later on. And I think for the first time this weekend then we're seeing the telehandler out on the track to take stricken cars back, and unfortunately the title is going to belong for the 2025 Men's National Championships to Scott Aldridge in Stroudon District number 27. And it's not the best starts, and I know that Nick Aldridge has put a lot of hours into the car to get it ready and get it looking mint again ahead of this weekend, but unfortunately not the best of starts to Scott's campaign in this year's Men's National Autograss Championships. So like I say then, the last scheduled race of men's Class 1s are down there on the... So we're hearing confirmation, last race, race 4 is clear and is going to stand. So we do have one rerun of race 3 to come a little bit later on. But race 5 is down there on the line. Now there are changes to your programme in this one. This brings out pairs Q, R, S and T, and the change that you need to make is in pair T. If you've got your programme track side, you need to delete Chris Dalzell in Down Autograss 909 from this lineup, and you need to replace it with Andy Kirby in York number 30, and it's going to be Andy Kirby then and Tom Retter in South Somerset 103 that make up pair T throughout the course of the 3 rounds of qualifying. So Scott Aldridge then in the Stroudon District 27 machine just gets pulled back for now, I'd imagine, to the centre of this Castleloyd Raceway so that we can get going with the last scheduled race of men's Class 1s. Yellow flags on this near side straight, yellow flags down there on the start line, and once again abruptly we're under starters orders and we're up and racing. Who's going to make the break then? It's a decent start and it's a clean start, all keeping to their lines it seems, but it's the white machine on the inside, that's the IK31 machine of Jake Hensley then, that's going to lead through turn 1 and 2. The leader of the chase down the hill for the first time is Chris Dalzell in the Scarborough 179 machine. Then it's the Evesham 100 machine of Andy Kelsey. That's right there on his boot lid. In the Shell livery inspired machine in third, but not for long. He's through on the inside of the Dalzell machine. Oh, the Dunwell machine rather. And he now claims second spot as they make their way down the hill. Tom Retter in South Somerset 103 is there, rounding out the top 4 positions in this one, just holding off the challenge of Mark Stone in IK number 1. Andy Kirby, the reserve, is in that 6th position, racing ahead of Paul Bacon in Nottingham number 160, and in his first men's national, Mackenzie Elson in Forest number 18. But through the start gate turn they all go. A little bit of swapping and changing for 4th and 5th, but it looks like your 1st, 2nd and 3rd is pretty much set in stone, because this time they're going to see that yellow rag with a black cross. They will move on to their final circuit. Jake Hensley with 1 to go. Andy Kelsey leading the chase with 1 to go in Evesham number 100. It's Chris Dalzell, no, Dunwell, holding on to that 3rd spot in Scarborough 179 ahead of Tom Retter in the Southern League machine that's there in 4th. But like I said, 1, 2, 3 and 4 is and was set in stone. It's Hensley that takes the win from Kelsey, from Dunwell and Retter. Mark Stone takes 5th in IK number 1 from Andy Kirby in York number 30. Paul Bacon in Nottingham number 160, and Mackenzie Elson in 18F then rounds it all out for race 5 of the first round of qualifying of men's Class 1. CW Motorsport, race engine specialists, of course, are your sponsors of the class here this weekend. PRG Trailers and SDG UK are your overall event sponsors, and the South Wales League are thankful for every sponsor that have helped them put the meeting on this weekend. And going by the drone footage that we've seen throughout the course of the week, it's looking like a mammoth event. And like I said on Facebook last night, even though I've played no part in the organisation in advance of this meeting, the South Wales League have put an unquestionable and an undoubtable effort into putting on this meeting. And the venue, when it's like this, is the best venue in the country. Obviously, we do suffer with the F word, the clean F word that we're not even going to mention. But obviously, on a day like today, the venue certainly is the best in the country, or at least the most picturesque and the most traditional dirt racing venue as well, as we continue to race on loose and proper mud and dirt, not on the polished rubbish, shall we say. So we're going to go very, very shortly into the first round of qualifying of men's class 3. And we've just seen a little sprinkling of water going down on the start line. We can begin to see class 3 machines being pulled forward onto the start line by the marshals that are down there putting the team in place, putting the cars in place. Class 3 then are sponsored this weekend by Shock Absorbers, and we appreciate their sponsorship as always. Race 1 brings out groups A, B, C and D, bringing out Rich Lee in Scunthorpe number 70. He's going to start in lane number 4. He's paired with Yorkshire Dales 178, and that is William Patterson. He's going to start in lane number 2. Group F brings out Adrian Joyce in Wessex 22, and I think it's not Wessex 22 at all. Group B, rather, is going to bring out Jamie Lee in North Wales 14. He starts out in grid number 8. He's paired all weekend with Andy Lodge, who's going to start in grid number 1 in Scunthorpe 265. Group C brings out Jeff Gibbs in Hereford number 1, who's going to start in lane number 7. He's paired with Lee Wakefield in Radford 838, who starts next to him in grid number 6. And the final pairing then for this first race of Class 3s brings out Callum Allenson in Melton 34 and Sam Gould in North Shropshire 343. And just an advance warning, we will hear Jade cheer in this first race of Class 3s, and she'll be cheering on the Melton 34 machine. But even though the cars need to be under 102 decibels, there's no noise limit on crowd trackside. So get behind your drivers, urge those leagues on, and we're away. We're racing then for the first time this weekend with the Class 3s. It's not really surprising that it's a Gould machine that leads into turn 1 and exits turn 2. It's Sammy that leads them down the hill for the first time. Callum goes with him in the Melton 34 machine. He's leading the chase at the moment from the Rich Lee machine in Scunthorpe number 70, who just puts on the power up that hill, just sniffing a gap on the inside. But it's Callum that holds on at the moment in Melton number 34. But he's continuing to lead the chase on an undoubtable power of Sam Gould. Through the start gate turn they go then for the second time. It is 3:43 from 34, so there's a lot of 4s and 3s in this race for the lap scorers next door. Rich Lee is still there in that third spot in Scunthorpe number 70. Then it's the Scunny machine of Andy Lodge. That's there, rounding out the top 4 positions in this one, racing just ahead of North Wales number 14. Jamie Lee there, right on his boot lid, and through on the inside as they go through the start gate turn. But 1, 2 and 3 beginning to pull away and pull a gap between themselves now as Sammy moves on to his final circuit in 3:43. From the 34 machine of Callum Allenson, Rich Lee and Jamie Lee, no relation, continue to race in 3rd and 4th, ahead of Lodge, ahead of Jeff Gibbs, William Patterson back in the Yorkshire Dales machine, and Lee Wakefield at the tail end. But battle on for 4th between the two Lees, but all set in stone, and 55 points in the bag for Sam Gould. North Shropshire 3:43 takes the win from Callum Allenson in Melton 34. Jamie Lee takes 3rd in North Wales 14 from Rich Lee in Scunthorpe number 70. Andy Lodge takes 5th in Scunthorpe 265 from Jeff Gibbs in Hereford number 1. Lee Wakefield in Radford 8:38, and William Patterson in Yorkshire Dales 1:78. Rounds it all out for race number 1 of your first round of qualifying of the SDG UK and PRG Trailers 2025 Men's National Autograss Championships Class 3 this weekend, sponsored by Shock Absorbers, and all the information as always are in your programme. The contacts are also down there. This second race brings out your defending national champion. It brings out Ryan Power in Scunthorpe 98. It also brings out Charlie Holloway in Evesham 34. Who else is there as they make their break? Oh, it's that A35 that leaves the line. It's the Yorkshire Dales 24 machine then of Simon Farrer that's going to lead into turn 1. Oh, the defending champion, he's back in 6th. Oh, the red flags come out on that one. And we're hearing then that maybe some exclusion on that one. It's to be confirmed. But the on-track marshals have made a decision. They wait for it to be backed up by the crew that are in the camera room. But yeah, decision has been made. It's not been confirmed, so I won't say anything at the moment. But the marshals out there on the track have certainly got their eyes on excluding someone. And we'll await for that to be confirmed by the camera room. We haven't heard either if race number 1 of the Class 3s is clear, but I would assume that it is, because there didn't seem to be anything too untoward happening in race number 1. The drivers, the runners and riders then make their way off the track back into the pits to await their rerun of race 2 of the Class 3s. But race 3 of this first round of qualifying then brings out Steve Carpenter in IK32. He's out there starting in lane number 7. Paul Cusack in Mallow number 6. He's starting right in the middle of the pack in grid number 4. Next to Scott, no, it's not next to. The next driver is Scott Jones. Scotty Boy is down there in the Forest 305 machine. We're going to hear another loud cheer in this one, that's for sure. He's paired with Trevor Cusack in the Cork 25 machine, who's going to start in grid number 3. The bungee lifts then, as do the front ends of these Class 3s, and away from the line they go. And it's the Ludlow number 9 machine then of Stuart Moore, who's going to lead into turn 1. Adam Henley goes with him, gets a full face of dirt. But through on the inside comes Paul Cusack. Not quite got the legs and the power to take up the running though. It's Moore that leads through the start gate turn, and there's going to be a loud cheer for Moore or Scotty in the 305 machine. The South Wales League will be urging on Thomas Rees in PAC 39, and the Irish will certainly be cheering on the brothers in 2nd and 3rd, the Cusacks. But at the moment it's Paul that's holding on. It's Mallow, number 6 from the Cork 25 then. They're in 2nd and 3rd, but at the moment they haven't got an answer to Stu Moore in the Ludlow number 9 machine. We haven't seen much of Stuart racing this year because he started his own business earlier on this year, and he's got problems on board, and he pulls into the infield in the Ludlow number 9 machine. That's the first commentator's curse of the weekend. That hands the reins then to Paul Cusack in Mallow number 6 to take up the run-in, and he's pulling a clear distance now between himself and Trevor in the Cork 25 machine. Side by side between Thomas Rees and Steve Carpenter in PAC 39 and IK 32, but it's the two Cusacks that have got 1 lap to go. Are they going to take 100 points between them back to the Southern Ireland League? That awaits to be seen, but it's the Mallow man ahead of the Cork man. Thomas Rees is round in 39, so that's allowed Steve Carpenter and Scotty Jones to promote themselves up the field, but exiting the top turn for the final time. Mallow number 6 then. Paul Cusack takes the win from Trevor Cusack, Steve Carpenter. Scotty Jones, a creditable 4th place there in his first round of qualifying. The club racers, certainly, and I don't mean that with any disrespect at all, but the club racers will certainly be cheering on that DAF this weekend. The North Wales machine of Barry Evans, 234 then, crawls across the line to claim 5th place points. And unfortunately, it looks like Stu Moore in Ludlow number 9, and certainly York Henley in York number 11 then will need some tow or some recovery back to the pits. There's also a handful of Bowsers and truck machines making their way onto the circuit. And as we got a little bit of downtime then cones are going to be put back in place. A little bit of track maintenance going to be done before we head up back into Class 3. But public service announcement?
Yeah. Public service announcement, Guy, yeah, please. During the week so far, there's obviously been a walkway, a pedestrian walkway down behind the big presentation truck in the bottom corner of the spectators' field. But now that racing has started, that should be all fenced off. So if the fences are across, please don't move them, because that is the track exit for all of the race cars and all of the machinery that needs to carry the stricken cars off the racetrack back into the pits. So that is a no pedestrian zone now, completely fenced off, please. Do not move those fences. That's not a roadway for pedestrians and bikes and things to go through. That's specifically for cars to drive off the track, and also obviously the machinery that has to carry the broken down cars back into the pits as well. So there should be no people walking through there, please. If you do need to get down into the pits area, then you obviously need to go through the bigger gateway, which is a little bit further up the field, and then go into the pits parking area via the scrutineering tent, which is the big yellow and white tent in the pits field. So nobody now, please, to be walking down through the pits, into the pit, sorry, from the race field behind the presentation truck. Thank you very much.
Yeah, important announcement there, Lewis. Thank you very much. We have more water going down on this track. We have a confirmation of a black flag from race 2 of the first round of qualifying of Class 3. Unfortunately, Jordan Spavins in IK 451 will pick up a black flag. That is the car that was where the drivers on the track picked up straight away. It must have been confirmed and backed up by the camera crew. And we also have another race that's under discussion. That's the race that's not been cleared yet, I believe. But down there on the line, we've got race 4, but we've got downtime. So we need to say a big, big happy 30th birthday to Tomlin Freighter from Pip, Lisa and the gang. And yeah, I'm sure that if she's here this weekend, then there'll be a few cans and a few beverages sunk by the racing team on your behalf. And the message has come from our good friend Neil Jones, PAC 74. And yeah, I bet he can't wait for Ludlow now either to get back behind the wheel of the pickup. So race 4, and we're back onto race 4 then of the first round of qualifying of the Shocking UK sponsored Class 3s here at the PRG Trailers and SDG UK sponsored 2025 Men's National Autograss Championships. Race 4 brings out groups M, N, O and P, and brings out our South Wales League representative then, Hugh Jones, in Carmarthen number 7. And I tell you what, Gwen's been busy on that car, hasn't she? She's been sticking some vinyl on throughout the week, because I think it was just the door numbers on at North Shropshire. Unfortunately, Gwen, I was told earlier this week, picking up some damage at the North Shropshire Bass. So it must have been mental in the Jones household over the last couple of weeks. And it's good to see that Hugh and the car ready to go, and he's there down on grid number 1. He starts next to the Cambridge machine of Vernon Mackenzie in Cambridge 442. North Shropshire 334 then is Martin Gould. He's already been down there seeing Sammy take the win in race number 1. He's hoping to emulate the boys' success, and he's down there in grid number 3. Then in grid 4 we've got the North Wales 99 machine of Rupert Lomax. We've got the Wessex 26 machine of John Napier. John Morgan also in the mix, but it is Rupert Lomax then that's going to climb the bank and lead into turn 1 for the first time. Martin Gould is facing oncoming traffic on that far side, and it is 99 and 26 as they pass us for the first time. Then is the East Anglian League representative. That's the Vernon Mackenzie machine that's there in third. Oh, we got red flags already out on race number 4. So that is going to head back into the rerun lane. Not heard anything being called over the radio for that one, but what I have had confirmation of is that the race that Conor Griffiths thought he'd signed, sealed and delivered and taken home 55 points this weekend already is going to be a complete re-race with all cars back in. So if you are Conor Griffiths, George Taylor, Riley Diper, Jason Saunders, Jamie Weil, Phil Clark, Jordan Painter or Nick Stepney, and you've left the cars in the pits to go and watch some racing, then you need to make your way back to your pits area, because that race is going to be a full, complete re-race with all cars back in. Race 5 then, the last scheduled race of your first round of qualifying of Class 3s, already away from the line, and it's the Invicta Kent machine of Kelvin Bradstreet that's got that inside line as they head into turn 1. So far this weekend, doesn't seem like grid number 1 on the inside line is the all-important one, but it's the Athelston machine. Barry Almond and leads down past us for the first time in a change of league. He now represents the Wiltshire League and the Athelston Club. Then we've got the first of the Irish machines out in this one, the Mallow 34 machine of Anthony Keating. We saw that car at the Cumdee Cash Chaos back at the end of May, and he's there in that second position racing with Calvin Bradstreet in the Invicta Kent 84 machine. That's a stunning bit of kit there in that third spot. Oh, a little bit of a push on from Mick Sumners in the 169 machine, and he's lost that fourth spot to Cumdee's very own Sam Davis in Cumdee treble 5. A little bit of change of livery for this weekend, but it's the Athelston machine that continues to dominate, and he's pulling a clear race distance now between himself and the rest of the field. But further downfield we got the Spalding 11 machine of Pete Lemon and the St. Neots 94 machine of Rhys Pettiford, but that matters not. It's not important at all to who's behind you. It only matters who's in front of you, and at the moment it's only clear blue skies in front of the Athelston machine of Barry Almond as he makes his way onto the final circuit then. In the 27 machine, Anthony Keating holding on to second, just getting a little bit out of shape on the exit of that bottom turn. Then Kelvin Bradstreet still there in turn as Sam Davis, I think, just brushes the Armco in the Cumdee treble 5 machine. That's allowed Mick Sumners back up to fourth. But here's your winner, it's Barry Almond. Athelston 27 then takes the win from Anthony Keating in Mallow 34. Kelvin Bradstreet takes third from Sam Davis and Mick Sumners. Then it's the Alex Pettiford machine in St. Neots 94. And the Spalding 11 machine of Pete Lemon then rounds it all out for your first round of qualifying of men's Class 3s. From this vantage point, that looked like a clear race. That's unconfirmed at the moment. There may be ongoing discussions. If we hear any more confirmed flags, we'll obviously announce them when we can. But we've got the rerun, I think, of the very first race of the day down there on the line. So I'll hand you straight back over to the Italian stallion, Mr. Lewis Richards.
I thought that name was only meant to be used when I'm racing. Let's, but yeah, ciao tutti. I hope you're all right out there. But yeah, it looks like we've got that first race down there on the line, and I'm really disappointed to be saying it. I did hear that P9 Josh Holden, one of the top contenders I was mentioning earlier, might actually be on the black flag. And looking down there, we do have 2 empty spaces. R6, yeah, this is our first race, and I can't see the P9 of Josh down there, unfortunately. So yeah, one of the guys I said to look out for this weekend, one of our top runners during all races this year so far in the stock catch, has got it all to do, hasn't he? You can never say never in the Nationals because the points can be so up and down, but if he can get 2 wins, then there's still that little possibility that he might scrape into the final. So it's still all to play for him. But obviously it depends how everybody else does, and also obviously how he can do in his second and third heats. But we're looking down to the start line and around the track now to see if we're ready to go. Is something holding us up at the moment with some red flags out there on the track, but I'll just have a quick look then. We've got track clearance then, and the wind-up marshal is ready to go. So let's look then, let's turn our attention down to that start line. Let's see who gets the best of the starts. Grid 6 there, I think, had a very good start, but it's grid 1 yet again then. The stock catches, if you think back, those in grids 1 and 2 were flying out of the gate, and it's Lut 64 then, I think, from grid 1 of Ollie Stevens, who's in the lead straight into turn 1 and 2. Oh, we've got Carnage going into first corner again, with a couple of cars coming together with the Pen 920 there, I can see, and the Scarborough 200 at the back of the field now. Obviously the marshals might review what happened there to see if there's anyone at fault, but we'll turn our attention then back to the front, and it is still Lut 64 then of Ollie Stevens pulling up that straight going into turn 1, with the Scarborough 33 of Lewis Wing in second place at the moment, with the 25 there of I think it's down Autograss Robert McElroy, who I think, looking back, was in the lead when that race was stopped earlier on, but it's him in third at the moment from R6 of Neil Taylor in that fourth, with P20 EM followed then by the early spinner of Scarborough 200. It's your next car there of Ben Jackson. I think the other car that was involved in that collision has vanished off the track at the moment. I can't see them going around the outside at all. Maybe I'm missing them somewhere, but I think we are now another car down. But it is still Lud 64 then in the lead at the moment then. Has led pretty much as soon as that bungee lifted. Ollie Stevens pulling away from the car in second place of Mallywing. Sorry, yes, Mallywing in the second place car at the moment. I wonder if anybody can reel him in as these laps continue to dwindle down. It's Lewis Wing, sorry, in the second spot. I'm just checking my list here. That's the S33Y then in second from the DA25 then, your leader of the race before it was stopped. Radford 6 then still in that fourth of Neil Taylor. Fifth is P20EM and sixth Scarborough 200. But looking then to come around to take the checkered flag. Going into turn one, it is the Lud 64 then. Ollie Stevens led as soon as that bungee lifted. Had a storming start at a grid one. Led from the start. Lud 64 then takes the win. That's Ollie Stevens. Scarborough 33 wide, Lewis Wing. DA25 then in third, Robert McIlroy. Radford 6 is your next car, Neil Taylor. P20EM is Cameron Weir, and the Scarborough 200 of Ben Jackson. And I'm looking down to see, yeah, we've got another one of those stock catch reruns, I think, down on the start line. Is it going to be race 2, or are they going to try tricking me here? Let's check. Is it the YD2 we can see there on the outside? This means that we're going with race 5, I think. We'll have to double check as they come up. I think it's a Scarborough 26 there on the inside of Nathan Everett Atkins in about second at the moment. Yeah, this is race 5 then, excluding, unfortunately, the CS58 of Daniel Cameron, as they didn't leave the line in the first run, and the black flag given out for cause of a stoppage to York 50 of Jack Broughton. But they are missing, but we do have a good few cars. We've got 4 cars out there for this one then. I think it's, though, the Invicta Kent in the lead there. In Border Counties 2 to 5, sorry, Jamie Williams then is now your race leader, going around turns 1 and 2, but it's very close there, isn't it? Between these top 2 cars, it is then Border Counties 2 to 5. Scarborough 26 in second of Nathan Everett Atkins in second. But a good move around the outside there from Nathan in the Scarborough 26. Made it work as well. Not a lot of people can get that move to work around the outside with that corner drifting away from you. But Atkins did it. Everett Atkins did it in the Scarborough 26. Now then, he is our new race leader coming around turns 1 and 2. Coming down past us here in commentary. BC 225 in second. Yorkshire Dales number 2 then is your third place car of Scott Byrne. And IK91, Scott Kingsley, is your fourth place car. And unfortunately, your final runner in this race then, the rerun of race 5. But Scarborough 26 it is then. Nathan Everett Atkins had to work for it. He made a good move. He's coming up then to take the last lap flag. BC 225 though, your early race leader there. In second place, Jamie Williams. Can't do much though to reel that Scarborough 26 back in at the moment. And the Yorkshire Dales number 2 started out there in grid 8, is there in third. Again, these cars now quite evenly spaced out. Scott Byrne there trying all he can on this last corner just to reel the rest back in. He can't make it work. It is then the Scarborough 26 then, Nathan Everett Atkins in first. BC 225, Jamie Williams. Yorkshire Dales number 2 in third, Scott Byrne. And your final finisher in fourth place, IK91. That's a good points haul there for John Kingsley in the Invicta Kent car in fourth place. All of those points obviously count towards working their way up into the finals later on. And Mickey, I'm going to go and hide now because I don't want to watch all this.
Yeah, thanks very much. The Italian Stallion, it's men's class 5s, sponsored by Griffiths Warehousing and Transport, Danny Lodge, Andy Shepherd, Adam Brown, Vince Fudia, Hayden Bushell, Baxter Pargetter, Patrick Daly and Anthony Herbert. Lodgy, a Class 5 national champion in 2019, Adam Brown in 2018, and Patrick Daly was a junior saloon national champion in 2018. How time flies, as these cars will, as we're listening to these engines start to build up the revs, looking for track clearance. Still a couple of marshals there, getting a few bits and pieces thrown off that quad bike But here we go then. Bungee lifts. Oh, let's go racing with the men's class 5, and it's Lodge's got a great start coming from that outside grid. But Adam Brown, Mallow 184, looking to find that inside line coming up the inside of him. But Lodge then takes it down the hill. Woohoo! For the first time from Adam Brown. Backs the Pargeter. IK 186 says Hayden Bushell next to show as well. And oh, you spin me right round, baby. One spat out at the back, and it's backs the Pargeter. But Lloyd's back to the front. It's Danny Lodge then leading the way then from Adam Brown. Round they come then. Lodge won the national title 2019. New car under his belt. Followed by that Adam Brown. He won in 2018. No surprise that these two come out of Stargate turn and climb up the hill there. Bushell then holding in that third place as they come up that hill and climb up there. Carlo 88. Patrick Daly. He's up in the mix as well and puts that power down as they come through again. Lodge then from Brown, from Bushell, from Daly. Then the border counters 5. Northwell 3 against Bouvier, and the North Shropshire 37 of Anthony Herbert looking up there, and Bargetter now trying to find some grip and close back up after being spun round going into turn 3. But eyes back up from Brown, square wheeled it. Ooh, get out of my way. It's Lodge then takes up the last lap frag from Bushell, then from Daly. Border counties 5 and Andy Shepherd. Bouvier's up there. Bargetter, North Shropshire 34, and Brown at the back of the pack. Oh no, that's not how you wanted to start. But just with 2 to navigate. Scunthorpe 212 then. Danny Lodge, round he comes. Oh, he takes it. Lodge then from Bushell, from Daly. Then we go down to Chevron. Bouvier, Bargetter, North Shropshire 37 across the line. Andy Herbert, and oh dear, Adam Brown started really well, didn't he? Fighting with Lodge. And that concludes with Brown at the back, Lodge at the front. Right, in we go to the race 2 then. St Neots 213, Alex Smith, PAC 16, Brian Neal, Riley Diaper, former junior saloon national champion. Carl Byrne comes in as a reserve in Solway 18. Wes Hathaway likes the getaway in Tyre 73. Charlie Priestley, Spalding 44. Radford 812, Owen Green. And Colin Hadley, a Class 1 national champion, 92 and 95. Wow, hey, that's 30 years, isn't it? 30 years ago, you won your last national title. Hey, you'd be like rolling back the years. So here we are then, ready to rock and roll. Lodge then, he came over that line. He did slow, didn't he, coming into that final corner, but managed to come down the hill. Thankfully there's a hill. Takes maximum points, but being towed back into the pits. Right, engines are revving then. We are getting ready to go racing with the men's 5s. It's the 2025 National Championship, and we are off and running, and it is that 255 Riley Diaper then, who did make the early show, but it might be Hadley coming round the outside. It is Hadley then from Diaper. Then Will goes in there. Burns is up there as well. He's in the came in as the reserve, and he's up into 3rd place, doing okay at the moment, isn't he? Go on then, my son. Up the hill you go then, climbing up high. Severn Valley 247 then. Colin Hadley then. He's slowing it down. He wants to keep it nice and tight. He pushes out wide. It's Riley Diaper looking to make up the running, and he does. Diaper then takes up that 1st place. Hadley round the outside again. Burns is up there in the mix as well as they're coming round that outside. Wes Hathaway is looking to get away. Oh, he's got a little bit of contact there, and I think that slowed him and stopped him. He's not getting away this time, is he? But it's Riley Diaper down the hill. Woohoo! From Cole Burns. St Neots 213 is also looking to get up there. Alex Smith in running that 4th place. Brian Neal in the 3rd place as they come down. Hadley is dropped back down into 5th place. Then we go into Radford 812, Owen Green. But round he comes for one more lap to go. It's Riley Diamond, forested in 255 from Colburn, Solway 18. Then we go down to Brian Neal, PAC 16. Into the St Neots 213, Alex Smith. He's trying hard, isn't he? Coming out Stargate turn. Up he goes. The last lap flag now converts to a checkered flag, and it's going to be Forrester Dean 255. Riley Diaper takes it. He's happy about that. Then we go down to Colburn, Solway 18 from Brian Neal, PAC 16. St Neots 213, Alex Smith. Colin Hadley across the line. Radford 812 next to show, Owen Green. And then Oh, a little bit of curb crawling, and it is Spalding 44 of Charlie Priestley. So well done there to the guys. Right, here we go. It brings out the youngest ever junior special national champion. It's Dan Thompson, York 62. He's all grown up now. He won that in 2019. Wow, can't believe how that's gone. 6 years has gone since it. And he's leading the UK as well. I mean, he's no slouch, is he? He's a good driver. The family, it's in their blood, isn't it, really, with them all. But water coming down on the track. I'm not sure if some of these boys on the line will be thankful of that or not. Some would say it's going to give us a little bit more grip when it gets in there. But, right, who else is in there? Right, in that pairings of I, it's Spalding 252, Kevin Glidden. Melton 5, Julian Heath. Then we go into pairings J. That's Ben Reed, Breeden Hill 66. He's paired with Forester Dean 15, Joe Doddridge. Then in pairings K, it brings out Josh Simpson from Scarborough 45. He's paired with Dan Thompson in York 62. And the final pairing in this one is L, and it's Radford 249, Max Haynes, and Melton 11, Ben Harper. So here we go. Plenty of water going down on the track as well. This the work and preparation that's gone in to hosting the Nationals is tremendous. We don't really get to really appreciate everything that's been going on, but I think anyone who's involved in trying to put a meeting on and looking at how things are all, freshly painted, and the marshal posts are looking Bobby Dazzlers, all the safety fencing, the grass is cut, it takes some effort. It's a team effort, and the South Wales League down here will know exactly how to do it. Done it many times from a national point of view, but also from the big meetings, like the BAS or the UK. As well as their club meetings, which are always well supported. I love coming down here. I mean, it's a long old drive for me, Kevin. I don't know how far it was for you. I think I clocked up 15 minutes short of 7 hours, right? But I was taking it steady, speed cameras around here. I've heard the Welsh like to rob the English for money, so I've kept it to the speed limit, 50 mile an hour. There's a new bypass as well that's been opened up. Unfortunately, we missed the turn for that, so I ended up going through some leafy villages, right? Yeah, not great. Well, there was a bridge that was wide enough for one vehicle. I went over it as a learner driver was coming the other way. Well, I shut my eyes and she shut hers. We got through, thankfully, so no scratches on the motorhome or the new trailer. That's why I was being a little bit careful, Kevin, to be honest with you, mate. Right, here we go then. We are... hold on a minute, I'll tell you after this one. Right, we're starting to get that track clearance, marshal points to the sky, bungee lifts, let's go racing then. And Thompson gets a good start there on that outside line as they're coming up into turn one. That's the thing that's going to sort them all out. And look at them, oh, it's a Melton 11, and he's going backwards in towards the Armco there. And yeah, Ben Harper showing his undercarriage. Yellow flags are being held aloft, so that means we are carrying on with that. And yeah, I think, is he going to get it going? Yeah, he's off. Ben's off, but he's a long way back. But it is Dan Thompson then. York 62 takes him down the hill from the Melton 5 machine. Then we go down to Chris Winnell in the 66, and right on cue, he says, I'm coming up the inside, and he does, and takes that second place. Julian Heath then, Melton 5, drops back down to third, but the three have just broken away from the pack. Joe Doddridge running in fourth place in the Forester Dean 15 machine. Dan Thompson then, he's the one to beat. Then we go down to the Radford 249, and that's Max Haynes. Josh Simpson a place further back in that Scarborough 45 machine. But Chris Winnell, though, is looking, Ben Reed is looking to close that gap as they come down. One more lap to go then. Dan Thompson then from the 66 of Ben Reed, from the Melton 5, Julian Heath, Forester Dean, Joe Doddridge, coming round there as well. And look at this. It's getting up close and personal with half a lap to go. Coming up the hill, it is still that York 62 leading the way, Dan Thompson. But here comes the 66 machine of Ben Reid. Reid side by side. It's Thompson takes it from Reid. Then we go down to Melton 5, Julian Heath. Joe Doddridge in the Forest Dean 15. 249, Max Haynes. Josh Simpson, Spalding 252 of Kevin Glidden. And just coming round to finish off after that the second corner incident, really. Melton 11, Ben Harper across the line. Right, hold on a minute. I'm hearing Heat 1, Race 1 is being rerun, excluding IK 186. And that's Hayden Bushell for contact. And North Shropshire 37 will be on a green flag. Anthony Herbert. Right, let's go down into race 4, and it brings out Scott Leach. Colin Chilvers, the man who had to Tashbrook shave it off to make himself look younger. Tom Ellis, John Marley, Sean Lambert, Andy Pipe, Alex Pudipat, and Dev North. Colin Chilvers, national champion in Class 5, 2000 and 2001. Wow. Sean Lambert comes in as a reserve, so it's always worth driving down and bringing your car down if you're first or second reserve, even third reserve, really. There's a few that have gone on. I don't know if anyone's got the numbers, how many reserves have made it in.
Too many, because I had my car ready to come down. And I'm only half an hour away.
Right, that's it. So here we go then. We are going to look for that track clearance. Here we go then. Let's go racing with the fives. We're off and running. And who's going to get the best of the start? Ellis then takes them up the hill. Chilvers then looking to square the car up as they come round. But it is Tom Ellis then from Colin Chilvers. There's your 1-2. Then we drop down into Dev North machine. Then that's Carlo 37 machine, the Sean Lambert. Lambert's coming on the reserve. North gets it all a little bit wrong. There's a little bit of argy-bargy going on down at the back. But eyes back front, and it is Tom Ellis. Stroud District 33 out of that turn 2, and he's going to come down the hill. Chilvers is right on his tail. Woohoo! Then we go down to Carlo 37. Sydney, it's 23. Alex Pudipak up there into that 4th place as they come back round that Stargate turn. Up the hill they climb again, and it's still that Tom Ellis machine from Colin Chilvers. Chilvers slowing it down, trying to get that tighter inside line, pushes it out wide, but still that first 1-2, but Pudipak looking to come through 4. Then we go Scott Leach, Dev North. Then we've got a couple of back markers there. Joe Pipe in the North Shropshire, Andy Pipe in the 205, and the CY37 of John Marley. But with one more lap to go, they come out of Stargate turn for the penultimate time. It's Tom Ellis then from Colin Chilvers from the 37 machine of Sean Lambert. Pudipat running in that 4th place. Then it's Leachy. Then we go down to Dev North, North Shropshire 205, still working hard. Andy Pipe, CY27. Your race is done, unfortunately, John Marley. But checker flag time. It's Stroud District 33. Tom Ellis takes it from Colin Chilvers. Pudipat just in front of that 37 machine of Sean Lambert. Scott Leach in Scarborough 86. Dev North in the South Somerset 10. North Shropshire 205, Andy Pipe. And then that final place goes to John Marley in CY27. Right, wow, look at this one, Mickey. Heat 1, race 5.
Just an announcement, if that's all right. Yeah, just before we go on to that then, please, there's an announcement for vehicles that need to be moved as they're blocking in the Telford Toilets vehicles. Obviously, it's essential that they can get in and out freely over the weekend. I'm looking at the handwriting here. It's in the camping field, and it's a Jaguar E-Pace, I think. There's which is grey with the number plate LB19. I think it's YYA. That needs to be moved, and also an Audi, a silver Audi, and I think it's the number plate AJ15XGT. If I've got those number plates wrong, but you know your cars are parked over by the Telford Toilets machinery over in the far corner of the top field, then those vehicles do need to be moved as soon as possible, please, for the Telford Toilets machinery to get out. So that's a grey Jaguar LB19YYA and a silver Audi AJ15XGT to be moved immediately. Thank you.
Right, here we go then. It brings out Jaber Smith, 3-time national champion. John Wilde, two-time national champion, and your reigning national champion, Evesham 9, Charlie Holloway. Wow, what a lineup. Alongside that, Dan Morris, Martin Dazelle. We've got Paul Chadburn, Aaron Mason, and Tom Evans in the South Somerset 7, and it's Holloway then on that inside line that's going to take them up into turn 1. 3 abreast, and it is Tom Evans, South Somerset 7, who's spitting himself out down into that first place. Holloway goes with him as well. John Wall, then it's Jaber Smith there in that Ludlow 8. Wow, what a lineup. Ellis has been running super well in the BASt so far this year, and he's taking that form into this first heat of the Nationals down here at South Wales. But it's Holloway then fighting his way back. Holloway then from the Evans machine. Then we go down to John Wild, Ludlow 8 of Jaber Smith. A bit of work to do at the back. That's Radford 19 of Aaron Mason. And that North Wales 918, Dan Morris was on the grass and he's got it back going. But he's going to be right at the back of the pack on that one. But it's Evesham 9 then. Charlie Holloway then, still from the South Somerset 7. Tom Evans goes with him there. John Wiles up into that 3rd place. Jaber Smith still holding that 4th place as they come round and still fighting hard as they go there. Martin Dazelle in the Scunthorpe 77 running in that 5th place as they climb up the hill again, but coming down for the penultimate time. Last lap flag, it's Evesham 9, the reigning champion. Charlie Holloway then, is he going to kick it off with maximum points? As South Somerset 7, Tom Evans goes with him. Evans looking to come up the inside as Holloway says, I'm going to try and close the door. They're paint swapping as they come in at turn 3. It's Evans, got his nose back in front. South Somerset 7, Tom Evans takes it. Holloway's got a problem on board. Jaber Smith, woohoo! Side by side from Wild, from Dazelle, Radford 19 of Aaron Mason. Wow, I couldn't call that for that 2nd place. We'll have to wait for it. White Rose 70 along, that's Paul Chadburn, and North Wales 18 cooking and putting the kettle on there. Dan Morris coming across to finish off. Heat 1, race 5 of the men's class 5s. Sponsored by Griffiths Warehousing and Transport. So I thought it had a clean sweep of 5s, thought it was going to be really good, but we are doing a rerun of race 1. So we move from 5s and we're going to go up into men's super saloons. So I'll tell you what, I've had a little drink of this morning, old Silver Fox. I've had a bit of Monster Energy, the sole energy drink provider this weekend, and I've had a Lando Norris zero sugar. Hey, that's it. Hey, that's good. Actually, it tastes all right, by the way. So thanks for that. It's Punch Energy. Is that the next one, is it? Hey, right, here we go then. Let's go into men's super saloon, sponsored by Pickering Tyres, and it brings out race 1. Well, I'll tell you what, Kerry Pope's out with the boys in Spalding 82. She's a national champion in her own right, and she's done class 7, 8, 9 and 10. Hey, well, she's done that's quite nice, isn't it? Matt Dance is out in that Tyre 30, a class 5 national champion in 2012, trying to see if he can do it in the 7s. He's paired with Marcus Lewis in the Pennine 100. Forrester Dean 62, Darren Hockley. He's paired with Kerry Pope, the Carlo 160, Liam Roach. He's paired with Tom Lewis. Tom Lewis, a Class 1 national champion in 2013. A few years ago that, maybe it is your time, Tom. And then we come out to, a lad who's done all right, isn't he? Scunthorpe 61, Andy Holtby, 7-time national champion. And I was looking at his stats, really. So he wins it back to back, then he has a year off, and then he wins it again. Guess what? This year is his year back. So who knows? But he's paired with Swansea 33. It's Liam Duran. So Liam switching that Rallycross stuff into Autograss. First year, getting the grips. And this year, he's definitely got the grips because he's qualified and he's here at the Men's Nationals, paired all weekend with Andy Holtby. That's going to be some race, isn't it? Oh, definitely so, as they get themselves lined up on that start line. The water's coming down there as well. It's been round the track. Do you know what? We said that at Scunny at the first round of the BAS. They were coming out for a final, and they put a load of water down. I don't know if you remember, but and then we were going to say, well, I'm not sure if that's a good idea, but it turned out to be a brilliant call, didn't it?
Yeah, it's the best race of the weekend, I think, wasn't it? By far. We're all slating the people on the water carts, and oh my God, they've ruined it. But it was awesome.
These boys know what they're doing, don't they? Yeah. We're just mellow fellow commentators, just sat here and talking gibberish. Well, we try to inform, but you know, it's a bit hard, really. So So who's your money on this one then? I'll tell you what, Matt Dance hasn't been slow this year. Kerry Pope, Spalding 82, always in there for a chance. Tom Lewis, board account is 55. Andy Holtby, I mean, greedy in my book, 7 times national champion in Class 7, and Liam Duran. So here we go then. We're looking for track clearance. On your marks, get set, go! We're racing with the Super Saloons, and we are off and running. And taking the Tyre line, it's Duran looking to come round that second turn. But who's coming down? It's Tom Lewis then leads it from Duran. Oh, Matt Danson in the Tyre 30, looking to take the inside line upside the Duran machine. Duran, though, cuts back through and back into that second place. Holtby then starting to make a little bit of a chance. He's got Dance in front of him then. Holtby running that 4th place, but board account is 55. Tom Lewis is absolutely nailing this one at the moment. Holtby up into that second place, CY 160. Liam Roach and over there. Oh no, what's that coming over the hill? It's a monster. No, it's Liam Duran. He's got a problem on board and parked up, and we've gone red. So didn't actually see what was happening up there. We'll have a listen. Oh yeah, and Dancy there with a little bit of a rearranged front end. So there's obviously contact that's been there. We've got Silver Fox going to listen intently to find out what the call is on that. But it all got a little bit Pete Tong, as they say, a little bit Lionel Messi. Yeah. So here we go then. Heat 1, race 2. Brings out Andy Jefferson. Well, he's had flying starts this year, Andy Jefferson, Yorkshire Dale 75. He's paired with North Shropshire 7, Archie Bentley. He's a great young driver, him. Phil Barliman, Pennine 23. Okay, Danu, it's Colin Reed's in that 21 machine. Radford 140, Damien Harris. Cumdy 9, Cameron Mills, 2-time national champion in Class 7 and a 2-time national champion in Class 8. Jake Lee in Scunthorpe 12 and Stroudon District 100, Darren Byard. So they are your runners and riders in that. The only one that's I've just been seeing, right, the race 1 will be rerun excluding Swansea 33. Liam Duran is excluded from rerun. So here we go. Looking for track clearance. We look to that start line. We are going to get ready to go racing down here at the 2025 Men's Nationals. Bungee lifts. Let's go racing then with the Super Saloons. And off we go. Cameron Mills then, Cumdy 9, slingshot there. Archie Bentley's going with him. He's got understeer and goes out wide. Colin Reed looks to come in there. Oh, Reedy! Woohoo! How he saved that. Oh, he gets collected at the game. He's done a... God dear me. You spin me right round, baby, Colin Reed. He can't believe it. He's just come back from holiday. You thought he was back on the plane as he took off. But just leading this one then. It's Cumdy 9, it's Cameron Mills from the Andy Jefferson machine, then it's Bentley, Damien Harris is there, Barliman goes with him, then it's Byard coming through, Jake Lee in Scunthorpe 12, and a long way back, oh, Colin Reed, Central Scotland 21, he's got some work to do and he's not going to make it up, is he? It's Cameron Mills, absolutely flying down into turn 3 goes, Andy Jefferson goes with him in the Yorkshire Dales at 75, out of Stargate turn and he climbs the hill. I tell you what, he's definitely going to be one to watch, and Cameron Mills on a charge, on a mission. as he comes round to pick up the last lap flag. One more lap to go. Andy Jeffson holding a strong second place at the moment. Archie Bentley goes with him, North Shropshire 7. Barleyman in front of Damien Harris now in the 140. Darren Byard in the 100 machine. Then Jake Lee and Scunthorpe at 12. And then Colin Reid into that final corner as Kundi 9 then takes the checkered flag and down the hill he goes. Woohoo! Cameron Wills takes the win from Andy Jeffson, Yorkshire 75, from the North Shropshire 7, Archie Bentley. Barleyman, Damien Harris, Stroud and District 1 and Darren Byard, Scunthorpe 12 of Jake Lee. And then last but not least, Central Scotland 21. He was doing so well, then spun it round. He went up in the air. Oh, he thought he'd collected it, and then he went round again. Oh, all eventful. It's like being on a fairground ride, that, wouldn't it? Well, he won't thank me for saying that, but never mind. Right, here we go then. We're already going into race 3. Oh, my life. We've got Tom Boardman, Craig Bagley, Martin Tinker and Sam Gould, all national title holders. Tom Boardman in the juniors in 1999. And here we go then. We are off and racing with the men's Super Saloons. And this Boardman's got a great start in the LM277. I've seen him, he's been tinkering with it all over the last couple of days, and it's paying off as he comes down the hill from Gouldy then. Kundi to Craig Bagley then, running in that third place, and Boardman still protecting that lead as the North Shropshire 34 machine of Sam Gould won the Class 3 national title 3 times and also won it in Class 9 in 2013. And he's trying his hardest, but Boardman then from Gouldy, from Bagley. Then we go to Ellison, then it's Redding, Kevin Atkins there as well. Tinker in the York 10 and another place back as they come round there as well. Leading in there, Ollie Eggleton in the IK 149. And then that final place is Wessex 11 of Ray Wyeth. But as they come down the hill, it's Tom Boardman then from Gouldy then as they into that play. Gouldy looking for the cut back up the inside. Boardman just holding off that charge coming out of Stargate turn, climbing up the hill. Boardman's up the Armco, lifting up the front wheels, showing his undercarriage. He's misses as they come out of that top turn. Down the hill they go. One more lap to go. Boardman from Gouldy, from Bagley who's having that third place. Ellison into fourth place. Round that Stargate turn, they're going to come up the hill. Gouldy's got his nose in front. Boardman goes for him as well. Up into turn 1. It's Boardman back in front. Gouldy looks for the cut back up there. Bagley looking to come through the middle. Oh my life. It's Boardman from Bagley, from Gould, from Ellison, from Reverend Kevin Atkins. Eggleton there. York 10 across the line as well. Martin Tinker. Wessex 11. Ray Wyeth. Wow. Dear me, my voice, I thought my voice was going then. I think what I need is a sip of Monster Energy Lando Norris. That's what we're going to go for. Lovely jubbly. Right, Heat 1, Race 4. Oh, my life. It doesn't ease up, does it? 11-time national titles in seniors and 1 in the junior saloons. Who am I talking about? Yes, you know. It's Phil Cooper, ARC 5. He's paired with Radford 176, Simon Hawthorne. Then we go down to pairing N. It's Scunthorpe 383, Dan Johnson. Dan Johnson looking to pick up his first national title. He's got a junior title in the 2004. And he's paired with Matt Thompson, South Somerset 36. Matt, a Class 4 national champion twice. And he's also a Class 7 national champion in 2006. Right, pairings O, North Wales 199, Sid Lomax. From Jack Houlihan in West Waterford 358. And the final pairing P is Scarborough 83, Mally Wing in Scarborough Machine. He's also quick. You'll see him come off the line. He's like a rocket. And he's paired with St Neots 272. And that is Dan Harrison. So, yeah, brilliant racing there. That last race, you just knew it, didn't you? When you've got former national champions in there, they know how to do it, don't they? They certainly do, Mickey. And Tom Boardman there, I honestly thought he'd thrown it away then. Come out, clip the Armco on that far side, climbed up, lifted the front wheels up, but he managed to land it back and then go on to win it. I mean, hats off to you, Tom. When I walk back round tonight, I'll come and say hello to you, because that was a great drive with so much pressure that was being applied by the guys around you. Bagley, I thought, nearly came through the middle of them coming out of that final turn. And as I say, Ayrton Ellison was up there in the mix as well. But Gouldy always puts on a great show. And if that's how the racing's going to go this weekend, well, we'll be superly impressed. And yeah, we'll create a great show. 2025 Men's Nationals. And we're just waiting for the Bowsers to go off track. We'll then hear those engines revving on there, and we'll see who's going to come out there. Looks like Johnson's going from that outside grid position, and slightly different colours, but I can see the orange. Here we go then, and he's got a good start there, but also Cooper's going up the hill, ARC5 then, so it's Cooper from Johnson. And Cooper going wide as Johnson going to cut through. Oh, who's come through the middle there? It's Jack Houlihan. Houlihan up into that third place. Then Matt Thompson in South Somerset, 36. Simon Hawthorne in Radford, 176. A place further back. But it's Cooper leading then as he climbs up the hill. He's got Johnson behind him in that second place. Houlihan up in the third as they bring it out of turn 2 and down the hill. Woohoo! And it's going to be Johnson finds that inside line. As Cooper then's going to look for the cutback, or is it going to be put down wide? Cooper goes wide, Johnson looks for it, coming back up the inside. It's Johnson then, got his nose in front and starts to pull away, but he'll get reeled in by Cooper. His go where Houlihan still running in that third place, and then Matt Thompson in South Somerset, 36 running. There's your top 4 as they come down the hill. Then it's Simon Hawthorne in that fifth place. Then it's Mallywing from that North Wales 190. That's Lomax and Mallywing having a little bit of paint swapping as they come down there. And that final place is Dan Harrison in St Neots 272. But picking up the last lap flag. Wow, that's come round quick, isn't it? Dan Johnson. Scunthorpe 383 then from ARC5, Phil Cooper. Second place, Houlihan running in that third place in West Waterford 358. Then Simon Hawthorne holding fourth place, climbing up the hill. Already it's had the dust flicking off it as they come up there. Matt Thompson finds a place up as well, but Dan Johnson takes the win. Scunthorpe 383 from ARC5, Phil Cooper. Houlihan in the 358, Matt Thompson, Simon Hawthorne, Lomax across the line from 83 and Mallywing. And then Dan Harrison in St Neots 272. So race 4 navigated. We go into race 5, and it brings out our lady driver, Yorkshire Dales 514, Ali Ashmore. Well, Ali, in the ladies, you won the Class 7 title twice, and in Class 10, you won it once in your last time, 2021. So mixing it with the boys. Coming in as a reserve, Gloucester and District 19, Alan Henschke, PhD 147, Dan Thomas. Well, a few have got their money on Dan doing something this weekend. Down 26, Howard Thomas, Andy Graney, Pennine 8, IK 130, Jack Bromley, down 120, Barry Leach, and Simon Pallett in Spalding 65. So they're your runners and riders for this last scheduled race of the men's Super Saloon. Sponsored this weekend by Pickering Tyres. And yeah, thank you to all our sponsors. You know, I think everything's sponsored, even me underpants. No, I'm only joking. Right, here we go then, bungee lifts. We are off and racing. And I told you that he's going to on for a mission. Dan Thomas then takes them into turn 1. And down the hill they go. Who's going to go with him then? Alan Henschke up there, Andy Graney. Then Ali Ashmore in the Yorkshire Dales 514. Ali Ashmore went from 4th. Can she get the grip? No, struggled a bit. But she's made a place up into that third place. She's going to push for 2nd. And I tell you what, it's all swapping and change. I think Howard Thomas has come through up into 2nd place. Still leading though. Dan Thomas then from Howard Thomas. Andy Graney from Ali Ashmore down 120. Starting to make a show. That's Barry Leach come down there as well. And then we got those lads that are struggling a little bit. I tell you what, I think that's Jack Bromley right at the back of the pack, so he'll need to get his foot down to make some space up. But look at this, PhD 147, Dan Thomas, but look at the chasing back. Howard Thomas then under pressure then. Barry Leach is looking for a move up the inside there as they come round the outside, and that 3 Alan Henschke machine as well. Oh, this is all battling on. I'll tell you what, he's leading this one like Billy No Mates. He's out in front. Dan Thomas, let's just keep our eyes on this second place battle. And it is the down 120, Barry Leach then. But Howard Thomas then comes through as well in that other machine from the down club. So who's going to come through and take that second place? We know who's won it. Wow, the PhD 147, Dan Thomas. But it's going to be a chase for the line now, and it's going to be Barry Leach takes it from the other Thomas machine, Andy Graney, Ali Ashmore, Henschke across the line. Then we're going down to Spalding 65 of Simon Pallett. Then it's Jack Bromley in the IK 130. So well done there to our Super Saloons. We've got a rerun to come in the 7s, a rerun to come in the 5s. And talking about reruns, it's over to the Voice of an Angel for men's Class 1.
Yeah, I want to know though, if woohoo is going down the hill, what's the noise for going up the hill? You should have said that because nobody heard what I heard. Yeah, we've got a rerun of the very first race of Class 1 of the weekend, a full re-race. Not sure on the reasoning behind it, but down there we've got Conor Griffiths in TA16, George Taylor in Cundee 711, Riley Diaper in Forest number 3, Jason Saunders in Wessex number 1, Jamie Weil in Cork number 60, Phil Clark in Spalding 85, Jordan Painter in Scunthorpe 364, and Nick Stepney in Carmarthen number 5. And we have a full complement, so no breakages, no stoppages in the first run. So we have 8 cars and drivers, and I think there's another public service announcement.
Yeah, all you kids out there, get yourself trackside. The special guests have arrived. Come and meet them. Have your picture taken with them. You know, it's all free. You know, it's all part of the service.
I thought they might have thought that the Teletubbies were here with me being sat in here. Oh. So, yeah, public service announcement number 1 done.
Yeah, number 2 is that we're still having issues with cycling in the spectator area. And the officials have just asked me to tell you, please, in the spectator area, get off your bikes and just walk them, and your scooters, because we've already had a couple of incidents where people getting run over. Yeah, so please, I know you got to have push bikes, I've got mine, but just in spectator area, please walk them round and then cycle everywhere else. Thank you.
And thanks to all the commentators that are joining us here this weekend, bringing the Nationals to you if you're sat at home watching live in your living room. And if you are trackside, then obviously hoping that as we make our way through the first round of qualifying, that you are all entertained by the voices that you've previously heard and will continue to hear throughout the weekend. A couple of reruns I've got then down there on the line. We've got the rerun of Class 1, Heat 1, Race 1. That's currently on the line. If you're watching the live stream as well, then we've got a rerun of Class 3 down there, and that's going to be the rerun of Race 2 of Heat number 1, the one that brings out the defending champion, excluding Jordan Spavins in IK 451 for dangerous driving into turn 1. There is also another outstanding rerun of Class 3. Race 4 will be coming up a little bit later on, I would assume, now as we can begin to see Class 9 machines making their way to the lineup. So I'd assume that the Class 3 rerun involving Carmarthen number 7, where there was a black flag for Vernon McKenzie in Cambridge 442. That's going to go possibly after the Class 9s, because if we watch the holding lines, there are 2 reruns of there are 2 reruns of Class 3 to come. It certainly is race number 2 that's down there behind this lineup of Class 1s, and I'd assume then that the rerun of race 4 will go either in the middle or after the first round of qualifying of the Class 9s. Class 1 are sponsored all weekend here at the SDG UK and PRG Trailers sponsored Men's Nationals by CW Motorsport. And on that note, we are good to go. We're under starters orders, and the first 2 to make the break up the hill for the first time. The noise that Mickey B actually made when I asked the question earlier was Brr. So they go up the hill, and it is Wessex number 1 that's got that inside line. Conor Griffiths not using the same line through turn 1 and 2 this time, and he's now going to try and cut back to that inside line and hug the cones through turn 3 and 4. He's got that inside line, but whether he's got the momentum is another issue, because it looks like it's the Southern League machine of Wessex number 1 that just pops out on top as they make their way up the hill for the second time. That's going to be the noise of the weekend now. Connor's through on the inside though in the TA16 machine, and he is a crafty little driver, isn't he? And he's flying the flag for the Tyre club and the Red Welsh Dragon, and the son is listening and watching Daddy on as well. So he's there. He's got about 2-3 car lengths clear of Riley Diper now, who's through around the outside of Jason Saunders in the Wessex number 1 machine, and George Taylor's there in 4th in Cumdee 711. But once again, taking that wide line this time is Conor Griffiths in TA16. He's keeping the momentum up, and is that going to pay dividends around this Castlehyde Raceway? Obviously, he's had to race a couple of times this season to defend his title here this weekend. Hasn't done all the club meetings, I don't think, but he certainly does know his way around the Castlehyde Raceway, and pretty much he's got a Class 1 racing head like his father and mother had, and he knows every line around every circuit almost, doesn't he? But TA16 and Conor Griffiths just keeping up the family name and making his way through the pits turn with just one more lap to go, as Riley Diper from the Gloucester League is leading the chase there in that second position, taking a wide line up with a double Armco. Jason Saunders trying to sniff a gap on the inside. He's through cleanly in Wessex number 1, so he's got his bonnet in front for 45 points. But woohoo! Down the hill comes Conor Griffiths in TA16 from Wessex number 1, 3F, Cumdee 711. Phil Clark takes 5th in Spalding 85 from Jamie Weil in Cumdee number 60. Nick Stepney in Commander number 5, and Jordan Painter in Scunthorpe 364. And that then I think does then round out your first race of the first round of qualifying of Class 1. Still a rerun to come of race 3. Can't quite see them down there in the lines at the moment, but we've got a rerun of Class 3 race 2 down there on the line, excluding Jordan Spavins in IK 451. What we have got down there though is Adrian Joyce in Wessex 22. We've got the Scunthorpe 312 machine, just a little bit of movement there, so let's hope he's not too eager, because any movement is a black. And he's down there in grid number 3. Next to him is Russ Tinker in York number 4, who starts in grid number 4. Next to him is the Yorkshire Dales machine of Simon Farah, Yorkshire Dales 24. Then it's the Charlie Holloway, the defending Class 5 champion. I think he's qualified for the Class 3. He starts in grid 6 next to the defending champion, who seems to have had a good start there that time, but once again it's the 35 of Yorkshire Dales 24 that leads into turn 1. Ryan Power on the brakes and creeping on the cones, trying to cut the cones on that inside line, but he finds himself back in about 4th or 5th. That's how far to pull away down the hill for the first time. The whole bunch of Class 3s then lead the chase almost, but the first one to emerge to lead the chase up the hill is Russ Tinker in York number 4 from the Southern Leagues, Wessex 22. Adrian Joyce is there in that 3rd spot. The Map League's top qualifier, Charlie Holloway in Evesham 34, is there in 4th, just getting his front end tagged by the Wessex machine of Joyce. Scunthorpe 312 seems to have come up from 6th to about 3rd. That's the CGTRO's Tom Hall back there battling side by side with Charlie Holloway in Evesham 34, and it's the defending champion who starts almost at the back of the pack, Ryan Power in Scunthorpe number 98. But like somebody said yesterday, it's only one race you need to win this weekend, and that's the final. But you got to get there in the first place. But it is Simon Farah then, the Yorkshire Dales 24 machine, just kicking up the dust. And there's not much dust, to be fair, into the face of Russ Tinker in York number 4. You're 1 and 2 pulling away from Aaron McKenzie. The first time we mentioned him, the first time I actually realised he's there in 3rd. And he's going on to his final circuit ahead of Tom Hall and Charlie Holloway. Ryan Power and Adrian Joyce flagging. Oh, we've got a puncher on board the Wessex 22 machine at the tail end of the field. But it's Farah sideways and up the hill for the final time. Yorkshire Dales 24 then takes the win with about 10-15 car lengths clear over Russ Tinker in York number 4, Aaron McKenzie, Charlie Holloway, Tom Hall, Ryan Power, and finally then cruising across the line to round it all out for that rerun is going to be Adrian Joyce in Wessex number 22. So we've gone through the Stock hatches, 1s, 3s, 5s, 7s, and now for the first time this weekend, we're going to have open wheel machines. Oh, just hearing from that last race, Russ Tinker in York number 4 is going to pick up a green flag for contact. That's the latest news I have on that one. For the first time this weekend, we're going to hear the Class 9s and see the Class 9s, but not for the first time. I'll hand you over to Mr. Kevin Herdman.
Yeah, thank you very much, Gareth. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the National Autograss Championships here and men's Class 9. So in Heat 1, in Race 1, we'll feature Max Holtby, Jeff Montgomery, Carl Roberts, Travis Kirk, Gary Wetherick, Marcus Mills, and Harry Wallace. Alongside him will be Adam Robinson. That's your runners in the 9s. I think we're going to have a little bit of track work, so we'll just go through those properly. But we have seen some great racing already, haven't we? And we've got more to come, that's for sure. There's 40 top Class 9 drivers here this weekend, and all wanting to go for the big one. They want to take that crown off Andy Hornshaw. We will see Andy, I think, out in, I'm just trying to see which race, I think in race 3, and of course he will be looking to defend that crown. Many thanks to sponsors this weekend, our overall sponsors, SDG UK and PRG Trailers, for sponsoring the whole of the 2025 Nationals, and a special thank you to KP Thomas and Sons, our main sponsors here for men's Class 9. Well, it's been good so far. Let's hope that carries on. What a fantastic venue we've got the privilege of racing on this weekend. A huge thank you to the South Wales League for the effort that they've put in. A massive thank you also to the marshals who worked tirelessly all weekend. And we always forget, next door in the lap scoring ladies and men, there is actually, because Jason's in there as well, who put in a 10-hour shift at all the big meetings with very little accolades. A huge thank you to them, the lap scoring men and ladies next door to us. But what a venue. It is absolutely superb. It's looking good over there. The grandstand looks good. Can you hear me in the grandstand, guys? Give us a wave if you can, just to let us know. Yeah. So we'll have a walk round. Well done, guys. We'll have a walk round and see who's where a little bit later on, so that we can get you shouting and bawling and screaming as you cheer on all your members. But yeah, looking down to the line then, they've done that little bit of work down there. So we are waiting then for Scunny 6, Max Holtby, Jeff Montgomery in Invicta Kent 89, North Wales 89 will be Carl Roberts, Travis Kirk in Star 65, South Somerset 99 will be there, Gary Wetherick, Marcus Mills in Ludlow 3, Harry Wallace in the 777 machine from the Mountain Club, and Adam Robinson in North Shropshire 71. So they're certainly firing a bit of water down to try and keep this track in tip-top condition. A massive amount of work's been done on this track. It's always good, but it's going to be even better this weekend with the huge effort that the league have put in to get this meeting on. And we, as I said, we have seen some good racing so far, and there's better to come. Won't be long now as we look out to the sea. The sun's shining a bit out there. It's gone a bit chilly in here, I've got to say, although we're nice and snug in the commentary box provided by the league, and plenty of drinks in here. We've got Monster Energy all over the place. They're the sole provider of drinks, energy drinks here this weekend. Personally, I'd rather have a bottle of water. But then, if I get that stuff down me, I'm as high as a kite. I'm as high as a kite on a bottle of squash. So anything else isn't much good to me. But anyway, I hope you're enjoying yourself at home and the coverage at home. If you should be here, mind, because it's fantastic. It's great value for money, and wherever you are in the country, really, you ought to be here. But if you're not and you're watching on BAStv, then a huge thank you to them who've put that on. The TV coverage is amazing. but send us a message. We're not supposed to do birthdays and things here at the Nationals, but we always do. but we always do. But if you can't get hold of us, just send us a text. I'll give you some numbers in a minute. Okay, we've got confirmation then of race 3 of men's class 1. It's race 3, and it's going to be a complete re-race. It's going to be rerun with everybody in. Okay, guys. Right, George Watley, Sam Appleton, James Parnell, Steve McCready, Chris Dazal, Ollie Hadley, Will Henry, and I think Mike Daly. He was in the race, so you've got a cross against his name here. But anyway, if you're in spectator land, you need to get back down to your cars so that you can get involved in that rerun, re-race. I'm not actually quite sure what I'm going to call it, but anyway. So if you know any of those guys and they're sat about having a cup of tea or whatever, please get them down back into the pits. So yeah, I was saying earlier then, if you're at home or abroad or wherever you are watching on Tinternet, then send us a message. Even if you're here, then you'll have a job to get into the area where the commentary and lap scoring ladies are. It's like a prison in here. We're all gated in. But send us a text 079 66146 781. No dodgy ones, because I read them before I read them out. So Mr. Arsehole and all them sort of people, I don't want any texts from you, but send us a text 07966 146 781, or you can get us on Messenger. Right, how we doing? Looking down onto the track, the water carts, or one's made the way off. They're still watering that start line. And there's still a little bit of work going on down there. And they've held the cars back, obviously, is that they don't want to be drenching them as they sort the start line out. So just a little bit of downtime. So have a wander over to the trade stands. We've got loads of raffles as well. UK Autograss are sponsoring a raffle for a Class 1. I think it's going to be drawn at the ladies and juniors, but there's an amazing Class 1 that's been donated by all sorts of people. I haven't got the list, but the engine's been donated, the shell's been donated, the wheels, the tyres, everything has been donated by drivers of the UK Autograss, drivers and people involved with it. And the tickets are a tenner each. They're right down there in the far corner by the towards the start line, really. Pop down there, you can get yourself a tenner, and you could win a top quality Class 1. So that's well worth a punt, and the money going to MND, I believe. So all going for charity. We've got the men's national raffle supporting now. I'm not sure, I know the Christie organisation. We'll talk about that in a while, because we're going to go racing. Heat 1, race 1 of the KP Thomas and Sons men's Class 9 gets underway as they fly up the bank for the very first time. Adam Robinson's looking very quick out of that gate, and it is Robinson that takes them round. Then South Somerset 99, Star 65 are the next two to follow. Travis Kirk and the South Somerset machine, piloted by Gary Wetherick, and it's Gary that's got clear in second. We're going to get a challenge now for third place as well. I think that's North Wales 89, but already the race leader pulling a fair old lead. North Shropshire 71 from South Somerset 99, Star 65, Scunny 6. They're up into fourth place now. Max Holtby. Max, of course, former junior champion and running very strongly at in the BAS in this Class 9, but back there in fourth at the moment as the race leader motors on. He's a mile in front already. North Shropshire 71. The race on the field is for second. South Somerset 99 leading that battle. Gary Wetherick holding off the challenge of Star 65, Travis Kirk, who's coming under strong challenge himself now from Holtby. That's the 1, 2, 3 and 4. Then Marcus Mills is back there in fifth place as the race leader moves on to his last lap. Well clear behind Millsy challenging is Melton 777, then North Wales 89, and finally Jeff Montgomery and Invicta Kent 89. But we go back to the race leader, Adam Robinson. Came out the gate like a ferret down a hole, and he's won this in some fine style. North Shropshire 71 takes the win then. In second place, South Somerset 99 for Star 65, Scunny 6, Ludlow 3, Melton 777 and Invicta Kent 89. Last but not least, North Wales 89, done and dusted. So what a fine drive and a fine win for Adam Robinson. 55 points in the bag. Okay, guys, we got to get this one sorted with the bikes and everything. I'll tell you about it, as you know, I'm going to say. But we're going to move on to race 2, featuring pinches. Thomas Lloyd, Barry Ashmore, Mark Barker, Mike Bailey, Jay Gallagher, Lee Waldron and Joe Bora are your runners. And who's going to bring us round? It's LM13, your race leader, Jay Gallagher. Absolutely flew it. Oh, we've got contact into this final corner, but Lee Waldron's managed to avoid it. He's up into second. Sam Pinches has managed to avoid it, and he's up into third. And then just tucked in behind him is Jay Gallagher as they bring him round once again then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are clear. 13 from 4. Bradford 35, Tyfey 31, Mark Barker and Evesham 26, and Tyfey 42, Thomas Lloyd with one more to go, and that's Invicta Kent 129, Lee Bora, but oh no, we've got one more behind him. And that's Yorkshire Dales 154, so that problem on that last corner certainly has spread the pack out, but it's no problem for Jay Gallagher in LM13, still being chased on. Bitterly bad luck for Waldron last weekend, or a couple of weekends ago at the BAS, but running very strongly there in second place. Pinches is still there in third, the back marker in amongst those, so it's still 13. From 4, from 35, then Evesham 26, Tyfey 31, Tyfey 42, with 2 more, as I say, the one back marker in amongst the lead cars, and Invicta Kent 129, Joe Bora having problems on this top corner. No problems though, it's checkered flag. LM13 takes the win then. Oh, Pinches snatches second place from Waldron in third. Evesham 26 takes 4th, Tyfey 31. Then Tyfey 42, Thomas Lloyd, a couple more to go. And those 2 are Invicta Kent, 129, and then the Yorkshire Dales, 154. Poor old Barry Ashmore, not with the best of luck. But picks up last place points, and last place points are better than no place points. Okay, very quickly, once again, more officials coming to see us, and more officials saying cycling is not allowed anymore in the spectator area. If you've got a bike or a scooter just in the spectator area, you've got to push it, okay? Thank you. Got a few texts coming through on 07966146781. We'll read those out when we can. We're back to the important stuff, the racing. Heat 1, race 3 of the KP Thomas and Sons sponsored men's class 9 will feature Lee Seagraves, a multinational champion is Lee in ARC number 3, Jason Bennett in Forest number 9, Jimmy Smith in Ludlow 80. I think Jimmy was a national champion at one time or another as well, or if he wasn't, he wasn't far off it. Lewis Farrer will be there in Yorkshire Dales 42. So will Matty Jones in S number 8. Zach Mills in Ludlow 12. And Barry Smythe in CY number 9. And then your current Class 9 National Championship champion, Andy Hornshaw in York 78. So what a strong heat that's going to be. They're all strong heats, mine, at the Nationals. So we look forward to this one very shortly, and still a little bit of track work going on the field. So let's have a look and see if we got a few messages that we can read out. Okay, Barry Ashmore, oh, we just missed him, but Barry, it's a happy birthday today for you. And that's from his big sister Nicola. So you've just seen Barry didn't have the best of luck in that one, that's for sure. But so not the happiest of birthdays so far, but he's here at the National. So happy birthday to you, Barry. Let's hope it gets a little bit better for you as the weekend progresses. Okay, what have we got one here now? We've got another one. A massive good luck to everybody who's taking part in the men's nationals. Helen and Troy Simmons. I shouldn't read this out really. So loving the commentary, especially from our absolute favourite Mickey B. I was going to edit that, but so thank you, Helen and Troy, for that one. Oh, we've got some poems coming through as well. Do you remember? I think it was last year or a couple of years ago. We had some amazing poems that people sent in, and most of them were very good. Some were a little bit rude, so we couldn't read them all out. I've had another one come through, but it's quite long. It's called Grass Track. I'll read that out a little bit later on when we have a little bit more down time, and I've checked it for no naughty words as well. So certainly put some effort into this track, that's for sure. Want to keep it in tip-top condition. I know we all want to get on and see the racing, but these guys do know what they're doing with track maintenance, and they want to keep it in tip-top condition all the way through the weekend, not just for the first day. That's why you're seeing a lot of work going on at the moment, and they will carry on with it. Very proud they are down here in the South Wales League of what they do and how they do it. So we'll let them get on with it, and we'll be back racing very shortly. Right, the De Croo family, they wishing everybody good luck, especially Pip, Travis, Matthew, and that's from Lizzie De Croo. So thank you. Anybody abroad? Have we got many people watching abroad this time around? Oh, I tell you, I can't get used to this fork. I'm trying to get messages up, and I've got my Morrison's Moore card on, and I don't even use it. Give me another one, Finn. There we go. Kevin and Terry Mumford, listening in Vienna. Say, enjoy the racing, everybody. So there you go, that's the first one from aboard. Good luck from everybody in North Shropshire. We're watching at home. That's Isabella and Harper, shouting for Daddy and Grandad Gould. And maybe Uncle Benny, depending if they get on board the Class 4s. But anyway, well done. That's Becky Smith then sending us a message. Why are you here then, Becky? Oh, see, here's another one. Now, why should I be reading this out? This is an anonymous one, so I reckon this is from Mickey B himself. It says, Mickey B is the best commentator, best one-liners. Here's just one for... He's just here for something else. Woohoo! So I think Mickey B sent that in himself. He keeps getting all these messages to say how wonderful he is. Mickey, get off the phone. So I was talking earlier about the raffles. Now the men's national raffle supporting, now I think it's TFN. The Christie, that's a cancer charity, and Michaela's Mountain Moments. Michaela and her chums climbed 3 mountains for something to do last week. They must want their head looking. But they've raised an amazing amount of money so far for charity. I'm not sure where you buy the raffle tickets. I would imagine they're in the trade stand somewhere. But if you want some raffle tickets, there's loads of prizes. White Lego monster truck and football set. There's a green Lego monster truck and football set. Daft stuff. Loads of garage essential stuff. TFR wash sets. WD-40, all sorts. Anyway, the raffle tickets aren't a lot of money, and it's supporting a great cause. So to be in with a chance of winning one of those fantastic prizes, that's the men's national raffle. As I say, I'll find out for definite where you can buy them. And you know, I told you about the UK raffle for the car, donated by loads of people that are associated with UK. Class 1 car down there on their stand, a tenner a ticket. And again, all the money is going to the MND charity. Great cause again. So I mean, it's mad that all these charities have to beg for money, really. I've got to say, they should all be funded out of the public purse, but they ain't, so we have to do it. And And then there was a tombola going on behind me for another charity. I'll find out the details of that. So if you've got a few spare quid, even if it's only a couple of pounds, go to these charity things, give them your money, because a couple of pound here, a couple of pound there makes up a lot. Okay, so Helen and Troy, have you redeemed yourself? They said, we love you too, Silver Fox. So there you go. I'll read some more of your messages out in a minute. But I think Mickey B's texting all these wonderful messages in. Okay, how are we doing now? Well, we've still got marshals on the track. So, really, I ought to shut up for a minute, hadn't I? Go and get yourself a cup of tea, look. There's brilliant burger stands and tea vans and all sorts going on here. Then, I know a lot of the burger vans are from Map Country, and I can tell you, they are fantastic. So, go and get yourself something to eat or have a cup of tea for a minute. Or if you sneak up to the Monster Energy stand, I did hear they were giving away a few cans here and there. So anyway, marshals are ready. So we're going to go on with race 3 then. And off we go. Water's down. It's a good clean break. Seagraves haven't got the best of starts, that's for sure, as they go over there on the far side. Hornshaw was very quick out of the gate. Now, can he make that pay? Oh, he gets a bit of contact, a bit of paint swapping. Jimmy Smith goes through. And it's CY9, Barry Smythe, who perhaps has got his nose in front, but there's 3 cars side by side as they exit that bottom turn. Then they get sorted out. Some have gone wide, some have cut up the inside. Keep your eye out for Seagraves. Had an awful start, but for somehow he's managed to get up into 3rd place, and he'll be looking for the big win. As will Hornshaw in York 78. Jimmy Smith now favouring the outside line, and that's a very brave move. He's lost a bit of ground, but he'll pick it back up as he goes over there on the far side. Seagraves, told you, keep your eye on him. He's up into 2nd place now in ARC3 from last day at the gate pretty well. Fighting hard against Hornshaw. Smith's there in 3rd, then Yorkshire Dales 42, Swansea 8, CY9, 9F, and Ludlow 12 it is that's bringing up the rear. There's Seagraves now up into the lead as he goes up there, climbs up the bank with a couple of laps to go, or a lap and a half to go. And round he comes, ARC3, Andy Hornshaw still there in 2nd, Jimmy Smith in 3rd, and Lewis Farrer in that 4th place. But Lewin's coming a strong challenge now from Barry Smythe as he goes over there on the far side, and S8 as well. Matty Jones making up a place as well, but it's checkered flag, and it is Lee Seagraves that takes the checkered flag. Jimmy Smith 2nd, Hornshaw takes 3rd. We had red flags with a car over there. Oh, has a car gone over on his roof over there on the top turn? Is that Barry Smythe that went over on his roof? So I would imagine that race will stand. I'm only saying that from a commentator because the lead car had taken the checkered flag, so it will stand, I'm sure. But Barry Smythe then, the unfortunate recipient of that incident over there on the far side. And let's hope Barry's okay. Yeah, I think he's out of the car by the looks of it. So I didn't actually see the incident. Yeah, he's out of the car, must be, because they're rolling it back on to its wheels very quickly. Yeah, and very typical then, Barry having a good look round the car to see what's wrong. So we'll let you know on that one. As I said, it's not 100%. I would imagine that a stand because the lead car is just the incident towards the middle of the field that we'll need dealing with. Okay, so what else have we got? We've got race 4 down there on the line. And race 4 will feature PhD number 9, 8 Llewellyn, Mitch Hollingsby in Mountain 888, Mike Lydiot in 309 from the Forest Club. Neil Tivey will be there in West Waterford, 144. Aaron Richardson in Pennine number 5. Ben Wilson in where we gone? In Scarborough number 40. Andy Adams in Radford, number 12, and Sean Roberts in North Wales 17. That's your runners in Heat 1, Race 4 of Men's Class 9. Well, so still the water goes down, and just right round the outside now. Just to see, as I said, they're trying out their hardest to keep this track in tip-top condition, grading and watering, and any available time that they can. But I think everything's sorted out over there on the far side, so hopefully we'll be able to crack on very shortly with Heat 1, Race 4 of the KP Thomas & Son sponsored Men's Class 9. If you're wondering why you haven't heard Steve Langley today, I think Steve's done about the Nationals for, well, I don't know how many years, ever since he's been on the mic. He's not here today because he's got a very important wedding to go to. Not his own, not another one. I know he likes wedding cake, but not that much. Sally's, I think him and Sally are very, very, very good together. So you don't got to worry about that. But Steve Langley will be here tomorrow to help us with the commentary. And I think he's done it for about 300 years. So didn't want to miss out, but didn't have a lot of choice, obviously, this time around. Right, so we've got an announcement with the last race, race 3 then, S8 will be black flag, so poor old Matty Jones will pick up a black flag for contact in that one. Apart from that, the race stands as they came across the line. Right, yellow flags are down, and we're going racing as the bungee goes up in race 4 of the KP Thomas & Son sponsored Men's Class 9. So out of the gate, they all come fairly evenly, or a little bit of contact there. Who's going to be first to show? Andy Adams is quick, but so is Lydia in 309F. As the yellow flags are flying, we've got a car parked up over there on the far side. I think it's Sean Roberts, but it's Andy Adams in the Radford 12 then. That brings him up the bank and round the grandstand turn for the second time of asking. Race order then, Radford 12 from PhD number 9 up in the second, 399F. Then Pennine 5, Aaron Richardson made up ground on that one as well, and Aaron is up in the 4th as Adams loses a bit of ground on that top bank. And then we've got Neil Tivey also trying to get in amongst it now, but it's still Andrew Adams with 2 to go. Radford 12 being chased hard now by Aidan Llewellyn, who's looking to take the outside line. Adams turning cautious, taking the inside line. Lydiot still there in that 3rd place, but he's a fair way down now from Aaron Richardson, who's there in 4th, and Aaron looking to go through into that 4th place, but Adams moves on to his last lap. Radford 12, PhD 9, 309F, West Warnerville 144, then Pennine 5, Mountain 888. And Scarborough 40 is your back marker. Last chance then over there on the far side. Adams keeping a very conservative line there round the grandstand turn for the final time. It's checkered flag. Oh, is he going to hang on? No, I don't know. I think maybe. Oh, P89 first or second, 309F, West Waterford, Pennine, then Mountain and Scarborough 40. Not a clue. I thought the Aidan Llewellyn pipped him on the line, but then Adams seemed to find a little bit of grip, so very close. We'll have to find out from the lap scoring ladies who won that one. My, what a race that was. Right, we'll give you confirmation of that as soon as we get it. We're going to move on to race 5. And that will feature L34 Joe Aldridge, Matt Rigby in Nottingham 270, James Heselton in Scunny 75, Jamie Hollinsby in Radford 82, Luke Jenkins in PhD 7, Jack Joyce in Wessex 2, Katie Adaman, the only lady racing with the men in Class 9 in Yorkshire Dales number 6, and Dave Palmer in North Wales 31. Confirmation, Andrew Adams then sneaked that win in that last race by an absolute gnat's whisker. But what a race it was. Right, race 5, here we go. KP Thomas and Son sponsored. Race 5 in men's Class 9. Away we go then. Good clean break, who's quick? Very quick out of the gate, Katie Adaman then. Go on, girl, show the men the way round at the moment as she comes round that top turn for the very first time. It is York 6 from Wessex 2, Joycey there. Then Scunny 75, James Heselton very much in amongst it, trying to get up the inside, not quite making it stick this time around. Then I think that's Matt Rigby who's got up into the 4th place, but Katie Adaman is away and gone. I've got to say, I love to see the ladies when they stick it up the men there. Wessex 2 at the moment with no answer, Jack Joyce, but he'll fight hard and he'll try and get that 1st place, and these 2 have got away now. Now he's starting to reel in York 6 as they climb the bank and get it to the grandstand turn once again, but it is still Yorkshire Dales number 6, York 6 numbered from Wessex 2. Rigby's there, dropping back a little bit. Scunny 75, James Heselton still taking that 3rd place. Whole gaggle of cars. Oh, Heselton's got it wrong. And taking a knock, taking a spin, and he's out of it. And we're going to get red flags with the cars not on their last lap. So we'll see what happens with that one. Disappointment. But he had a right old slap over there on the far side. Got spun round, contacted somebody else, and we've got red flags. Such a shame for that, but that's how it is. Right, what have we got? We've got down there on the line. Would this be F600s that are going to make their way out? Yes, it is. So I'm not actually sure who's taking you through F600s, but whoever it is, I'm sure will be here very, very shortly to take you through it. I think maybe it's Russ. Well, he's going to be photographing somewhere along the line, but we'll see him in just a few moments, no doubt. So okay, so just listen on, yeah. Marshall's still discussing the incident in the Class 9. We'll bring you news as soon as we got. So, as I said, we've got F600s down there on the line. And there's some paperwork here, I think, somewhere. But anyway, I'm sure Russ will be with us very shortly. Right, so we've got final confirmation of that. And that's a rerun, I'm presuming, with a exclusion for SC75. So that's the... and also PhD 7. Well, we'll get proper confirmation of that because we've got PhD7. We haven't got PhD7, so full confirmation of that then. Yeah. So SC75 and PhD7 excluded from the rerun. I just had a message from my daughter saying I'm asking for trouble giving my number out over YouTube. Well, I have had some funny ones, come on. I've had somebody offer me a date and all sorts already, so maybe find me on Messenger then as well. So I know Mickey B keeps texting in saying how marvellous he is. But send us a text if you want, 07966 146 781. So Karina James says, can we get the Mexican wave going? Well, yeah, we will later, Karina, but it's a bit early yet. We're all a bit subdued at the moment still, but I think we're going to have to start when we do get the Mexican wave going with the grandstand, because they're really good, aren't you guys, out there? Give us a wave again, grandstand, just to let us know you can still hear us, because that's it. So when we do have a bit of a splurge, but we're all a bit weary at the moment. It was every night in the beer tent for the spectators, wasn't it? I know the drivers were all very good. I see a lot of them sipping lemonade and in small glasses with plenty of ice, you know.
I'm not weary, Silver Fox, because I've had my can of Monster Energy, zero sugar, Lando Norris.
Yeah, well, I told you.
Hey?
I can't
I'm
drink
like
that.
Lionel Richie, I'm dancing on the ceiling.
He's been on the ceiling already this morning, I tell you. We've had to drag him off the commentary roof this morning. He's only had a couple of cans. No, I've got to say, I'll be like that. One sniff of that, and I'm away and gone, mate, I tell you.
Well, I must admit, what I have been doing this over the last couple of days is sampling some of the cider. I went down to, there's a boozer down on the Pendine front. Walked in there, right, there was like the odd lager, but the rest of it was all cider. Every flavour, colour. Oh, it was tops. I was on Cloudy yesterday. Did you try some of that?
Proper cider, mate, as
Is
well.
it?
I don't like it with all this fruit in and everything.
Don't you?
Cider is made with apple juice. It don't
Well, you just said you don't like it with all this fruit in. Well,
no,
that's
just
that's
apple
what
juice.
cider is.
Nothing else. A cider is apple juice, fermented apple juice. It doesn't need blackberries and gooseberries and God knows what in it.
Oh, cherries of the berries.
No, yeah. No, it's all of that old tart, that is. Proper bit of scrumpy is lovely.
I don't mind a bit of scrumpy.
Right, so we've got a car being carted off. We have got, we have got F600s. Is that Russ? Russ, if you're on the photo somewhere, do you know what I mean? Taking all them lovely pictures you take, you need to get in here because you're on commentary in just a few moments. I found his sheets, so at least we know what we're doing, but I'm sure he's about somewhere.
Russ normally enters commentary panting.
Yeah, with about 20 seconds to go. Here he is. No, he isn't. It's Jason. Jason, the male... I was going to say male model, but anyway, here we go then. Anyway, sorry about that, guys. BB Group, the sponsors of the F600s, and they're up and running. So we found a bit of paperwork. We'll have a go for a little while. And it's BC16, then it's very quick out of the gate, round the top turn for the... very first time. Bill Bradford then, who's swapped into F600s, is here. Have you got your breath back? Bill is absolutely loving these F600s, so I'm going to hand you back over to Russ.
Yeah, ever the amateur. Got caught talking. I thought there were some more nines to go, so apologies. But anyway, here we are, and we'll try and act professional. Bill Bradford, as Kev says, flying away with this one early doors in Border Counties at number 16, and that's Mark Pascal. He was a finalist last year, so he's at him up there coming through as Border Counties 16 comes through from Hereford number 50. So yeah, that's the one and the two. Mark Pascal was in that final in 2024, and just trying to pick out that third place machine. It's all squabbling further back there. I see Martin James in Carmarthen 11. And James Brown down the field. Somebody's gone. Pascal's gone in Hereford 50. He's out of it. It's Keith McCammon in DA 55 looking good in second. Andy Wood, also a finalist last year, running third. So that's the top three. James Brown ahead of Martin Craster. And then Martin James, and one left to go. It's one of the Bose machines in Yorkshire Free. I think it's Jack at the wheel of that one. But it's closed up with 1 and 2 on the dash to the checkered, and it's 16 from 55. Sturton 5, Scunthorpe 8, 11 is next up. From Carmarthen 11, Wire is 25 at Yorkshire 3. What's happened there behind the marshal's post? Somebody's had a fire, I think, as marshals leg it over. That's Pascal, so I think the engine's failed. And as it reached up the hill, it's let go completely. I can see a trail of fluid on the track up the straightaway, and a dramatic end for the Hereford man, it must be said. So there we go. Very, very sorry that I was late. Not usually late. Got caught chatting just about life. And I thought there was another run of 9s on, but caught me by surprise. So there we go. We're here now, and we'll try and do our best to keep on top of things going further forward. We are on the Formula 600. It's their second time of the official national championships here at the Men's National Autograss Championships. So, yes, it's always an honour and privilege to be a part of this, and looking forward to the racing that's yet to come. So BB Group, it's the whole BB division, isn't it? Motorsport Gem finishing, and GixieMini.com are all making up Formula 600s. No defending champion this year, because last year's winner Anthony Ross in Scarborough 717 hung up the boots after last year's championships. He's brought the boots back, actually. He took them round on the parade along with the trophies, which he won last year. He was also successful in Class 8, a double champion, but it'll be 2 different names going on those trophies for 2025. The F600 division, of course, actually came along quite a number of years ago now, and it's now a well-established class and growing in numbers all the time. So that was race 1, which was quickly done. Then we go race 2 if it's as per programme. It's groups E, F, G and H. Seb Taylor, who was a trophy winner last year, Leeward 153 against Wes Green in Scarborough 3. We've got Andy Reeve, the veteran, in Nottingham 28 against Scott Ayres in Cambridge 217. Darren Grasby, Evesham number 1, and Ashley Bradford, Ludlow 16. And then Rich Morehouse, Sturton 101, and Tom Herbert in Stroud 31. So that's the lineup for these 600cc motorbike engine special. Right, here we go then. Race number 2 leaves the line. It's Grasby on the inside, and it's Tom Herbert, I think, on the outside line. Stroud 31 throws caution to the wind and throws it round into that opening turn. And then Grasby fires back a brush of wheels there and a little smoke from them. But as we go through, it is going to be Evesham number 1 and Stroud 31 still. Ashley Bradford sits there third in Ludlow 16. Herbert's made a mistake and Bradford's up the inside. Can he go 2 for 1? Not quite. He's up to second behind the Evesham 1 machine, unpainted but as quick as the rest, and leading them as Ludlow 16 in second. Stroud 31, Scarborough 3, Nottingham 28, Leeward 153, Sturton 101. And 1 left to go. Scott Ayres in Cambridge 217. So that's the running order. And Grasby then up the far side. The start straight, leading clear, or is he? No, because he's still got Ashley Bradford chasing him down, maybe 3 car lengths over that second place. The battle's now for third and fourth. Wes Green applying the pressure on Stroud and District 31, Tom Herbert. Then we've got Seb Taylor down in P5 ahead of Sturton 101. Scott Ayres has promoted himself at 1 place at the expense of Andy Reeve in Nottingham 28. So back down the hill we go. 1 to go for Grasby. Bradford, Green's up to third, and he's got up the inside of Herbert, who's gradually fallen backwards, but now he fights back. And Green then makes the cut back on him. Slide job up the inside in Scarborough 3. Seb Taylor watching, trying to get closer, but no answer to the quartet in front of him. And Darren Grasby then is going to pick up his first win of the weekend. Evesham 1 it is. And it's Ashley Bradford, Wes Green, Tom Herbert, Seb Taylor, Rich Morehouse, Scott Ayres and Andy Reeve to complete. So from the early race, Mark Pascal then gets towed back. I think that may be it for Hereford 50. Quite dramatic there. But we're going to go groups I, J, K and L. Don't forget later on for Heat 2 and then tomorrow for Heat 3. It all gets shuffled up a bit with the alphabet being scribbled around. Right, away we go. And who's it going to be? This time it's the white machine, pink back wheel. It's Scarborough 19, Steve McManus, who leads the way up into turn 1. And he's been enjoying himself since joining the 600 class. We've got another quite experienced man there, though, behind him, Ian Phipps in Stroud 14. And round the outside goes Stu Smith and Cumdu 22. It's one of the Bose cars, the purple machine, looking for second now in the Yorkshire Dales. And just ahead now is Stroud 14. Further back, Leewood 98 is a substitute, I think. In this one, it's Yorkshire Dales 106, Stroud 14, Cumdu 22, Leewood 98. Then we go to Leewood number 2 of Dave Walsh, and it's Paul Glover who's at the back in White Rose 23. And his aim for the weekend is to finish. So one who's aiming for high hopes, I think, is McManus in Scarborough at 19, leading the way down the hill once more. The battle's on for second and third. Ian Phipps looking to, no it's not, it's Stu Smith looking to fight back on Yorkshire Dales 106 of Josh Bowes. Up the hill they go, and it's going to be the last lap flag this time, and it's Scarborough 19, Yorkshire Dales 106 and Cumdu 22. Back down they go. Oh, we've got somebody round. It's the Leewood car facing the wrong way. Looks to rejoin, and that promotes those who are behind him now ahead of him. Oh, the leader's overcooked it as well, getting it too sideways through the turn, but has enough of an advantage to hang on in that leadership position. So through the grandstand turn we go. See the checkered flag, and Scarborough 19 wins it. Then it's Yorkshire Dales 106, Cumdu 22, Stroud 14, Leewood 2, and White Rose at 23, and Leewood at 98 to complete. So there we go, 3 races down for the BB Group, sponsored Formula 600s. We're going to try with the next one, although there's a problem for somebody on the line. I think it might be Stroud 3 of Simon Jackson. Right, here we go then. So Stroud 3 back to the pits. Hopefully can fix it to rejoin later on, but we're going to go race number 4 of Formula 600, and up the straight we go. Fairly level break. Somebody pops out. It's the Tyre car. So local one then. I think it's Will Evans in Tyre number 6 as they jostle through the turn. Who's it going to be coming down the hill though? PAC 20 Shay Fuller is right there. Sturton 247. Tony Edwards right in the thick of it, along with Daz Cole. Oh, we've got one over. Leicester 11 up and over and out. And that's Steve Hilton. So we bring that one to a halt. And that's the second rollover of the weekend, I believe. So we're hoping that Steve is okay. One of the few Leicester representatives here this weekend, unfortunately up, over and out, but also is this rerun, which will obviously take place. It will go excluding PAC 20 Shea Fuller for a jump start. So unfortunately, one of the local hopes is out of the running. So, yeah, while we've got this downtime, hopefully Steve is okay. Yeah, Leicester 11 unfortunately out of it as well for that little roll. He's out in the rerun, but hopefully he's okay. Don't forget though, there's so much taking place around the venue. The trade stands are obviously here in full support. I did do a little video walk yesterday throughout all the trade stands and seeing what's here. There's everything from catering up to tools and parts for your cars. There's all sorts down there as well. And also visit the UK Autograss stand because there's a Class 1 Toyota Yaris there for a raffle. It's £10 a go. And yeah, so if you want to win a car ready to race, all you've got to do is get your numbers put on it, and yeah, it should be good. So make sure you pay down there, but also visit lots of all the trade stands, different kinds of catering, and so many down there to obviously suit your requirements. We of course thank all our sponsors, not just the class sponsors. There's sponsors for everything. There's even a sponsor for the entrance gate. Yeah, so many sponsors out there. Obviously we mentioned the class ones. But yeah, there is so many out there. But also the raffle, the Men's Nationals raffle, supporting the two charities which Michaela Dance did the Welsh Free Peak Challenge for, raising money there for both T Havan and the Christie charities. So yeah, if you want, you can support that. There's lots of prizes available to win on this. So if you want to support that, then yeah, you can do that too. Right, okay, so it looks like we've had a bit of trap work and we're almost ready to go again. The red flags are still waving though at the minute. It's possibly because the medical facilities are in use. Don't forget, hello to everybody watching wherever you are in the world. I would say you could message me, but unfortunately I have absolutely no signal, so I probably can't read your messages. If I can, I will get some check through and I could maybe read them out as and when. It says I've got 4G, but yeah, 2 bar at the minute. But Mickey's got, here we go. Wishing the best of luck to all the Scunny cars, especially Sean. That's from Uncle Jim. So yeah, my brother Sean is out in Class 2 later on. Looks like on the grid though we've got one race of F600s left, and then we go to the Class 1 rerun, and then 2s are on the line. So should be good. I can see I was watching the Class 1s. I was on the infield taking photos earlier, and we have, I mean, Class 1, obviously, everybody remembers the days of the minis. There's one which has got through as a reserve. There's Sam Appleton, and Sam's actually quite a, I'm not saying a big lad as in well, he's a tall lad, but he's in the smallest car, and he looks dwarfed compared to the Yaris's that are out there. And he's back on the start line for another rerun. So let's see how it goes. Right. And we are away with race 5, and somebody's made a really good start then. Melton 86 rocketed out of the grid, and it's actually a driver change. It's Callum Allinson at the wheel. We've seen Callum in the Class 3, so he's accustomed to the track, and he leads the way. We've got John Whitehouse and Sue Herdman. They're going side by side. Somebody sounding a bit sick, and problems for Darren Stewart in the only Scottish Borders car here this weekend in Scottish Borders 33. But change of leadership, and Sue Herdman's gone through in Tyre 56. And Allinson down to second. We've got John Whitehouse returning this year. Not sure for how long, but he's there in White Rose 66 in third. But it's 56, Melton 86, 66, 46. Lots of sixes out there. And it's all getting close then between second and third as Allinson defends from Whitehouse. There's yellow flags flying because more problems for Darren Stewart in Scottish Borders 33. He rejoins once again, but he's certainly got problems on board. Whitehouse up to second, then chasing down the leader, 2 to go. And it's 56, 66, 86, 46 of Dan Pratt. Then it's Michael Worley and Leeward 1, 2, 3 going side by side with Carlo 288 of Patrick Daly. And then we go Leeward 1 of Colin Bland. So that's the running order up the hill. And Allinson's dropped to 4th. And Herdman has got away, just over a lap to go. And Sue Herdman it is then, Tivy 56, and White Rose 66 of Whitehouse. Dan Pratt up to 3rd, ahead of Callum Allinson, Patrick Daly. A little bit of a ruck coming out on the entrance to this turn, but down that start straight for the final time. And it's looking like Tivy 56, Sue Herdman is going to win this one. And got across the line, Tivy 56 it is, White Rose 66, White Rose 46 of Dan Pratt, Callum Allinson, Patrick Daly, Michael Worley, and then Colin Bland. And unfortunately, Darren Stewart is the last one out there somewhere. In fact, unfortunately, failed to finish. Now, I remembered to actually put a clock on this one. I wanted to time all the races, and we managed to do it. So, yeah, we can do it. So, yeah, a 1 minute 47.33. So 1 minute 47.33 for that final race. I'm going to look to try and time the others, if I remember. But that's my little stint done for now. I've got one rerun, then I'll be back for 10s. Thank you to BB Group for your sponsorship. And somebody actually more out of breath than me. It's Gareth Jones.
More out of breath, but on time. Yeah. I haven't got time to catch it either. We're away, we're racing with a rerun of Class 1. The only mini, I think, so far we've seen this weekend is in the middle of the pack. But it's the Seven Valley 701 machine. Will Hadley then. That's going to lead into turn 1. Oh, contact on exit of turn 2, but it's Will Henry that leads past us for the first time. So that little mini being squeezed onto the inside line is Sam Appleton in Scarborough, number 7. And he's there, leading the way, leading the chase up the hill for the second time. It is Henry in start number 19. This sounds more exciting than it actually is because I'm so short of breath, but I've run a hell of a long distance for me. But it's Will Henry then in start number 19 that rounds out another circuit of this Castle Lloyd Raceway. He's there making his way up the hill for the 3rd or 4th time of asking. From Sam Appleton in Scarborough number 7. He's there on the inside of the Seven Valley 701 machine. And as they go down past us, that's still the 1, 2, 3 from the Invicta Kent 25 machine. Still there in that 4th spot is George Watley. He's holding off the challenge of James Parnell in Spalding 921 from the down Autograss machine of number 17. That's there back in position number 6. This time, though, they see that yellow rag with the black cross, and they go on to their final circuit with the down Autograss 909 with it all to do. That's Chris Dalzell. Contact towards the tail end of the field. I'm still so short of breath. It's unbelievable. But up into the top end for the final time, it is Will Henry's going to bag 55 points from first round of qualifying. Star 19 takes the win from Sam Appleton. In Scarborough, number 7 from Seven Valley 701. James Parnell just takes 4th at the last, but I'm not sure who that green flag went out to. From the Invicta Kent 25 on the 2 down machines at the tail end of the field. So we're just getting confirmation, I think, that it is confirmed. Invicta Kent 25 is going to pick up a green flag for contact. So that's George Watley. That then officially closes the first round of qualifying of men's Class 1s. We've got Class 2s on the line. So I'll hand you straight back over to Mr. Kevin Herdman.
Poor old Gareth. He just run a marathon to get here, to get that one done and dusted. But he was on time, yeah. He was very much on time. OK, we've got men's 2s down there on the line, and we're going to be going very shortly. And let's have a look, find these sheets. OK, where we go then with the men's Class 2. North Wales 12 then, first to show in as they go round that first corner and round the start gate turn, but it's the Tyre car that's making the way round and moving up into that all-important first place. Conor McQuart then looking very calm as the South Somerset 38 machine gets it all wrong and drops back a bit. Allows North Shropshire number 4 to go through into that second place. Darren Eichen as they go back over there on the far side though, and Ashley Lillington now makes it up into second. And while all that's going on, Conor McQuart just motors on. The race on the field is for third spot, really, as first and second look pretty assured. In third place, North Wales 53, challenge from North Shropshire 4. And the Invicta Kent, we've got a green flag flying, but we'll let you know about that a little bit later on. Taylor Jones making up ground as well. Now we've got a challenge on for first place as they go up the far side and up the grandstand bank. It's the South Somerset 38 of Ash Lillington that makes his way round onto his last lap. Lillington then from Tyre 211, North Shropshire 4, North Wales 53, IK 114, IK 223. And North Wales 12 with the 470 machine of Ryan Cunningham at the rear of the field. Well, the race leaders battled his way through as Ash Lillington to go round that grandstand bank for the final time. It's checkered flag. So South Somerset 38 takes the win from Tyre 211 in second, North Shropshire 4, IK 114, North Wales 12. And then Nottingham 470 in Invicta Kent 233. Taylor Jones, your final finisher. So many thanks, didn't get it in before. We got a Class 5 rerun, have we? 7 rerun down on the line. I'll get back to you. I'll give you the mic, Mickey. Have the mic. You can't talk without it.
Yeah, thanks very much, Silver Fox. This is Heat 1, Race 1 of the Class 7 Super Saloons. Pickering Tyres are sponsors. And what do we got? Matthew Dance, Tyre 30. Marcus Lewis in the P100. Darren Hockley, Forester Dean 62. Kerry Pope in Spalding 82. Liam Roach in the Carlo 160. Border Count is 55, Tom Lewis. Scunthorpe 61, Andy Holtby. But it was Swansea 33, Liam Duran, who got black flagged and is out of this rerun. So 7 cars for the Class 7s. How appropriate is that? And yeah, it brings out Andy Holtby, 7-time national champion in Class 7s. I mean, just to win it once is great, isn't it? 2, not bad. 7, I told you, greedy. That's it. Can he make it 8? From what I've seen, there's some real talent out there this weekend. As you would expect at Nationals, so you got your work car. Tom Lewis was flying, absolutely, in the Border Count is 55. We thought that we... he was hoping that he was going to go to checkered flag because he would have started off really well, but that's not the case. It's gone to rerun, and as we know in this sport, sometimes the rerun mixes it all up again, doesn't it? You know, someone who was leading at the first run, ends up in the middle of the pack or back of the pack, or something else drastic happens. And I know there's some people, and I don't know if they still do it, Silver Fox, but they say we don't crack the first tin until the first rollover. Well, that happened about 10 o'clock, so there's going to be some sorry states a little bit later today. Yeah, I'm not one of those, teetotal now. Well, for the next 12 hours anyway. Right, engines are revving. This is going to be your men's Super Saloon. And again, red flag still waving around, so marshals just making sure that they're happy. Just having a look round. There's a little bit of barrier checking. Is that where they go and just give it a rattle, a little bit of a shake? Yeah, that's fine, that is. Yeah, don't need any more posts in that. So engines going again. We look at that first marshal. Here we go. On your marks, get set, go! It's Super Saloon time. And we are off and running. And again, Lewis gets a great start there. Holtby this time looking to put the pressure on right at the top of the hill. But they come down, and it is Lewis then leads it then. Matthew Dance is back up there as well in that Tyre 30 machine. Holtby running in third. He's trying to get the grip and get the power down. He does that. He's going side by side with Dance as they climb the hill. And then round turn 1 and 2, and then we know what's happening. Down the hill we go. Woohoo! Tom Lewis from Holtby then. Oh, Pennine, the P100 starts to make a show as well. That's Marcus Lewis. Lewis then, but then Carlo 160 is having a little nibble as well. Liam Roach, and he's coming up there as well. Roachy, he said, come on, get out of my way. I want to get third place. Tom Lewis, though, away with this one with Handy Holtby, 1-2. Then we go down to Marcus Lewis, then Kerry Pope, Matthew Dance in there as well. Carlo 116 machine still working hard as they go round there. Darren Hockley in Forester Dean at 62. But round we go then for one more lap to go. It's Tom Lewis with Border-Canis 53 from Andy Holtby, Scunthorpe 61. Kerry Pope in the third place. Then we go down to that Tyre 30 machine behind. Matthew Dance, the P100 is pushing down hard as well. Marcus Lewis, and they time up the hill for the final time, but the top 2 cars around. Tom Lewis takes it, Border-Canis 55, Andy Holtby, Scunthorpe 61, Kerry Pope, Spalding 31 from that B100. Then we go down to Tyre 30, Hockley. Then we go down to Carlo 160, Liam Roach to finish off that rerun of men's Super Saloons. So all of the 7s have done their first bit of work for the weekend. Up on the line, we are going back over to the Silver Fox, and it's over to Mr. Kevin Erdman.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mickey. You can get back texting us again now. Okay, Heat 1, Race 2, sponsored by ATD. The men's Class 2s this weekend will feature Adam Pickersgill in Scunthorpe 109, Adam Smith in PAC 29, Ollie Stevens in Ludlow 15, Simon Bates in Scunny 117, Ryan Smith, PAC and number 1, Dara Foley in West Waterford 69, Phil Badman in Stroud 111, and Jordan Barlow in Wessex 43. So that's your runners for men's Class 2, Heat 1, Race 2. Right, we've had another message, this time from Sharon Lockwood, who wants to have a big shout out for Lucy Lockett and Conor Brown. They're not here this weekend because, well, Lucy has just given birth to Sharon's first grandchild, and they called it Vinny. So we're definitely going to be an Autograss driver in the making. So congratulations to you, Sharon, and she just wants to wish everybody in Leewood to have a good weekend and enjoy it. Happy birthday, Ricky, and that's love from Mary and everybody else who knows you. So there you go, there's a happy birthday for Ricky. Ricky, well done. Okay, Jade Dyke Whitfield sent me a message just saying, come on, Uncle Mark. And that's, of course, from Mark Pascal. Well, he didn't do too bad, did he, in the F600? I'm not... Oh, did it? Oh, dear. Oh, so that was a bit late, Jade, because apparently his engine's gone and he set himself on fire. Well, not himself personally, but he's all right. Paddy Bubb wants to say hello. Of course, Paddy usually a big name in the marshalling world, and can't be here this weekend, but he's watching on TV. And thanks very much, Paddy, for that. Hawkstone cider. We were talking about cider earlier. He reckons Hawkstone cider is the best. I'm not sure. I like a bit of rough old scrumpy myself. Okay, so we got to be somewhere near ready. The guys on the quads, again, they've worked tirelessly all weekend. Back into the infield, the red flag's flying, it's going down, the bungee is going to go, and we're racing with Heat 1, Race 2 of the ATD sponsored men's Class 2. Very, very quick out of the gate. Dara Foley then in West Waterford 69. Phil Badman found a bit of grip from somewhere. There's 4 cars abreast as they go around the grandstand turn. Badman it is then from Dara Foley. PAC1 now getting in amongst it. Ryan Smith to try and spoil the party for these two. He drops back a little bit into third place. A bit of contact there. And Stroud 111 gets a little bit of a nudge up the chuffer, but manages to hang on, and he's there in second place. Challenging once again now for first from Ryan Smith, who's in the PAC number 1 car, and Ryan's getting away from Badman there in second. Dara Foley battling hard now with Wessex 43. Jordan Barlow for that third place. And is he going to get it? No, West Waterford 69 just dropping down the field a tad. He's back now into about 4th place, and Badman's coming under strong challenge for the 2nd place spot, but the race leader just motors on. A clear track in front of him and distance behind him. PAC number 1, Ryan Smith, goes round the start gate turn with a couple of laps to go. Badman now has managed to squeeze himself clear into that 2nd place. So the battle on the field is for 3rd and 4th, and a good battle going on for 5th and 6th as well towards the rear end of the field as the race leader moves on to his last lap. So it's PAC1 from Stroud 111, Wessex 43, Scunny 109, PAC 29, West Waterford 69, and Scunny 117. Problems there for Stevens in Ludlow 15. Sounds as bad as a box of nails at the rear of the field. But here's your race leader, and he's going to be race winner Ryan Smith with a comfortable win in the end. Who's going to get second? It's mighty close. Wessex 43 snatches it from Stroud 111, Scunny 109, then PAC 29, West Waterford 69, Scunthorpe 117, and Ludlow 15 will complete the lineup and pick up last place points. But as I said earlier, last place points might be enough. If he takes a couple of wins, then few points will certainly help. Okay, we got 3 rerun, yes. So get out the seat, Kev, because it's back over to Gareth.
So yeah, we got, if I'm right then, the last rerun of the first round of qualifying of men's Class 3. This one is a rerun, a full rerun of race number 4, but we are going to be seeing one exclusion, and that is the Vernon Mackenzie machine, and that's why if you're watching the live stream at home, you can see just the 7 cars with grid 2 unoccupied. So starting from the inside out then, we're going to start with Hugh Jones in the Carmarthen number 7 machine. Grid 2, obviously unoccupied. Grid 3 is occupied by Martin Gould in North Shropshire 334. He starts next to the race leader the first time around, Rupert Lomax in North Wales 99. Starting in grid number 5 then is the John Napier Wessex 26 machine. We saw that being promoted last year at Yorkshire Dales. He's raced this season and he's had a good start off the line in this one, but just not as good as Rupert Lomax, because he's the one that climbs the hill and goes through turn 1 and 2 for the first time. Gouldy, though, through the middle of the pack comes through and leads the chase down past us for the first time in the North Shropshire 334 machine, and he's got that inside line through the start gate turn. Hugh Jones, though, is there, and he's sniffing a gap up the inside of Gouldy in Carmarthen number 7, but has to make do with that 3rd spot at the moment. But Hugh Jones knows his way around this Castlehyde Raceway, obviously national champion multiple times in Class 4, making the switch to Class 3 and getting faster and faster as the seasons go on, and he's there in a 3-way battle on the inside of Lomax and Gouldy as they climb the hill one more time. Napier hoping it all ends in tears, but it's Lomax just got that little bit extra as they go into the top end for the 3rd time of asking. North Wales 99 then, still holding off the challenge of Gould and Jones. Napier still rounds out the top 4 ahead of Josh Morgan in Gloucester in District 31. Gary Watson's back there in that 6th spot. In Penhow, 106. And Kev Thorpe at the tail end of the field in Nottingham, number 22. But it's 1 lap to go because that yellow rag with a black cross is being made ready. And Lomax starts his final circuit. Jonesy really tight to the Armco on this near side straight, just changing and switching up a bit of the lines around this Castlereagh Raceway. Has he got the momentum up the hill to move from 4th or 2nd? Who knows? But one thing is secure, and that it's Rupert Lomax that takes 55 points from round 1 of qualifying in North Wales 99 from Martin Gould, John Napier, Hugh Jones 4th in Carmarthen number 7 from Josh Morgan in Gloucester in District 31. Then it's the Gary Watson machine in Penhow 106. And rounding it all out then for your shocking UK first round of qualifying in Class 3 is Kev Thorpe in Nottingham, number 22. No rest for the wicked. Class 2's on the line. Back over to Mr. Kevin Herdman.
Yeah, thanks very much, Gareth. You're getting a bit croaky, mate, aren't you? It's all that running you're doing. OK, Heat 1, Race 3 then will feature Aidan O'Neill. Sean in Mallow 30, Sean Thompson. Scunthorpe 971, Brad Ellison will be there in York 16, so will Paul Price in C45, Ash Farrow in Scarborough 249, Jack Farrow in York 181, Aaron Pole in Radford 318 and Carl Blackmore in PAC 50. Let's go racing then with the Class 2s as they climb that bit of a bank for the very first time. It's mighty close as they come into the end of that top corner, and it's the Scarborough 249 machine of Ash Farrow that brings them round. 3 cars pretty well bunched together, looking for that 2nd spot. They're battling away, and that's allowing Farrow just to pull away a tad. Jack Farrow in York 81 comes out of that 3-way battle in 2nd at the moment, although he's been now taken by Brad Ellison in the York 16 machine up into 2nd, 181 in 3rd, Scunny 971, then Radford 318, Mallow 30, and C45 it is that's bringing up the rear at the moment. As we look over there on the far side, we've got a yellow flag flying because somebody's parked up on the grandstand turn, but it's not affecting the racing, so we're carrying on then with your race leader completing another circuit, 249 from 16. These two fairly well clear now, so Ash Farrow looking fairly comfortable from Brad Ellison in the York 16 car. York 181 then after a very promising start drops back, but he's there in a clear 3rd place as this time around they come round to move on to the last lap. So it's 249 from 16 from 181, then Scunny 971, Radford 318, C45 and Mallow 30, the back marker just coasting round the outside trying to pick up a few odd points, but things are getting closer at the front of the field, but he's going to have to be mighty quick because the checkered flags held aloft and he hangs on. 249 takes it then from York 16. Farrow there in 3rd in 181. Scunny 971 is 4th from, I'm not sure if it was the Radford or the Cumdee car in 5th or 6th, and then I missed the last one, I'll be perfectly honest. But this is the last one, so actually I didn't miss it. PAC 50 with very disappointing for Carl Blackmore. Problems on board, but manages to pick up 8th place points, which you never know, might make all the difference. Okay, Heat 1, Race 4 then will feature Ash Wrigglesworth. Well, it will when it comes on, because yeah, that's Class 5s.
Yeah, thanks very much, Silver Fox. So it looks like we are getting ready to go. This one did go through to conclusion, and then it's been rerun, excluding IK 186 of Hayden Bushell, and also Anthony Herbert's on a green flag on the start of this in North Shropshire 37. But it brings out Danny Lodge. He won it. And then the car had to be towed off, so is he back out there? Let's have a look here. I don't think he is. So that's bad news for that. But Adam Brown flies it up the hill and takes that first place. Nottingham 45 backs the power getter. Is coming forward. It's Pargetter who takes up the running now from Brown. From that border count is 5. And Andy Shepherd Andy Shepherd there looking to get close and personal to Brown as they come out of Stargate turn and up the hill for another time of asking. But backs the Pargetter. I think he was involved in the incident. That's why it went to a rerun. He got span round out in turn 3. But he's leading this one. But Adam Brown is on a charge, isn't he? He's not going to give up, is he? As he's going to come round that Stargate turn. He's got a line that's going to put the power down and climb up the hill. But Pargetter is the man to beat. As they go up there, border count is 5. Andy Shepherd not giving in as well. Patrick Daly further down the back of the pack at the moment as they got a couple more laps to go. North Wales 3. That's Vince Fudia. And that final place, as I say, the CW88 of Patrick Daly. But round we go then. And on my life, someone's getting up close to that time cone. And North Wales 37. Baxter Bargetter then has got one more lap to go to pick up maximum points. Adam Brown on his tail now, coming out of that Stargate turn and up the hill for the final time. Border count is 5. Andy Shepherd is there as well. They just go past that back marker, the 37 of Anthony Herbert. But it's checker flag at the ready. Nottingham 45. Baxter Pargetter wins it from Mellow 184. Adam Brown. Third goes to border count is 5. Andy Shepherd. Then North Wales 3. Fourth of Vince Fudia. Carlo 88 of Patrick Daly across, and then that final place would go to North Shropshire 34, but he's already gone off the track, and that was Anthony Herbert. So big news on that. Ollie Danny Lodgy couldn't get that car back and going. Sorry, something a little bit terminal, and that's concluded. So back up on the line, we are back over to the Silver Fox and back over for the men's Class 2s.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mickey. They like to do this with me, don't they, Commentator? I'm reading out a list of drivers, and then there's a totally different class on the line. It happens because you don't look up. Couple of announcements. Liam Wakefield, come to commentary, please, when you've got 2 minutes. I've got something that might be very handy to you. And then we've got Michaela Dancer sent a message that anybody who wants to visit the Army Corps display, they'll reopen at 5 p.m. and they're in the field just opposite the fairground. So that's a really good Army display going on down there. They're back open at 5 p.m. because they want to watch the racing, don't they? Of course they do. That's why they're here, really. What else have we got? Oh, Talford Toilets. Apparently there's a couple of problems down with the toilets on the start line or towards that area. If we've got a rep from Talford Toilets to pop down there. Yeah, it's probably been used an awful lot down there by nervous drivers. So I've got to say the toilet facilities here, I like to talk about toilet facilities, and they're always excellent, aren't they? Talford Toilets, I say, you could eat your sarnies in them if you wanted to. They're that clean and tidy. But anyway, there's a problem down there, mate. If you could pop down, we'd be most appreciated. What else have we got? League reps, all your ladies and juniors passes are up here in commentary, apart from Sandy's. Sandy Williams has got one set of passes. I'm not sure why, but anyway, they're all up here in commentary. League reps, come and get your ladies and junior passes, please.
Yeah, I had one Silver Fox, Pete Bilby. Big shout out to the York crew, already on the drink. So they're the ones probably, you know, when that first rollover, ka-ching, off they went. Also, we've had one from one of our fellow commentators, a lady one as well, Hayley Turner-Goodwin. Good morning. Gutted not to be with you this weekend, but commentary sounds fab. Have a great weekend. Yeah, we'll do that, Hayley, and I hope you're looking after your crew. This is a lady, right, that, you know, one kid, you know, and then all of a sudden, within a blink of an eye, tripled it. Three of them, yeah, that's it.
It's like my daughter's got 4, and then my son and his wife are expecting as well.
Are they?
I am delighted, I got to say.
Brilliant.
So Claire's here this weekend, looking amazing. And yeah, we're due another grandchild in October, I think it was. Right, anyway, sensible stuff. Let's get back to it. Ash Riddlesworth, Connor Bishop, George Boyce, Desmond Neville, Dave Owen, Aaron Smith, Josh Julian and Jack Hodgson are these to feature in this one. Hodgson it is that was quick out of the gate. 4 Class 2s side by side out of that top turn in this North Shropshire 151 of Dan Owen. and Hodgson makes it round safely. But it is the Yorkshire Dales one then. Jack Hodgson, who managed to get out of it and get away. Ash Wrigglesworth has come from nowhere to go through into second, or did for a few moments, because he's lost that second place and now has gone backwards again. There's 4 or 5 cars jostling for that second spot. At the moment, it's North Wales 151, then IK 252, and then Scarborough 222. Just tucked in behind him, but the race on the field is for third, really, second and third, because your race leader is away and gone over there on the far side. Yorkshire Dales one then brings him up into the top bank round that grandstand turn once again. The back marker just keeping out the way, very wise thing to do. Yorkshire Dales one from IK 252. Connor Bishop, Connor consolidated that second spot. It's not safe at the moment, though, as he comes under strong challenge over there on the far side, but just manages to keep it going and keep away from him as the... oh, what's going on here? Yorkshire Dales one then. Seems to have lost a lot of pace there. He's pulled off into the infield as he's got problems. So your new race leader onto his last lap is Connor Bishop. North Wales 151 then finds himself now in that second spot. Yorkshire Dales one got big problems there and goes back into the infield, but that'll be of no consequence to Connor Bishop, because he's going to go up to the top bank for the final time, and he's looking for that checkered flag, wants that to be over. North Wales 151, Dan Owen still there in second. Bishop takes it, Owen second. Scarborough 222 takes third from Gloucester and District 64 in that fourth place. So Jason Neville, I think, just snatched that fourth place as they make the way back in the pits. But what a disappointment for Jack Hobson then, who was going so well and then had to pull off into the infield. So we're going to go straight on to race 5 so that everybody gets a mention, and top of the shop in race 5 then, coming out in the grid in Group Q, it is Q, R, S and T. You all know that anyway, don't you? It's Pennine 187, Martin Bannerman, then Ryan Harlan in Spalding 18. The next pairing was very well received in the beer tent on Thursday night. Craig Conway, your current Class 2 2024 champion in Scunthorpe 1, is paired with Tim Harbour, a multi-national champion as well in P200. Keep your eye out for Dan Robbins, though, in St Neots 1, because he likes to spoil the party. Adam Cochrane 2 in Down Autograss 43. Jamie Lane will be there in Radford 71, and Ben Fiddler completes that heat in the Yorkshire Dales 295. This will be a strong one, that's for sure. But and who's going to win it? Right, I reckon we're somewhere near ready. We are. Yellow flag goes down, red flag goes up, bungee goes up. We're racing then with the ATD sponsored men's Class 2. So it's the Radford car that's very quick out of the gate as they make the way round the grandstand turn, but they can't keep that first place. But Severn Valley won then, St Neots won, sorry, Dan Robbins. I told you to keep on your eye on Dan. He always looks to spoil the party. He's had to battle through there, took a bit of a smack, but got away with it. Scunthorpe won then, Craig Conway it is that goes through into that second spot as they make the way around the grandstand turn once again, but it is Robbins. St Neots 1 from Scunny 1, from Radford 741, from Dane Autograss 43, then Tim Harbour in P200, battling away there, but he's way down the field as Robbins takes him over there on the far side. Craig Conway will look to challenge, but Robbins, a very good Class 2 driver, will keep his line, and he'll have to go round the outside with Conway if he wants to take one. Here he goes, let's have a look and see what happens. He'll try and switch to the inside there, and does so, and Robbins just opens the door for him. They're neck and neck over there on the far side, away and gone from a great battle going on in third and fourth as well. 2 cars side beside the Radford car, just losing that third place as we move on to our last lap. Conway's taking it then from Robbins in second. Spalding 18 will be third from Radford 70-41. Then Yorkshire Dales 295, Down Autograss 43, and the Pennine car at the rear of the field. But go back to the race leader then. It's Scunthorpe, number 1, that's bringing them round. Craig Conway then takes a checkered flag from Tyre. Oh, St Neots won, but the red flags, he slowed down there on the last lap. So, I'm not sure. Marshall's talking about that already. So, they'll go back into the pits. We've got black flags talking about and all sorts going on. We'll find out in a minute what the result of that is. But they were all on the last lap. The race leader took the checkered flag. The second place car actually slowed right down because he saw the red flags. Unless he had a problem, I'm not sure, maybe Dan Robbins had a problem, but we'll give you confirmation of all that as we see it and when we get it. So Marshall's still talking about that. Let's have a look. And we have, yes, the Class 9 rerun down there on the line. And this was the final race in Class 9. So it's race 5. And we've got 2 cars missing. So Nottingham 270, I can see Matt Ridley down there. And York 6, so Katie Adamant. I think Katie was leading this by a fair old distance the last time out before it got stopped. Jack Joyce is there, and I can see Joe Aldridge as well towards the outside. Jamie Hollinsby, I can see Jamie right on that outside grid. So we get confirmation of the result on that one race before, I believe. Right, we'll just get confirmation of that properly. Okay, so we're up running and ready to go. We're just waiting now. I'm not quite watched for. There's bound to be a bit of work going on the track or something that I can't see, but no matter. There we are. So somebody coming out. Got a quick message from James, Tanya and the kids watching from sunny South Shropshire. Well, it's not sunny here, but it's absolutely beautiful. So you'd be better off watching from here, I've got to say. Who have we got watching from sunny Starport? Stevie B, Radford 26 then, watching from sunny Starport, wants to wish all the MAP members good luck. And so do Mal and Simon Chadburn, watching in Zante, all the White Rose members. I want to wish them good luck. Right, so DA43 in that last race was black flagged, and P200 reinstated from the lap before. So that gives him back a 3rd place. So P200 then being carted into the infield. As we listen on the line, and away we go then. Hollinsby didn't get the best of starts, that's for sure, from that outside grid, as they make their way up to the grandstand turn for the very first time. It looks like it's the North Wales 31 from York 6, Katie Adamant in the York 6 machine, Dave Palmer in the 31 machine there. They lead 2 cars as they go over there on the far side. And once again into the grandstand bank, being chased hard by Jack Joyce in the Wessex 2, and he's Josie will try and challenge. Then we've got Matt Rigby and Hollingsby just tucked in behind him, and problems for Joe Aldridge in Leicester 34. Lead car just inching away now from Addyman, as they come down the bank in front of commentary once again. North Wales 31, Dave Palmer, Katie Adamant coming under strong challenge from Wessex 2. Jamie Orlinsby up into 4th place as the yellow flags start to get fluttered, and so just going back a place is Matt Rigby in the Nottingham 270. But the race leader looks now to be away and gone as he's going about to move on to his last lap. Dave Palmer then still from Katie Adamant, from Joycey there in 3rd, Radford 82 in 4th, Nottingham 270 in 5th as they start to get a little bit spread out. Al 34 it is towards the rear of the field with a few problems on board, but will pick up 5th place points if it carries on like this. It's checkered flag, so Dave Palmer takes the win in North Wales 31. Katie Adamant 2nd, WS2 in 3rd from Radford 82 in 4th, Nottingham 270 actually gets 5th place points. So last but certainly not least, Joe Aldridge in Leicester 34 is the final finisher. There you go, good stuff. We're done and dusted there. We have on the line Class 4s, and that means it's over to Mr. Tim Jones.
Yes, thank you, Kev. So, yeah, afternoon, everybody. Hope everybody's well and enjoying the racing. So, we're moving swiftly onwards and upwards. Men's Class 4, Shepton Plant Tyre, your very kind sponsor. And Heat 1, Race 1 already assembled on the line, and they will consist of Otis Williams. Nice to see Otis back at the Nationals. He was 5th last year in Typhi 13. Mick Boland all the way over from Ireland in West Waterford 275. Trev Jones has been going well in the UK Series in Nottingham 445. Nathan Smart joins him in Scunny 136. Trevor Cusack, again another one away from the Ireland Club from Kai Stevens. Jamie Williams and the Goldie Machine, North Shropshire 434, as away from the line we go. And into that all-important first turn, it is the 3-time Class 6 champion, Ben Gould, that leads away from Cusack. Now running in that 2nd place slot just ahead. Oh, Melton at 58 then. Jamie Williams slotting into that 3rd place slot with Trev Jones. And Otis Williams just battling with Kai Stevens as they climb the bank once more into turn 1. But Goldie has just started to get himself a bit of a lead. 4-3-4. Then we go to Cusack, Williams, Trev Jones, Otis Williams, Kai Stevens, and the other Irish machine. That's going to be Mick Boland in the West Waterford 275. And last but by no means least, Nathan Smart in Scunny 136. But we're coming back round once again, another lap successfully in the book. Goldie it is, 4-3-4. Mallow number 5, Mallow 58, Trev Jones and Otis Williams still battling for that 4th place slot as Otis just gets a bit out of shape, but still looking up that inside line as they climb the bank once more. But back round towards us once again with a fair old lead, just extending it all the time, isn't he? Ben Gould, North Shropshire, 4-3-4. On to the last lap he goes. Cusack runs 2nd. Williams and Otis Williams again has just switched to that outside line, looking to carry a bit more speed, a little bit of contact between himself and Jamie Williams. But Trev Jones also now switches to the inside line as they climb the bank, but is the first winner in Class 4, 55 points on the board. Goldie takes it. Then 2nd goes to Cusack in Mallow number 5, Mountain 58, Trev Jones in 4-4-5, Otis Williams and Kai Stevens and the Boland machine go across the line, and completing Heat 1, Race 1 of Men's Class 4. Then that will be the Scunny machine of Nathan Smart. So as they go back to the pits, we move on to Race 2. Jason Miller in Scunny 66, Tony Appleton in Scarborough number 4. Jumbo Williams then, nice to see Jumbo back at the Nationals in Border Counties 25. Ryan Morehouse in North Shropshire 110. Katie Benson back in the Class 4 in the Scunny Scarborough 92. John Fishwick, Yorkshire Dales 88. Harry Kelly in Evesham 99. And Johnny Fuller, yes, Class 9 and Class 6 man, will go in West Waterford 399. So it's groups E, F, G and H. So just news from the last one then. Then Trev Jones, Nottingham 445, gets the green flag. as so does Tyre 13, both for contact. Right, that's race 1 then. Race 2 already away from the line. And into the top turn for the first time, it's Miller. It's Gunny at 66 that leads away from the Scarborough 4 then. Tony Appleton, Slim now running in that second place, just ahead of the West Waterford machine in that second place slot. That's going to be Johnny Fuller in that, third place slot, with Benson also looking up the inside of Fishwick, I think that is, that goes into the top turn, but Miller's got his nose in front and just starting to get himself a bit of daylight between himself and Tony Appleton in Scarborough number 4, with Fuller still looking on the inside line as round the start gate turn we go. Then we go to Fishwick with Katie Benson in the Scarborough machine, and Evesham at 99, the last of the runners and riders. That's Harry Kelly, but Miller then on a mission. Scarborough 66 wants to get a good win under his belt early doors, with Appleton still on off the charge of the John Fishwick machine in Yorkshire's 88. Fuller just losing the place as they climb the bank once more. Scarborough 92, Katie Benson also looking to challenge as well, but Miller onto the final circuit he goes. Slim runs second, Fishwick, then we go to Fuller and Benson, and the Evesham 99 of Harry Kelly completes the race order. The field get fairly well spread out. We're hearing a flag or two may have been given, but that matters not to Jason Miller. A good win under his belt. Jason then takes the win, and who's going to take second? It's Appleton takes it, Fishwick, then Fuller. Then we go to Katie Benson in Scarborough at 92, and Evesham 99 of Harry Kelly. I thought there's a flag or two given, but Johnny Fuller, West Waterford 399, a green flag for movement on the start line. Right, race 3 then. I'll tell you what, this has got some winners and sorts in this one. Kevin McNamara in CW at number 12. David Kelly in Evesham 73. Dan Grasby, the 2019 winner in Evesham at 220. Oh, as fast as that imp, and he goes in Group J. Also paired with him in Group J then, another former champ, all Bohay back to 1993, but always on the sharp end. And Colin Attrell in South Somerset 272. And also your defending champion goes in this as well, that's Lee Paul in Strand District 17. Merv Bufton in C75, nice to see him at Nationals. And Graham Whittingham in SR 61. And as expected, it is Grasby that's quickest away, followed by the current champ then, Lee Paul in Strand District 71. That's the 1 and 2. Merv Bufton having a good run up to third with the CW machine on the outside line. That's Kevin McNamara that's just, I think, going to lose out to Attrell on these newly painted machine in South Somerset 272 as they climb the bank once again. But Grasby still got his nose in front, Evesham 220, but Paul's catching him in the Strand District 71. There we go, Attrell, CW at number 12. Then we go to Whittingham in SR 61 and Evesham 73 that comes through. That's going to be David Kelly. So Grasby still leads the way into the top turn we go, and Lee Paul just reeling him in all the time, but reeling him into one thing, but you've got to get past him. And the 2019 winner will certainly want to look to add to his tally as he just drifts a bit wide though. Paul looks up that inside line. The current champion finds the way through in Strand District at 71. Grasby now back into that second place slot. One more lap to go. Attrell running third in at 272. Then a good battle for that fourth place slot for the CW 12. Kevin McNamara and Merv Bufton in C75 as Bufton then finds his way through into that fourth place slot. But back to the front we go, and 55 points, a good start to his title defence. Lee Paul takes it, Grasby second, Attrell runs third, then we go to Bufton in C75. Good run from him. CW number 12 of Kevin McNamara and SR 61 of Graham Whittingham, and completing race 3. Then that will be David Kelly in Evesham 73. So 3 from 3, let's keep this going. Race 4 then. Then this brings out, I think, many people's favourite for the title, Dalt Thomas in Scarborough, number 8, former Class 6 champ. But he's got Clive Edwards, Rob Lancaster, Bernie Jones, Andy Whittingham, and Brian Smart for company. Away we go, and as many people expected, Dolt Thomas is the man at the front in the Scarborough number 8 machine, the ex-Alan Henley multiple champion machine, but Lancaster won't let him get away in Radford 47. And we got problems on board, and we get the first stoppage in Class 4, red flags. So Marshall discussing what the outcome is. So as soon as we know, we will let you know. But we move swiftly on then at the last scheduled race in the Shebden Plant Tyre sponsored men's Class 4. And this brings out the groups Q, R, S and T. And that driver-wise brings out Graham Grasby in the 22. David O'Leary way over from the Causeway Club in CW144. Daniel Jones in PAC4. Nick James in C14. And Tony Clarkson in White Rose number 1. Paul Birrell in Sydney S261. Going well at the Grass Range North Shropshire a few weeks ago. And Graham Moore in North Wales 96. So the results from race 4. Then it's Tyre 33, Clive Edwards, that picks up the black flag. And of course of the stopping the dangerous driving off the start line was the verdict. So away we go though. That's race 5. That's away from the line, and once again it's the other Gras machine, Graham Grasby. That's quick once again. He's from 22, but being chased hard by Paul Birrell in Sydney S261, having a good run as well on that outside line. David O'Leary in CW144, but Birrell's find the way through, and as he climbs the bank into the top turn, O'Leary follows him as well. So Grasby sticking to that inside line, but all sorts of pressure from Daniel Jones in PAC4, Graham Moore, Nick James and White Rose number 1, all right line astern. There's a green flag gone out for somebody, but Grasby just holding on at the minute, but coming under all sorts of pressure from the chasing pack of Graham Moore and Nick James, but that matters not one iota to Paul Birrell, who's got his nose in front and just starts getting himself a bit of daylight between himself and David O'Leary in CW144. Daniel Jones is chasing as well. These three have just broken away from the rest of the pack, and we got contact. Nick James and Grasby have come to grief on the start gate turn, so I fear we may get the crimson coloured flag, and yes indeed we do. So Marshall's still discussing what the outcome is and what's what. So Bowser's on to the circuit as we get the recovery team and the quads hitched up to Grasby and Nick James. So that's going to leave a few minutes then while they get that all sorted and the track being at water. That means one thing: Class 6s is assembled onto the line. SDG Access, your very kind sponsor, and Heat 1, Race 1 then brings out groups A, B, C and D, as you would expect. And driver-wise then, we go with Scarborough 130 then, Stu Thompson in Group A. He's paired with Lee Wiley in Dan Autograss number 4 in the pickup. Then the York 77 machine, the former junior champion all the way back from 1998, and been in Class 6 quite fair for years now. York 77, Carl Proctor, then is in Group B. Paul Regan takes his place as well in the also in Group B as another one, and that must be one of my favourites, Class 6 machinery. James Sinnott in CW174, he goes in Group C. Also joining him is Lee Scottford in the Gloucester District 16, and the really unusual Lancia, but always quick, is the Gloucester machine. And talking of unusual machines, then AD Lewis in the PAC 7 with the Fiesta, but with the diesel power under the bonnet. So looks for a black smoke as he leaves the line. And another seasoned campaigner and top racer then, Andy Johnson, will join the lineup in Scarborough 16. So you're defending champion then for well, a few more minutes, but until tomorrow afternoon. That's Stephen Parsonage in North Shropshire 146. He goes in race 2, and he's paired with Andy Dockeray. But we'll get to that as soon as we get to the race 1 underway. But more excuse me, more water going down on the far side, and we've heard from the marshals. Back to the class 4 then. Nick James, C14, first time back at Nationals in a while, and hasn't gone according to plan because he picks up the black flag, and he's excluded from the rerun. So a bit of tractor work and grading work going over the far side. There's a track looking absolutely superb, as you would expect from the South Wales League. They've done this before. They know exactly what they're doing, and as I say, one of my favourite tracks in the country. It's got a most picturesque track anyway, and yeah, I'm sure we're in for a cracking Nationals. As once again, I know there's a lot of work that's gone on behind the scenes, and as I say, I think everybody that's involved with doing a big meeting will certainly know what goes on, and I must admit, absolute full credit to everybody. Venue looking superb. So we come down Thursday afternoon, or Thursday sort of early evening, and so the welcome you always get down there is brilliant, and yeah, absolutely superb. Can't wait. So just a message from the chairman himself as he walks in. Then Pat Patrick is, I know they can't make it this weekend, and Margaret, but I know they can't make it this weekend, but a big shout out from them. Hope you're enjoying the race, and if you are watching, and as I say, can't be here this weekend, but I'm sure they'll be cheering the drivers on as you expect. Bowser's about done, makes their way off the top part of the circuit, and talking of watching racing, hello to everybody at home. If you're watching on the live BAStv link, hope you're okay. And I said I would give him a mention. My old mate Jason Jones, I know Jason can't make it this weekend, but I know he's in holiday, and he'll have the internet on, I suspect. And Jace, hope you're enjoying it, mate, and I'll see you next week. Right, first run of the Class 6s then, Heat 1, Race 1, away from the line, and it's Andy Johnson, the season campaigns in Class 6 that leads away from Sinnott in the course of CW174. Been out of luck at the Nationals before, but he wants to get himself into that final. Sinnott looking to stick it right up that outside line, but Johnson then quicker up the straight. Sinnott just once again goes a bit quicker, but switches that inside line. Adrian Davis having a good run in the diesel in PAC number 7. Proctor in York 77. Evan Wiley in DA number 4 with Paul Regan in Seven Valley number 7, looking up that inside of Wiley, but no room this time around as Andy Johnson, though, once again climbs the bank into turn 1. Still holding off the challenge of Sinnott in 174. Davis with the diesel. Proctor looking up that inside line. Evan Wiley and Regan. Then we go to the last of the runners and riders, Lee Scotford in Gloucester District 16. But climbing the bank and into turn 1 once again with the last lap flag being made ready. Andy Johnson, Scarborough 16. Sinnott still chasing hard in CW174. Proctor running third. Regan up to 5th. Then we go to Adrian Davis, who's just dropping down the order a little bit in PAC number 7, but looking to challenge on that outside line. But all the while then, Andy Johnson it is, going to lead them round, and 55 good points on the board. Andy Johnson, Scarborough 16, Sinnott runs second in 173. Regan finishes a good third. Evan Wiley, Adrian Davis in PAC 7, with the Proctor machine in York 77. So there's a green flag being issued somewhere, but Marshall wasn't just discussing, but we'll see, give you the information and outcome soon as we know. Right, on we go then. Race 2, Andy Dockeray, Stephen Parsons, Liam Hilton, Anthony Conway, Charlie Williams, Muzzer, Aaron Murray, Tristan Daniels and Shane Jenkins. Away we go. As then, who's quick away then? Jenkins, it is on the inside line. Conway's also quick as well. In Scunny, 91. Oh, somebody on 2 wheels. I think that's Muzzer in PAT, but Jenkins, it is at least away from your defending champ or your current champion of Spencer Parsonage in 146. Conway just gives Jenkins a bit of a nudge, and that allows Conway just to move through in Scunny 91 with Parsonage at 146. Jenkins now back to third in Radford at 205. Another lap completed. Tristan Daniels in Type 36. Then we go to Hilton. Charlie Williams in that Cambridge 421. On that outside line, Muzzer, Aaron Murray in PAT, and last of the runners and riders in this one then. That's going to be the who's that? Andy Dockeray in Yorkshire Dales 13, but Parsonage has found a way through. 146 it is. Daniels then on a mission as well in Type 36, knows his way round here probably better than most people as he goes on the outside of Conway and looks to gain another place as they climb the bank, but Conway just puts the pedal down and climbs the bank once more, but back round towards us we go. Still Parsonage, 146, Conway, Daniels, then we go to Hilton, Shane Jenkins now on that outside line, Williams, Muzzer and Dockeray. That's your race order as they once again go down that far side and climb the bank. Parsonage then looking to kick off his title defence with 55 points as he comes out of the final corner, but Daniels has got something to say. Parsonage takes it, Daniels second, Conway third, Jenkins, Hilton. Then we go to Charlie Williams, Aaron Murray and Dockeray. It's as quick as that in Yorkshire Dales 13. So once again, flags being issued. So Marshall still discussing, but as cones and everything get put back to where they should be, got to be Class 6, isn't it? Heat 1, Race 3 then, that brings out Tyre and Goodchild in IK 734. Jake Holgate, and going well this year. He's a finalist and a third last year. Cameron Phillips in C41, always quick. Rob Lancaster in Radford 471. Another people's tip for the top, Matt Manning in the Evesham 152, the former Class 4 champ, Anna McCready, Jaden Cowell, and Richard Jones in South Somerset 272. That's who we've got as they leave the line, and that's not race 3 because that is actually race 4. So there we go. So this brings out Rich Owen, Ollie Sol, Ian Lewis, Clayton, Jack Brown, Nigel Dooley, Nathan Organ, and Neil Compton. As they all get a bit bunched up around the bottom corner, but as they climb the bank, once again it is Jack Brown in Mallow 182 in the ex Andy Russell machine with Elan Lewis and PAC 70 on the right sideline. Ollie Sol in the pickup, been going well this year, running third in St Neots 668, looking up the inside of Lewis in the PAC 70 machine as once again climb the bank, but it's Brown that's going to lead them round once again, but he has been put in under all sorts of challenge and pressure by Ollie Sol, and Lewis Compton also in the mix as well in Swansea number 7, but Brown it is though that's still holding them all off as they climb the bank once again. Ollie Sol 668 with Elan Lewis in PAC 70. One more lap to go then. Brown it is still holding them all off. Ollie Sol, Lewis Compton. Then we go to Rich Owen in North Wales at number 5 when he's been chased by CW at 51 in that's the Carlo machine. That's got to be Nigel Dooley as we switch back though to the leader, and he's holding them all off. Good drive, Jack Brown 182, Ollie Sol, Compton. Then we go to Lewis, North Wales 5 for Rich Owen, Nigel Dooley, and we didn't give a mention, so we'll do that now. That's Lewis Clayton in Spalding number 5, and SR 555 will complete it all of Nathan Organ. Right, another outing for the dust settling solution team. Necessary evil, I'm afraid, but the track, as I said earlier, looking absolutely spot on, as fast as it always is. And as I say, massive credit to all the track team and Oily for organising everything. I know that a lot of work goes in, as I said before, and I'm sure we're in for a stunning Nationals as ever. But we're looking down to the line. We're still sticking with the Class 6s, but we're going back to race 3. So just to remind you who was in what and what groups, I, J, K and L, if you're following it in your programme. And all big news from the last one then, the race winner, which was Jack Brown Mallow, 182 green flagged. So he goes back to places. So still a third, so say it's still points to play for, a lot of racing to go yet, but you need to be somewhere near though before we get to the last round of qualifying tomorrow morning, or tomorrow afternoon usually as it is with Class 6s. And say the top 8 then obviously will go through to the final. So groups I, J, K and L, as we said before, Tyre and Goodchild in IK at 734. I don't know whether he's still got the KA awards, whatever it was, but Jay Colgate will join him. As I say, a finalist, was third last year in North Wales 200. Cameron Phillips from my part of the world in the West Midlands League in the Cumdy 47. Rob Lancaster in Radford for 71. Didn't have the best run in Class 4, but looking to make a bench flat in Class 6s. As I said before, a lot of people's tip for the top. Matt Manning in Evesham 152. Never won Class 6, but the former Class 4 champ will take his place and starts as many people's favourite in Group K. Adam McCready, another car over from the Irish Seas, and always nice to see him as well in Dan Autograss 171. Jaden Cowell, and switching to the pickup in SR80. He starts in lane number 1, lane number 2, and towards the inside then, that's Richard Jones in South Somerset 279. As away from the line we go, and is Manning, it is quick once again in Evesham 152. Richard Jones go with him in South Somerset 279. Colgate back down the order a bit. You look to fight through as he looks to find the gap, but that's a door absolutely slammed shut in his face by Lancaster as he switches towards the inside line. Manning no cone, and the challenge from the Big Alpha in South Somerset 279, the ex-Bengal machine from a few years ago, now running in second. Colgate now making his way through into that third place stop, but Manning it is 152, 279, North Wales 200. Cameron Phillips just ahead of Lancaster in 471 with Jaden Cowell in SR80. As round the bottom turn we go, it's the IK machine, Tyre and Goodchild in IK 734, and last but by absolutely no means least, the Dan Autograss machine that takes up the last place points. Adam McCready in Dan Autograss 171. But back to the leader though, it's Matt Manning in 152. Jones still holding on to second. Colgate now coming to the challenge on the outside line from Phillips in C47. But all the while, the man you got to catch, and just getting some daylight between himself and Richard Jones in 279. Manning it is 152 from it's the second place machine. Richard Jones, Colgate run third, Phillips fourth. Then Cowell rounds out your top 5 as they climb the bank once again for the final time, and getting a good start as well. Evesham 152. Manning it is. It takes the win. Jones second, Colgate third. Then we go to Phillips and SR80. IK 734. Rob Lancaster in 741, and the Dan Autograss machine comes across the line to finish. Adam McCready in Dan Autograss 171. Right, so looking towards the line, we're going to race 5, the last scheduled race in men's class 6s. And another one with a quality lineup. Lee Nicklin, the MAP Open champion in Yorkshire Dales, number 8. Jack Parker, he's been going reasonably well in Scone at 65. Another former champ, Darren Bryan, in Scarborough at 41. The 2021 champ, Alex Hay, Ben Gaspey, Harry Bushell, Mandy Schofield, and Tom Stevens. So as we all go into the turn 1, we close our eyes, and who comes out? It's Schofield in YS22. Nicklin in Yorkshire Dales, number 8, with the Audi Shell machine, with Alex Hay, I think that is, in York 24. That's just found a way through as he's battling with the IK machine. That's going to be Harry Bushell in IK number 10. But Schofield it is then that leads them back round towards us once again. 22 it is, Alex Hay and Nicklin fighting for that second place slot. IK 10, and we get red flags. So once again, more discussions going on about who's to blame. So we shall let you know as soon as we get any information. But we're going to leave the STG AXA sponsored men's class 6s for now. And we look towards the line, going back with open wheelers, F600s, back to us.
Yeah, thanks Tim. Right, straight into it. This is the outstanding rerun, I believe. And once again, we've got the Tyre number 6, I think, leading the way. This should be race 4, so it's Will Evans, but he's gone wide. Tony Edwards up the inside in Sturton, 2:47, and he's a late call up for our league, and he's leading the way, doing well then. Tyre 6 in second, and Victor Kent 77. Daz Cornwell back there in third, and Edwards made a mistake and has been swamped by them all, and it looks like 77 has gone through. So Cornwell leads it up. Evans on the outside, Edwards right there as well. Then we've got Leewood 88 of Wayne Jarrett also in the mix. Round the outside goes Yorkshire Dales 105. Kirsty Bears. Oh, there's contact. Evans is round, Edwards is round, Jarrett's gone as well. And that just leaves a few of them. There was only one left to mention, and that was Evesham 600 of Lucas Amblard. But we go Reds again. And that's another unfortunate stoppage for the F600s and the racing overall. So, not the best from the BB Group sponsored F600s here at the Nationals. You get one troublesome race, and it looks like this is the one for me. So, there we go. Right. So they'll sort themselves out. We'll try and go again soon. And, yeah. That puts paid to that. So it looks like, hopefully, we might be moving on to 8s next. Is that what's on the line? Yes, it is. So they're just held back. They're doing some track work, start line watering for these. But, yeah, they'll be moving forward in a moment. But I'll be back shortly for the first round for Class 10. And, yeah, it's the first time this weekend for the 8. So let's see what they bring to the table. We know it'll be fast, we know it'll be close, and we're looking for a different name on the trophy. But to take you through it, we'll hand you over to Liam Williams to cover Class 8.
Yes, thank you, Russ. Good afternoon to everybody that is here trackside at the 2025 Men's Nationals, and a very big good afternoon to everybody that's watching on the live stream as well. I'm sure that you'll be enjoying the coverage so far, because what a cracking day we've had already, as the time's just coming up to 1 o'clock. Class 8s are assembling down there on the line and getting ready to go for the first time this weekend, and we've already seen some very, very fast racing from some of the other classes, and those classes, I can tell you, a lot slower than Class 8, so this is going to be interesting to see what happens with them when we get away. I don't know if my voice is going to hold out for the first heats, let alone the weekend, because as you could probably tell, a little bit croaky already. But you can all blame Bluey for that because, yeah, obviously the disco the last 2 nights has sort of wrote me off. But I'm sure we'll find a voice from somewhere to take you through these Class 8s. A very big thank you then to Anthony Ross, of course, your current Class 8 national champion, of course, retired now. So we will be having a brand new Class 8 champion this weekend, but big thank you to Anthony for his very kind sponsorship, of course, Talking Dirty, your sponsors for Class 8 this weekend. And I think Rossi went live on Thursday on Facebook for all the pairings. So certainly still doing a lot of work and earned his retirement, I think, fair to say. But he'll be there, obviously, eagerly watching this weekend to see who is going to be the newly crowned champion of Class 8 this weekend. So I'm sure the ones down there will be thrilled to see the water tanker out. Speaking of ones down there then, who have we got? Obviously, groups A, B, C and D in race 1. So we got Dan Thomas in PhD 47, many people's favourite for the weekend. Kean Smith in Causeway 19, Martin Wallace in DA 511, Cameron Mills, former champion in C19, Russ Shepherd, Marcus Lewis, Josie Tompkinson, your current ladies Class 8 champion, and Ash Howard in PhD 21. And speak of Ash Howard, it is Ash who's the first one to show in 21, but Cameron Mills is going with him in the Company 19 machine as Cam looks up the inside and takes up the running now. Where's Thomas? He is well down the order in PhD 47. He's battling it out for about 5th place with your current ladies Class 8 national champion, running with the men this year in Scunny 52. But it's Cameron Mills from Ash Howard. Russ Shepherd is there in 3rd. In South Somerset, number 3 is Ash Howard, just looks up the inside of Cameron Mills, but doesn't quite make it stick as they go down the far side. I think Cam had a win in the 7s earlier and looking to imitate that into the Class 8s as he moves on to another circuit. Howard still 2nd, Russ Shepherd 3rd, DA 511 then of Martin Wallace running very strongly in 4th and holding off the hometown hero of Dan Thomas, but Dan's through on the inside. Josie Tompkinson goes through as well in Scuddy 52. So Martin Wallace is relegated with Marcus Lewis at the tail end along with Kean Smith, but it's last lap flag this time, and it's Cameron Mills with about half a lap left to go, looking to make it 2 wins out of 2 in a 7 and an 8 and kick his weekend off in superb fashion. Can he imitate the success he had years ago? It looks like it at the moment as Cam takes the win. Ash Howard 2nd, Russ Shepherd from Dan Thomas in 4th, Josie Thompson 5th, Martin Lewis takes 6th. Then we go to Martin Wallace in DA 511 and Kean Smith in Causeway 19 coming round to complete it all. So that is a taster of what is to come your way over the course of the weekend. Race 1 done and dusted with in men's Class 8s and cracking stuff. And as I said, Cameron Mills then he'll be very happy indeed taking a win in that one. So they go into the pits. We get water Bowsers coming out on track. So that gives us a chance to read out who's going to be in race 2 of Class 8s then, groups E, F, G and H. So Group C then, Jamie Meehan in West Waterford 132, paired with Tommy Chadwick in NS 151. So they'll both be down there. They're joined by James Bowe in Pennine number 9 and James Marjoram in Cambridge 47. Alex Hall in Radford 411. Then 2 of the ladies representing for the Class 8s this weekend, Abby Jade Bennett in the Forest of Dean number 8, Emily Gill in Scunthorpe number 20, and Scott Aldridge completing it all in Stroud and District number 5. I think Scott's been out this morning because I think he went out in the Class 1, so he would have had a taster of this track. So obviously the Class 1, Class 8, completely different machines. I'm sure he won't be driving the 8 the way he drives the 1. But we will wait and see. So that's who's down there and ready to do battle. As I said, Abby J. Bennett, Emily Gill, the 2 ladies, 2 very experienced ladies as well, really, aren't they? As both former champions in ladies' classes. I think Abby, still, to my knowledge, still the only girl to have won the junior specials as well. So can she become one of the ladies take the title in Class 8? It'll be interesting to see as the water bowsers making their way off the circuit. There is still one up there over by the grandstand. So everyone on the grandstand, if you can all give us a wave so we can see you. I can see a few hands moving. That's not enough. We need more than that. So there we go. We got hands moving. So big hello to everyone over there. Hopefully you're enjoying your spot on turns 1 and 2. Right, anyway, we're away racing. Race 2 of your men's Class 8 is up and off the line. Alex Hall's already facing the wrong way in Radford 411, and that might go down as the shortest race of the weekend because red flags are out already. So slow it down, boys and girls, as, I think we made it about 100 foot off the line before red flags decided to come out. So Alex Hall it was, who unfortunately ended up facing the wrong way in Radford 411. So not too sure what happened. They came off the line, the next minute he was backwards. Here you go, speaking of Class 8 national champion. Hello, Mr. Ross. As he's here with the essentials. He's got cups of tea and coffee, so even better. There we go. So we got the Lando Norris Monster then. Of course, Monster, I'm sure you would have seen the stand and the truck driving around. Of course, the sole provider of energy drinks. And we have the Lando Norris Monster in here. And Lando will be racing later on, won't he? Because qualifying. But real racing, Class 8, race 3 is on and off the line. No time to go through, isn't it? But we are away and gone, and it's your former champion. That's going to lead them into turn 1. Jack Gibbons then in the leeward machine. He's gone wide, and someone's pushing through. Mills is round. Oh, it's carnage again. As Reese Wyeth, I think's in the Armco. I'm sure we're going to be seeing red flags again. Yeah, there you go. So down the far side they go, but bringing it to a halt as Jack Gibbons shoots back out in front, but red flags do come out. We've got Steve Mills facing the wrong way in Cumdee number 10. As I said, we had about 2 or 3 cars piling up in towards the Armco. I think Ben Harper was involved as well. He managed to get it going, and Reese Wyeth was the other one. But it is Steve who has come out the most unfortunate, because it doesn't look like he's going to get it moving anytime soon. So he might need a bit of assistance to go into the pits. So, yeah, we started off well, but race 2 and 3 not going to plan whatsoever. So hopefully race 4 can do us justice and actually get a little bit further. We have got time to go through these this time. So, race 4 then, groups M, N, O and P. Connor Jones in ARC 15, paired with Mitch Wells in Evesham 356. So, a very good pair in there. Sam Matthews in Scunny 427 is with Chris Pope in Spalding at number 8. Harry Russell in IK 65 and Shane Houlihan in West Waterford 252 and Callum Barker in Scarborough 50 and another former champion, Dan McKenzie in Cambridge 44. Not just a former champion, former national champion of champions as well. Dan, I think he actually won that without winning the nationals. I think where he won it the year before, he went in and defended his title. And I know Dan will be eager for a good weekend and looking to get himself back on top spot in the Class 8. So we are just hearing then that Stroud at 41, Kenny Smith, unfortunately, will be excluded from the rerun in the last race. So unfortunately, Kenny, I think, came in as a reserve as well, but unfortunately not going to take any further part in the first round of qualifying. So there you go, news off the press. Right, Steve Mills' car is being picked up and, as I said, going to be given a bit of assistance to get back into the pits. And once he does, we will get ready to go racing with race 4 of your men's Class 8s. And like I said, hopefully we can make it a little bit further than we did last time. So, while we got a bit of downtime then, this does give me a chance to say hello to everyone properly. And as I said, all of you watching on the live stream, then I'm sure you'll be enjoying the coverage. I don't know why you're watching on the live stream, because you should be here. So I hope you have a legitimate reason for not being here, because you really, really are missing out. And I'm sure anyone who's been to this venue before knows just exactly what a weekend we're going to have, because the South Wales League they don't do things by halves. They definitely do things the right way. And the setup, everything, absolutely brilliant. Of course, the ladies' nationals were here last year. So for those of you that were there, then I'm sure you're very, very familiar with the layout and everything. Of course, all the trade stands down on turn 3 and 4, so down by the start line. So good to see all the trade stands down there, multiple food bars around the track as well, and I think there is a beer tent. I'm sure there is. I wouldn't know personally, but I'm sure there is to the right-hand side of commentary. So for those of you obviously not racing, then do pay a visit down there. I might see you down there later, but yeah, so as I said, make sure that you do have a good walk around later on and see what's about, because like I said, there is so much here. I mean, it took about an hour last night to try and get food because we couldn't decide what we wanted. Spoilt for choice. So, as I said, do make way around, but not while the racing's on, because you want to be trackside and watching what is coming your way. As Steve Mills' Class 8 gets taken back into the pit, and a little bit of track work going on as well. Of course, the watering being done very well this weekend so far to keep the dust down. It's a little bit stony out there as we're situated just on the start of the turn 3. And the Class 3s mainly were the ones causing issues because the way they throw it sideways, Sid Lomax nearly took my head off with a stone, but the way that some of these drivers race around this track, it's fascinating to watch. I mean, you won't be seeing many brake lights go on over the course of the weekend, so especially with the Class 8 boys. So we're getting closer then to going racing, as I think the last water barriers are going to make its way off the field. So quick recap then: Connor Jones, Mitch Wells, Sam Matthews, Chris Pope, Harry Russell, Shane Houlihan, Callum Barker and Dan McKenzie are the ones scheduled to come out. That could be the final in itself. We've got track clearance, yellow flags up, bungee lifts, we got wheelies off the line. Is that Connor? I think lifting the front end up in ARC 15, but Mitch Wells it is. That's the quickest one to go. Oh, Connor Jones is facing the wrong way. He's got it back going. As all that goes on, Mitch Wells emerges out in front and shows an array round in Evesham 356. Harry Russell has slotted into second in IK 65 as he looks to try and close the gap. Can't quite do so at the moment as they're tossing it out for third and fourth. Oh, someone's getting it sideways again, but Mitch Wells it is. Harry Russell, Sam Matthews, Chris Pope in fourth, Mackenzie fifth, Callum Barker sixth. Then we go to Connor Jones in ARC 15, down the order after his earliest spin, along with Shane Houlihan in West Waterford 252. But your race leader is away and gone, and you are not going to catch him in Evesham 356. Mitch Wells it is, the race really on for third, as Popey is looking at the inside of Sam Matthews in 427. He's left the door open, he's let him through. Mackenzie still struggling down in fifth place in a Cambridge 44 machine. Callum Barker is not giving up the challenge on him either, as the yellow flag with the black cross gets made ready. Last lap, and Wells it is, looking to kick his Nationals weekend off with 55 points. Russell is coming under a really strong challenge now from Chris Pope in St. Neots number 8 as they go into that top turn for the final time. Mitch Wells it is, that puts 55 points on the board as Harry Russell takes second, Matthews third, Mackenzie up to fourth, Popey well down on the last corner into fifth, with Callum Barker the next one across, Shane Houlihan and Connor Jones. Right then, so just waiting, then a bit of water going down on the circuit. Just hearing from the last race as well that couple of flags given. Oh, Mickey B, if you're about, cover your ears, because Callum, unfortunately, getting a green flag in Scarborough number 50, and to add on top of that, Shane Houlihan in West Waterford 252 is picking up a black flag. So there you go. It wouldn't be Class 8 racing without a little bit of drama, would it? As flags given out then on the last race. And I'll tell you what, this next race is going to be interesting, because we've got 4 water boaters out on track. So I'm sure the Class 8 boys are going to be absolutely buzzing to come out and go around this slippy stuff. To be fair, it will dry in quickly. It's pretty windy out there. So I'm sure they won't be too thrilled about it. But, you know, it's the Nationals. You've got to race in all conditions. And coming out to race then in the final scheduled race of your Class 8s, groups Q, R, S and T. We've got Colin Linehan in Mallow 13, Sawley McLachlan in Central Scotland 48, Wes Green in Scarborough 916, Lee Talbot in York number 9, Brad Gallagher in Leewood number 9, Ash Robinson in Yorkdales 43, Stu Whitehouse in White Rose 5 and Tyler Priest in Cumdee 27. They are the drivers scheduled to come out for race 5 of your Talking Dirty sponsored men's Class 8s. Of course, 2 reruns to come your way a little bit later on. So totally jinxed myself, because I've been saying to people all weekend, should only have 16 races this weekend technically. I'll breeze through it. I said they're going to do well. It's a big track, there'll be no drama. Yeah, second race, I think we got about 50 foot off the line. So start as you mean to go on, Liam. I should know better by now, Tim. I've been doing 8s a long time. I should know to just keep my mouth shut and just go with it. But for some reason, I always mess myself up. So I've only got myself to blame. So, of course, the Nationals. So people are going to be pushing just that little bit harder than what they would week in, week out. And I mean, we've seen that, because this is where you come to see the best racing in the calendar year. And there's a reason why they say it's the best 40 drivers from each class. They're showing it. They're putting on a excellent performance in every race that we've seen. There's not been a boring race all day, and I'm sure there's not going to be for the rest of the day. Right, we're away. Race 5 of men's Class 8 is away and gone. Tyler Priest, very quick out of the gate in Cumdee 27. Is he going to continue that pace in and out of turn 1 as he takes the wide line? Where's the dry? He's found it. He's away. Colin Linehan is in Mallow 13, running there in second, taking an even wider line. I think Robinson is popped out in third, and Linehan's right round the outside in Mallow 13, takes up the running down the far side. So where's the Southern Irish crew? We need to hear you cheering, because he's going to need all the encouragement he can get as Tyler Priest looks to fight back. Robinson runs third, Whitehouse runs fourth, Talbot fifth. Brad Gallagher, you're letting me down, Brad. In Leewood number 9, you've got to move up a few places, boy, and try and get back into the mix. And as I say that, he's up the inside, backs out as they head up the hill. But Linehan it is in Mallow number 13, making the boat journey worth it as he moves on to another lap. Has Tyler Priest got an answer? Not at the moment. In Cumdee 27, Whitehouse is through to third as Robinson drops right out in the Yorkdales 43, third to fifth as Talbot moves through as well in the York number 9 machine. But it's last lap flag. We need to hear the Irish cheering, because Linehan's got one more to go in Mallow 13 as Tyler Priest is still looking for a way over the back of him. Brad Gallagher, unfortunately, looking like he's got some technical issues on board as he's dropping a little bit further back, along with Sawley McLachlan in the Central Scotland machine. But it's checkered flag. Priest is going to make one more move, but it ain't enough as Linehan it is takes the win. Tyler Priest second, Whitehouse third, Talbot takes fourth, Wes Green fifth, Ash Robinson in Yorkdales 43 is the next one across. Brad Gallagher in Leewood number 9. And Central Scotland 48 of Sawley McLachlan is your final finisher. So good stuff there from Class 8. We wouldn't expect anything less, would we? So that is them done with for the time being. We have got 2 reruns to come your way, and I'm very grateful Ross Thompson's turned up, because I think my throat is about to give out in about 3, 2, 1. So Class 10s are down there on the line. If you thought 8s were quick, then that might just been a warm-up, because 10s are down there, and to tell you who's down there, it's back over to Russ.
Yes, thank you very much, Liam. So, the 8s do have that effect on you. That was me this time last year with the sore throat after the first heats. So far, we're doing all right, but we're going into Class 10, sponsored by PRL Plan Tyre. We have, as usual, with all of the classes, 5 races to come your way. And groups A, B, C and D see a pretty decent lineup. Group A, Jack Rawlinson in the car which won the Nationals 10 years ago in his dad's hands. What can he do in SC13? We've got a finalist from 2024, Paul Coles in South Somerset 166. A late addition to the lineup, Archie Bennett is in Group B in North Wales 62, his first senior Nationals, and he's paired with Scarborough 1 of Pete Nicholson. Crowd favourite Vinnie Gibbons goes next in Leewood 170 in Group C, and he's paired up with Julian Heath in Melton 10. Then we go to Group D, and it's another late addition, Dominic Wade in Scunthorpe 39, and he is paired with a possible favourite for many, North Shropshire 3 of Liam Evans. So that is the lineup, and we will see who comes out best. Looking at the grid, Paul Coles has selected grid 8. Vinnie Gibbons is in grid 7. Looks like Julian Heath is in 6 and Pete Nicholson 5. Dom Wade 4, Liam Evans 3, Jack Rawlinson grid 2. And that should leave Archie Bennett, who's just off camera at the minute, in grid number 1. So the grids are getting a bit of a watering. A little issue off the start and the opening straight for some of the Class 8s. The heavier cars, they've got more power. Will that have an effect on the opening starts for the 10s? Well, we'll wait and see. Drivers are moving forward. They've moved forward to the front bungee. So I don't know if they've been doing that with all the races recently, but I know they was planning on starting on the back bungee and then moving to the front one later on. But yeah, we are now back on the front bungee for these Class 10s. Now, I'm going to try and attempt to time these. I only managed to do 2 F600 races and failed at most of them because I missed the start on a couple, but the one which I did get properly timed was 1 minute 47.33 for the full race. We're going to try and time the Class 10s, so let's see what they bring to the table in form of pace. I know years ago at the Nationals, all the races were timed by somebody, and it was a bit of an honour to have fastest time of the day. Yeah, it doesn't happen much anymore now, but I know Jeff Gallagher, Giddy's down there in the spectator point, he's got his speed gun to get the speeds, but right, looks like engines are revving. PRL Plan Tyre sponsored Class 10s, and away we go. And who's going to get the best of the stars? It's Liam Evans, Vinnie Gibbons, Paul Coles. They're the first 3, and it's Colesy to the outside. Track watered, remember, and South Somerset 166 throws it out wide. Evans comes up the inside of him to take it up. Gibbons there in third. Now what can he do about it? Head of Jack Rawlinson. And then we go Pete Nicholson. Vinnie's overdone it. He's gone wide, but he cuts back up the inside of Scunthorpe 13, retakes third. But Evans is already probably 5 car lengths clear. Gibbons on the outside. Cole switches to the defence, and Rawlinson goes with him. Pete Nicholson further back, problems for Archie Bennett as Dominic Wade chases down Nicholson. Then it's Julian Heath in Melton 10, but back front, and it's North Shropshire 3. Up the star straight he goes, pulling further clear. Gibbons now up to second, head of Coles, and then it's Rawlinson back to 4th in Scunthorpe 13, so far clean as you like, but it's F3, 170, 166, 13, Scarborough 1, Scunthorpe 39, Melton 10, then it's North Wales 62, but that young man getting experience, his first senior Nationals will get quicker. But on the big stage, it's the man who's won both BAS finals so far this year. Liam Evans, it is 1 to go. Vinnie Gibbons in there in second, half a straight down. Cole's a bit further back. Rawlinson's got problems. Scunthorpe 13 slow. And passed us that time around under threat from Nicholson, but he's trying to defend. And then up that opening straight they go once more. But Liam Evans is going to take the first one. North Shropshire 3 it is, takes the win. Leewood 170, South Somerset 166, Scunthorpe 13, then it's Scarborough 1, Melton 10, Scunthorpe 39, there's Dom Wade, Archie Bennett in North Wales 62. A race time of 1 minute 33.42 is what I got. What did Tim get? Okay, well, he might have been quicker on the bungee than me, but one of us was. Tim got a 1:32, I got a 1:33. Right, away we go with the next one, very quickly out the blocks. Groups E, F, G and H, and it is Wes Tinker who leads into turn 1, York 40. Lance Bowen goes with him, Darren Sheehy's there as well. Who's that coming for? It's Ben Herdman, but it's 42.07 and 22. That's the top three. Darren Sheehy's right in there in West Waterford, 9.89 up the inside of Bowen for that third place, looking for second. Oh, look at that, 3 wide we go as Bowen throws caution to the wind and goes through in between them. But it's Wes Tinker leading. Border County's 22, West Waterford 9.89, Radford 2.07, Dan Ray's down in 5th, he's come on 31, Adam Veal, Spalding 40, Paul Harris and Craig Bartlett. That's the running order, but it's Tinker on his way at the moment in York 40. My prediction for this weekend in Class 10, and he's started off on the right foot as he keeps that right foot down on the throttle. 22 still there, second. She absolutely flying in third in West Waterford 9.89. I'm sure getting plenty of cheers. Dan Ray's made a mess of it and goes on the infield, rejoins a long way back, but still ahead of Adam Veal in Spalding 40. It's 1 lap to go, and 1, 2, 3 come past. 40, 22, 9.89, 2.07 has dropped back. Then it's 31 and 40. Carmarthen number 2, and then Central Scotland 43, Craig Bartlett. That's it, and they're all on to the final lap, and checkered flag is being shown, and this one's quick. It's going to be York 40 takes it. Border County's 22, West Waterford 9.89, Radford 2.07. Then it's Dan Ray, Adam Veal, and Paul Harris and Craig Bartlett to complete. And I've got that 3 seconds quicker than the race before. Yeah, that happens, I've done that. But 1 minute 30.32, that was fast from your race winner, Wes Tinker. This one may be a little bit slower. Oh, well done. Right, anybody missing a little doggy here? I'm not good with me dogs. A little black terrier type, black collar, but no tag, unfortunately, no name tag on this little one. It seems quite calm, in good company, but I'm sure this little one will be better off with the owner rather than us. So if you are missing a little doggy, yeah, they're down here at commentary. Otherwise, Ellie Lockwood's adopting. Right. Okay, right, quite important this one. A pink purse has been lost somewhere trackside. Wait, it's on commentary side in the spectator land. If you found it, it's not yours. Please return it to commentary or race control. We can give it back to the rightful owner. Obviously, there's quite some personal belongings in there. So if you do find a pink purse, can you please hand it in? So there we go, 2 races down for the PRL Plantair sponsored Class 10s. Yeah, so maybe Tim's time of 1 minute 32.25 for the first race might be a bit more accurate than my 1 minute 33. Can't imagine 3 whole seconds slower, that's something. But this race might be that because obviously some water's gone down. But it depends how quickly it dries. But yeah, so the next run of Class 10s is down there, groups I, J, K and L, don't forget. The letters get thrown in a pot and jumbled up for runs 2 and 3. But we still get some cracking race lineups. We've got Chris Ellis against Miles Blewett, so South Somerset 6 and PAC 24 in this next one. Then we've got Kieran Smith in DA 82 and Carl Morgan in Cumdu Treble 6. Carl Ray in PhD 31 is paired up with Mark Nugent in West Waterford Treble 5. Then Andy Bishop, Yatton Sudbury 1 and Liam Grasby in Evesham 1, 2, 1. Now that completes this lineup. Right, yellow flags are fluttering. We're going to get this one underway. Bungees up and away we go with this next run of Class 10s, and Kieran Smith makes a good start. So does Andy Bishop in Yatton Sudbury 1. And Bishop leads into turn 1. It'd be great to see him back in a big final, wouldn't it? He's been going well this year. Carl Ray looks to spoil that party as he slides looking for second at least. But Liam Grasby's got there in front of him, Evesham 121. Problems for Miles Blewett, a bit steadier past us for the first time, but Carl Ray goes out wide, scrabbling for grip. Water gone down, so pace will be slower. A lot of horsepower in the backs of these specials, and they've got to try and put it down, and it doesn't always agree with them. But it is Andy Bishop leading the way. Then it's Liam Grasby, Carl Ray, Chris Ellis, Kieran Smith, and then the rest. I think it was Mark Nugent next up, Carl Morgan, and Miles Blewett just struggled a little bit with the twin KTMs in the back of PAC 24. But up to the top we go once more, and it's Bishop, and been around a little while, and it'd be good to see him do well. Yeah, it's only one, he's 121, the youngster, who's first year in the 10s as Chris Ellis makes a mess of going into the turn in South Somerset 6 and drops back somewhat. But it remains with Yate Sodbury 1. Not many Yate Sodbury cars here this weekend, so it's great to see them right up at the sharp end. Evesham 121 still there, Kieran Smith attacking for third over Carl Ray in PhD 31. Then it's Mark Nugent came in as a late-on addition in the reserves, I think. Westwater for treble 5, Chris Ellis there in South Somerset 6 and Carmen. Oh, it's all chopping and changing up front. We go 3 wide at the late stage. Oh, and an engine's gone in Bishop's. Yeah, and Sodbury one's out of it, but Liam Grasby's going to come through and take it. Kieran Smith, Carl Ray, Mark Nugent, Chris Ellis. Then it's Carl Morgan, and wow, disappointment for Andy Bishop as Miles Blewett completes. But unfortunately, it was all looking so good, and the car must have gone sick just before it let go because he was suddenly swamped by the cars which closed in. And unfortunately, YS1 is out, and that is a big shame. And another flag has been given out there, and unfortunately Kieran Smith is out in down. Well, he's not out, sorry, he's demoted with a green. So a green flag for DA82 of Kieran Smith. He drops back. Very unfortunate. So a race time there. That shows the difference with the water in. 1 minute 41.97. So that is 11 seconds slower than Wes Tinker. Oh, there we go. We're getting better. We're getting closer. There's only a 10th between me and Tim now with the timing. So we are getting better. But don't worry. We've got a man who's looking. Yeah, he's getting ready for the second round of qualifying because that is closing in on us. So, hello, Diane. Diane Tompkinson coming to say hello. We had Josie on the commentary at Scunny, so is it your turn? Oh, okay. Right. We're going to go with this next Class 10 race, Heat 1, Race 4, PRL, Plant IE, your sponsor. Away we go. And who's it going to be? We've got a stacked line-up here. It's Andy Hornshaw on the outside. Not quite cracked Class 10 at the Nationals yet in York 7. He's won 8 and 9. Can he do 10 this year? Problems for Craig Beaumont. Further back, we've got former champions Chris Ashwin and Lee Seagreaves. There was a bit of smoke out the back of Lou Bennett there in North Wales 162, and it's still there. Tyrone Cusack knows all about engine smoke. He's blown up a couple of engines this year also, and he's dropped to the back, maybe with problems also on him. But it's Hornshaw, Ashwin and Seagreaves, then it's Bennett. That's the 1, 2, 3, 4. We go Phil Young and Craig Beaumont, Fergus Reynolds and Tyrone there in Mallow 25. And that's your lot at the moment as we keep going down that start straight. Problems for Beaumont. He's gone round in the Condé machine, but it's all looking good at the minute for York 7. He's got 3 cars close behind him. As you notice, the pace is taken from a long outside line on the cushion to inside. Oh, Ashwin's attacked too much, and we got 3 cars tangling up. Seagreaves is on the back of Ashwin, and we get the first reds for the 10s as Tyrone Cusack has a strike of luck there. Hornshaw was okay controlling the pace, and it just got a bit wrong behind. And maybe it's just a load of WD-40 sprayed on the exhaust for Bennett. So there we go. I was hoping 10s would get through. Never mind. So it looks like we've got our final run of Class 10s on the line. Then I think we go Class 4 reruns. So that's looking next, and then we'll follow soon after. So there's a bit of chatter over the radio. We're just waiting for full confirmation, and here it is. It will be a rerun, that race, Heat 1, Race 4, but unfortunately, excluding the man who's waiting to be recovered, Chris Ashwin is out in Star 84. So not good for the former champ, winning it in style in 2023. But unfortunately, there he goes. He can drive back, but that is a huge dent in the chances of making the final. Normally, you want to be aiming for that 120 points mark, I think, for the finals. You do get some which are lower, and some classes you don't expect to actually achieve higher. I think even the likes of Class 4, which doesn't always have the strongest of numbers, I think last year you still needed 128 or something to make the final. So it's, yeah, it was mental, wasn't it? And then you get some classes where 118, 19 scrapes you in. So it's just the look of how it goes. You get some of the top guys in the same heat together, which often happens, and that gives others a chance to claw some points back, which they may lose. So we saw a couple of the Class 8 heats with 6 cars in the race, potential finalists. Somebody's got to finish 6th, and that's the same in all the classes. And you've got to take that one as it comes, and then try and fight back in heat 2, if possible. But this track has also been a bit torturous on some of the cars. We've had quite a few succumb to issues. Andy Bishop earlier on in Yates Sodbury 1. Our club mate Dan Lodge, I think, sidelined now with terminal issues on the car. It was my pick for Class 5 this weekend. Unfortunately, it's just not gone well for him. He won the first heat, but coasted to a halt across the finish. And yeah, that's him done. And we've seen other drivers, potential finalists, who a lot of people would predict, and it's all gone wrong in the first heat. A flag or contact, which has led to a breakdown. So it happens. That's the luck of the draw at the Nationals. I've always said you can win every race up to it, and it go wrong in heat 1. So I'm sure if Lewis Richardson, he could have quickly got his car and stood in place. Yeah. So, I think yeah, Lewis is on commentary. He was part of the opening ceremony. He's been talking through stock catches, which for an early start for you, it gave you plenty to talk about. But I think your focus is on the BAS now, is it, this year? Well. You're better than you think, mate. You're better than you think. So, yeah, I think, yeah, Lewis, you've had some great results this year so far. You've had a couple of, I think there was a flag at one point, which came against you. But we'll quietly put that one out of the way. Yeah. So. But anyway, Lewis and the rest of the team on the commentary are going to continue to provide the entertainment. Like I say, if you can, try and send messages in if we can get the signal to pick them up. My phone is absolutely hopeless. I can't get anything. I did manage to pick up a message, somebody asking me to send them a picture of somewhere, I think their next heat, and I just couldn't do it. It just wouldn't send. So it's a big shame, but you know, that's what happens when you get 10,000 people in a field. There's not enough 4G to go round. Those who are lucky enough get the 5G, and those who are really wealthy have their own Wi-Fi. Yeah, if anybody wants to share some with us, I'll gladly borrow it. I'll give you a quid towards. Right, we're going to go with Class 10s. Away we go, and I've missed the button, but I've got it maybe a split second late. So we'll work it out. Right, your defending champion's out in this one, and so's the man who won the Nationals at this venue back in 2018. It's James Poltimore who leads. Forest 79 out wide. George Young goes with him, and it's Gavin Tybee right there in West Waterford 143, taking a tight and tidy line. Problems for Gary Morris. Came in as a substitute, and he's got sounds like driveline problems. One engine or both not going into gear as he came down the straight, but I think he's got it sort of going now. Gary Ford out of shape in Avelston 42, but it's free wide synchronised sliding here as Poltimore looks to attack Tybee, who's chasing the second. George Young now looking for the run in the lead. Danny Wade back in fourth, and he's under pressure, and he's got it wrong, and Gary Ford's hit him. The nose panels come off. A42, so that's in the track somewhere. Ed Milner, long-time racing, great to see him back here. And Cumdy 99 also in a bit of trouble there, but we keep racing, and it's 21.79, 143, just pushed that cone. You saw it wobble, but it didn't go anywhere. Scumop 34, Pennine 52, Alex Fretwell not had a mention yet. He's your current UK points leader as he goes up into 5th place, but the race is still on for the leadership, and George Young's gone wide, and Poltimore back up the inside, 1 to go, and it's the two black, it's the black and yellow and the black and gold, but Tyre's gone through, Polimore's gone. Or has he? What's happened there? He slowed it right down. Did he think he'd finished? Because he slowed it down as he crossed the finish line, but there's one to go. And that gives it back to Tyre in West Warden 144. Or is it George Cutler? Wow, that was close. Who got that one? Forest 79 third, Scunthorpe 34, and then it's Gloucester 28, Pennine 52. As Ed Milner overcooks it on the top bend, and then Gary Ford comes through to complete. But who got that one? I've no idea. All I know is that I got a race time of 1 minute 36.93. Although I think I might have been a split second a bit late on the button. But anyway, that was brilliant. Class 10s. I'll have to find out who won that one. But anyway, we're going to just gradually steady the pace, but the action will not drop in any form because we've got Class 4s on the line. They've already been entertaining and a little action-packed. And to take you through these reruns, it's over to you, Tim.
Yeah, thank you, mate. So, yeah, back to the, well, one of the outstanding reruns in Class 4. So, as we look towards the line, the very familiar machine, Dalton Thomas. So, that's got to be race 4. And we're going without Clive Edwards, who caught the black flag and was the cause of the stoppage in turn 1. But Dalton Thomas, Lancaster, Bernie Jones, Andy Whitcomb and Brian Smart. That's who we should have as they leave the line. As who makes the best start. It's the inside machine, and as I said earlier, many people's tip for the top. Dalton Thomas, the former Class 6 champ in the ex-Alan Henley machine, now in the Class 4. Scarborough, number 8 it is, that leads the way with Lancaster having a good, better run this time in Radford 47. Running in that second place slot, Scunny 134, now running in third. That's Brian Smart, as once again they climb the bank and into the top turn. Once again, Andy Whitcomb's gained a place as well, but Thomas it is at lead. Scarborough 8, Radford 47, SR 50, Scunny 134, and Bernie Jones, long-time Class 4 and former Class 4 national champion quite a fair few years ago, H999. But as they climb the bank once again into the top turn, still Dalton Thomas in Scarborough number 8. That brings him round once again, another lap in the book. Rob Lancaster, Radford 47, Andy Whitcomb in SR 50 from Brian Smart and Scunny 134, and Bernie Jones rounds it all out in Hereford at treble 9. But again, as they climb the back, Lancaster a lot closer this time as Dalt takes it easy, or has he got a problem on board with one more lap to go? Scarborough 8, Radford 47, these two well clear from Andy Whittingham in SR 50 and Scunny 134. But Brian Smart and Bernie Jones in Hereford at treble 9. But once again, with the checker flag being made ready, and 55 points in a race win will do nicely from race 1. Dalton Thomas, Scarborough 8 it is that takes it. Rob Lancaster, Radford 47, SR 50 of Andy Whittingham, Scunny 134, Brian Smart and Bernie Jones, H treble 9. So we got the official race time, 1:39.8.8. So yeah, it was actually. So yeah, who said the class 4s are slow? There you go. But right, that's all done and dusted. So that's race 4 all put to bed. So as we look towards the line, we're still sticking with class 4, heat 1, race 5. So we're going without Nick James in C14. Everybody else though goes as per book. Paul Birrell is the quickest away is near 261. That leads the way, but being chased by Daniel Jones and PAC number 4. Then we go to the White Rose 1 machine of Tony Clarkson in that third place slot. The Irish machine, that's David O'Leary in CW 144, runs in that 5th place as they climb the bank once again, but it's Birrell that still leads the way. The 2 Micras, then on song, BAC 4 it is that runs second, Clarkson, O'Leary. Then we go to Graham Moore in North Wales 96, and Evesham 22, Graham Grasby, not quite as good as the first one, but he's still there in the last place position, but he'll be trying hard, I'm sure. So is Birrell though, sitting here 261, on to another lap with Daniel Jones in PAC 4. Clarkson, O'Leary and Moore wake up the rest of the runners and riders as Grasby goes through in Evesham at 22. So the field fairly well spread out, and I can't see it going to change as the last lap flag being made ready. Birrell then leads him on to the final circuit. St Neots 261, PAC 4, White Rose number 1, but O'Leary then just getting closer in CW 144 ahead of Moore in North Wales at 96 and Grasby and Evesham 22 as they climb the bank once again. Final time and a race win, 55 points. St Neots 261. Birrell takes it, Jones second from Clarkson. Then we go to O'Leary in CW 144, North Wales 96 of Graham Moore, and coming across the line to complete and sort of finish class 4. Shepton Plant Tyre, your very kind sponsor, and next time we'll see them is a little bit later on. So we've still got a rerun of class 6s to come, but we're going back full circle. Second round of qualifying starts right here, right now. So to take you through the second heat of men's stock hatches, back over to Lewis Richards.
Cheers, Tim. Yeah, thank you very much. It's great to be back on the mic again now for the start of the second heats. We're not doing too badly, are we? 1:45. I know we have a couple of reruns left to go, but I'm over the moon. I'm sure everyone in the South Wales League is pretty pleased with how the race meeting is going ahead, and a lot of people very pleased with the layout of the venue, etc. Thank you to everybody who is now adhering to the different pathways around the venue. Obviously we had to close off that bottom corner for safety purposes because that is the track exit for all the cars and plant machinery carrying the cars off, etc. And it was a bit dangerous there because everybody thought they could go through on their bikes and prams and everything. So it's better that everybody's safe and takes that little trip around the actual gateways to go through into the pits parking area. But yeah, we look down then to see the second heat of stock hatches down on the start line. They are ready to get started here, and our first race should bring out pairs A, E, I and M. Hopefully you're getting to grips now if you're not familiar already with the different club prefixes. So we should have Scarborough 33, Lewis Wing, who's on, well, let's have a look, a second place finish this morning on 45 points. Then we have Cameron Weir, who's also paired with Lewis Wing in the Pen 920. Scott Atkins, SS44. Michael Aiken in NS192. Ben Williams, unfortunately, picked up a green flag this morning. Hopefully he can get a clean run now to gain those valuable points to see if he can build up enough of a tally to get into the final in the IK 122. Tristan Richardson in the IK 117 and Russ Victory in the Radford number 14. So already mentioned to you regarding one of our runners and riders here who's in, well, who had a second place finish this morning, but obviously with 5 heats running in the classes, we've got 5 winners who take up those first 5 positions on the points tally after heat 1. So then we look down to joint 6th, and that's where we do find Lewis Wing from Scarborough in the Scarborough 33. So although had a second place this morning, there's obviously 5 other drivers from the other classes who had wins this morning. And believe it or not, race 5, I think, is going to be an absolute cracker. I'll mention more a little bit about that, but if you've got your program in front of you and you've worked out the groups, we've got Group B, G, L and Q coming out in race 5. And like I said, I'll build that one up a little later on to explain why that could be potentially one of the races of the weekend. But yeah, so race 1 is looking down there and waiting for track clearance. The tractor and grader just in the top corner, just smoothing things out a little bit more for us to be ready to race. But we might as well go through race 2 while we're waiting then. So heat 2, race 2 will bring out groups F, J, N and R. So again, if you look in your programs, I think it was on page 10 we mentioned this morning, you will see the different permutations now for heat 2. Race 3 will bring out groups C, K, O and S. Race 4 pairs D, H, P and T, and race 5 B, G, L and Q. And like I said, that is going to be definitely one to look out for later on. But race 2 then does bring out SN727, CA201, P23, Y52, S16, Lud 82, Scarborough 26. Those will be our runners riders for heat number 2, race 2, sorry, in heat 2. Once again, thanks very much then to KS Coles, who are our weekend sponsors for the stock hatch class. And I think with the tractor and grader making its way back into the centre of the track, we are on the wind-up and the bungee has lifted. So let us see then who can get the better of the starts. I know that Lewis Wing was on a second place this morning. We'll see what else everybody else has done in a moment, but we've got the Invicta Kent 117, I think, going into the corner first. That's Tristan Richardson with Russ Victory on that wide line. Go on, boy, making it stick on that looser surface. But it's Scarborough 33, then Lewis Wing hoping to build on the points that he made up this morning. Again, on that inside line, Lewis Wing in the Scarborough 33, just making it stick and making it work, as he now is the car in the lead. South Somerset 44 had some drive out of that corner, didn't he? Absolutely flying up that straight to get into that third spot, maybe into second now. They are so close as they go around turns 1 and 2, but it is Lewis Wing then in the Scarborough 33. South Somerset 44 and NS 192 is your third place car of Michael Aiken at the moment, but is just being nudged outside at the moment. And your early race leader in the 117, Tristan Richardson from Kent, is back down in third at the moment. Russ Victory there making a charge up into fourth, but just easing off a little too early possibly, going into turn 1 and has dropped back down into fourth. Lewis Wing then in the meantime maybe gaining a car length or two, but that's South Somerset 44, Scott Atkins, isn't letting him get away. He's going to do his best to try and reel him in on these next few corners as we come up now then that far straight for the penultimate time, coming around this time to take that last lap flag. Lewis Wing it is then in the Scarborough 33. Our early race winners managed to make it stick. I'm sure that this South Somerset 44 is reading him in slightly though. Let's keep an eye on what's going over there. Another overtake here, Russ Victory on the inside line in the Radford 14. Oh, we got a spinner gone on that bottom corner. Unfortunately, the IK 117, our early race winner, Tristan Richardson, just lost it going on the bottom corner. I didn't see if there was contact, but Lewis Wing pretty much led from the start. I told you he was reeling him in, but he didn't have quite enough time to do it. Scarborough 33 takes it. South Somerset 44, North Shropshire 192. Radford 14, IK 122 and Pennine number 20 is your final finisher in that first race of the stock catches. And I've got to tell you, that's a much better start, isn't it? I'm sure that we had a stoppage in our very first race this morning, but by my reckoning, I'm sure that that's a clear race, and I do hope that is the case. So let's go on to race number 2. Charlie Steele, Jacob Leake, Yestin Mayo, Dan Broughton, Mark Robbins, Keegan Jones and Nathan Everett Atkins. The local out there, local boys, Swansea 16, Mark Robbins hoping to get a good result this morning to build on what he managed to get this morning. Let's have a double check on the points here. Swansea 16, joint 11th at the moment after a third place finish this morning, so hoping to build on that now then to get a good points tally to get into that top 8 by the time it comes to those finals tomorrow afternoon. But that was a good, clean race, wasn't it, from those stockers? Bit of bump in the margin, but we're already away and gone. It's Pennine 23, I think, made an early break from the centre of the pack. That's the Yestin Mayo car, but on the inside then it's York 52. Dan Broughton, who is the leader going around that top corner, carried a little bit too much speed. Maybe he's drifted out wide, which has allowed the Cambridge 201 to sneak up on the inside with the Swansea 16 in third at the moment. So Cambridge 201 then, Leak there. Now is in the lead, taking them around that bottom corner for the first time. Is the St. Neots in second now, then the 727 of Charlie Steele in second on their inside line. With the Swansea 16 of Robbins there. Oh, there's a bit of carnage there going around turn 2, unfortunately. I can see the back bumper of Robbins' car there, just hanging on. I think there must have been contact there, obviously, with the Ludd car. Ludlow 82, Keegan Jones in that fourth spot, hoping that Mark Robbins might make a mistake. But look, new race leader then, I think, from when I last mentioned. We've got the St. Neots, I think, of Charlie Steele in the lead now in the 727 car. I'll double check as they come past here now. It is then the 727 in the lead. Pennine 23, Swansea 16, Ludd 82 are your top 4 as they came past us in commentary. Ludd 82 giving it a big send into that bottom corner, but caused him to drift out that little bit too much and he lost a little bit of ground. Unfortunately, I've got a feeling it's Yestin Mayo who might be, no, it's not Mayo, sorry. I can't make out who that top car is on stop. It could be the Pennine 23, unfortunately. S727 takes the last lap flag to begin with, so it's Mayo then in second. It's not him that's stuck on that top corner, but we've got the St. Neots car and Mayo's trying to reel him in now. On this last lap, another car on stop, unfortunately, at the bottom corner here on the exit of turn 4, and the Cambridge car 201 at the back of the pack, unfortunately, after taking the lead early on. But your winner then is St. Neots 727, Pennine 23 in second, Swansea 16 takes another third, Ludlow 82 In fourth of Keegan Jones. Do we have any other finishers here? We got 2 cars on stop, unfortunately. We do have the early race winner, leader, Jacob Leake, still coming around to get those vital points, hoping maybe that something might come of that race. You never know with so many incidents like this, with a couple of cars on stop, the marshals might see something out of place, and we'll await a final decision on that, but I can just call it as they cross the line here. So, as I know it at the moment, I think that race is clear, but like I said, they might review a couple of incidents that happened there. Looking ahead then, down to race number 3. Groups C, K, O and S. We have Neil Taylor in the Radford 6. Josh Holder, now I was bigging him up this morning, wasn't I, in the Pennow number 9. Top contender all year in most race meetings. But unfortunately, if you were watching this morning, Josh received a black flag, so he's got it all to do now. It's not impossible. If he can get 2 wins, and the points can be very mixed up sometimes at the Nationals, he could just still scrape into that final, but he does have to have a lot of luck on his side now, doesn't he? We've also got Jordan Regan in B25H, Sam Woodward in WS24, Jack Chafer in SL91, Dougie Atkins in SS40, John Kingsley in IK91, and YD2 Scott Byrne. So I can see those cars now just being taken off the track. We've got track clearance, the marshal turns and the bungee lifts. Let's see, I just lost the screen there, but it is Josh Holden then making a break from the centre of the pack in the Pennow 9, but he's not going to be in the lead going into that first corner. I don't think it's going to be very close anyway. I think we've got the South Somerset 40 of Dougie Atkins on the inside line, who has that line to come into this next straight with Pennow 9. Josh Holden on that outside. He's going to need a win. He's going to know that, so he's going to be doing all he can and keep a clean race to get a result from this one. Our early race leader there, SS40 down into second place now. Josh on the inside this time, trying to make up into that second spot. But Josh now has got to get past this first place car to see if he can get the maximum point from this one. But it is B25H, P9, SS40, WS24 are your top 4 at the moment. Let's see then, that we've got to keep an eye on this front to see if Josh can get past to make up those points from this morning that he lost from that black flag. But the B25H of Jordan Regan's not going to make it easy. Oh, I see he's not going to make it easy, but he left a gap. He might as well have invited him through, but I can see a cone stuck underneath Josh's car, which is going to be holding him back with a bit of drag. But he's now released it. Oh, he had the lead and he's lost it. I wonder if he can get it again. I got to say, I think they're coming around this time now then for the last lap flag, so he's got it all to do in a lap and a half. Keeping an eye on that front, but have we got a good race there for the 5th and 6th with the SL91 car of Jack Chafer now then. Just making up another space to get into that 6th spot. It's closed at the front. Josh trying to switch to the outside. SS40, YD2 a battle on there with the WS24 in that 5th spot, hoping that they'll make a mistake to get up the points. Josh on the inside, on that far side. Keep an eye on those first 2 cars. Can he do it? Josh Holden is then on that inside line. Can he keep it in tight around the corner this time? Here he goes then. He's managed to do it from what I can see. Pennow number 9 takes the win. Josh Holden takes the win. Pennow in the Pennow 9, B25H, SS40, WS24, YD2, SL19, and Radford number 6 are how they passed us here in commentary. What a race that was. Fair play. I know there were a couple of incidences again out on the track, and maybe sort of a couple of cones hit. I'll be waiting confirmation on that later on to see if anybody picks up anything, but that was a cracking race nonetheless, and good to completion, I think. So I think we're through with the first 3 races of Stockhatch, all clean so far. Going on then to race number 4, we should have groups D, H, P and T. So we'll have Ben Jackson, Tim Gardner, unfortunately, I know won't be out in this one, unfortunately, after spending time getting the new car ready. Charlie Mustoe in B23H, Kazi Wing, Scarborough 82, Phil Peak, after a DNF this morning in the ST55. Jack Broughton, after a black flag this morning again, has got it all to do in the York 50, and Jamie Williams in the BC 225. All the cones then being put back in place. I have a horrible feeling that after that tremendous effort to get that win, that we might be hearing of a possible flag here, but I'm going to wait for absolute certainty before I say anything, because I don't want to get anything wrong here. But that, like I said, that was a tremendous race and a great effort from Josh Holden, especially to get from about 3rd or 4th during that race up to that win after losing the lead the second time as well. But we'll see what comes of that. I'm sure the rest of these runners and riders now then are eager to get going. Like I mentioned, unfortunately, 2 in this race without points from this morning. Phil Peak, very competitive in the stock catch for many years, with a DNF from this morning, and Jack Broughton in the York 50 received a black flag. But the rest, they'll all be going for it, I'm sure. Peak did have a good start, their mind out in grid 8, didn't he? He looks like he's got about a car's length already, unless this angle's deceiving. It looks like he's him in the lead going into that top corner, but I think it might be Breeden Hill. Number 23, Charlie Mustoe, on the inside, so it's neck and neck pretty much with Peak and Mustoe. Then we've got the Scarborough 82, Scarborough 200 and the BC 225. That was how they crossed us, so that was the Jamie Williams machine at the back of the pack at the moment, but Peak has got the lead then. Like I was saying, an experienced and competitive and successful stock catch racer over the years. Peak in the ST55 there. Now has the lead. It's going to take something to get past him, I'm sure. But Mustoe won't give in easily. That's Charlie Mustoe then in the Breeden Hill 23. And we've got a bit of a challenge on there. With the 2 Scarborough cars, that's the S82Y and the S200Y of Kazi Wing and Ben Jackson battling it out there. They're almost neck and neck, those 3 cars, going into the top corner. Let's hope they can get around there without any incidents and accidents, but it is Peak taking advantage then. Pulling away now a couple of cars lengths. Has Charlie Mustoe now gone into the defensive mode rather than challenging for that wind? And as I say it, he's just dropped 2 places coming out of turn 2. Back into 4th place he goes with the 2 Scarborough cars now battling it out neck and neck, side by side, going up that far straight. The Broader Counties 225 also taking advantage now as Mustoe seems to be losing a bit of momentum. So the BC 225, Jamie Williams on the inside. Mustoe dropping back, he must have problems on board. He keeps losing a bit of speed with each lap. But it's Phil Peak pulling away now then. The 2 Scarborough cars, I think it's the Scarborough 82 Kazi Wing in 2nd and the S200Y Ben Jackson now then in 3rd. They seem to have settled down into those positions as well. Coming around this time then for the checkered flag, it is your early race winner. He had a cracking start. ST55 takes the win. Scarborough 82, Scarborough 200, Border Counties 225 and Breeden Hill 23 were how they crossed the line there. And I can't get over this. I dread to say it, but I think I'm about to say we've got 4 races clear there, barring any decisions. But Gareth Jones, if you're out there, I think we've got Class 1s behind these if you want to make it back here. I know it's quite unbelievable we got through these so quick. But yeah, so Gareth Jones to take us through classes 1 and 3. You need to get back as soon as possible, please. And we've got a couple of flags which I'll announce now at the end of racing. We're going into race number 5, and I told you this is going to be a good one because in this race we have 3 drivers who had race wins this morning. We have Ludlow 64, Ollie Stevens on a win. We have P8, Corey Paisley, our reigning champion, on a win. And we have Darren Aiken in the NS19 also on a win from this morning. Also in the race, we have the DA25 of Rob McElroy, Dean Smith in the Radford 247, Jake Pierce in SP51, and Daniel Cameron in this CS58. This is going to be a hotly contested race, I'm sure. And I know that DA25 was a race leader at one point this morning as well. So definitely no slouch. But it is your reigning champion then in the lead at the moment as they come down past his commentary. And it's the DA25 in 2nd, Radford 247 and NS19 are your top 4. I think it was the Ludlow 64 of Ollie Stevens in that 5th spot at the moment. 6th, sorry. But Corey now is pulling away and stretching his legs as they go up that far straight for the 2nd time into turn 1 then. Corey on the inside, that car coming around this corner sweetly as he comes out of turn 2, pulling in a couple of cars lengths, but it's closely contested here for the 4th and 5th spots, neck and neck as they come down past us here with the Spalding car in the back at the moment of Jake Pierce, hoping that these cars might make a bit of a mistake for him to take advantage of that. But as I say that, Corey Paisley stretching his legs now then around this South Wales League track with the DA25 of Robert McElroy in that 2nd after leading a race this morning. NS19 in 3rd of Darren Aiken. And they seem to be settling down, but there is a battle on for that 2nd and 3rd and the 4th and 5th spot. Keep an eye there, because Corey looks like he's got this one in the bag, barring any issues. A change of place there, I think, is the NS19 now then, is your 2nd place car with the DA25 demoted down into that 3rd spot. Paisley takes the last lap flag. Who's in this 4th spot? Oh, it's close. It's Lud 64 from Radford 247 as they passed us here, with the Spalding 51 at the back at the moment. Still hoping for a bit of an error from the ones in front, but they seem pretty spaced out now, don't they, going up that far straight. Paisley then led from the very beginning. As he comes around turn 2 then, going to take a win. That's 2 from 2 for your reigning champion in Pennow 9. NS 19, TA 25, Ludlow 64, Radford 247 and Spalding 51 were as they came across the line there. And I believe that is us done and dusted for your KP Cole's second heats of stock hatch. I don't see Gareth Jones here at the moment, and I don't think his Class 1's on the line anyway. So, Tim, I think we have a rerun of the Class 6s from what I can see. And as I say that, he came hot-footing it up the steps into the commentary booth. I'll let him just stuff his scones down, and because we've got a bit of time here with the Bowsers out on the track, so you've got a bit of time there, Tim. Don't go choking on your scone. Well, I didn't mean it. Get talking then, come on.
Food comes first, mate. Food comes first.
I agree.
Right. So, thank you, mate. So, yeah, we're Bowsers on to the track. And we're going to go with the well-outstanding rerun of the SDG Access sponsored men's Class 6s. And a depleted grid, so we'll go back. But we'll have to have a look. But Lewis, what do you want to...
Drama, Tim.
Go on.
Drama. I think it's been confirmed now, unfortunately, after that superb drive, or what seemed to be a superb drive to get that win. I think Pennow number 9 has received a green flag for cones. So although he won out on the track, having received a green flag, that means he's now demoted into 3rd. And I've got a feeling that with a 3rd and then a win maybe in the 3rd heat, I think it's pretty impossible possibly to get into that final. You shouldn't say impossible, because the points can be very mixed in the Nationals with everybody's results being jumbled up, but he's got a lot of work and needs a lot of luck to get into that final now. But hopefully he can come back out in that 3rd run tomorrow morning for a good finish to his Nationals. And also then, I think we have an announcement for the Scarborough 200, who also received a green flag, unfortunately for contact, and will be demoted 2 places. So yeah, I said there might have been drama with a couple of announcements from those stock hatch races, and yeah, that's the news that we've received regarding that. So I'll hand you back over now then to Tim, and barring any issues with those runs of the stock hatches, I think I've actually gone through those, Tim, without any reruns. Match that, boy. Whoop.
Game on, mate. Game on. Right, as I say, Class 6's scone has been demolished. So, and if my significant other, it is just a scone, there's nothing on it. So, you know, I'm trying to be good. So, no, it's gluten free, mate. It's fine.
That one's jam, that one's chocolate spread, is it?
So, yeah, there you go. Rerun of the race 5. So we're going without Tom Stevens in C93, but by the looks of it, everyone else has made their way to the grid. So groups Q, R, S and T. So we go with Lee Nicklin, your map open champion. He's certainly there in lane number 1. Alongside him, then that's going to be, I think that's Jack Parker in Scunny 65. Darren Bryan, the 21 champion, in he will be there in Scarborough 41. Alex Hay, certainly spot that Dayglow orange machine in the York 24 machine. Ben Gasby in Pennine number 7. I think quite see where Ben is there. Yeah, definitely see the little SITR machine is certainly there. Harry Bushell in IK10 and Matty Skyfield in YS22, who starts towards the middle of the grid. So that's your lineup. Bowser's about done and dusted. So into centre of this beautiful Castle Lloyd Raceway, then they will go, and we're going to get set to go to get the first round of qualifying done and dusted. The heats have been sorted out as we speak for Heat 2, but we'll get underway then with the Heat 1 Race 5 rerun of men's Class 6s, and it is indeed Alex Hay who's quickest away and makes the break into turn 1, York 24, but Schofield goes with him in at 22. Nicklin also in the mix as well. So's Dan Bryan in Scarborough 41 as they hit the brakes and round the start gate turn we go with old Jocelyn for position 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Parker looking to gain ground as well. He's come through as Bryan just losing places as Gasby goes through, but I'm sure he will fight back. Oh, the slightest contact. It's not going well for Dan Bryan, but switches to the inside. He'll look to gain ground, I am sure, but Alexei is the man you still got to catch. From York 24, Nicklin in Yorkdale's number 8 from Schofield in YS 22. That's your top 3. Parker runs 4th in Scunny 65, but Alex Hay it is then. Once again, back round towards us we go. 24, Yorkshire's 8, YS 22. That's the top 3. Parker, then Gasby. Down the order slightly with Darren Bryan right on his bootlet in Scarborough 41. And the last of the runners and riders, that's going to be Harry Bushell in IK at number 10. But once again, climbing the back into the top turn with one more lap to go. Alex Hay, York 24, Yorkshire's 8. Matty Schofield, YS 22, Gasby, Parker now still battling with Darren Bryan in Scarborough 41 and Bushell in IK 10 completes a very competitive Class 6 lineup. But with half a lap to go then, Alex Hay, York 24, that's going to bring him round the top turn for the final time. Checkered flag, race win, 55 points on the board. Yorkshire's 8, Nicklin, Schofield, then we go to Gasby. Rounds out your top 4, Parker, Darren Bryan, and that completes an all IK 10. Then that will be Harry Bushell. Right, that puts that one to bed. So that completes the all the qualifying for Class 4s and 6s. So we're looking at towards the line. We're going back to Class 8. So we're back to Class 8 then. The Class 8 man himself, over to Liam.
Yeah, thank you, Tim. So Class 8s then are assembled back down there on the line. 2 reruns to come your way. And hopefully they can make it further than they did the first time round. There you go. Mickey's been back in commentary 5 minutes. He's hiding everything from me, so as if my job wasn't hard enough. Right, well, I was going to tell you who was in it, but we haven't got time because we're already away and racing. But this looks like it's the one where Steve Mills came to grief, but Steve Mills is back out there, and Steve Mills is in the lead as he goes out wide, and Liam Nichols comes through in Yorkshire's number 7 as your 2009 national champion. Looks right round the outside as he got lost in amongst it. He has, as he gets chewed up and spat out and relegated back down to 4th as it's all going on at the front. Reese Wyeth making contact in the number 19, but as all that goes on, White Rose number 11 it is of Sean Wright. That's your race leader as he's getting away and gone now from Liam Nichols in Yorkshire's number 7. Mills now looking comfortable in 3rd as the rest of the pack are tossing it out. Ben Harper's up to 4th, YF in 5th. Your former Class 8 national champion Jack Gibbons is well down the order in Leewood 17, so he's got a lot of work to do trying to keep it on a tighter line compared to the rest, and there's still positions to be made as the race continues on to another lap up the hill and onto their final circuit as the last lap flag goes out. Sean Wright it is that leads them round. Liam Nichols and Steve Mills round off the top 3. Ben Harper holding on to 4th, but he's got Reese Wyeth all over the back of him, and he's got Jack Gibbons just behind him in the Leewood 17 machine. The one we haven't mentioned then, Adam Clack in Athelston number 2, just falling back a little bit as Sean Wright it is that takes the win. Liam Nichols takes 2nd, Steve Mills takes 3rd. 4th is Ben Harper, 5th was just Reese Wyeth from Jack Gibbons, who was the next one across, and Star 29 coming across 2 completes it all. So that's 1 done and dusted. So hopefully that should be the second rerun down there on the line, and it looks like it is. So just trying to see through the dust. Thankfully we've got the screen next to us, so that comes in handy. So this should be the rerun then of race 2. So this should be the one with Jamie Meehan in West Waterford 132, Tom Chadwick in NS 151, James Bow in Pennine number 9, James Marjoram in Cambridge 47, Alex Hoare in Radford 411, Abby Jade Bennett in the Forest Dean number 8, Emily Gill in Scunthorpe 20, and Scott Aldridge in Stroudon District number 5. And to be fair, looking down at the line, I don't know, is there one missing? Because looks like lane 7 could be free, because I think that's the class 10s in just behind. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So yes, I think only 7 of them are down there to come out. So we are missing someone, but I don't know who. So we will find out when they eventually get off the line. And it's going to be a very slippy surface for them to navigate this rerun, because all the water bowsers are back out on the track. So putting quite a heavy sprinkling of water down for the Class 8 boys, which I'm sure they'll be absolutely delighted about. But as I said, the water has been drying in very, very quick. It hasn't really made too much of a difference in terms of the speed of the cars. Obviously, it makes a lot of drivers switch their lines and rethink what they was going to do, but that's part of racing. Of course, we have to race in all conditions in Autograss, and if you're going to win the Nationals, then you're going to have to master every condition as well, because you never know what the track's going to be like by the time you come out. But I'll tell you what, this track obviously holds up so well with the amount of racing that they have on it. Of course, we seen it last year for the ladies and juniors nationals, and I'm sure this year for the men's, obviously no different whatsoever. The track really does hold up. I know a lot of drivers say that this is one of, if not their favourite track, because it really does give you the opportunity to put your foot down and just go absolutely flat out round all the bends, and obviously down and up the straights as well. Of course, we've seen it in a few different layouts. We've had it where they've gone down the hill to start, and obviously now coming up the hill, but it makes no difference whatsoever to these Class 8 boys, because yeah, they're going to be having their foot planted regardless, whether they're going up or down. So as I said, it's going to make it a little bit trickier for them this time, because the water tankers don't look like they have any sense to stop at the moment. They're staying out there as one's coming around and doing the outside line, so probably trying to make sure there's not one dry line for these Class 8s to contend with. I was going to say Class 8 boys, but of course Abby Jade Bennett is down there, and so is Emily Gill in Scunthorpe 20. So the two girls then, not paired together, but tied together in one of the heats, and I'm sure they'll be putting on a show and doing us proud. I think we have actually seen a lady win today, because if my memory serves me correct, I think Sue Herdman took a win in men's F600. So yeah, certainly a lot of the ladies racing with the men this weekend can show them the way round when push comes to shove. And normally, I have to say, the ladies that do race with the men is because they've achieved everything in the ladies. So they decide to step it up and mix it in, and they show that they really can mix it in with the best of the best. So as I said, keep your eye on Abby J. Bennett and Emily Gill. But as I said, anyone's race, join them. Jamie Meehan, Tommy Chadwick, James Bow, James Marjoram, Alex Hoare and Scott Aldridge. Have we got track clearance? We have, because we are up and away racing with the rerun of race 2. Who's going to get the best of the start? Emily Gill is going to give it the big sends around the outside in Scunthorpe 20. Is that dry? Because she looks like she's found it and she's made it work. So Scunthorpe number 20 it is that leads the way, and would you believe it, I've picked them both up as Abby Jade Bennett slots into second, and Abby's up the inside in the Forest Dean number 8. But look at this, 4 abreast as James Bow and Scott Aldridge look to get in on the mix. Emily Gill keeping that wide line. Is it going to work as she comes out of that turn? It is. Abby Jade follows her with Scott Aldridge sticking on the inside line in Stroudon District number 5, and he might have the best line going into that Stargate turn as Emily drifts out too wide, loses places. Scott's up to first as Abby Jade Bennett left the door open in the Forest Dean number 8. Is she going to try and get him on the cutback? She is, but it's not going to work as Scott Aldridge now looking like he's mastered the track, mastered the conditions, and starting to extend a little bit of a lead between himself and the rest of the pack, as James Bow is certainly still within the mix. battling it out with Emily Gill for third as Emily just drops back. Abby Jade still saying second. Apologies to all of the rest, but we're going to stick with the top four as the last lap flag comes out this time. The ones that are following then, Jamie Meehan and James Marjoram, are the ones trying to get into the mix, but just a little bit off the pace compared to the rest. And Tom Chadwick, very uncharacteristically down the order in the North Shropshire 151. But we got a change for fourth. Emily Gale has lost out to Meehan, but his checkered flag, he drove very well. Scott Aldridge takes the win. Abby J. Bennett happy with second. Third with James Bowe. Fourth was, I have no idea, because it looked like it was going to be Emily, but I think Jamie Meehan might have just about snatched it on the line. And James Marjoram was the next one across. And as I said, Tom Chadwick, not used to seeing that as he comes across the line at the tail end of the field, but still puts points on the board, and they could prove to be crucial points at the end of the weekend. Right, that's my Class 8's done. Big thank you to Anthony Ross, Talking Dirty, for your sponsorships. We've got 10 rerun down there on the line, and it's over to Russ.
F600's first, so BB Group, your sponsor. Right, let's go third time looking. It's Wayne Jarrett who leads the way in Leewood 88, and we've got one of the Bowes cars, Kirsty in Yorkshire Dales 105, throwing caution to the wind and going the wide line as they come past us for the first time. It's 88. Tyve 7, Will Evans, who's led both attempts in that Tyve 6, looking up the inside. Kirsty Bowes still out on the wide line, throwing bombs there. We've got Daz Cornwell in there as well in Invicta Kent 77, just up the inside of Bowes. One more to mention, it's Lucas Amblard in Evesham 600. So we lost Steve Hilton going upside down, and we lost which one was it? PAC 20 for a jump start. We've also lost Tony Edwards in Sturton 247, who was going well earlier on. But anyway, it's back to the Leewood car of Jarrett in 88. Then we go to Typhy 6, Invicta Kent 77, Yorkshire Dales 105. So as we come through, it's another lap down, and it's a couple to go. A lap time of 22.7 for your race leader. Tyvy 6, though, still applying the pressure. Invicta Kent 77 there in third as Will goes up the inside in that challenge for the lead, and Tyvy 6 almost through. We're side by side into the turn as Jarrett has to throw it hard around the outside. Now he has to twitch away as we go into the final. Up by the Armco we go. That's as close as you can get. 22.47 lap time there, but Will Evans still on that inside line. Jarrett still hanging on for dear life on the outside. Daz Cornwell getting closer, and he looks to go up the inside from third to first, and he does get up there into second. Has he done enough to take it all away from them? It's a dash of the line, it's free wide, it's close. Oh, no! Typhy 6, IK 77, Leewood 88, Yorkshire Dales 105, and Evesham 600. Wow, what a finish. I think that's the closest finish we've had with 3 cars today, and it came from the F600s. A full race time of 1 minute 49.04. Right, we're going to move on to Class 10s. Let's see if they can be quicker than that, or will they be even as close? But I think this is one of the last races outstanding for the first round of qualifying. We've already started with the stock catches, round 2. We've got Class 1s down there for their second set of heats. We've got Gareth here ready to talk through those, but we've got this rerun to go. Who's going to come out on top? So we had a bit of a kerfuffle down there. Unfortunately, we've lost Chris Ashwin in Star 84, the former champion. We've got Tyrone Cusack, Luke Bennett, Fergus Reynolds, Lee Seagreaves, Craig Beaumont, Phil Young, Andy Hornshaw. Right, away we go. Somebody looked a little bit quick out the gate there. And who's it going to be? It's Hornshaw on the outside, York 7. He led it last time round. Craig Beaumont goes with him. In Cumdee 125, Hornshaw's been clipped and he goes sideways, but gathers it up. A cone goes flying further back, but it's 7. Cumdee 125. And then it's ARC1, Lee Seagreaves right there as well. Phil Young under pressure from Luke Bennett. And then Tyrone Cusack, who's had a difficult start to his weekend, really, it must be said. But we go back to the leader, and it's Hornshaw, and he's looking strong this weekend. Beaumont still there second. Seagreaves looking to challenge. Luke Bennett once again puffing a bit of steam and smoke out the back of North Wales 162 as he tries to challenge Phil Young once more. Fergus Reynolds now in troubles in PhD 16. And he continues, though, hoping for another stoppage. But Hornshaw out wide in York 7. Starts another lap, Craig Beaumont. Lee Seagreaves a 19.88 second lap that time around for your race leader. Seagreaves up the inside for that second place. And he's taken it. Beaumont down to third. Young fourth. Bennett fifth. Then it's Cusack. We've lost Fergus Reynolds completely out of it in PhD 16. One to go for your leader. And then we go to Seagreaves in second place. Beaumont retains third. But now Phil Young closes in. But Young just overcooks it slightly. Has to defend once more from Bennett. And it's already into the last lap. Checkered flag is coming out this time around. And it's going to be a win for Andy Hornshaw. York 7 takes it. Lee Seagreaves second. Craig Beaumont third. Then it's Phil Young, Luke Bennett, Tyrone Cusack, and that completes a time of 1 minute 34.87, which is the third fastest of the Class 10 races today. Right, I don't know if there's any other reruns from other classes, but we are with Class 1 as Fergus Reynolds complete, so I'll be back later for the F600s. I need to go fetch another camera battery so I can snap a few more pictures, but we go Class 1s, and just because the pace is at the opposite end of the scale, you often find the racing is even closer. And back to our local man to talk you through who's in the first race. It's over to you, Gareth.
Yeah, thanks very much. I don't think I talk any slower than you, though, so if they can understand me, they can definitely understand you. Right, we're going to go then with the second round of qualifying of the CW Motorsport sponsored men's Class 1s. Race 1 of this second round of qualifying brings out groups A, E, I and M. It brings out Conor Griffiths in TA16, George Taylor in Cumdee 711, Ian Ullathorne in Yorkshire Dales 52, Archie Bentley in North Shropshire 89, George Watley in IK 25, Sam Appleton in Scarborough 7, Alan Stretton in Leewood 43, and Scott Aldridge in Stroud in District number 27. But that's not what we've got on the line. We've actually got race 2 on the line. So this one brings out then groups F, J, N and R. And it's a good job I noticed before the bungee even lifted. So we've got Dave Owen in North Wales 97, starting in, what is he, grid 3 there. Jack Saunders, Cambridge 82, is down there on the line as well. He's joined by James Parnell in Spalding 921, and his pairing is Stephen McCready in Down Autograss number 17. Jack Owens, he picked up a fourth in this morning's first round of qualifying and 28 points, and he's there from Group N, paired with Michael Baldwin in West Waterford 245, who picked up a sixth. And the last pair then in this first race, but race 2 on paper of your second round of qualifying of the CW Motorsport sponsored Class 1s is Chris Dunwell in Scarborough 179 and Mackenzie Elson in Forest number 18. Looking at the live feed, we do have the full complement of 8 cars down there. And it looks like we've got the full complement coming up in race number 2 as well, which is going to be race 3 on paper, because it's Phil Clark in Spalding 85 that starts on the outside, and Paul Bacon that starts on the inside in the Nottingham 160 machine that you can see there. So I think that we're using the front bungee now as we look towards the line. So maybe it had been pre-decided that the second set of heats would use the front bungee, and the first set of heats would use the back bungee. I personally thought that we were using the back bungee until we actually needed to, but it might have been a pre-agreed decision with regards to running one set of heats off either. But the start line team, the track maintenance team, doing a sterling job here, as have the South Wales League members. And once again, I'm not going to take any credit for this weekend, because I've done absolutely nothing until the actual weekend. But down there on the line, the track team doing a sterling job. The start line team from the South Wales League, I think, doing the whole start line and the holding lanes. The NASA teams that have taken on the marshalling and the lap scoring and everything that goes with the Nationals event are all seemingly doing a really good job at the moment. Like I say, everything seems to be going to plan. Yellow flags, though, on this near side straight means that we are pretty much under starters' orders. We get the yellow flag from Marshall Post number 1, and round 2 of qualifying of the CW Motorsport sponsored Class 1s then gets away from the line. And it's a fairly even break, it's got to be said, but it's the East Anglian machine that's going to hug the cones on entry to turn 1. Jack Owens just taking a little bit of a wider line, and he's out towards this near side Amco in about that third position, as Dave Owen in North Wales 97 just squeezes into that second spot, leads the chase on Jack Saunders as they go through the start gate turn for the first time. Jack tries to close the door and just gets caught up in a whole lot of paint swapping, and that just gives a little bit of daylight to your new race leader. That's the West Waterford 245 machine of Michael Baldwin, and he leads the pack back towards us then for the second time of asking. James Parnell is there leading the chase down the hill in the Spalding 921 machine from the Jack Saunders machine, who's there in third. Cambridge 82. Good battle on for second, third and fourth, as Dave Owen in North Wales 97 also gets involved in that three-way tussle, but an even closer race for fifth and sixth between Jack Owens and Stephen McCready in Tyre 5 and down Autograss number 17. But your race leader keeping the momentum across the top part of the circuit. That's Michael Baldwin in the West Waterford machine as they make their way down into the start gate turn for a couple more times, but it's not really swapping and changing in this one. Like I say, the biggest race on the track is between Stephen McCready and Jack Owens. That position has just swapped as well, and now there's a battle as the third place cars go door to door, Dave Owen and James Parnell, but it's one lap to go. Michael Baldwin down the hill for the penultimate time from Jack Saunders as these two now begin to pull away from Dave Owen and James Parnell, who's still battling for that 36 points that are on offer in this one. Just a little bit of a love nudge on the boot lid of the 921 machine, just so that James Parnell knows that Dave Owen is there and he can't afford to slip up. But it's getting close. Back at the head of affairs, will the Southern Ireland League machine hold on? It is a dash to the line, just about, I reckon, 245 from 82. 921 and 97 take third and fourth, ahead of Jack Owens in TA5 from Stephen McCready in down Autograss 17. Chris Dunwell in Scarborough 178 and Mackenzie Elson in Forest number 18 as they make their way then back into the pits. That's race 2 on track, race 1 on track actually, race 2 on paper that we've seen of the second round of qualifying of the CW Motorsport sponsored men's class 1s. Race 3 on track, race 2 down there on the line, and that's probably confusing you even more than it's confusing me. Brings out groups C, K, O and S. Might as well call that SOC because we had Dillop a couple of years ago, didn't we, when we had 10 car grids, and if we just change the order of C, K, O and S, then SOC could be the only word that you can actually make probably in the second round of qualifying when you amalgamate all the letters and rearrange them. Coming from Group K then is Jamie Weil in Cork Autograss number 60 and Phil Clark in Spalding 85. Group K paired together Ollie Hadley in Severn Valley 701 and Chris Dalzell in down Autograss 909. Coming from Group O, the two that are paired together, Andy Doc Gray in Yorkshire Dales 31 and Rich Owen in North Wales 31. And Group S is occupied by Paul Bacon in Nottingham number 160 and Mark Stone in IK number 1. We're hearing then that from the previous race, Jack Saunders in Cambridge 82, CA 82 picks up a green flag for contact. But we're away and we're racing, and it is the Doc Ray machine that leads out of turn 2 to lead past us for the first time. It's the Rich Owen machine that leads the chase down the hill, and these two already got about 4 or 5 car lengths of an advantage. It's a three-way tussle for third, fourth and fifth, but at the moment it's being led by Paul Bacon in Nottingham number 160, who tries to close the door and just clatters the passenger side of Mark Stone's IK number 1 machine as they go up the hill for the second time. Severn Valley 701 is Ollie Hadley. He's there in third. He found a little bit of momentum from somewhere to go through from fifth to third, as has the Cork Autograss machine of Jamie Weil, who's there now in that fourth spot. Really nice turned out Yaris there, rounding out the top 4 positions in this one as they continue to race ahead of Phil Clark in Spalding 85. Mark Stone is back there in IK number 1, but while we're looking at the back, the race is very much on at the front and at the head of affairs, because Rich Owen has gone through on the inside of the Yorkshire Dales machine of Andy Dockray as they go into the start gate turn. I think with a couple of laps to go, there's nothing to split them, and they're both changing their lines on every lap. But at the moment it is 51 that continues to lead from 31 from the Severn Valley 101 machine, and we're just hearing possibly there's a green flag that's been discussed for that one for Ollie Hadley in the Severn Valley 701 machine from Jamie Wilde, from Phil Clark, Mark Stone, Paul Bacon, and it's Chris Dalzell towards the tail end of the field in the down Autograss 909. Not sure if this car's just been built for the Nationals and it's for sale straight after, but it's not flying the right flag to get the big bucks at the moment. But it's Rich Owen, North Wales 51, then down the hill to pick up his first set of 55 points this weekend from Andy Dockeray in Yorkshire Dales 31. Ollie Hadley and Jamie Wilde finishing 3rd and 4th, ahead of Phil Clark in Spalding 85. Mark Stone in IK number 1 rounds it in that 6th position, ahead of Paul Bacon in Nottingham number 160, and the down Autograss machine of Chris Dalzell 909 taking the final spot in race number 3. And we're hearing, after working so hard to pick up the 55 points, he's going to lose 19 of them because he's going to be demoted back to 3rd. Unfortunately, Rich Owen, North Wales 51, picks up a green flag, which I believe is for contact or cones, or whichever. We're getting a signal from next door to me, and we reckon then that this means it's contact. If there was a camera that could pick up Mickey B's signal there, it would be hilarious. But we're away there, we're racing. Are we going back to race number 1? No, we're going to continue with race 4. And it's Jamie Hussey then in the Scarborough machine. That's just got a little bit of an advantage as they go into turn 1. The 2 York cars, just a little bit of paint swap in there between the York 72 machine of Jack Farrow and Andy Kirby in York number 30. But it's Alex Hill that's in the middle of the pack and in the middle of the tussle at the moment. But he's on the inside line on the exit of that start gate turn for the first time in St. Neots 164 as Jack Farrow takes up the running up the hill and into turn 1 for the second time. Scunthorpe 701 is Ben Tasker. He's there and he's currently rounding out the top 4 ahead of Andy Kirby and Nick Stepney in the Carmarthen number 5 machine, and he's there trying to cut up the inside now of the Kirby machine and just having to settle for 6th at the moment. But they're all swapping and changing for 2nd, 3rd and 4th, and it could all end in tears. It all could all change as they make their way across the top part of the circuit. At the tail end of the field, it's the Jordan Painter machine, Scunthorpe 364, and the South Somerset 103 machine of Tom Retter. But certainly these lap scoring ladies have got their work cut out this time. We're hearing unofficially that Nick Stepney in Carmarthen number 5 possibly is going to pick up a flag, a green flag at that. They're not sure if it's been shown on the track or not, but there are rumours and murmurs going on the radio next to me. But it's York 72 then of Jack Farrow that starts his final 440 yards of this Castleloyd Raceway. It's a little bit bigger than that maybe, from the Scunthorpe 701 machine of Ben Tasker. He's made it through from 4th to currently sit on 45 points. Race on the track for 3rd between Alex Hill and Jamie Hussey in the Scarborough machine. But as they come down the hill for the final time, it is the Farrow machine. York 72 takes the win from 701. Then it's Alex Hill in St. Neots 164. The rest of the pack then follow in the minor positions, and they will go back into the pits. They'll make sure that she's ready to go for tomorrow, but unless there is some further discussion to come on that one, and to be honest, from here it looked like a fairly clean race, then they can probably secure the straps and the cover on their cars overnight before they come out to play for tomorrow's 3rd and final round of qualifying. We're also hearing that, is that official? Official? Yeah, so officially we've been told that the Scunthorpe machine of Ben Tasker has picked up a green flag for contact as well in that one, and we're awaiting a reason for the CM5 green flag as well. And we believe that that's contact as well. So 2 green flags issued there for contact. So Nick Stepney in Carmarthen number 5, and the other one was the Scunthorpe 701 machine of Ben Tasker, both picking up green flags then for contact. Down there on the line we have the last scheduled race on the paperwork, but it's actually race 4 on track. This brings out groups B, G, L and Q. We have 3 heat winners going head-to-head in this one. So on paper, this will be your most competitive lineup of the second round of qualifying. Those heat winners were Jason Saunders in Wessex number 1, Will Henry in Star 19, and Jake Hemsley in the IK 31 machine. They're joined by Andy Kelsey in Evesham 100, who picked up a second place this morning, as did Riley Diaper in Forest number 3. Dan Hughes picked up a 4th in Evesham 127, and Will Hadley in Severn Valley number 1 picked up a 7th. So except for Will Hadley and 1 black flag for Mike Daly, the other 6 finished above the 4th position in this morning's first round of qualifying of the CW Motorsport sponsored men's class 1s. So they've now got it all to do, and somebody unfortunately are going to have to be 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th in this one, and that's no reference to 5, 6, 7, 8 by steps before Nick Apps of Apps Media starts mentioning me again. We're going to go though with race number 4 on track, because we do have yellow flags fluttering around this Castleloyd Raceway. We await the red flag on Marshall Post number 1 to be ready. Not sure what the delay is, because we've got 3 yellow flags on Marshall Post 2, 3 and 4, and on the start line the bungee lifts then. As I look to my left and watch what you're watching on the live stream, the bungee seems to go on cue. So who's going to make the break then? They're all going to squeeze towards the outside as they head into turn 1. But just on that inside line, it's the Southern Leeds Jason Saunders. Wessex number 1 takes up the running then. A little bit of a door bang there from Will Henry in Star number 19. Riley Diaper 3F makes it 3 abreast as they go down into turn 1 for the first time. Who's there in that 4th spot? It is the Dan Hughes machine in Evesham 127, and heat winner from this morning is there right on the outside. That's Jake Hemsley in IK 31. Andy Kelsey, he picked up a 2nd, as I mentioned. He's currently sat in that 6th spot, but he's on the inside line. Is the inside line the one to take at the moment? It appears not, because he's not making any ground on the pack that he's chasing as they take the wider line on the exit of turn 2. But your new race leader then is Will Henry, and it's Star number 19 that's looking to make it 2 heat wins out of 2. Jake Hemsley, he's found a grip and he's found a momentum from somewhere, because he's just about through to pick up that 2nd spot. 3-way tussle. Dan Hughes just getting all out of shape, trying to cut back, trying to get on that inside line, but failing miserably to do so. But on switching to the outside, he's made it even more exciting, because he's there and he's making it a 3-way tussle back on the inside of Jason Saunders. That's where the race is. Oh, a little bit too hard into the top end he goes in the 127 machine. He's 127 on track, but just keep an eye out, another year out to hear on any flags on that one. Jake Hemsley in IK 31, he's there in 3rd, but all this hustle and bustle just allows Will Henry to pull ever clear at the head of affairs, but he's making his way across the top part of the circuit for the final time. Star 19 takes a win. Evesham 127, Dan Hughes takes 2nd from Evesham 100. IK 31, I reckon, just about holds on to 4th. From Jason Saunders in Wessex 1, Riley Diaper in Forest 3. Then it's the Hadley machine from the West Midland League. And rounding it all out then, the Marlow 217 machine of Mike Daly. Now Mickey B is practicing his handwriting next to me. And I can't see, because he's right-handed, I can't see what he's actually writing. But once we get confirmation on any flags that were given in that one, and we're hearing that 2 Evesham cars in that one picked up green flags, we assume that they are both for contact. But, both for contact. So Evesham 127, Dan Hughes, Andy Kelsey, Evesham 100, both going to be demoted 2 spots from their qualified positions. So that will certainly mix the points up as we go through into this into tomorrow's 3rd round of qualifying. So race number 5 then of your men's class 1s brings out, well, it's on paper, group race 1, groups A, E, I and M, in case you're that eager trackside with your programmes. And it is Conor Griffiths then, your defending class 1 champion, that's going to lead down the hill for the first time. Ian Ullathorne, I think he won in the juniors back a fair few years ago in Yorkshire Dales 82, and he's there leading the chase up the hill for the 2nd time. Cumdy 711, the West Midland League representative in this one then, is there in that 3rd spot. From Archie Bentley from the Shropshire League in North Shropshire 89. He rounds out your top 4 ahead of Sam Appleton. Scarborough number 7 is there in 5th, and he's racing ahead of Scott Aldridge in Stroughton District number 27. That's the 6 cars that are in contention as they climb the bank one more time. Conor Griffiths, though, he's on paper with a green flag from this morning, and he's got it all to do if he wants to try and defend that all-important title, as I'm sure he is very eager and very keen to do so. And I will mention once again, just in case Mam Claire wasn't listening this morning, he's 30 on Wednesday, so there's a big celebration going to be taking place this weekend if he manages to defend it for the second time. TA16 then on to his last lap from Ian Ullathorne in Yorkshire Dales 52, then George Taylor and Archie Bentley. These two now pulling away from Sam Appleton and Scott Aldridge, and it looks like the Yaris is through to demote the Mini to the tail end of the field, but that race very much on. Scott Aldridge, has he had enough? He's pulling back into the pits. So back at the front of the field, and it is Conor Griffiths that descends the hill. That's a posh way of saying it, and descends the hill for the final time and taking 55 points in TA16 from Ian Ullathorne. In Yorkshire Dales 52 from the Cumdy 711 machine of George Taylor, Archie Bentley in North Shropshire 89, and Sam Appleton in Scarborough number 7 then rounds it all out for your second round of qualifying of men's Class 1. Just like Lewis, it appears that Class 1s have gone through the second round of qualifying clean without any stoppages, but that's probably going to come to an end now that we're moving on to Class 3, because Class 3s this weekend is sponsored by Shocking UK. We're going to say that the racing just a little bit faster, so there's less time to avoid anything that happens in front of you, and that we'll say that that's a little bit of a reason for a little bit more contact perhaps. But Shocking are your sponsors for Class 3 throughout the weekend. We also, on behalf of the South Wales League, need to mention the two raffles that are being run here once again. It's Michaela's Mountain Moments. There are 11 prizes that have been kindly donated by Watts TVC Team Sport, Indoor Karting, John Jones Motors, All Spares and Fleet Wheel. They deserve all the thanks that they can get as Michaela and her team continue to try and fundraise for T Havan and the Christie charity here at the South Wales League. PRG and SDG UK sponsored 2025 Men's National Autograss Championships, and also the Class 1 Yaris down there on the UK trade stand that you can win for a tenner. All important to mention the charity work for the motor neuron disease that the UK Autograss Championship are doing as well. We've got a text message from someone that is unknown. Can I send a shout out? I better read it first. Can I send a shout out to St. Neots 164, Alex Hill, who got married to his longtime girlfriend Kelsey. Alex saw the Nationals as the perfect honeymoon, and that's understandable. I totally understand that. I understand there is a just married sign on the car. Best wishes to you both from Mark Hill, St. Neots 64, who's Alex's dad, of course. Right then, so yeah, I'm not giving my number out, but text Kev if you want a shout out. So Mickey B is desperate for text to make himself look busy. Texts, I said. So yeah, if you want to text Mickey, then it's 07 359 112 920. And if you are quick enough to capture that on your phone, then you can text Mickey B all night, I'm sure. There was Lionel there. So yeah, we're going to move on, get back onto the serious stuff, shall we? Because it's also always good to have a little bit of banter, but the racing and the serious stuff is what we're here about. But have you noticed, Mickey, that the rules on what we're allowed to say seem to have eased off a little bit more in recent years, that we can get away with a little bit more banter?
I remember in 2010, First Nationals, that there was a booklet that there's rules and regs for commentators, right? But then, yeah, I've lost it. I don't think we were allowed to do birthdays and meeting shout-outs at one point as well. No, I don't think so.
If you've got a meeting that you want to promote, then make your way over to race control.
Anything.
We get them all. We're here to promote the sport. It's the national event of the sport that we all love. We're here to promote the sport that the majority of us have grown up in and will continue to support as we grow into our older years. That made me sound really old then, but I'm only 40. But we're going to go. The Bowsers are making their way off the track. Class 3's down there on the line. They're unhappy, but race 1 brings out groups A, E, I and M. One heat winner, that was Paul Cusack in Mallow number 6 this morning. He's there starting in the middle of the pack in or around grid number 5. On the inside, it's the Patterson machine, William Patterson, Yorkshire Dales 178. We can hear engines, even though I'm wearing these headphones. But we're going, and it's a storming start there for Hugh Jones in Carmarthen, number 7. He's the one that's going to climb the hill for the first time. Rich Lee and Paul Cusack go with him. And it's Nova Estate 1, 2 and 3 as they can pass this for the first time. No, it's not, because Aaron McKenzie is right there in the mix. In Cambridge 401, and he's on that inside line. Can he keep the momentum on, or is the momentum going to favour the Brave and squeezing through the middle of the pack? Then once again, it's Jones in Carmarthen, number 7. Now, Paul Cusack was second early on in the stages of his first heat this morning, and he didn't want to stay there for too long, but it's Jones that just gets out of shape in Carmarthen, number 7, racing close to the Amco, and he's carrying that Rallyo flag as they go down into the start gate turn for the second time. Rich Lee is on the inside in Scunthorpe, number 70, but on the hill, the power certainly with Hugh Jones. He's certainly found the grip there somewhere in the CM7 machine as he comes back across the top part of the circuit to round out another lap on the Castleroyd Raceway. From Rich Lee, from Paul Cusack, from Tom Hall in Scunthorpe 312. The rest of the field, William Patterson, Steve Carpenter and Kev Thorpe have got it all to do in this one. But it looks like this time Hugh Jones is going to see that yellow rag with the black cross and move on to his last lap. Now, if this is the first race that Rallyo are filming from his roof, then they need to keep that camera on all weekend, because it's beautiful sea and blue sky in front of the CM7 machine. He's got just over half a circuit to go before Hugh is going to make it 55 points from his second round of qualifying. And he's pulling away, it's got to be said. Paul Cusack drove a stormer in his first round of qualifying, but he's got absolutely no answer to Hugh at the moment, who does take 55 points in Carmarthen, number 7 from Cusack. Rich Lee. Tom Hall takes 4th. I think Mackenzie's a lap down and just coming together in front of us here on the finish line. And I think they've both crossed it. William Patterson in Yorkshire Dales 178 and Steve Carpenter in IK 32. So as far as the actual race is concerned and as far as the result is concerned, I think that result will stand. It looks to be from here that a few of the posts will need squeezing in. There may even be a requirement for a few of the posts to be readjusted and to have some reinforcements, but we'll await to check that before the fence repair crew make their way onto the circuit. The quad certainly from the middle of the track out on impact there, just making sure that the fence is okay. So Steve Carpenter in IK 32 is going to require a lift back to the pits, I think. The boys here, I think, come in to collect some rubbish possibly, or bringing some bin bags up to hospitality. Oh, it must be something to do with rubbish, because John Jones is there. So it looks like the track team then here to reinforce this near side fence and also to try and alleviate a little bit of the loose and the stone issue. And the team here in pink just putting some netting on this near side wire rope fence. So it seems that we are doing anything. Everything seems to be going really well here. I've got to say that's probably a kiss of death now, a commentator's curse on everything, but seems to be going really well. And the organisation here, as always, top notch. And it is the events like these that seem to pull the leagues together. Everybody wants to be a part of a proud team, here at the South Wales League. And as we can see, that first bit of downtime that we had after a decision was made that the netting on the fence was required, and the team on to do it straight away. So yeah, that just speaks volumes of the committee and the organisation and the respect they have from their members as well. So we are going to have a little bit of downtime while the fence is reinforced here just in front of us in commentary. But if we do move on to the lineup for race 2, it should bring out groups F, J, N and R. Adrian Joyce in Wessex 22 is there. He picked up a 7th this morning. He currently sits on 10 points. Charlie Holloway is there in Evesham 34. He picked up a 3rd and 36 points from his first round of qualifying. Scott Jones picked up a 4th in Forest 305, and he's there starting out in grid number 7. He currently sits on 28 points. Trevor Cusack in Cork 25. He's currently sat on 45 points after picking up a 2nd place in this morning's first round of qualifying. Josh Morgan in Gloucester in District 31. He's there picking up a 5th and 21 points from his opening round of his Nationals campaign. John Napier, he picked up a 3rd and 36 points in the Wessex 26 machine. Unfortunately, Cash Yeardley in Scunthorpe 96 picked up a DNF. And Pete Lemon in Spalding number 11 then picked up just the 10 points after picking up a 7th in his opening round of qualifying. Post knocker then onto the circuit, I think for the 2nd or 3rd time this morning, or this afternoon now, just to knock and reinforce the posts on this near side finish line. And we have got some adjustments to the very outer fence then, the actual track perimeter as well. Just a little bit of netting going up to try and alleviate a little bit of the stone issue as we progress through this 2nd round of qualifying here at the PRG Trailers on the SDG UK sponsored 2025 Men's National Autograss Championships. And yeah, what an event it's been so far. And I'm sure, like I said last night, it's not things can only get better in the case of this event. It's things will only get better because we're counting down time, we're counting down the races, we're getting closer to the all-important finals, and they are going to be a spectacle tomorrow afternoon, that is for sure, as we got the dust repellent being put on this Castleroyd Raceway. A little bit of work being done towards the exit of turn 2 as well by Barry Thomas and the track maintenance team here at South Wales. There seems to be a lot happening when we get a little bit of downtime, not too many drib and drabs but stoppages. It all seems to be done as quick as they can, and all organised at the same time as well. But yeah, we're going to continue with the 2nd round of qualifying of the Shocking UK sponsored Class 3s very, very shortly, just as soon as the track team here have done their job following that barrier impact from Steve Carpenter and who else was there? It was Kev Thorpe in Nottingham. No, it wasn't. It was William Patterson in Yorkshire Dales 178 that came together just as they were crossing the line to pick up their positions in that 2nd round of qualifying. I did have a few messages before racing started this morning. I know Abby Jade Bennett messaged me to make a big shout out to all the girls that are racing here this weekend. Not sure if Abby's got another rerun to come or are we clear of Class 8, but certainly the girls really in the mix with the men in Ladies Class 8 this morning. And we've got a message from Sharon Lockett. It's already been done, but baby Vinnie has been born, her first grandchild. Lucy Lockett and Connor Brown, proud parents, but not as proud as Granny Sharon and Auntie Meg. And she's urging on the Leeward gang as well. So that's that shout out done. Kirsty Godfrey, I'm not gonna read out what you said, but I tell you one thing, it made me smile this morning, and I've been in a place recently where I needed to see that message. Also, I did make a shout out this morning to anybody from Evesham who wanted to be part of the podcast to try and promote a little bit of the Ladies and Juniors event that they're proudly hosting in a few weeks, and I just had one back from Jill Grasby, so I'll see Jill across the course of the weekend. Marcus Cole has given us a little bit of a message to say that the climb up the hill should be a miserable woohoo. Well, I can't be as upbeat and optimistic of a whoop-hoo as Mickey B has been anyway, but I hope you're enjoying tuning in to us here at this weekend. I did mention the clean F word that we don't mention here at South Wales, and Nerys Reeves approve of that one. And that's the messages I've had. I've had one of Callum Coventry, who wants us to smile. So yeah, I do tend to smile when I make mistakes. So that was the one to perfectly timed one there. And Mickey B, have you had anything?
Yeah, I have Voice of an Angel. So I've got this one. It says Mickey B, spelled B-E-E, right? Please tell Richard Morehouse to pull his finger out. Lots of love from his loving wife and son at home. So, Rich Morehouse, if you can hear us, pull your finger out.
See, 15 years ago, you wouldn't have been allowed to say that.
Hey, what, pull your finger out? Also, I've got one here that says, good luck to all EA members for their second heats. Big shout out, Team Harrison from the Youngs. So, there you go. Hold on a minute. Could you please wish Lucy Hines a happy birthday from Gran? Hello, Gran. She's a spectator there this weekend. So, yeah, happy birthday, Lucy. Haven't been told how old you are. We might have a little bit of a guess.
19.
No, not as old as that.
1920-ish.
Oh, hold on a minute. I've got a young lad here who says he was straight there, eager. 19.
Who's that, Finn?
You've been on Nosy Book, have you? Is that what it is? All right.
Nosy Book.
Yeah, well, that's where you get most of your information from, isn't it? Oh, well, the old Silver Fox. Hold on. Over to Silver Fox. Hold on a minute. I'll just give him a chance to chew his sandwich, and then he'll give you a rundown, because he normally gets some decent ones coming through. Yesterday, I was just saying, when I was down at Pendine, I went and had a little in the little boys' room. Stood there having a little tinkle, and the bloke started talking to me about nationals and commentating and stuff like that. I thought, I can't go anywhere with that, just have a quiet wee, But Kev, you was just about to have something else. Oh, you're happy to talk with your mouth full? Oh, nice.
Only got a little nibble in there. Right, Paddy Burb, another one for him. Just wanted to congratulate his boy James and Shania for getting married last weekend. I've got to say, they look lovely. I saw the pictures on Facebook. Very posh. Very posh too, but he is quite posh, is Paddy Bub. So thank you, mate. We done that one. Already done one from Sharon. And then we've done Lucy. In actual fact, there you go. Confirmation that Lucy is 19, because Mark sent me a message. So happy birthday again. Lucy Hines, 19, and that's from Mark. I think that's about it from me for a minute. You can send me a text or on Messenger 07966 146 781. There's a prize for the person who's furthest away. As I always say, you should be here, mind. You should be here. I can't believe anybody can miss the Nationals. If there's any meeting you want to go to, it's got to be the Nationals, isn't it? They're still working on that fence up here. I see they've been putting netting up down there to stop a few stones and bits and bobs and whatever. As it says on your programme, you are here at your own risk. And sit back. I've just had a sandwich and a stone. It was very nice, actually. A bit crunchy, but very nice.
And a chomp on an issue nibble.
Yeah. But, so there is a little bit of debris flying about on this bottom corner over here, but, it's only a bit. It won't hurt you. That's all.
So, Mickey B's had a message. I'm not sure whether this is from Matt England or if it's from Matt, who is in England. But fantastic job to the commentary team, and what a great weekend of racing. Keep up the good work, team. And I think that says it all, really. It's not just the 8 of us here sat inside the bus. It's the ladies and the gents that sat next to us in lap scoring. You got the NASA team doing the points. Julie Hawthorne-Fernier is in there doing the points, I think, with Carly and all the rest of the NASA team that are taking their departments on. The South Wales League members that are doing the track work right in front of us here. The marshalling, the quads, the recoveries. The ones that were marshalling the camping fields on Wednesday and Thursday. You know, you've got to start on the right foot and on the right note. And like I said last night, things will only get better here at the Men's National Autograss Championships, here hosted proudly by the South Wales League. Sponsored, of course, by PRG Trailers, and we do thank PRG Trailers for supporting us here at South Wales once again. And, of course, a big thank you to SDG UK as well for their sponsorship of the event as well. So it's a joint sponsorship between the two. Please, well, I certainly haven't mentioned a lot of the trade stands this morning, but they're here. Normally, they support every aspect of the sport of national autograss racing. They're here at the premier event for the men. I'm sure we'll see them again in a few weeks' time for the ladies and juniors, but if you can support them in any shape or way, then please do so, because they are, at the end of the day, supporting the sport. And it is the sponsors in jest, really, that allow clubs and leagues like us to be able to afford to put the meetings of these statue on before we open the gates. It's, you know, if we didn't have the support of our sponsors, trade stands, then I think it's fair to say then these meetings of these statues certainly wouldn't be able to be put on, especially by the smaller hosts and leagues who may not have run meetings like this before. But if you can support, you're already here, and if you need a part that you can get for £2 cheaper on eBay, for the sake of £2, walk 400 yards and get them off somebody, and I'm sure that you'll be greeted with a smile and a very big thank you as well. Because 9 times out of 10, the ones that run the trade stands are people from within the sport itself anyway. So that's just a public service announcement, really, if you want to, on behalf of the trade stands that are here this weekend. Obviously, we've got the bar up the top. They will be looking for your support this evening. We've got a little bit of a fancy dress theme this year, that you've got to dress up as something of the first letter of the club that you're a part of. Well, I'm a part of Tyre, and there's a 4-letter word that starts with a T that it's pretty hard to dress up as, but I'm going to go as myself. That might say it all. The fancy dress scene this evening in the beer tent. There's Bluey there, of course, as always, at the Nationals with his disco. I listened to it all from the comfort of my camper last night, but there's also a live band up there this evening as well. So yeah, it's a very big festival vibe here this weekend at the South Wales League Nationals, and undoubtable effort has been put in by the committee and the members beforehand. And like I say, the King and Queen, Oily and Joan of the South Wales League, along with their multiple teams, their multiple members, have pulled out all the stops. The effort put into this weekend, absolutely nobody can question. That is for sure. It looks like Jeff is making his way back up to his gantry to get back on with the filming action, as the quads, the machines on the track seem to be dwindling down. Just a few, maybe U-nails or whatever they're called. You can tell my engineering experience, can't you? The nails just being hammered into the posts to secure those wire ropes, and we should be able to go again with the second round of qualifying then of Class 3. Race 1, I believe, is clear, done and dusted. The accident really happened as they were crossing the line on the last lap, so I would assume that the result will stand. Maybe there will be an exclusion, but I haven't heard anything of that sort. But I think that result will stand, and Hugh Jones, I think, will be happy with a 4th and a win at his first Nationals in Class 3. Obviously, when you do well in a certain class, you make a name for yourself in that class, because the familiar red micro of the CM7 number has made a name for itself over the years. Hugh has now made the switch to Class 3, and I tell you one thing, I haven't been supporting British Autograss Series this year. I haven't really been following BAStv. I've been following the UK Championship for the first couple of rounds at the very least, and so it's only at the qualifiers that I've seen Hugh race. But I tell you one thing, if you can keep Paul Cusack behind you the way he did in that second round of qualifying and the way that Paul drove in the first round this morning, then there's certainly some grunt under the bonnet of the CM7 machine, and hopefully, if not two, then hopefully we can see at least one of the South Wales League representatives in that final tomorrow afternoon. And by taking a win in round 2, Hugh Jones might have, well, he's made it a little bit easier then as he heads into round 3 of qualifying tomorrow, regardless of what anybody else does this afternoon. So Class 3's down there on the line. Race 2, like I say, brings out groups F, J, N and R. Just a little bit of a scraping being done towards this outside fence where the track crew have just been working. And Barry there, and well, he's in charge of the track maintenance team and the track team. He's just giving it a little bit of a scrapers then, and he'll probably make his way off the circuit. I do understand that when you're wearing your overalls and you're all belted up and you've got your helmet on, it's a long time when you're sat down there in your cars. But at the end of the day, safety is paramount within the sport of national autograss racing. We've got 8 drivers out there who's probably sat there for maybe 20-30 minutes now, but their race is going to be less than 2 minutes long. But I tell you one thing, there's no better motorsport in the world than this one, and I'll say that with my hand on my heart. I can't really think of anything that's better than the sport of national autograss racing. Watching the live stream then, you can see the 3 lineups of Class 3 down there, and I think we can begin to see, if we look down the end camera on the start line straight, then Class 5's beginning to make their way through into the holding lanes as well. But we now look to be set to go back racing. We are under starters orders, the bungee lifts, and away we go. Then Charlie Holloway's got a better start this time in Evesham 34, John Napier, and it's the Joyce machine, the 2 Wessex machines, making it an Evesham sandwich at the moment, because it was a 3-way tussle as they went into turn 1, but unfortunately it's Adrian Joyce that finds himself coming out worse because he's back in about that 3rd or 4th spot. But it is John Napier that takes up the run, and then 26 from who's there in 2nd. Oh, Joyce is facing oncoming traffic, as is Josh Morgan in Gloucester in District 31. We may see reds unless he can get going, but it's Napier that goes down the hill, and we race into yellow flags. So we continue under yellow flags, and as Josh Morgan does the brave thing and gets going because he doesn't want to get excluded for being the reason of the race stoppage until they evaluate all the camera footage that they can. But it is 26 then that leads the way into the top part of the circuit for the second time. Wessex 26 from the Cork machine. Trevor Cusack is there from the Southern Ireland machine. Scotty Jones, everybody that's here on a budget this weekend is going to be urging on that Class 3 of Scotty Boy, and he's there in that 3rd spot at the moment in the Forest 305 machine. He's ahead of Charlie Holloway in Evesham 34. Cash Yeardley's there back in that 5th spot in Scunthorpe. Number 96 as your race leader goes on to his final circuit. We can hear Kerry from this point shouting and urging a brother along, but Charlie Holloway is right there on the boot lid on the duff as they go up the hill with 1 lap to go. No, it's not 1 lap to go, they're on their last lap. So exiting turn 2 for the final time. John Napier takes the win in Wessex 26 from Trevor Cusack. Scotty Boy ecstatic with a 3rd there in the Forest 305 machine. And I tell you one thing, it's not just the Jones family that are going to be ecstatic with that result. Cash Yeardley in Scunthorpe 96, Adrian Joyce in Wessex 22, and Josh Morgan in Gloucester in District 31. That's how it finishes on track. We have yet not heard confirmation that that race is clear. There will be some sort of... we are going with a tick. Race is clear officially. So Scott Jones, a 4th and a 3rd in your first day, boy. Stay off the beer tonight. Don't even risk it. We got race 3 down there on the line, which brings out, and we're going to call it SOC because it brings out groups C, K, O and S. We've got Jeff Gibbs in Hereford, number 1, Lee Wakefield in Radford 838, Thomas Rees in PAC 39, Stuart Moore in Ludlow 9, Gary Watson in Pennow 106, Martin Gold in All Shropshire 334, Mick Sumners in Radford 169, and Sam Davis in Cundee treble 5. Just the 6 cars out to play, the 2 that picked up DNFs this morning. Well, unfortunately it's terminal because Thomas Rees and Stuart Moore are non-starters in the 2nd round of qualifying. But it is once again then the Gould machine, Martin Gould, that leads the bank, goes up the bank for the second time of asking side by side between the two Radford cars. Sumners and Wakefield go door to door, but it's Wakefield on the inside that just got the full length of his escort in front of Mick Sumners, who's on the cut back through the start gate turn. Now I know these two are pals, and very big pals at that. None of them are going to want to give in, because they both travelled together down to South Wales at the start of the year to get the feel of the track, and at the moment in second and third, that journey has paid dividends. Gary Watson then from Pencoed and the Penhow Club in P106 is there, hoping that it all ends in tears in the ding-dong battle between the two Radford machines, and he's there just up the inside of Sumners, but hasn't got the legs at the moment in the Penhow 106 machine, and they continue to race ahead of Jeff Gibbs and Sam Davis from the West Midland League in Hereford 1 and Cumdee Treble 5. But your 1, 2, 3 and 4 are safely on to their final circuit. That race hotting up for second, third and fourth as it's 3 abreast now on the exit of turn 4. But it looks like Sumners has lost out in the 169 machine. Watson through on the inside of Wakefield as well in the Penhow machine. It's Martin Gould takes the win. 3 abreast across the line. I reckon 8:38, 106 and 169 personally for me as they cross the line. That may be completely different to how the lap scorers saw it from Jeff Gibbs in Hereford number 1 and Sam Davis in Cumdee Treble 5. And I think that race as well is clear. Gary Watson, unfortunately, a victim of the three-way tussle in second, third and fourth. But my God, what a race we had there between the two Radford cars. All along that race, Gary Watson was never out of contention, and he proved it on that last lap. He just got that line through the start gate turn right on the last lap, made it a three-way tussle and up the bank and down towards the line. And even now, we've got confirmation, and I think it's going to be Martin Gould, then obviously, that took the win from Wakefield, from Gary Watson, who took second, and Mick Sumners taking fourth on the line. We were on earlier about the F600s, 3 abreast crossing the line for first, second and third. Well, I tell you one thing, that was even closer for second, third and fourth. Right, I'm going to have a sip of water. I'm going to catch my breath for a little bit, so I'm going to turn the mic off just for 5 seconds or so before I take you through race number 4 of the second round of qualifying of the Shocking UK sponsored Class 3s. So we're back then. Race number 4 down there on the line brings out 4 heat winners from the first round of qualifying. So this is going to be a good one, or we're going to see red flags. But we go in, and it's the Yorkshire Dale 24 machine. Then Simon Farrell leads into turn 1, as he did in this morning's first round of qualifying. Contact between Tinker and Mackenzie for the minor placings. But it's the 24 machine that leads down into the start gate turn for the first time. Heat winner Rupert Lomax goes with him in the North Wales number 99 machine. Then it was second on track this morning, Callum Allinson in Melton 34. And once again, we're going to hear Jade shouting and urging along in the East Midland League machine. Sam Gould picked up a win this morning. He's back there in third at the moment, holding off the challenge of the Barry Ullman machine, Athelston, number 27, and he's there in fourth. Allinson's round in Melton 34. He now finds himself at the tail end of the field, and he's got it all to do. But the race very much on back at the 4 between Simon Farrar and Rupert Lomax. Yorkshire Dales 24 and North Wales 99. There's an injury going out to somebody who's going to pick up the black flag. We'll await for confirmation before I even mention a race, a number and driver name. Somebody on a wide line there on the exit of turn 4. That's Vernon Mackenzie in Cambridge 442. Not a good weekend for him, but it's last lap flag time. Simon Farrar then moves on to his final circuit from Lomax, from Gould. Who's going to split this pack as we progress through the rest of the race? It's going to be nobody, because nobody at the moment has got an answer to them. But it looks like Farrar's done enough across the top part of the racetrack for the final time. It's going to be a last move. 24 from 99 and 3:43 from the Barry Ullman machine. Athelston 27, IK 84, Kelvin Bradstreet 5th from Vernon Mackenzie. Russ Tinker in York number 4, and Callum Allinson in Melton 34. Somebody did pick up a black flag, and I think that was Vernon McKenzie in the Cambridge 442 machine. So 2 black flags from day one is not the best start from Vernon McKenzie behind the wheel of the Cambridge 442 machine. Don't write him off though. Get signed on, get out in that 30 tomorrow and prove all the wrongers right by taking a win at least at the Nationals. Don't give up just because it's impossible to get into the top 8. Just sign on. There's one race to go, and if you can win one heat at the Nationals, I take that any day of the week. So we move on to the last race then on paper of your Class 3s, and so far I think that we've got 4 clear races, just as we did in Class 1. Group 5, race 2, I'm not smirking at all. Heat 2, race 5 brings out groups B, G, L and Q. Jamie Lee in North Wales 14, Andy Lodge in Scunthorpe 265. Your defending Class 3 national champion, he had a 6 this morning. He's there in the Scunthorpe 98 machine, and he's paired with a man who picked up a black flag, Jordan Spavins in IK 451. He's there trying to prove them all wrong in the, well, it's a Chevy-powered Micra, and it's a tyre shredder in all reality. Also joining Spavins then is Adam Henley in another Chevy-powered Micra, York 11. Barry Evans in North Wales 234, Rhys Pettifat in St Neots 94, and Anthony Keating in Mallow 34. That is your lineup for race 5 of the second round of qualifying of the shocking UK sponsored men's Class 3s here at the SDG UK sponsored, and PRG Trailers sponsored men's national event of the year here at the South Wales League, obviously run in promotion with the National Autograss Sport Association. A little bit of dust repellent going down on the circuit at the moment, and once again I think it was these boys that were in charge of the watering at the Bass at North Shropshire. They did a superb job, I'm led to believe, all weekend, and they're doing a sterling job, as is everybody so far this weekend here at South Wales. Right then, we've got engines beginning to rev down there. They're getting uneager, they're getting too eager, they're getting short of patience, and we're good to go. The bungee lifts, away we go then, and Ryan Powers had a better start this time, just about got his front lights in front of Jamie Lee as they go into turn 1. Jamie Lee from the North Wales Club then throws it sideways into turn 1. It's a North Wales sandwich because Barry Evans is also there in North Wales 234, but it's the number 14 and the lead down past us for the first time. Jamie Lee from the Ryan Power machine, or Rhys Pettifat. He's facing oncoming traffic, but he's moving towards the inside of the track and possibly looking to rejoin. No, he's given up. He's had enough. He's pulling towards the inside. That's allowed the 2 or 3 in front then to make sure that they get through. And the end of lap number 1, there was Jamie Lee, 14. Ryan Power in Scunthorpe, 98. Hot on the boot lid of that estate machine. From the Darren Lodge machine, Andy Lodge rather, Scunthorpe 265, who's there in 3rd. Seems to have slowed down quite a bit on the exit of turn 4. That's allowed Adam Henley in York, number 11, to get closer and reel him in. But don't give up, never give up, because Ryan Power's not sat in that second position for too long. He's all over the back of the North Wales 14 machine as they go through the start gate turn. But on the straight, Jamie Lee just putting out a little bit more power. North Wales 14 then, Scunthorpe 98. Your 1 and 2 beginning to break away from Lodgy, who's there in 3rd. And this time round, they'll see that yellow flag with the black cross. They will move on to their final lap. Ahead of Lodge, ahead of Henley, ahead of Herbert, and ahead of Barry Evans in North Wales 234. Spavin's got it all wrong on entry to turn 1 in IK 451. He's going to come down past us to pick up his last lap flag, but onto the checkers and taking a win, Jamie Lee in North Wales 14. Ryan Power a 4th and a 2nd. I'm sure he'll be unhappy with that. Not the starter's title defence that he'd have wanted, but never count out a Power. I tell you, his father, his mother and his brother Sean, you can never count any of them out. And a good result tomorrow will book him his place, I'm sure, in the Class 3 final, as Jordan Spavins rounds it all out then for your qualifying, your second round of qualifying of the shocking UK sponsored Class 3s. We've got Class 5 machines down there on the line, eager to get back onto the mic, and to give me a little bit of a breather is Mickey B. But I think 1s and 3s cleanly through with no race stoppages or red flags, and no pressure, Mickey B.
Here we go then, Bungie's going to lift. Let's go racing then with the 5s. And who's going to get the best of the starts coming up here? Chilvers was in the mix last time when he put it is going to be. That's Border County's 5. I think Andy Shepherd's going to come round and lead him down the hill, is he? Yes, he is. Then we go down to Brian Neal, but it's Colin Chilvers now looking to find a gap, just slides across, leaves the door open a little bit, but he's back on the power and back alongside that PAC 16 machine. Brian Neal then, you're going to have company because the man who had the attachment shaved off and made himself look younger is on the pace this weekend. And here we go then. Border County's 5 then still leads it from Neal then. St Neots 2-1-3 starting to make a show. Alex Smith then in the green machine. Chilvers is up there as well as the rest of them fight their way through. Where's Leachy? I think he might be running in that 6th place as they climb up the hill. But still, that's Border County's 5. It's Andy Shepherd then. He had a 3rd this morning. A win with doing brilliant there. PAC 16, Brian Neal. What did he have? He had a 3rd this morning. He's up in a 2nd, so that's an improvement, isn't it? When we go down to the St Neots 2-1-3, Alex Smith. What did Alex have this morning? He had a 4th. So they're all doing better, and they... Oh, no. Bit of contact there, and one's round, but it's still the Border County's 5 that leads the way down. Melton 5, Julian Heath got a rearranged front end, and it was Leachy at the back of the pack involved in that, but coming up to take that checkered flag. He's led it from start to finish. Border County's 5, Andy Shepherd takes the win from Brian Neal in 2nd. 3rd goes to the 2-1-3, Alex Smith. Colin Chilvers up there, Melton 5, Julian Heath. Spalding 2-5-2, Kevin Glidden did not finish. Scarborough 86, Scott Leach. Can hear the radio buzzing around, so I'll let you know if there's any decisions on that one. But Griffiths Warehousing and Transport are sponsors for the 5s, and we need to have a Ford Ranger move, GX18, TNE, and a Transit LL65ZDZ. Can you get a move, please? Right, here we go. We're into Heat 2, Race 2. Riley Diper, Forester Dean 255, had a win this morning. Tom Ellis, Stroudon District 33, had a win this morning. Carl Burns, Solway 18, had a 2nd. Ben Reed, Breednill 66, had a 2nd. Wow, I tell you what, this is a competitive one. Joe Doddridge, Forester Dean 15, had a 4th. John Wild also in that CY7 had a 4th. Martin Dazelle, Scunthorpe 77, had a 5th. And then John Marley didn't get the best of runs this morning. He'll look to try and come back stronger in this Heat 2, Race 2 of the men's Class 5s down here at the Men's Nationals 2025. And it's a beautiful afternoon, isn't it? It stayed nice and bright and clear. I think I've heard a little bit about the forecast tomorrow, but it's all about today. It's all about accumulating those points, and it's now about the bungee lifting. Let's go racing then with the 5s. And who's going to get the best of the start? I think Ellis again got another good start coming out of that middle pack position, and brings it out of that turn 2. The rest are all fighting for that 2nd place. And it is that Cole Burns machine. Then Joe Doddridge in the Forester Dean 15. Then the Breednill 66. Ben Reed is up there as well. Reedy got company on the inside of him. And as they go flying up that back straight, Riley Diper running about 5th at the moment, and needs to do some work. So Ellis it is then, some Cole Burns. Scunthorpe 77, where you come from. Martin Dazelle has got himself up into that 3rd place. Out of start gate turn they go. They're going to start climbing the hill. Oof. And up they go then. And it's still Stroudon District 33. Tom Ellis is the man to beat. And he is going to fly down the hill. Woo! Solway 18. That's Cole Burns. And guess what? We've gone red. Ah, right. Just behind that marshal post, I can see a car. It's Joe Doddridge. Forester Dean 15, and also clubmate. Oh, dear me. Yeah, sorry about that. Riley Diper's stopped, and Joe stopped as well. So unlike the voice of an angel, I've got a rerun already in my 5s. Well, it does happen, doesn't it? So, yeah, let's have a look at race 3, Mickey, while we've got time. Right, race 3 brings out Hayden Bushell in IK 186. Baxter Pargetter, Nottingham 45. Josh Simpson in Scarborough 45. And York 62, Dan Thompson. Carlo 37, Sean Lambert. North Shropshire 205, Andy Pipe. Evesham 9, your reigning national champion, Charlie Holloway. And White Rose 70, Paul Chadburn. Right, 2 heat winners in this one. Nottingham 45, Baxter Pargetter. If I remember, Baxter had to do it on a rerun. And Dan Thompson as well, York 62, also with a win under his belt. Charlie Holloway started with a solid second, and Sean Lambert had a 4th. Josh Simpson had a 6th. And Andy Pipe and Paul Chadburn both had 7s. So, yeah, who's your money on this one then? Baxter Pargetter, he's been quick. I saw Dan Thompson got his nose in front, and there wasn't any catching him, was there? So both of those guys, 55 points. That's a great start, isn't it? Look, if any of those go back-to-back on wins, then you really are on the cusp of booking yourself a place in the top 8 for the final tomorrow. Well, but anything can happen. You know, you get a bit twitchy off the line, it could cost you, couldn't it? Oh, I've had a couple of messages as well, and one of them is from a Class 5. Hi, Mickey B. Shout out to Jaber Smith, Ludlow 8. Wishing you all the best of luck for the weekend from Mushy Boy and family. Bring it home. So there you go. So that's a nice message. And have we got a decision on any of that? I think we've got. Well, I've seen something written down on the paper. I'm trying to work out if it's official or not yet. I'll let you know. Who else have we had here? Goes, hello, can you give a shout out to Andy Wood, F600, Sturton 5. Good luck from Kaylee, Gracie, Mum and Dad, and Lorraine, Woody. Woody family, that's it. So, yeah, don't forget 073359112 for all of those messages.
We got another one from Malvern Wellington, the long-time Chief Marshal at Radford Autograss Club. Absolutely delighted with the coverage on the TV, and just wants to wish all the best to the drivers and marshals, because he knows it's not an easy job. These marshals have worked so hard, and a lot of people slate them, but the majority know that they are hard-working guys who stand out there for 8 hours, 10 hours, and do their very, very best. So thank you very much, Malvin. That's a very nice message from you. What else?
We just had confirmation, Silver Fox, that in that last race, CY7, John Wild picks up a black flag. So, yep, he's excluded from the rerun.
Dear me.
So, a bit more water action that's gone down. They put some water down here this weekend. I don't know about you, are we all on a hosepipe ban?
Yeah.
No, that's it. We had to disguise the hose, by the way. Right, here we go. We are going to go racing with the men's at Class 5s. This is Heat 2, Race 3, bungee lifts. Let's go racing then. And, it's a flying start there. And, wow, is it, Mickey? Oh, definitely where you're going with this one as they bring it round. I think they might have switched it round, as it is that Ellis machine. Then we go down into there. St Neots 23. Also going into the mix, it's Alex Pudipat there as they go through. So they brought out race 4 just to keep me on my toes. Tom Evans, though, had a win this morning, and he's doing it all the right way as he brings it down the hill. Woohoo! For another time advancing from that 23. The Carlo 88 machine, Patrick Daly, up into that 3rd place. Patrick had a 5th this morning, and he's doing himself no harm at all, is he, as they bring it round there. Where's that Dev North machine? There he is. He's running in 4th place in that South Somerset 10. A cone gets flicked up, and they bring it down the hill. Then we go down to Radford 90 of Aaron Mason. Colin Hadley in the Severn Valley 247. I think Owen Green then is the next to show. And then that's, I think, 37 of Anthony Herbert But with one more lap to go, Tom Evans, South Somerset 7 then it is, that's on a flying charge then from Alex Puddipak. The Carlo 88 machine is still in there as well. Patrick Daly, Dev Nor trying to get up close as well. Radford 19, Aaron Mason, but eyes back front as we bring it round that top turn for the final time of asking. There has been a change, and it is the Hadley machine there who takes it from Tom Evans. Then Puddipak, Carlo 88, Patrick Daly, Dev North, Radford 19, Aaron Mason, North Shropshire 37. That is Anthony Herbert, and then Owen Green in the Radford 812. So race 4, they did. Look, that's a bit cheeky, isn't it? Just switching around. Oh, well, there you go. So Colin Hadley didn't get it, by the way. I was only joking for all you that were out there thinking it was Tom Evans all the way. I know. Right. Right, yeah, so we got the Forester Dean 255 also got a green flag in that previous race as well. So, yeah, so that's where we are. What are we going to bring out now? Let's have a look up there. I can see Tyre 73, so we got race 5 now. So that brings out Adam Brown, Vince Fudia, Wes Hathaway, who didn't get away last time. He did not finish. Paul Sausage met his girlfriend in the bar on Thursday night as well. She was singing his praises. Oh, was she? Charlie Priestley, Max Haynes, Ben Harper, Dan Morris and Jaber Smith. Well, we've just had that message read out on your behalf, Jabers. Bring it home is the message. So let's see what you can do. No previous heat winners in this one. The top point scorer coming into it's Adam Brown, who had a second, so 45 points for Adam. Then it's Jaber Smith on the third. And then who else is close? Oh, Vince Fudia got a fourth, mid-pack, so that's all right. Max Haynes had a fifth. Right, engines are revving. On your marks, get set, go! We're racing with the fives. And who's going to get that best of the start? Jaber Smith, a good start up there. And also Adam Brown. You'd expect that as well, wouldn't you? With National Championship under their belts. But it's Brown who's going to take them down the hill then. Typhy 73 makes a show. Wes Hathaway, that's a better start, and he'll look to get away. But oh no, commentators curse Mickey. You've only killed him. Look, he's slowed down. He's curb crawling. Oh, sorry, mate. It's Adam Brown then who leads the way from Jaber Smith. North Wales 918 is the next one to show. Dan Morrison, guess what? We go red. And do you know what, Wes? At least you're rolling. Red flags come out, so technically you're still in the race. That means you can get back into the pit, sort out whatever was the problem, and then give it a go again. So race 5 didn't last very long, did it? No, it didn't. So what we got up on the line now? We're bringing out race 3 now. So that's how you do it. Do race 1, 2, 4, 5, back to 3. This is where we've got Baxter Pargetter and Dan Thompson both on wins. You smell burning clutch. Oh, you smell rubber. Oh, right, okay. We must have different senses. Who else, Mickey? Well, Josh Simpson, he's paired with Dan Thompson all weekend. Sean Lambert's paired with Andy Pipe. Charlie Holloway paired with Paul Chadburn. And Hayden Bushell is paired with Baxter Pargetter. So here we go then. Let's try and get this one done and dusted. And we're off, and here we go, your reigning national champion, Evesham 9. And it is Charlie Holloway then who brings them round for the first time of asking, and down the hill he goes then from that Carlo 37 machine. So Sean Lambert, but he's going to have that Dan Thompson behind him as well in York 62. He just had a little bit of contact, but he's strong enough to withstand that and holds that third place as they bring it round again. Holloway then from the 37 machine. Sean Lambert, down the hill they go. Baxter Pargetter into fourth place. Dan Thompson still holding that third, and they're just starting to break away from the pack behind, which where you've got Hayden Bushell, Andy Pipe, and Chadburn should be there as well as they bring it down past commentary. Josh Simpson there. It's Andy Pipe, IK186, Hayden Bushell, and a back marker. But Evesham 9, he likes to do this, doesn't he? He likes to lead from the front, This time, though, he's got one more lap to go to pick up 55 points. 100 for the day. That would be great for him. Then it's Lambert, then Thompson, then Pargetter, then Simpson. Then we go IK 186 to Hayden Bushell. And the last but not least on that is the Andy Pipe machine. But there you go, checker flag. Evesham 9, Holloway takes it from Lambert, from Thompson. Pargetter in 4th, 5th goes to Simpson. Then it's 186 from the Invicta Kent Club of Hayden Bushell. And that's final place, Andy Pipe in North Shropshire 205. So, Class 5s, 60% success rate. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I like my own, I say to others, we must try harder, but, you know, in this competitive land, and, you know, especially when you get into the Heat 2, wait till you get into Heat 3, so, good grief. So, while we've got that, looks like we've got a bit of watering going on the line, which means that it'll give me a chance to take you through the men's Super Saloon. So their second time today, sponsored by Pickering Tyres. Also a mention and shout out to R&M Developments down there, you know, the old panels and everything like that. So, yep, doing a sterling job. So, and also you normally see him down at the BAS as well, and you know, always throws in some sponsorship at times down in those events. So here we go then, Heat 2, Race 1. I'm going to wait and see who's on the binoculars. Let's have a look. Can I spot them out? Yes, I can, because I can see Phil Cooper's machine. I think he's coming out of grid 7. So randomly pick their grids in from the grid lane. Yeah. So they're not pre-drawn. I think it's like picking the old balls out the bag. So it should bring out Tyre 30, Matthew Dance, Pennine 100, Marcus Lewis, Yorkshire Dale 75, Andy Jefferson. Andy had a good second this morning. Archie Bentley, North Shropshire 7, had a third. Ollie Eggleton, Invicta Kent 149. He's paired with Tom Boardman. I spoke to Tom down in the pits. You remember he came across down out of Stargate turn. He clipped the arm coder following side, lifted him right in the air, landed it back on all 4 wheels, and then went on to win. So I went and congratulated him in the pits for a crowd-pleasing drive. That's what I said. His old man was there going, oh, I don't want all that excitement, you know, so... Right, and then we go down to ARC5, Phil Cooper. Phil picked up a second this morning, and he's paired this weekend with Radford 176 Simon Hawthorne. So it's pairings A, E, I, and M. So good luck, guys. Top point scorers coming into this. Tom Boardman with a win, Andy Jefferson and Phil Cooper on seconds. Archie Bentley on a third, Marcus Lewis on a fourth, and then a couple of pairs of 5s for Matthew Dance and Simon Hawthorne, and Ollie Eggleton was a man with 6th place. And none of them have tasted the last place in a race yet. Someone will though. That's it. That's just how life is. Just having confirmation on that last race. I think it's Radford 249. I think it is Max Haynes who has been, is it black flagged or green flagged? Oh, right, okay. So Max Haynes, you picked up a black flag. So there we go. Looking round, the Bowsers are off. Marshals are starting to get the yellow flags up. Bungee lifts. Let's go racing then with the Super Saloons. And it's Cooper gets a flying start up the hill, but he's got company all around him. And can he withstand that pressure? There's a little bit of panel barging going on, but it's Cooper then down the hill. Archie Bentley goes round the outside then. Then we go down to Andy Jefferson, Yorkshire Dale 75. Jefferson sliding round turn 3 as Cooper also slows it down to keep that tight inside line. Matthew Dance and Tyre 30 is up into that 4th place. I know he's gone into 3rd place. This is his home track, so he knows how to race it. Cooper then from that Jefferson. Then we go down to Matthew Dance. Then it's into Archie Bentley's machine. Oh, no! Dance has gone flying over the front. My life. Good grief, is it going to see the colour that I don't want to see? Or are we going to keep on running? I think we're keeping on running. So it's Cooper from Archie Bentley from the Pennine 100 machine. Marcus Lewis up into there as well. Simon Hawthorne in the Radford 176 machine. Boardman is down the pack on this one as they bring it up the hill for the penultimate time, because it's going to be last lap flag shown to 1-4 the ARC 5. So Cooper then has got to go round the back marker. Eggleton's in the way as they switch it round. Cooper then slowing it all the way down, but Bentley's going to go and push for the outside line. Cooper puts the power down there. Bentley, are you going to be brave on this one as they come out of that final turn? They're down the hill for the final time. Checker flag. It's Phil Cooper from Archie Bentley. Then we go the Pennine 100 and Marcus Lewis. Then it's Simon Hawthorne dancing across Boardman. And then Andy Jefferson with a rearranged front end. Yowza. I think Dance was over the front of Jefferson. And, yeah, all got a bit Lionel. Yes, messy. But I'm putting a tick in the box. And we've got a race clear, I think. Right, here we go then. Heat 2, race 2 up on the line. And it brings out Phil Barliman. Okay, to-do. Colin Reid in Central Scotland 21. Craig Bagley, Cumdy 2. Martin Tinker, York 10. Dan Johnson in Scunthorpe 383. Dan Johnson had a win this morning. Matt Thompson, South Somerset 36. Dan Thomas in PhD 147. He was flying this morning, absolutely. Picking up his win. And down 26, Howard Thomas, a third. Wow. Competitive as ever. Super Saloons. And we're going to wait for the marshals to get back. There's a little bit of grading just going on up into turn 3. So where are they on their points, Mickey? So currently top point scorers are, as you would expect, Dan Johnson and Dan Thomas. So the two Dans had wins this morning. Then we go down to Downey 26, and that's Howard Thomas. He had a good run as well in that third place. We've got a couple of fourths. That's Matt Thompson and Phil Barliman. And then we go down to Martin Tinker at a 7th and a Colin Reid. Remember Colin, he came out of turn 2, spun round, got himself back going down, and then he spun again. I think there was a little bit of contact, you know, and he went from second, I think, near enough. Well, he did. He went second to the back of the pack. And that's where he ended up finishing, not what he wanted to kickstart. But it's one of those, isn't it? What do you reckon, Kevin? You know, if you've got 118 points, is that enough to get you into top 8 nationals on a five race heats?
Sometimes 118 will be enough, 119, 20, 21. But yeah, finals I've gone through, people who've made the final on 118.
Yeah, so it's never up, is it? It's never over until that lady sings. And yeah, well, you know, and you've got to have hope, haven't you?
Definitely.
You've got to have
hope. I hope
to
be here one day.
So we've got the grader coming into the middle. We're looking for marshal yellow flags around the track. And then it will be looked at marshal on the first post. He's ready. Bunge's going to lift. Let's go racing with Super Saloons. And who's getting the flying start? I think Bagley's had a flyer up there. And it is that PhD machine. Dan Thomas then in the bright colours is going to bring it down the hill. Dan Johnson is up into that second place as they go down. Barliman's up in the mix as well in that Pennine 23 machine, but out the outside it looks like Bagley's going to be brave and come round, but just can't get past Johnson. Johnson looks like he's got bags of power, and he's just got to get it down there. Bagley finds a way through as Barliman goes with him as well. So Johnson back down into that 4th place. Colin Reid, Okaidanu into 5th place, but still leading the way. PhD 147. It's Dan Thomas then. Up the hill he goes. Just got a nice lead at the moment. Keep it nice and clean and straight. Avoid the cones. And down the hill he goes. Woohoo! From Bagley, from Barliman, from Johnson, from Reid. Then it's Tinker down 26th, next to show Howard Thomas. And the last place, he's got work to do. Matt Thompson, but eyes back front. PhD 147 it is then. Dan Thomas with 1 to go. Kundi 2 then. It's Craig Bagley going with him in that second Lachey place position. The fight's on for third, and it's Barleyman who's got it at the moment. Johnson's going to try and get up close to him as well. And Colin Reid is hanging on to the coattails in 5th place, but round we go. It's 2 wins out of 2. Dan Thomas takes it from Craig Bagley. Barleyman over in 3rd. 4th goes to Johnson. 5th is Colin Reid. Then it's down 26 of Howard Thomas. And Matt Thomas has made a place up. Tinker over in that final position. Right, Heat 2, Race 3 of the Super Saloons brings out Tom Lewis. Border count is 55. Picks up a win this morning. He's paired with Liam Roach in the Carlo 160. Ayrton Ellison, York 14, and then revving Kevin Atkins from Scarborough 43. North Wales 199, Sid Lomax. Jack Houlihan, West Waterford 358. Pennine 8, Andy Graney, and Jack Bromley in Victor Kent 130. So Jack Houlihan had a 3rd place in West Waterford 358. Then you got Andy Graney who had a 4th. Who else had a 4th? Ayrton Ellison this morning. So I'll tell you what, mid-pack position ain't that bad at 28 points, as we've said. Anything 100, I reckon 118, 120 is probably where you're aiming to make sure you get into the top 8. But anything happens, isn't it? You know, we've seen that. Yeah, I think so, yeah. A 4th, you know, 2nd and a win, yeah. I think 128, well, you're definitely there, 128, and unless there's, you know, something crazy goes on. So water coming down on the track again. Who likes the water in this one then, McGee? Oh, I'm not sure. Well, Jack Houlihan, West Waterford 358. He's got water in the club name, and they come across the pond as well, didn't they, to race? So see what Jack does. He's an exciting racer as well. But Andy Graney and Pennine 8, and Andy and obviously Samantha have shared that car for a number of years, and I'm trying to work out whether really is Samantha's quicker than Andy. Really, he won't. I'm going to say they're equal. That's it. That's diplomatic, isn't it? And Ellison, you know, on his day he can do it. Here we go then. We are off and racing. Always some wheelies being popped up there as well as they bring it round that corner. And revving Kevin Atkins is trying to get up in the mix. But it is that Border Counties 55, Tom Lewis then, that takes up that running. Carlo 160. Liam Roach is there as well, but Roach has got company, and he's got, revving Kevin Atkins, as he's done one of those. You know what I'm going to say. You spin me right round, baby. Yes. Can he get it out of the way? Yes, he can. Border Counties 55 then. Tom Lewis got a nice lead at the moment. It's Houlihan up into that 2nd place from Sid Lomax in the 199. So young lad Sid Lomax with the equally youthful Jack Houlihan breaking away. There's a battle on for that 2nd place. Ellison's holding 4th as they come up that back straight. Roachy then in the 160, a place further back. But Lewis it is then from Houlihan, from Lomax. Ellison there as well. Then Roach and then Andy Graney. Little bit of a gap before we go down into Jack Bromley in IK 130. And the back marker all the way back down there is revving Kevin Atkins in Scarborough 43 after that spin out in the bottom corner. But one more lap to go then. Tom Lewis, can he make it 2 out of 2 from Houlihan in West Waterford? 358. Sid Lomax holding a good 3rd place. Ayrton Ellison trying to get close to in the 4th place out of that Stargate turn. Already he's climbed the hill and coming round that final turn and make it 2 wins out of 2. Border count is 55. Tom Lewis takes it. Whoa, from Jack Houlihan, West Waterford 358. 3rd is North Wales 199, and that's Sid Lomax. Ayrton Ellison, York 14 in 4th. 5th goes to Andy Grain in Pennine 8. Then we go down to see Carlo 160, Liam Roach. Kev Atkins has got a place up, and Jack Bromley in that final position. Right, where are we going next, Mickey? Right, Should we go to a 7-time national champion in sevens? Well, why not? Right, Heat 2, Race 4 does bring out Andy Holtby in Scunthorpe 61. He's paired this weekend by Liam Duran in Swansea 33. Liam picks up a black flag. He actually kind of was stopped up on that top corner, wasn't he? And he was the cause of the stoppage. Jake Lee's out in this one in the Scunthorpe 12. Darren Byard in the 100 machine. Mally Wing, Scarborough 83. Dan Harrison in St Neots 272. Barry Leach in Down 120. And Simon Pallett in Spalding 65. Andy Holtby and Barry Leach both on seconds. They're top point scorers coming into this, so no one's had a win yet out of this. That's all going to change, and Holtby gets a good start and flicks it into the next gear. Jake Lee goes with him as well. Clubmate round they go out of turn 1 and 2. Andy Holtby then on the charge with the new engine. Then we go down to Barry Leach in the 1 down 120 machine. Leachy goes, is he going to try the outside line? No, I'll tell you what, Jake Lee come up the inside and has robbed him from that second place at the moment. So Leachy's got a little bit of work to do, but still flying round they go. Down the hill. Right, who's in there? Spalding 65 is the next one to show. That's Simon Pallett. Then it's Mally Wing in Scarborough 83. Stroud and District 100. Darren Byard a place further back as well. No Duran out in this one, so it's Andy Holtby. That he's got pressure now as Jake Lee starts to mount it as he comes down into turn 3. Out of Stargate 2, wow, he's going to go for it. Oh dear me, he carried so much pace into that Stargate turn, but he put on the brakes and avoided the contact with Holtby. As they come round, we've got one more lap. Oh no, Jake Lee's broke the car. That means that Barry Leach up in that second place, Mally Wing in third. Fourth is the Byard machine, Spalding 65, Simon Pallett, St Neots 272, Dan Harrison. Oh no, well, if you don't have any luck, you get no luck, do you? But checker flag at the ready. Here we go, Scunthorpe 61, Andy Holtby for the win. Down 120, Barry Leach second. Third goes to Mally Wing in Scarborough 83. Stroud 100, Darren Byard in fourth. Spalding 65, Simon Pallett. St Neots 272 of Dan Harrison. Did not finish. Oh, dear me. Jake Lee, he was on it when it absolutely flying. So whether or not he broke something when he was on the brakes going into Stargate turn, but that car needs recovery. He'll be tutting in there, no doubt. And also a non-starter was Liam Duran. So Heat 2, Race 5. And here we go, Darren Hockley in Forester Dean 62, Spalding 82, Kerry Pope. So Kerry picks up a good third this morning. Darren sixth place, so a bit of improvement needed on that one. But they're in pairing B, sorry. In G, it's Damien Harris, Radford 140. He got a fifth. He's paired with Cumdy 9. Cameron Mills, who picks up a win. I tell you what, people have got Cameron down, haven't they, for a favourite game. See if he can do it. But well, there's lots of them who are going to be trying hard. Right, in pairings L brings out North Shropshire 34. Sam Gould, he picks up a third this morning, and he's paired with Wessex 11 of Ray Wyeth. Ray, not the best of first runs. And as the song goes, the only way is up. And in pairings Q, Ali Ashmore, Yorkshire Dales 514. She had a fifth this morning, 21 points. So a good start. Just needs to add, you know, a few bigger points to that, and then we'll see how we turn out a bit later. And then Alan Henschke. Well, Alan will be going. He picks up a green flag in his first run, which demoted him to the back of the pack. But he's here, he came down here as a reserve, and he's got himself into the Nationals. So he's chuffed anyway. Whatever happens this weekend, he's doing a sterling job. So, yep, that's where we are. So Pickering Tyres are our sponsors for the weekend. And again, a big thank you to all of the sponsors. I think, as I said earlier, I think everything bar my underpants have been sponsored. It's start line, finish line, Marshall posts, Harris fencing, recovery vehicles, Bowsers. It's got everything in there as well. And again, Pickering Tyres are doing our Class 7 sponsors. So I say Cameron Mills, you know, when you're like a defending champion, you know, it can go two ways, can't it? You come back and you know, it's after the Lord's Mayor's show, you know, and it's you know, it's never going to be as good. But he's definitely putting a marker down. I'll tell you who else I think, from what I've seen over these first couple of heats, the Dan Thomas machine in that PhD 147. He ain't getting snookered behind anyone and the way that he's driving at the moment. So that is building up, isn't it? You can start to see how that final may start to shape, and Holtby there, you know, coming back as you'd expect him to do. A new car out. It's only a handful of races when he raced. It was, yeah. I mean, he was still getting sorted out. Had a run out last weekend. A lot of people didn't, you know, because they were so close to the Nationals. But go out there, try the car, and it seems to have paid off, because that win there has done him no harm at all. As you know, you look down on the points and go, do you know what? I've accumulated 100 points after my first two heats, and yeah, I mean, if that was me, I'd be. I don't know if you'd do that. I mean, look, these guys are born winners. These are winners, aren't they? Right? That's what they want to do, right? So me, I'll be going, right, shoes and socks off, right? I need at least 120 points. Right, that's 20 points. So I could afford to come fifth. Right, that's my head. That's the space I'll be. They won't. They'll be going, right, it's a win, you know. It's a win. Is this a CV for you know, for commentary, by the way? Because like Tim Jones has just said, like, I'll just be happy if I finished, right? Kev, you we had a chat, didn't we? Like I think it was the first round, Bass round at Scunthorpe, and you told me about your win down at the. It was down at the map, wasn't it?
Yeah, down
and
at the map.
You were like, you kind of teared up. You got emotional.
Absolutely
like,
amazing.
I was going to give you a hug.
Yeah. Well, I was talking to people last night. I said, I'm an Autograss racer. I'm not a star. I go out and have fun. So when I do pop in a win, which ain't very often, it's someone else for me.
And it was, but that just said it all, wasn't it? That emotion that you were, when you were talking about it just meant so much, you know. And I always think that goes under the category of God loves a trier. Yeah. And you know, you've been trying hard. You know, you've been.
You ask my wife; she says I'm very trying.
Yeah,
so
I know. Yeah, I've heard.
You're right.
So yeah, I'm just looking across over to Mick the Monk Island, and. We've seen it all day, which is incredible because...
Have you seen the sheep over there?
Oh, look, don't you start me on cows and sheep. But I must admit, there is a load of cows over there. And they're eating grass. Because you know what they are? They're dairy cows.
They are.
You know why I know they're dairy cows? Because I remember seeing them in a procession. He must have like a whistle or something like that. Yeah. Is that how they do it?
They just know. See,
like coming from they all go, oh, milking time, and off they go. No, side by side, having a little
natter.
Milk
Don't come out of bottles, Mickey. It comes out of cows.
Does it?
Yeah.
That comes out of plastic, doesn't it? That's it. Well, it comes out of Asda. There are other supermarkets available.
Yeah.
Hey, don't milk a bull. No. Well,
here we go, Mickey.
Yeah, here we go. Right, we're off racing. Enough of all of that. And we are up the line. And we were talking about him when he was looking strong. He wants to come and defend his title. And it is Cameron Mills then, Cumdy 9, that takes him out. Damien Harris is up with him as well. Then it's down into Gouldy. Ali Ashmore in the Yorkshire Dales 514. Running in that fourth place. Kerry Pope in fifth in the Spalding 82 machine. As we go back up to that lead car, brings it up the hill, just slowing it down, isn't it? He wants to keep that a tight line and then put the power down, and down the hill he goes. Woohoo! Cameron Mills then, from Damien Harris, from Gouldy, then Ali Ashmore, the Pope machine, and then we go down into that Forester Dean at 62. of Darren Hockley. Hockley up there enjoying some good pace as they bring it up the hill again, climb the hill and down the roller coaster. And it's still Cameron Mills then from Damien Harris, from Gouldy, from Ashmore. Then we're in the Pope, then Hockley and Gloucester and District. That's Henschke who's up there as well, and the Wessex 11 machine. And I say that is Ray Wyeth. So Henschke made it through as a reserve, and he's loving life at the moment. But down the hill we go. One more lap to go then. Kundi 9 then. Craig Bagley. Cameron Mills then with just about 3/4 of a lap to go. And he's pulled away now from Damien Harris. Harris will be chuffed for this as he comes up the hill. As round they come. Checker flag at the ready. Kundi 9. And it is Cameron Mills takes the win from Bradford 140. Damien Harris. Gouldy in third from Kerry Pope. Hockley just in front of Henschke. Ali Ashmore must have gone a little bit Strictly Come Dancing because she's dropped down a few places. And Wessex 11 across to finish off. That's Ray Wyeth. And guess what? 5 Class 7s, all nice and tidy, no reruns. And well, we're going to switch from 7s to open wheel 9s, and it's over to the Silver Fox.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mickey. Second round of qualifying then for men's Class 9. The first run will bring out Max Holtby, Jeff Montgomery, Sam Pinches, Thomas Lloyd, Lee Seagreaves, Jason Bennett, Aidan Llewellyn and Mitch Hollingsby. Top point scorer in this one, Lee Seagreaves, on a maximum 55 points. Aidan Llewellyn's picked up 45 with a fine second, so did Sam Pinches, another 45 points, so they'll be looking to increase their tally with a bit to do. But 4th place in his first run, Max Holtby, former junior champion, on 28 points. Jeff Montgomery on 10 with a 7th place. Thomas Lloyd picked up 15 points for his 6th place effort, as did Jason Bennett. So, and also Mitch Hollingsby. So certainly all to play for in this KP Thomas & Son sponsored men's 9. The second round about to go off. We just need Watercart to complete his deed down there on the start line, and we'll get at it as soon as we can. We have, what else we had? We had another message earlier on. Well, 2 or 3 actually. If we've got a bit of downtime, I'll find them and have a look. So Kev Mumford, happy 34th birthday to Mike Mumford on Wednesday. And he said, I went to the Isle of Wight Nationals with a Class 7 but didn't race, came away with the best son and that a dad could wish for. So that's really nice, Kev. And there you go, Mike. So at least you now know where you were conceived as well. Okay, as I said, a little bit of work going on. Time's going on, but we're doing all right. 4 o'clock, so perhaps a little bit behind the schedule that the South Wales League would like, but it's not too bad. And we're getting on. Another one from Mal and Simon Chadburn. They're watching in Zante. So very nice. I think the weather will be nicer here, mine. The sun's shining. And the clouds have mostly disappeared, so we're doing all right over here as well. Just have a quick look, see if there's anything else. Jenko, hello from sunny Wales. You are a tart. So still the water goes down. Work really hard, these guys on the carts alongside everybody else. And so far so good, making a really good job of their watering, I've got to say. Very few races spoiled. I haven't seen any, but no doubt there might have been 1 or 2. But the kart drivers are really keeping this track in tip-top condition. Well, it's still a drop more going down, so So we have got a great crowd here for those of you that are watching at home. Then, as I keep saying, you should be here. But we've got a fantastic crowd here, full of enthusiasm, and really enjoying this spectacular racing that we're seeing so far. And as I said, it's only going to get better. Right, we're going to go then with the KP and Thomas and Son Class 9s, Heat 2, Race 1. So very, very good clean break that, and very quick out of the gates. They go around the grandstand turn for the very first time then. Sam Pinches is quick, so is PhD number 9, Jason Bennett. And really throwing it in over there on the far side as they go around that start gate turn and bring them up the bank once again then, and already fairly well spread out. I don't know if there was an incident, whether I missed something there, but anyway, Pinches is your race leader, PhD 9, ARC 3. So Aidan there becoming under strong challenge from Seagreaves over there on the far side. Seagreaves, as I said, took a win last time out. Aidan Llewellyn was second and running strongly in second at the moment, but your race leader, Sam Pinches, Bradford 35 and PhD 9 ARC 3. Then we've got Mountain AAA and Scunny number 6, Holtby there with Invicta Kent 89 and 9F at the rear of the field. But look at the lead. Pinches is pulling now around that grandstand turn with 1 to go. Radford 35, the race on the field is the second. Llewellyn against Seagreaves. Melton AAA still a little bit in contention there. I know 6 last time out, so this is a big improvement for him, running strongly there in 4th place, holding off the challenge of Holtby as we go back to the race leader, and he's got this one nicely in the bag. Radford 35 takes the checkered flag, takes the win from Llewellyn second, Seagreaves in 3rd, Hollisby takes 4th from Holtby, Typhy 42, I missed that one last time out, and then Invicta Kent 89, and last but not least, Jason Bennett in number 9 from the Forest Club. All clear on that one, so we're going to move on to Heat 2, Race 2. Will feature Barry Ashmore in Yorkshire Dales, 154, Mark Barker, Evesham 26, Jimmy Smith in Ludlow 80, Lewis Farrer in Yorkshire Dales 42, Mike Lydiot in 309 from the Forest Club, Neil Tivey from West Waterford 144, James Heselton in Scunny 75, and Jamie Hollinsby in the Radford 82 machine. Top point scorer in this one, Mike Lydiot, both with Jimmy Smith. They both ran 3rd last time out. Mike Barker had a 4th, Lewis Farrer had a 4th, Neil Tivey had a 4th, Jamie Hollingsby had a 4th. This is going to be tight, and somebody's going to pick up 55 points with their second round of qualifying, but who's it going to be? As they whip over there on the far side for the very first time. Up that straight they come then, and around the grandstand turn, and it's Mark Barker in Evesham 26 from West Waterford, 144, Neil Tivey, and then Jimmy Smith in the Ludlow 80. Jimmy going through up into 2nd spot then. The West Waterford car relegated to 3rd as once again they go round that grandstand turn, but Barker's your man. Ludlow 82nd then, 309F now. Mike Lydiot trying to make up ground and doing so. He's there in 4th, but challenging for 3rd as they have a bit of contact. Lydiot's round. Oh, contact behind him. 2 cars now facing the wrong way as we look to the top turn once again. And we're still racing for a few moments. So Mark Barker will have to go back into the rerun lane to do that all over again. We'll await Marshall's decision on that and let you know as soon as we get official confirmation. Okay. Oh, a nice cup of tea just come in. Splendid. Heat 2, Race 3 then will feature Gary Wetherick in South Somerset 99, Marcus Mills in Ludlow number 3, Matty Jones in Swansea number 8, Zach Mills in Ludlow 12, Aaron Richardson in Pennine 5, and just looking down onto the line, we have got that. Ben Wilson in Scarborough 40, PhD 7, Luke Jenkins, Jack Joyce in Wessex number 2. So Gary Wetherick, South Somerset 99, top point scorer, a good second in his first run. Marcus Mills had a 5th So 21 points. Matty Jones had a black flag. Zach Mills had a 7th. Aaron Richardson a 5th. Ben Wilson a 7th. Luke Jenkins with a non-finish. Jack Joyce with a 3rd. So all to play for, and 55 points for a win will go down very, very nicely as they come out of the gate for the very first time. Then Jack Joyce quick out of the gate, mighty quick out of the gate, and we got red flags. So red flags and disappointment on that one. Once again, we've got somebody in the fence over there, just behind the loo. And we'll get confirmation on what's going on. I think they're still discussing the race before. But anyway, Marshall's conferring. Anything that we hear officially, we'll get back to you and let you know. So, who have we got now? Race 4 then, down there on the line. Will feature Harry Wallace in Moulton 777. Adam Robinson in North Shropshire 71. Adam, this is going to be a very strong heat, that's for sure. Adam Robinson took a win last time out. Lee Waldron had a 3rd in number 4 from the Forest Club. Joe Borer will be there in Invicta Kent 129. Joe will be looking to improve on his last result. Andrew Adams in Radford 12, another winner in this heat with Sean Roberts, and Sean will be looking to improve. He had a DNF. So Katie Adaman then had a very fine 2nd in Yorkshire Dales number 6, and then Dave Palmer, who took the win in his first heat in North Wales 31. So 3 heat winners in this one. 1 driver on 45 points at a 2nd, and then 1 on 36 with a 3rd. So a very strong heat indeed. So they've all got a lot of work to do there, because there's always only the 1 winner in these 8-car races. And we're going to have a little bit of track time now, I think, a little bit of downtime. There's obviously a little bit of work needed to be done. So it gives me time just to tell you about the raffle that's they're actually, I didn't know where they were selling the tickets, but they're actually going round and selling the tickets for the, I think it's Tyre Half-Hand or T Half-Hand charity, the Christie Cancer Charity, and Michaela's Mountain Moments. Loads of prizes. I think the tickets are like £1 a strip or something, not a lot of money. They've been going round this morning, I know, selling them, and we'll carry on, I think, tomorrow as well. So do put your few quid in your pocket, just a bit of small change, 2 or 3 quid is great. Anything's better than nothing. And support that raffle. There's a tombola for a charity tombola behind commentary, towards, just going down a little bit towards that bottom turn. UK Autograss are, they've donated, actually built a Class 1 from scratch. People have donated engines, body shells, paintwork, stickers, tyres, wheels, everything that you need to roll cage, everything you need to build a car has been donated, and they're raffling that car off. They're right down there in the corner by the start line, next to Elite Gears, and it's a tenner a ticket, but you can win yourself a 5 or 6 grand Class 1 Mini for that. It's well worth it. It's for a great cause. It's for MND, I believe, which is another charity, obviously. So none of the money going into their pockets or anybody else's. It's going straight to the charity. I'm not sure how tickets. I know they were very busy yesterday, actually, selling tickets. A tenner a lump, but as I said, you're giving £10 to charity, and you got the chance of winning a brand spanking new Class 1. So get down there. If you, even if you don't want a car, I mean, you can buy. If you win it, you can sell it, can't you? You know, and you are giving £10 to a very worthwhile charity as well. So well done to everybody at UK Autograss. That's a great thing to do. Yeah, I would as well, I've got to say. We're just saying, if I won it, I'd race it. I would. Well, my grandson would race it. I probably wouldn't get in it, but that is what it is. We've had a watch handed in. I think it was handed in yesterday, wasn't it, or last night? A silver watch. It's a Seconda one, but if it's yours, then just describe it to us, and that's here in commentary. So if you've lost your watch, thought you'd have noticed, to be honest. It's a ladies' watch anyway, I think. But yeah, if I ain't got my watch on, I feel half-dressed, to be honest. So maybe it's of not that great a value, but it's decent, half-decent watch. So if you've lost a silver watch, just come here to commentary, and we have it here. I think that's it for me for a minute. Tim, have you got anything you'd like to say? Or you sat here having a cup of tea and enjoying the view, enjoying the sheep, the black sheep over there on the far side that Mickey's described to us in great detail. We haven't had any text praising Mickey B for a while, so Mickey, are you off your phone? Because I'm sure he kept sending them in this morning. He got 3 or 4 burner phones that he carries about with him, and I reckon we had a text off every single one of them this morning. Now, if you want to send us a text, if you're listening at home, or even if you're listening on track, send us a text on 07966 146 781. You can find us on Messenger, Kevin Herdman with a U. And Mickey B's on Messenger. Tim Jones, you're on Messenger as well, aren't you? So have a look for Tim as well. And if we're feeling nice, we'll read it out to you. I lost one. There was somebody from miles away, like over the water, that sent me a message earlier, but I'm not very good with my phone, and I've lost it. So apologies to whoever it was that sent me a message. Yeah. We had somebody just popping in. They've lost a set of keys, which we can't help them with, but just have a look round you guys. And if there's any keys knocking about, bring them to commentary if you would, please, because he's thinks it's his house key on it, and he can't get in otherwise when he goes home on Monday morning. So hopefully they'll turn up, mate. All right. So who's this from? Town Neil Compton. That's third place is second place loser in the Class 6. That's a bit harsh, isn't it? Hey. Right, we are back ready to go with Heat 2, Race 4 of the KP and Thomas and Son sponsored men's Class 9. Just waiting for the water cart to exit on that top turn. So here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The bunch is going to go, and we're racing then with the Class 9s. Oh, good clean break as they make the way up to the grandstand turn for the very first time. The water's gone down, the track's been levelled. And who's going to come out in front? 17 it is. No, it's 71, North Shropshire. 71, then Adam Robinson it is that brings them round from York, number 6, Katie Adamant. Katie run very strongly in second, challenging for first this time around. Whoa, and right up the inside goes the North Wales 17 of Sean Roberts to move through into a place where there's cones flying everywhere. As 71 motors on, Lee Waldron starting to make his move, and he's getting right round the outside this time around. And Waldron, keep your eye on him, he's up in the second spot now, but we've still got the North Shropshire 71 of Adam Robinson leading the pack round. Waldron there in second. Then the North Wales car in the third, North Wales 17. Up in the fourth goes York 6, fifth is West Waterford 31. And then your first heat winner, Radford 12, back there in 6th and 7th. IK219 it is that's bringing up the rear. The race on the field is for that second spot, really, between 17 and 4, because your race leader's away and gone at the moment as he comes down the bank with 1 to go. There's no catching him at all. 71 from the North Shropshire Club, Adam Robinson then. North Wales 17 still there in second. Lee Waldron in 4F, then York 6, Katie Adam, who dropped down the field, back into 4th place from second, and we go back to the race leader because already it's climbing the bank and going round the grandstand turn for the final time. Checkered flag. North Shropshire 71 takes it. North Wales 17 second, 4F's third, York 6 is fourth. North Wales 31, I think that was, that'll be Dave Palmer. So it's really mixed it up. Dave took a win, had to finish, settle for fifth, and then Joe Bora in Victor Kent 129, your final finisher. So these points really getting mixed up now as we look back to the line, and we're running with another, Andy Adams parked up. I didn't think he finished, so Andrew Adams then parked up on that top turn. Not sure what happened there. Didn't see it, to be honest. So disappointment for him, another heat winner with a non-finish. So will that be enough? Another win, and okay, so North Wales 17 then picking up a green flag for Cone. So he goes back down from, I think, was it second or third to fifth place. NW 17 then, Sean Roberts picks up a green flag. So we're going to move on then to race 5. That'll feature North Wales 89, Carl Roberts, Travis Kirk in SR 65, Mike Bailey in Tyre 31, Jay Gallagher in LM 13, Barry Smythe in CY number 9, Andy Hornshaw, your reigning Class 9 champion in York 78, Joe Aldridge in Leicester 34, and Matt Rigby in Nottingham 270. So top point scorer in this one, Jay Gallagher, had a very fine win in his first round of qualifying. Second, Andy Hornshaw with a nice steady little second place, and then Travis Kirk is next one round in third. He was third. Who else then? We got 3 drivers on fifth places: Matt Rigby, Barry Smythe and Mike Bailey. So interesting stuff. Carl Roberts didn't have the best of runs last time out. Carl was the last place. Joe Aldridge ran 6, but they're here at the Nationals competing, and they'll be looking for a little bit of a better run this next time around. So Andy Adams then has been removed from the field, so they're looking at the marshals' body language, not quite ready to go. So it won't be long, and then we'll be back on with the men's 9. Okay, away we go then with this 5th and final run of qualifying. We have got a couple of reruns, but we'll let this race run first. And leading this race is the Gallagher again in LM13, star 65, Travis Kirk, very much in contention in that second place. Then the York 78 of Andy Hornshaw. Hornshaw battling now for second place, trying to get up the inside then to make that 45-point stick. But while all that's going on, Gallagher's away and gone. He says, I'll have some of that clear track in front of me. Hornshaw's through to second now. And Leicester 34, Joe Aldridge on a much better run this time. Looking fairly good, and we are going to get a change as they go over there on the far side. And, or are we? As they climb the bank, go round that top turn once again, no Gallagher. LM13 still there from York 78, but we've got red flags because we've lost something over there. 2 cars getting tangled up down the bottom there. So another one into the rerun lane. Listen now. Okay, we're just waiting for confirmation for this one. Do you want to sit here, mate? So that's me done for a little while. I've got 3 of me Class 9s to we've got confirmation from the marshals end on that one. Joe Aldridge in L34, black flagged for being the cause of the stoppage. Right, that's me done for a short while, and I'm going to hand you straight over. Oh, I'm not going to hand you over to Russ because he's disappeared. So we've got a Class 5 rerun, that's why Russ isn't ready. So Mickey B, put your cup of tea down, mate, and your bit of cake, yeah, and make sure you're about. As long as it's... So who's that being removed as well from the track? I think that is Joe Aldridge, isn't it? But Class 5's then ready to do battle in this rerun, and here he is.
Yeah, that's it. Thanks, Silver Fox. I was doing a good deed next door, as you do. Right, here we go then. So hopefully this is Heat 2, Race 2. Up on the line, I can see Solway 18 in this mix. That's Cole Burns. He was doing all right last time, wasn't he? Yeah, well, is he going to do the same again, Mickey? Well, we'll have to wait and see, won't we? As they come out of that turn 2 and down the hill they go. And it is that Forrester Dean 255 machine of Riley Diaper. And I thought that Riley had been given a flag, but he's obviously been rescinded. And he's back out there. And look at him, he's got a mission on board. He said, I want maximum points. And, yeah, well, he had a win earlier, so 2 out of 2's not bad, is it? Then Ellis goes with him. Then the CY27, John Marley. Also there as well, Joe Doddridge. Oh, I tell you what, Marley, showing your undercarriage, misses, right. But they are, and Ellis is facing down towards Pendine. That's not what you want to be. Sat-nav went wrong. Right, so Dyker still leads it then from the CY27, John Marley. Joe Doddridge is up there now. There we go, Breenhill 66, Ben Reed then is, and we've gone reds. So, this race is being a bit problematical. It means that we're going to have to go third time lucky. Just a little public service announcement. The guys and girls that thought that parking your van at the bottom end of the field and jumping over the fence without paying to get in and blocking the farmer's entrance is a good idea. I would suggest you quickly get back to your van because it might disappear very soon. So there we go. Griffiths Warehousing and Transport are our sponsors for Class 5s. And back up on the line then, we're back over to Russ already, so I've got one more rerun of 5s to come, but I can catch my breath and hand it back over to Russ.
Yeah, thanks, Mickey. Just out of interest, I've been timing some of the races. I missed the start of that one, but just I did catch a couple of lap times there before it stopped, and Riley Diaper, who was leading that one, very consistent. 2 laps I managed to time at 20.56 seconds per lap, so... yeah, and we found it interesting earlier on because obviously I was doing the Class 10s timing that, and they did put some water down, but it proved that one of the Class 4 heats was faster than the 10s. So it just goes to show, doesn't it? But anyway, we're going to move on to the BB Group sponsored F600s now. And we're going to see if we can get the clock on these. We're almost ready for race 1, and bungees up and away we go. So this is groups A, E, I and M. No heat winners in this lineup. But up the hill for the first time is Keith McCammon in down Autograss 55. He's had a second, so he's looking good. A cone has gone scattering. Problems for Shea Fuller, who needs the points desperately. But away we go. Wes Green into second place in Scarborough 3. Looks up the inside. McCammon fends him. Oh, was there brief contact round? He goes, now there's contact, because Wes Green's gone round as well and a front wheel off. So that's going to be a disappointing run for the 600s. And as... we come round again with Martin James leading, we go reds. Come on, guys, you need to slow it down. Keep an eye on these flags. So... there we go. I'm not sure about this, but Tim has just confirmed that he lasted 35 seconds. So well done, mate. No, yeah, we're getting a bit interested now with these race times and lap times. They used to get timed a lot at the Nationals. There wasn't ever an award for fastest time of the day, but sort of like a personal gloat. But yeah, it's quite interesting. I'm gonna keep doing that anyway, as much as I can. Well, a disappointing start for the F600s then in Groups A, E, I, M. There was Martin James, Keith McCammon, Seb Taylor, Wes Green, Dave Walsh, Paul Glover, Shay Fuller and Lucas Amblard. So, fortunately there, that one is stopped. We're going to look at race 2. We've got groups F, J, N and R. Is that group name? Yeah, there we go. We've got Andy Reeve, Nottingham 28, who had unfortunately last place finish in 8th. Andy Reeve there, I remember, I've got footage of him on one of my old DVDs. He was competing at the 1982 Nationals. So, yeah, he's been around a fair while and still enjoys his racing. We've got Scott Ayres, who's not been anywhere near that many Nationals, but he's there in Cambridge 217. He had a disappointing 7th. We've got Stuart Smith in Cumdu 22. He had a 3rd in his first run. Ian Phipps had a 4th in Stroud 14. Wayne Jarrett was running strong earlier on. He had a 3rd in Leewood 88. Kirsty Bowes is there in Yorkshire Dales 105, had a 4th. Sue Herdman had a win in Tyre 56. And John Whitehouse goes with a White Rose 66. He had a 2nd. So we've got, this is competitive really, because we've got 4 drivers who had a top 3. And then another 2 who had a top 4. So it's all to play for.
You were talking there, Russ, about like the time of the laps. We had some hot rods come up to Scarborough, and in preparation, we put a transponder cable underneath the track, and then put transponders in some of the Autograss cars. And sat in commentary with me was a guy with his laptop. And it was spitting out all of everyone's lap times. It was then putting them in order of who was the quickest in the class and the quickest after the overall meet. And at one stage, there was a junior special that was actually quicker, you know, which was, you know, you don't realise what it is. But that, you know, might be something of the future. Who knows? But, you know, transponders, not too much money. Plenty of money in these cars these days.
Yeah, it is something that some drivers have been calling for a long time, actually, transponders and that. And it's only what you have at all the go-kart circuits. As said, you need to put a cable in somewhere. Obviously, you'll need 2. You'll need one on the start line, one on the finish line. And, yeah, the transponders, I think they're like 20 quid each or something. So you obviously get something like a MyLap set up. And then it can sort your positions out. So, you know, when we get a close finish, the transponders will pick that up straight away. You get lap times, as said. You can even, I don't know if you can work out speeds on it, but yeah, you can certainly get lap times. It can give you average lap times and all that kind of stuff. So it's stuff which drivers have been asking for, especially when you get a wet meeting as well. When it's really wet and you can't identify the car, the transponder does that for you.
Yeah, and I think, you know, when you're thinking about that on timing, you could actually, based on the length of a particular track, actually work that out, you know, with, you know, a little bit of shoes and socks off. But, yeah, it just adds a little bit of extra, you know, dimension to the information you're out to put out there. Who's been the quickest Class 8 over the weekend? You know, that's, you know, that'd be interesting, wouldn't it? It's not all about sometimes, because someone might have the quickest lap and not win.
Exactly, a slow start and then on the catch-up. Right, we go with our next race then. Are we about ready? We're just waiting for that pirouette of delight with the flags. Here we go. So F600s, away we go. Race 2 of the BB Group sponsored 600s here at the 2025 Men's Nationals. Overall sponsored by PRG Trailers, but up into turn 1 we go, and it's Ian Phipps round the outside. Phippsy in Stroud 14, looking strong here. Down the hill he goes and leads the way. I think that's an old Class 8 chassis converted into a 600. Sue Herdman, who had a win, look at that, using knowledge gained this season and up the inside into the lead in Tyre 56. Where's Whitehouse? White Rose 66 is not there. So no John Whitehouse, who had a 2nd in his first hit. I can't see him down on the line either, so a no-show. But Stroud 14 is back in front. We've got Josh Bowes now in Yorkshire Dales 105. Herdman staying tight and tidy to the cones and using that inside line, and it's worked this time around. But Bowes then throwing caution to the wind, throwing the bomb round the outside in Yorkshire Dales 105 and carries that momentum up the hill. But I think at some point you've got to get there and then turn it in tight to try and get in front. But Herdman Herman back there now, looking for 2 out of 2. 105.14. Then it's Scott Ayres in Cambridge 217. Wayne Jarrett, Stu Smith. And one left to give a shout out to Andy Reeve in Nottingham 28. But down that far side, and Herdman's broken clear as Bowes has just taken too much out of it round that wide line, and it's not paid off. And coming through then, Tyre 56 it is, down the hill for the penultimate time. Yorksdale's 105, Stroud 14, Cambridge 217, Leeward 88, Cumney 22, Nottingham 28. And all onto their final circuit then, 2, 4, 6, 7 cars. So we are just missing that White Rose machine, unfortunately. And up the top we go for the final time. And Sue Herman's going to win this one. 2 out of 2 goes to Tyre 56, and very pleased with that one. Yorksdale's 105, Cambridge 210, Stroud 14, Leeward 88, Cumney 22, and Nottingham 28. And would you believe it? Look at that, 1 minute 50 flat. And that was the overall race there. That was actually, though, slower than this morning for the couple of F600 races I did get. So there we go. But that one, I think, is clear. So well done, F600s. Right, we're going to go again. And bungees up and away we go into race number 3, I believe it is. So Melton 86, Callum Allinson leads the way into turn 1, Melton 34, but we've got 86, sorry, but a bit of jostling further back round the outside goes Colin Blandy, Leeward 1, then it's Daz Cornwell and Steve Hilton. Good to see he's got the Leicester 11 back out after rolling it in his first heat. And he's right in the mix there in the thick of things as the rest of them jostle further back. Simon Jackson, who didn't get off the line in his first run, is there ahead of Jack Bowes in Yorksdale's 3. Then a couple more to mention, Leeward 98 of James Brown, and then another one who is there. Oh, it's Mark Pascal. So I don't know if that's a complete engine change, but that thing was on fire in his first heat. And a non-finisher. So Hereford 50's back in the running. Problems for Brown, who's gone spinning around. But Allenton, it is leading the way in that Melton 86 machine. Down the hill once more. Then we go to Colin Bland ahead of Daz Cornwell. Oh, we've gone red. So we got the Leeward car parked up. And unfortunately, that one is brought to a halt. There is talk on the radios, though. Right, okay, so, right, this van, which is blocking a gateway. Yeah, okay, so the owners of this van, S31CCF, who very kindly, or unkindly, joined us without paying. Right, you've got 10 minutes to shift it, otherwise the police are called. To escort it, and what they're going to do is they're going to put it down in the sea. So yeah, it's got quite a lot of graphics on it. It says concept on it. We've got a phone number and everything, so we've got all your details. But yeah, S31 CCF, get it moved. Otherwise, the police will be in touch with you. Right, Mickey, it's you. It's Class 5s.
Yeah, thanks very much, Russ. This is into another one of our Class 5 reruns as they bring it round that top corner. And it's Adam Brown takes it down then from Typhy 73 machine that's working hard. Wes Hathaway. And last time I spoke about him, the car stopped. So I'll try not to do it. But Wes Hathaway looks like he's trying to get away from Ludlow 8, Jaber Smith. And Jaber Smith then is coming down the hill with him. But that Hathaway machine is still there. Adam Brown up into 3rd place as well. Brown looking to get up in the mix as well. Hathaway is going to come back up the inside there. And Ludlow 8, Jaber Smith. Jaber Smith now drops back to 2nd. Brown's now all over the back rear end of him. Ooh, as they come out of that top turn and down the hill. Woohoo! And it is going to be Wes Hathaway, Ludlow 8, Jaber Smith, Adam Brown. Then the North Wales 918 machine is next to show Dan Morris. And Dan Morris is out on that 4th place like Billy No makes no one around him. But the race is on for the top 3 as they come round that turn 2 for the penultimate time. One more lap to go on this one. Wes Hathaway, Typhy 73, Ludlow 8, Jaber Smith and Adam Brown. Adam Brown now looking to come alongside Jaber Smith. There's door rubbing, but they keep it going. Up that opening straight, up the hill they go. Roof, and it's Typhy 73. It's Wes Hathaway out of turn 1 and 2. Hathaway's going to take the win. He does. from Ludlow 8, Jaber Smith. Third goes to Mallow 184, Adam Brown. Oh, it is Vince Foudier. Then it is the 918 of Dan Morris. Next to show down there was Ben Harper in the Melton 11, and that final place goes to Spalding 44, Charlie Priestley. So well done to Wes Hathaway, and your girlfriend will be so chuffed. Over to Russ.
I haven't got a girlfriend. I've promoted that one. Right. Okay. So, right. We're going to go back F600. Apologies, Kirsty Bowes. I gave you the wrong name all the way through. I gave you your brother's name. So, very sorry. But well done on your great heat result there. So, we've actually got the next one in this race. So, yeah, there we go. Making mistakes all day long. To where we had Jack in race 3. That one's being rerun, I think, in Victor Kent 77s on a green flag. So, right, we're waiting to go. And away we do go then. So this is Heat 2, Race 4, Groups D, H, P and T. And who's it going to be? This is, we've got 2 James Browns in this class. And this is the Scunny James Brown. And I don't think any of them have any vocals. But anyway, Scunthorpe 811 it is, down the hill for the first time. Typey 6, Will Evans goes with him. And then it is Patrick Daly and Carlo 288, Sturden 5, Andy Wood. Stroud 31, Tom Herbert just goes past him though, up into 4th place behind Daly. So White Rose 46, Dan Pratt down the order, and then it's Rich Morehouse and Andy Wood, and then Tony Edwards completes the Sturton trio at the back of the field. But it's Brown who leads the way from Evans, Daly. That's the 1, 2, 3, sliding into the turn we go. And look at this, how close it is. Brown just escaped. Oh, Daly's got it sideways after a bit of contact there and loses a place to Tom Herbert, who goes through. Then Dan Pratt, a cone goes flying. Morehouse, Wood and Edwards at the back of the field. There's 20.9 seconds for a lap time there for the race leader. As James Brown goes through the start gate turn once more, and the rest of them follow, but Brownie's getting away as Daly now attacks for second. Up the inside he goes and takes P2 away, but can he control the pace into the turn? Just about, and he fends it off now into the last lap. It's Scunny 811, Carlo 288, Tyvey 6, Wires 46. Stroud 31. Oh, what's happening here as Herbert goes up the inside of Pratt, takes away that position once more. Morehouse now looking for something. Then it's Woody and Edwards at the back of the field, but it's coming through. Checkered flag, and it goes to James Brown. Scunthorpe 811 takes it. Then it's Carlo 288, Tyvey 6, Stroud 31, Whiterus 46, Sturnham's 101 and 5, and then Sturton 247. Right, I'm not sure how that worked, but apparently that race somehow managed to be 10 seconds faster. That's 1 minute 40.71. Right, I think this one's going to be a little bit on the steadier side. So that race clear because it's going to be steadier because the water bowsers are coming out to put a drop of liquid down of the BB Group sponsored F600. So 2 reruns to come. 2 complete so far. There we go. So that one was a little bit longer. I stopped the clock a bit too soon. So I think yeah, we were looking pretty similar there to the 1 minute 50 mark of the race before, which completed.
So, Russ, you know when I said about the girlfriend, right? And now I want many of yours, but Wes Hathaway's girlfriend, I didn't realise. When I was in the, you know, that tent that sells beer, right? Behind the jump is a girl, and she said, "Oh, Mickey, I'm Wes Hathaway's girlfriend, right?" And she said, "You know when you say Wes Hathaway's getting away?" He's now got that graphic on his car. Right, so she'll be super chuffed. He's just had a win. I think he's in for a cuddle tonight because, like, yeah, she looked like she was quite excitable. So, you know.
Might have been your effect, Mickey. So, yeah, Well, there's a lot of excited people here. They're all cheering on their family and friends, and you know, there's like I was stood up at the top taking photos earlier on, and there was when the races run earlier on, there was always a round of applause as the drivers came down the hill for the final time. So showing appreciation, obviously, for good racing, and that's what we want. I think we need to get Kev, when you're back on, I think we need to go back to tradition. I know it's a bit sparse on the far side, so we might have a bit of a broken wave, but you know, just little national traditions. Just for me, but we want you fans out there to start making a bit of noise. Come on, we want you to cheer on these drivers. It's all a bit quiet out there.
Do you know when you're like talking about like in my village, I've got a lad who lives there, like Tony Slim Appleton, right? So he's qualified in the fours, right, to come down there. Former North of England champion, that was one of his highlights, you know. And he's had a good first run here. Picked up a second, right, and I saw him straight afterwards. Just that kind of smile on his face says it all. You know, all those hours that he spends in the garage to kind of do it. You know, and even at his ripe old age, right, he's out there and he's doing it. I mean, we've got a racer at SY who's in his 80s, racing a Class 5. Yeah, you have got a bit to catch that, but I'm telling you, he loves it. It's like his fuel for life, you know. It's like kind of that injection every fortnight, you know, gets his bit of Autograss in him, and it keeps him young and alive. I must admit though, he's got hands like shovels. You know, like it's you know Adam Henley's Dave Henley, right? If you ever shake his hand, right, it's like two of mine put together. I think they're wrong uns up there though, wouldn't they? Too much fertiliser in the fields, that's what I say.
We've got Dave George down there at Radford, and I think he's 70. Not Dave George. I'm trying to think of his surname. Races 78, I think he is. I'm sure he's 78, which is going some, isn't it? Used to race stock cars and all sorts, and then come back to Autograss and just absolutely loves it.
Yeah, so I think, it's hard to get away from this sport, isn't it? But not that we want anybody to. But anyway, we're going back with the racing. Here we go. This is race 5, Groups BG LQ of the F600s. Who's got the best of the starts? It's Billy Bradford, and as always, having the time of his life. In Border County 16, up the hill he leads for the first time. A bit of water's gone down, could catch some of them out here. Less power, but it doesn't mean it's any easier to control as we go through. Border County 16 it is, then Yorkshire Dales 106, I think it is, on the outside. It is Josh Bowes this time, I will get it right. He's just made, no, it's not, that was Martin Craster who's made a mistake in White Race 25, drop back Darren Grasby. He was a heat winner. In fact, this has caught me out. There's 3 heat winners in this one, and one's had a second, and it's all got messy further back. Not behind Billy Boy, though. Bradford leads the way from Grasby, and then it's Bowes. Then we go to Michael Worley in Leewood 123, Steve McManus in Scarborough 19. Then it's Martin Craster, and Ashley Bradford is way down the order in Ludlow 16. But up the hill we go, and Bradford has got away in the Border Counties car. Grasby's trying to hunt him down, though, in Evesham 1. And both these guys featuring in the British Autograss Series, but now featuring at the Nationals. We've got a challenge on the 3rd and 4th and 5th. As the Scarborough man goes up the inside of the Leewood racer to take that position away. So Scarborough 19 back moving up and gaining points and places here. But as we go into the final lap, it's going to be Bill Bradford. Grasby's definitely closing him down, but I think maybe too much to do in the lap remaining. Yorkshire Dales 106 is secure in 3rd, barring any mistakes. Scarborough 19 is next. Shaken clear of Leewood 123, White Race 25, and Ashley Bradford way down. That's not like him at all. But into the top turn, and Grasby's close right in, looking for a challenge. And round the outside, has he done it? Yes, he has. Grasby takes it. Evesham 1, Border County 16, Yorkshire Dales 106, Scarborough 19, Leewood 123, and White Rose 25. And then Ashley Bradford completes in Ludlow number 16. So there we go, 1 minute 49.08 on that. Great job for the F600s. BB Group, your sponsor. They'll go back. I've got 2 reruns. Quickly, Kev, it's Class 2s.
Yeah, thank you very much, mate. We're off then with the ATD sponsored Class 2s, Heat 1 race, Heat 2 race 1. Okay, featuring in this one, Colin Aquart took a very fine second place here last time out in Tyre 2:11. Ashley Lillington, South Somerset 38, he had a win. Adam Pickersgill in Scunthorpe 1:09 took a fourth. Adam Smith, PAC 29, had a fifth. Aidan O'Neill took a seventh place in Mallow number 30. Sean Thompson had a fourth place in Scunthorpe 971. Ash Wigglesworth had a third, and Connor Bishop, another heat winner. So away they go for the second time of asking today for this heat race 2. Right, round the grandstand turn they come, and your clear race leader already is the Scunthorpe 109 now. Adam Pickersgill, as I said, finished fourth last time out, but he's extended a fair old lead there as they go over there on the far side. Ash Lillington in South Somerset 38, then playing catch-up in that second place spot, and then Connor Bishop, heat winner last time out, but running there in third at the moment. In fourth is Tyre 2:11, then Scunny 971, PAC 29, and then the Mallow 30 machine. But look at the lead our race leaders taking over there on the far side. Adam Pickersgill will do his chances, no harm whatsoever if he can keep this one up. Oh, he clipped a tyre there, he certainly won't be gaining a place. Hope he doesn't get into trouble for that. 109 then, still from South Somerset 38, Tyre 2:11, and Scunny 971 is the 1, 2, 3, 4. We've lost Ash Wigglesworth over there on the far side, just creeping round the outside, and we'll just look to get last place points to help him along as the race leader brings him round the grandstand turn for the penultimate time. 1 to go then for South Somerset 109, one more for South Somerset 38, Tyre 2:11, Scunny 971. Invicta Kent car going backwards from second or third, now up back down there to that fifth place spot as Pickersgill brings him up the bank then for the final time. Clear race leader, and he's going to be a clear race winner. Scunny 109 takes it then from South Somerset 38, Ash Lillington in second. Third is Tyre 2:11 from Scunny 971, 2:52 then PAC 29 and Mallow 30. So race clear on that one. We're going to move on to a race 2. We'll feature Ollie Stevens in Ludlow 15, Simon Bates, Scunny 117, Brad Ellison in York 16, Cumdy 45, Paul Price, George Boys in White Rose 98, Gloucester and District 64, Jason Neville, Craig Conway in Scunthorpe number 1, and Tim Harbour in P200. So top point scorers in this one, Brad Ellison and Craig Conway, both picked up a second, Harbour taking a third. So this one will be interesting. No heat winners in this one. Somebody's going to get 55 points, but who's it going to be? More water going down on the track as they look to keep this track in tip-top condition. Loads of messages coming in now. Could you wish Tanya Rolls a very happy birthday from Rocky Roll? So we've done that. And this is a nice one. I don't know who it's from. It just says a shout out to all the staff who make events like this happen. Yourselves, marshals, lap scorers, ones behind the scenes, and the photographers who capture the most amazing photos. No name on that, but very true. And then hi from Shez and Scott at home, looking after the 3-week-old puppy, Jack Russell's 3-week-old puppy. Good luck to everyone at the East Midlands League. Right, we're going racing then. Once again, Brad Ellison's very quick out of the gate in the 16 machine, taking that to inside line, then just pushing out a little while. Who's that going to try and get up the inside? Nobody. York 16, your race leader. Then Tim Harbour. Doesn't have the best of luck in the big meetings at the moment, Tim, but running strongly there in that second spot. Now, Craig Conway then, Scunthorpe number 1, and we've got red flags. So they'll go back into the rerun lane, and they'll have to do that all over again. So Marshall's discussing why we've got red flags. We'll sort that out and we'll move on to race 3. Race 3 will feature Jordan Robinson in North Wales 53, Nottingham 470, Ryan Cunningham, Ash Farrow in Scarborough 249, Jack Farrow in York 181, Dan Owen in North Wales 151, Star 228 Aaron Smith, Dan Robbins in St Neots #1, and Adam Cochrane in Down Autograss 43. So 2 heat winners in this one. Ash Farrow in the Scarborough 249, and Dan Robbins in St Neots #1. Also taking a very good second place was Dan Owen. So he's got his 45 points already in the bag, and Jack Farrow at a third. Jack will be looking to improve on that. Adam Cochrane didn't pick any points up at all. He picked up a black flag, which was very disappointing for him, as also Jordan Robinson struggled and just picked up the 6 points. So who else have we got in there? Ryan Cunningham, Ryan then in Nottingham 470, and Aaron Smith will be looking to improve. They both had 6th place points. Yeah, we're just talking about older gentlemen that race, and it was Dave Barry, that races at Radford. He used to do stock cars, and then I was trying to think of his surname and I couldn't think of it. Good old Malvin sent it to me, and yeah, so Dave Barry again. I'm not sure if Dave's here this weekend, but he still loves his racing. It's a bit like me, hobbles into the car and then hobbles back out of it. Yeah, Thursday's my garage day. The wife lets me off. I don't have to go to work. So, yeah, not that it does me any good, but it's an escape, isn't it? Spend the day there. It takes me about 3 hours longer than anybody else. I think I changed the front arm the other week, and it took me about 2 hours. You know, it's. But yeah, it gets done eventually, and if I don't, then good old Coops can sort me out. He's on the same yard as I am. So I'm always running over there. Coops, how do you do this? Yeah. So unfortunate then, George Boys being taken away to that. I didn't see that incident on the top. He must have gone into the barrier or something, but he'll be carted on to the infield for now and then taken into the pits. Did we get any confirmation on that? I'm presuming he's going to be excluded from the rerun, but okay then, so Marshall's decision. Gloucester 64 received a black flag for dangerous driving off the start line in that last race. So let's go on to the next race as they climb the bank for the very first time. So round the grandstand turn they come and down the straight in front of commentary, and it's Scarborough 249 from York 181 that takes them round. Ash Farrow then, Ash had a good run last time out, took a very fine win from the 181 machine of Jack Farrow, and Jack picked up a third, but he's coming under strong challenge from Aaron Smith as they climb the bank, and that's allowing the race lead to inch away. Star 228, York 181, 228 now with his nose in front. Then the Down Autograss machine as well, also getting in amongst it, going to challenge for that second spot. He's there in fourth at the moment, but keep your eye on him as they get into that top turn up through the inside. He tries to get, and the race leader just motors on. 4 cars in contention for second, leading those 4 cars at the moment. 181, Star 228, St Neots 1, Down Autograss 43. now making his way, or trying to make his way through that chasing pack. Oh, and there's contact. Robbins has got it sideways, gets straightened back up again, but has lost motion and lost ground as the race leader brings him round with just 1 lap to go. So Scarborough 249 is away and gone from York 181, who's clear in turn from the 228 machine of Aaron Smith, but your race leader is away. Ash Farah then looking to make it 2 wins out of 2, just negotiates the grandstand turn safely for the final time, and he does, so he takes the checkered flag. 2 wins out of 2 for him then. Second place York 181 from Star 228, North Wales 1451, St Neots 1 down, Autograss 43, and last but certainly not least is Ryan Cunningham in Nottingham 470. So Heat 2, Race 4 will feature Taylor Jones in Invicta Kent 233, Darren Aiken in North Shropshire 4, Phil Badman in Stroud 111, Jordan Barlow, Wessex 43, Josh Julian in Scunthorpe 22, and Yorkshire Dales 1. Then Jack Hodgson, Jamie Lane in Radford 741, and Ben Fiddler in Yorkshire Dales 295. So we've got a green flag for 2 drivers in that one, is it? No, just the one. Dane Autograss at 43 picks up a green flag in the race 3. So, oh, Badman's got a problem on the start line and must have jumped out of gear or something. So. Certainly lost his start, but he got a long way to go to catch everybody up there, that's for sure, as we bring him round for the very first time then, and it's Wessex 43 from Yorkshire Dales 295 and the Radford 741 as we get a bit of contact there towards the rear end of the field, but looks like yeah, we're still going racing there, and more contact round the grandstand turn, but Wessex 43's away from Radford 741, and they're in a right old ding-dong for that second spot. Darren Aiken there as well, getting in amongst it as the Radford car gets back up into second spot, but while all that's going on, the race leader just inches away on every turn. So the Wessex 43, Jordan Barlow, took a fine second last time out, and he's running very strongly there in that first place. Jamie Lane then, oh, here we go, and somebody's gone pop right in front of commentary. Didn't see the number of that one, but he certainly lost out as the race leader brings him round this time with 1 to go. So it's Wessex 43 from Lane there in second spot. In third, it's North Shropshire 4 from Yorkshire Dales 295, Yorkshire Dales 1, Scunny 22, and Badman there in Stroud 11. And we've lost another one, so I think that's Scunny 22 still running. So somebody's gone off the rail as well. But round the top turn for the final time, checkered flag then, fine convincing win. 43 takes it from 741, now Shropshire 4. Then Yorkshire Dales 295, Scunny 22, and Stroud 111. So good win there for Jordan Barlow, and that gives him now 100 points, which will certainly put him in to good stead for tomorrow. Drop of water going down then, and then we will move on to Heat 2, Race 5. Race 5 will feature Carl Brooks in Invicta Kent 114, Ryan Rowland even. In North Wales 12, Ryan Smith, PAC number 1, Dara Foley. In West Waterford 69, Aaron Pole. In Radford 318, PAC 50 will be Carl Blackmore, Martin Bannerman. Then in Pennine 187, Ryan Harland. In Spalding 18, so top point scorer in this, PAC 1, Ryan Smith took a very good win in his first run, and then there's a lot of points to be grabbed because we've got a car on 4th place points, Carl Brooks, then Roland, Aaron Pole and Ryan Harlan both on 5th place points. Dara Foley took a 6th last time out, Martin Bannerman a 7th, and Carl Blackmore an 8th. So all these guys looking for maximum points. Ryan Smith already on a maximum. Can he make it 2 out of 2? Okay, in that last race then, Yorkshire Dales 295 receives a black flag for racing on the infield. It's not really the way to go, is it? I know it's shorter, but the marshals don't like it at all. Okay, so again, plenty of water going on. Now, who's this one from? Can you wish Jack a happy 12th birthday for yesterday, please? So, happy birthday. That's from Richard, I'm presuming. Joe Dixter. Just wishing Jack happy 12th birthday. Jack made his debut in the junior specials just a couple of months ago, and he's certainly loving his time in that, I know. So happy birthday, mate. And I think we've done them for a minute. Mickey, you haven't sent yourself any more texts, have you?
No, stop that, will you? Because like people might believe you. You know, I only done it a couple of times. No, I'm only joking. No. A funny story from last week. So my old man Billy B pegged out earlier this year. You know, God rest his soul, right? Callum goes to the York races last weekend, right? Yeah. You know, with his mates. They started at 8:30 in the morning. You know, one of those days. My middle lad, Kurt, gets on in touch with me. He said, I bet Callum's won some money at the races today. So, why is that? He went, Billy B was running, came in at 10 to 1. No. I was like, you're joking. So I phoned him up, right? This was about 5:30, 5:45, right? He was in Mackie D's with his mates, right? Sounded like he had plenty of sauce, you know what I mean? I said, you won some money at the race? He went, and I said, you know, obviously Billy B, you put your, was it running? You know, it's like, oh Christ almighty. No. So no, he didn't win any money in it. But yeah, Billy B, next time get your money on it.
We go racing now and again, and mine usually comes in like the race after the race that's just run. If I have a bet. But Helen's really lucky. She always comes back with a few quid. She won, I don't know if it was this year or last year, went to Ascot and come home and she said, I don't know how I've done this, but I got 350 quid on my Paddy Power account. She didn't even know she'd got it. I like her having a bet because she does take 50 quid out. We have a joint account, always have done. So she'll, you know, put 50 quid on her account, but then if she has any winnings, it goes back into her account. But I use it. She never uses it. She only, very rare. So, yeah. So it's well worth it. She cooked tea last night. I know I've stopped talking about my wife's cooking, but well, actually, I cooked tea last night. We had spaghetti and meatballs that I prepared. I'll tell you about it later. Because we've got more sensible stuff going on here, and that sensible stuff is the ATD-sponsored Class 2s. So Ryan Smith very quick out of the gate, then took a win last time, as I said earlier, and looking pretty cool at the moment. 4 cars then side by side, battling for second spot though, as they pile into that bottom turn, and the North Wales 12 one it is that gets up the inside of Ryan Rowland. And Rion Rowland, North Wales 12 now, looking fairly strong in second spot, but he's side by side as they take a very wide line, and the car that we was chasing has just been spat out to the outfield with problems on board. So disappointment for PAC 50, but that's allowed North Wales 12 to just motor on. Radford 318 then. Aaron Pole, it is taken up that 3rd position as they go over there on the far side. And then Ryan Harlan in Spalding 18. So that's the 1, 2, 3, 4, and they're staying the same. In 5th place is the Invicta Kent 114. Then 6th is West Waterford 69 and Pennine 187. It is that's running at the back of the field at the moment. Well, the race on the field is for 2nd and 3rd, and then for 6th and 7th, the West Waterford car just hanging on to that 6th place is Dara as the race leader brings them round, this time with 1 to go. So PAC number 1, looking to be number 1 again and make it 2 wins out of 2 as he slides round the start gate turn for the final time. Up over there on the far side for the final time, and then into the grandstand turn for the final time. And round he comes, North Wales 12, strong in 2nd, but with no answer as the checkered flags held aloft. So the winner there, PAC 1 from North Wales 12, Radford 318 hangs on to 3rd from Spalding, from Invicta Kent 114, West Waterford 69 and Pennine 87. So there you go, race clear on 187, sorry, Pennine, but race clear. So I've got 1 Class 2 rerun to go. We've got a Class 9 rerun, so that's nice. I might be able to get me tea. I might be able to get me tea in. I've got 3 Class 9 reruns. I can see Mark Barker down there. So this will be Heat 2, Race 2. Strong heat, this one. Barker was winning this one last time out. He came out the gate like an absolute rocket, and he's done the same again. But can he hang on? Oh, we've got cars all over the place. 3 cars involved. 2 are stopped. Hollinsby got away with it after climbing up the bank. And Barker, I think, is going to have to do it all over again. There's 2 cars parked up there. No, yes, he is. Disappointment once again then for Mark Barker. And they'll go back into the rerun lane. We'll have to have a listen to see what the marshals say about that. Yeah.
Yeah, Kev, just a quick public service announcement for all you drivers out there. Once you've finished your 2nd heat, go and sign on immediately. We are looking to do our 3rd set of heats and all the paperwork. We are going to probably do half of the 3rd heats today. That is what we're looking for. For all you drivers out there, go and get signed on immediately once you finish your 2nd heats, and we'll be able to do our paperwork. Right, thanks very much, Kev.
Okay, then decision, that's final decision from the marshals. Yeah, West Waterford 144. Oh, no, I think they're still discussing that, aren't they? Right, no, Marshall's still discussing that, so we're going to move on with, I think this is probably race 3. As we look up to us, Matty Jones in that lead place at the moment. As they come round then, yes, 28 from Scarborough 40. Scarborough 40 looking to get up the inside then. Ben Wilson didn't have the best of runs last time out, did Ben, but running a lot stronger this time around. And then we've got, I think that's Somerset 99 has also moved through the pack. So race order as they cross the line in front of commentary. Scarborough 40 from 99, Swansea 8. That's the 1, 2, 3 as they make their way through the dust. And I think that's Ludlow 3 that's also made up a bit of ground as the race leader brings them round the grandstand turn once again with a couple of laps to go. Still fighting hard. Your race leader still Scarborough 40 from Somerset 99. Gary Wetherick had a fine 2nd place last time, but Ben Wilson in the Scarborough 40, and he ran 7th last time, but he's absolutely storming this one by a mile, so this will do his chances no harm whatsoever with 1 to go. Wants to keep his head. 40 from 99, Wessex 2 and Swansea 8 then making the way through. Jack Joyce 3rd last time out, still there in 3rd this time around, so that'll give him 72 points, which we'll need a win next time around. But let's go back to the race leader. It's checkered flag this time around, and 40 takes it. 55 points for him. South Somerset 99, Wessex 2, Swansea 8. Then PhD 7 takes the checkered flag, Luke Jenkins, and I think that's your lot. So there you go, race 3 done and dusted. That's it for me. I have got another rerun to go in Class 9s. Well, I've actually got 2, but we've got Class 4s now. Is it down there on the line? Class 4, so it's over to Tim.
Yeah, thank you, Kev. So yeah, here we go, heat 2 of the Shepton Plant Tyre sponsored men's Class 4, and 2 heat winners from this morning go head to head. That's Jason Miller and Dalt Thomas, Scarborough number 8. Otis Williams joins them in Tyre 13, Mickey Boland in West Waterford 275. Tony Appleton will be there in Scarborough number 4. So will David Kelly in Evesham at 73, and didn't have the best first hit. Clive Edwards picks up the black flag in Typhy 33. But as I say, the Jason Miller and Dr. Thomas both first round heat winners. So they go head to head, joint top of the shop in obviously a joint first. But loads and loads of points to play with, and still to come. So another 2 heat winners go head to head in race 4 as well. That's Ben Gould and Paul Birrow. North Shropshire 434 and Sydney it's 261 respectively. But as I say, still loads and loads of points available, and to get you through to the top 8 for the final tomorrow afternoon. But the sun is still shining, still looking absolutely beautiful around this Castleloy Raceway, and a bit of track work going on just down at the bottom. Just picking up one of the Class 9 machinery and make sure that gets out of harm's way, so we can get racing with men's Class 4. So going back just very, very quickly to the messages. I can just open the phone. I had a message through, I actually know who it is now. The pennies will have dropped. So Steve and Julia, who the Griffiths, who used to race with the Border County Club, now in Greece, and just saying that hi, hope you're all doing well. Sat here witching with the aircon on in Zakynthos. Have a good one, and say hi to everybody. So there you go. And yeah, been to the right venue this time as well. So yeah, thank you. That was a few years ago when they had the BAS around here. We went to the wrong one, which most people will know about. But there we go. So that's Class 4 Heat 1 on to the line, and no sooner said, bungee lifts, then away we go. And who makes the break? It's the Irish machine that does quickest away. Then Kevin McNamara in the CW number 12 machine, but Miller just later on the brakes into turn 2. Down the hill we go. Miller it is then that takes up the run in CW number 12. Then we go to Dalt Thomas in the Scarborough number 8 machine, just behind or just in front of Otis Williams in Typhy 13. Had a not the best first heat. Got a green flag for contact, so back in about 30th place at the minute, but I'm sure needs big points in this one. So does Miller though, looking to go 2 from 2 as Dalt Thomas then makes his way up to that second place stop. Williams then runs in 3rd. Then we go to the Scarborough 4 machine. There's going to be Tony Appleton in that 4th place slot as we climb the bank once again into the grandstand bend. Jason Miller it is then that's going to bring him round once again. Another lap gone. Scunny 66, your race leader. Scarborough 8, Typhy 13, and Appleton in Scarborough number 4. Then we go to the West Waterford machine and Typhy 33, Clive Edwards, and taking up the last place then. That's going to be David Kelly in Evesham at 73. But Dalt's closing in then on your race leader then. Jason Miller right there with him. Watch out for Otis Williams as well. Has now switched to the inside line as we go with 1 lap to go. Miller, Thomas and Williams. That's how it's going to run with just about 3/4 of a circuit to go. As once again they climb the bank. Dalt then looking up that inside line. Williams glued right to his bumper as well as we go around the grandstand bend for the final time. And it's going to be a dash to line. Who's going to get this one? Jason Miller takes it. Dalt Thomas in Scarborough number 8. Then we go Otis Williams in Typhy 13. Tony Appleton in Scarborough number 4. West Waterford 275. That's Mick Boland. And at Typhy 33 of Clive Edwards. And Evesham at 73. Well, around and nearly completed all. That's David Kelly, because at the last car running, and just with problems on board, but runs strong in the early doors. That's Kevin McNamara in CW number 12. Okay, Heat 2, Race 2 is already assembled onto the line, and a few up and down results in this one. Richard Williams had a DNF in the first one, Border Counties 25. So did Ryan Morehouse in North Shropshire 110. Down Grasby finished second in heat number 1, and he's there in Eastern 220. Always very quick at the blocks. Colin Attrall will also join them in the South Somerset 272. Took a third this morning. So did Rob Lancaster. He joins them with a second. So 45 points was the accumulation of Rob's first event. Bernie Jones also, will also take his place in Hereford Treble 9, and fifth this morning. And Daniel Jones in the PAC number 4. So another one looking for some good results, as joint 6th after the first heat. And Nick James didn't really have the best one, got the black flag early this morning, so down right at the bottom of the leaderboard, but I'm sure we'll look to bounce back strong in C14. So another load of water going down on to the track. They push the cones right out on the bottom corner, and no place to run, no place to hide for the Class 4 boys.
Yeah, just going on to from Mickey's announcement that we are going to try and run, obviously not going to run all the third heats today. I believe the weather forecast is looking a bit iffy just for the morning. So, I mean, this is unofficial, obviously, that we may get a delayed start if it's absolutely chucking it down. So, obviously, if we can get stuff done today as much as we can, then that's why the decisions have been made to run as much as we can and go on as long as we can tonight.
So yeah, thank you, Kev. So I know they were talking about it earlier, but to say unofficial, but that's what we've heard. No. So. So Bowsers then make their way off the track, and we go rack racing with the Heat 2 Race 2 of men's Class 4, and out straight out in front, and best of the bunch so far, Colin Attrall in South Somerset 272, say the 93 champion, and still back on side. Nick James looking to make amends for first round problems in the C14 machine, up to that second place site just out of Rob Lancaster in Radford at 47, as once again climb the bank we go into the grandstand turn, but Colin Attrall it is then still leading the way. So Somerset 272 with Lancaster now got the bit between his teeth, up to second he goes. Nick James third, then just coming through by the looks of it, that's PAC 4, that's going to be Daniel Jones at the wheel of that one. Nick James then in C14 and Bernie Jones in Hereford Treble 9, and right at the back of the pack, and don't see that very often in Class 4 racing, it's the Grasby machine, Evesham 220, but leading right from the front, Colin Attrall is then South Somerset 272, that leads them down that far side, and climbing the bank once again into the grandstand bend. South Somerset 272. Lancaster running second, and Jones running third. That's the 1, 2, 3 as the last lap flag goes out. On to the last lap then. There you go. Nick James having a better run in that C14 machine. And Hereford treble 9, Bernie Jones with Evesham 220, Darren Grasby in at the back of the pack. But into the top turn we go then, as Daniel Jones looking to go right round the outside, but Attrell's got it covered. It's going to be a dash to line. Colin Attrell takes it. Lancaster, Ranford 47, Daniel Jones in PAC4 from Nick James in C14, Bernie Jones in Hereford treble 9, and Dan Grasby will complete it all in Evesham 220. So, looking towards the line, they certainly don't look like Class 4s to me. They look like F600, so this is definitely going to be Russ Thompson.
It is, thank you, Tim. So we go back to the BB Group sponsored Formula 600s. A couple of reruns to come your way. And it looks like we're almost ready to go. This is the rerun of race 1. Yep, away we go then. And who's it going to be? Martin James makes a good start. Wes Green goes with him. We've lost Keith McCammon in DA55, who had a second in his first heat, so that's a shame. He was on form, but it's Martin James who leads the way in Carmarthen 11, a lowly 6 for him, so he needs good points here. Wes Green in Scarborough 3. He had a third, so Wynne will do nicely, and they go side by side. Look at Paul Glover, though. He's reached new heights. He's in third in White Rose 23, ahead of Seb Taylor, who was a trophy winner last year. But it's Wes Green now who's got in front. So he takes it up from Carmarthen 11, then it's White Rose 23, Leewood 153, Leewood 2, PAC 20, Evesham 600, Luke Zamblard at the back of the field. Shea Fuller has had a disappointing day. He's there racing down the order with Dave Walsh in Leewood 2. But it's back up front, and it's Scarborough 3 then. Fix the damage, and he's leading clear over Carmarthen 11, White Rose 23, Leewood 153. And he's under pressure from Taylor then as they go into the turn. We've got another battle further back, Leewood 2 and PAC 20. Seb Taylor's gone through up the inside and takes away that third position. So it is a change there, but it remains up front. Scarborough 3, Carmarthen 11, Leewood 153 and White Rose 23, falling back into the clutches of those behind PAC 20, Leewood 2, and then Evesham 600. So it's all onto the final circuit. Then checkered flag will be presented this time, and it's going to be a win and a third. Good day in the 600s for Wes Green. Scarborough 3 is going to take it, and then it's Carmarthen 11, Leewood 153, White Rose 23, and at PAC 20 of Shea Fuller. Then it's Leewood 2 and Evesham 600. So that the second fastest time for the F600s, a 1 minute 42.11. Actually 1.4 seconds slower than the heat earlier on, won by James Brown, who holds the fastest time out of the second runs for the F600s. Right, oh, this is 9, so Kev, it's over to you, mate.
Thank you, mate. Yeah, it's the rerun of the Class 9s. This is race 5, I think. Let's see here. Right, let's have a look. Yeah, star 65 then, Travis Kirk. Travis took a third last time out, looking very strong at the moment from Andy Hornshaw, your reigning champion, who's there in that second spot. I think Andy had a second last time out, so that'll do, but he'd like to win. He is a winner, but 65 it is from 78. In that third place, Gallagher in LM13, then Matt Rigby in the Nottingham 270. So just those 4 cars left. So Jay Gallagher, who took a win there last time around, he's there in third, but he's starting to reel him in with 2 laps to go. It's still the star 65, York 78, then Jay Gallagher, then Matt Risby in Nottingham 270. Jay Gallagher looking to get up the inside of Andy Orchaw, can't quite make it stick this time around as they climb the bank once more with, I think, 1 to go. So around the grandstand turn they go. Oh, Horchaw's just kept a clone. But still SR65 motors on. Travis Kirk then still with a clear track in front of him. All 78 again, clipping cones and chucking them all over the place. Jay Gallagher doing his best to get by, and still Nottingham 270. Matt Rigby in that fourth place, but it's checkered flag, and that's a very fine win then. SR65 takes it from York 78, Alem 13 and Nottingham 270. Yeah, so as I thought then, York 78 receiving green flag, so his second place will turn into a fifth place. Right, that's me done for a minute. I'll get out of the way. Mickey B.
Thanks, Silver Fox. Third time lucky for men's class 5. Just a quick update on what's going to be happening. We are going to run the second heats through a conclusion. Then, if every driver, as soon as you finish, get yourself signed on, we will be doing third heats tomorrow. So, Kev, you can go and get your tea ready and stuff like that. And if anyone is leaving tonight, then within an hour of racing finishing, you can get half your refund if you're not coming back in tomorrow. But no one's going to leave, are they? I mean, it's the Nationals. It's like big day tomorrow. It's the crowning of the champions.
Now, are you sure, Mickey, about that's the third version of the third heats we've had in the last half an hour?
I've had it from a very informed source.
Yeah,
okay. That's it. Yeah.
All right, mate.
Yeah. So we all the clubs. If you've got your ladies and junior passes, come and see us up in Commentary. Some have already been collected. Pennine, you've got your passes here. Gloucester League, Border Counties, Stroud, Spalding, South Somerset and Wessex. If you want to make your way up here and get your passes for ladies and juniors, that will be really good. Right, third time lucky, Mickey. Who's actually out there? I'm going to count them up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 7 of them up there. I'm not sure who got excluded. I don't know if it was... well, actually, John Marley was out there, wasn't it? And John Wild before. So Riley Diaper, he had a win this morning. Carl Burns has been running well. He had a second. Ben Reed, Breed Nil 66, he had a second as well. Tom Ellis, he had a win this morning. Joe Doddridge. If you remember, it was Joe Doddridge and his clubmate, Riley Diaper. Riley was facing the right way, and then Joe was facing the wrong way on the track, and that's when it got stopped. So just having a look down there, I can see Carl Burns in the Solway 18. Looking across there, who else can you see, Mickey? I think Martin Dazell's there in the Scunthorpe 77. Oh, my eyes aren't that good then now, far across it. Oh, it's Brandon Glover, the grandson of Mr. Lover, Paul Glover. Hey, how are you, mate? All right. Yeah, good, thank you. Here we go then. We are off and running with the men's class 5. Griffiths Warehousing and Transport, our weekend sponsors. And we are up there. And is it that diaper machine again that has got his foot down? And it is Riley Diaper then from Tom Ellis. And then we go down in the Breed Nil 66, Ben Reed. And Reedy having a look up the inside of Ellis, and he might just get there as well and exit that start gate turn. They climb the hill. Ellis is back at him though and looking to rub some paint up there. As they come up into turn 1. Already that Forrester Dean 255. Riley Diaper then looking to make it 2 wins out of 2 from Reedy. Then it goes Ellis, then Burns. And Doddridge in the Forrester Dean 15, sliding round that turn 3. Bit of water down on the track, but it's kept it grippy. And, we've got a curb crawler as well. Right, Riley Diaper, Forrester Dean 255. You've got a couple of laps to go, my friend, and you're going to make 110 points for a day's work. Brilliant stuff. As we go then down, it's Ben Reed in there from Tom Ellis. Joe Doddridge up in front of Cole Byrne. Byrne must have heard me because he's looking for a cut back up the inside, and Byrne he does. Cuts back into that 4th place, up the hill again for the penultimate time because they're going to come round this time and see the last lap flag. One more lap to go then. Riley Diaper down the hill. Woohoo! on his way to 55 points. Breed nil, 66. Ben Reid is there. Tom Ellis in third place. Jodridge is looking to get up close and personal. Solway 18 now is getting on his tailpipe. Carl Burns up that opening straight they go. They've climbed the hill. It was Scunthorpe 77 who's curb caught in mind as well, but taking the win. Riley Diaper, Forest of Dean 255. Ben Reid in Breed nil, 66 second. Third goes to Joe Doddridge, Forest of Dean 15. Fourth goes to Tom Ellis in Stroud District 33. And that's final place. Joe Doddridge on the Forest of Dean 15. And unfortunately, Martin Dazelle, Scunthorpe 77, did not finish. Right, Russ, back over to you. F600s, get them finished, my friend.
Yes, I know, because I'm sweating in here. I can't be bothered to keep pulling the air rolls down and then back up again. Right, we're going, yeah, strip show. Right, here we go, F600s, this outstanding rerun. This is race 3, Group C, K, O and S, Group COS. And into turn 1 goes somebody. It's Callum Allington leading the way in Melton 86. Down the hill then for the first time, Stroud 3, Simon Jackson, Daz Cornwell is in on this on a green flag. Mark Pascal's got it way out of shape there and got collected by the Yorkshire Dales 3 of Jack Bowes. But down that far side we go once more, and Allenton's broken clear. Daz Coleman now up to second. He needs to get as high as he can because he will drop back, I believe. Simon Jackson there on the outside in that position, and it's a chop and a change. Then we go Yorkshire Dales 3, Leicester 11, Hereford 50. Oh, we've got problems further back, and that's Colin Bland in Leeward 1 who's made a mess of it, and he rejoins, but a long, long way down, over half a lap on the race leader, which remains Melton 86. He's clear. Then it's that second position. And is it still Cornwell coming through? So another lap down. And then we go Cornwell, 77, Simon Jackson, Mark Pascal up the inside of Yorkshire Dales 3 of Jack Bowes for that next position. Leicester 11, Steve Hilton back down the order, but doing okay after his roll in his first heat. So good to see him back out there. But it's Allenton who goes through, 1 lap to go. And had a disappointing 4 for him in the first heat, but a win here will do nicely. Oh, he's overdone it slightly though and got it out of shape, but he's got enough of an advantage in hand over the rest, and he continues on. The battle is for 4th and 5th as Yorkshire Dales 3 and Stroud 3 go at it. There goes Leeward 1 coming through, but here's the checkers, and it's going to be Melton 86 takes it. Second place in Victor Kent 77, then it's Hereford 50. And that's gone again, I think, after the finish. Yorkshire Dales 3, Leicester 11, and Stroud 3 down the order in the end. And there we go, Leeward number 1. And the more smoke and steam coming from the back of Mark Pascal's Hereford 50. A 1 minute 45.85. And that puts him as the 3rd fastest heat of the F600s this time around. So looking at it, race 4 was the quickest, won by James Brown in Scunthorpe 811, 1 minute 40.71. 1 minute 42.11 for race 1, won by Wes Green. A 1 minute 45.85 there for Callum Allington. Then a 1 minute 49.08 was Bill Bradford. And then a 1 minute 50 flat for Sue Herdman. So interesting stuff from the 600s. We'll be back later for Class 10s, but it's Class 4 rerun on the line. We've got a bit of time as Mark Pascal's being taken off. So what we got? We got 3 races of 4s down there. I think these reruns were snuck in, weren't they? So yeah, no, second heats. But yeah, I think these reruns of the 600s and others were snuck in, and then it's 4s and 6s now. I'll be back for 10s. Over to you, Tim.
Yes, thank you, mate. So, yeah, back with the Class 4s. Shepton Plant Tyre, your very kind sponsor. Heat 2, Race 3, already assembled on the line. And lineup goes as follows. Trevor Cusack in Mallow, number 5. Kai Stevens in Border Counties, 32. Lee Paul, your defending champion in Stryland District, 71. And picked up a win this morning. Andy Wiscombe in SR50. And Tony Clarkson in White Rose, number 1. So away from the line we go, and going exactly to the form book. Then Lee Paul is your race leader in Stranded 71, with Cusack took a second this morning, so sits joint 6th overnight. So another second will just do very nicely if he holds that position, but he'll want to challenge for the lead, I am sure. Lee Paul, though, is your race leader. Once again, climbing the bank into the grandstand turn, Strand in District 71, Mallow 5. Then we go to Anthony Whittingham in SR50, Tony Clarkson in White Rose number 1. And Kai Stevens in Border Counties 32. But we got contact on the bottom corner with Tony Clarkson and Kai Stevens, so that may go to red flags. And indeed, yes, it does. So the teleporter on very quickly onto the scene to remove the stranded Tony Clarkson machine in White Rose number 1. So while that's going on, let's have a look at race 4. Race 4 brings out 2 first round winners then. Ben Gord, North Shropshire 434, and Paul Birrell in Sydney, it's 261. They're joined by Jamie Williams, who's back in the Class 4, Mountain 58. Had a 3rd this morning, so just outside the top 10 in that joint 11th place. But Harry Kelly also will be there, took a 5th this morning in Evesham 99, and also Johnny Fuller in West Waterford 399. Took 6th this morning, but did pick up a green flag. So back to 15 points is what he is on. Brian Smart will be there in Scunny 134. And another one had 4th this morning with Graham Moore, the last of the runners and riders in North Wales 96. And he's in joint 21st, so 5th place this morning. But as I said earlier, loads and loads and loads of points still to play for before we get to the sharp end tomorrow. Of course, the 3rd round of qualifying, and then all the points added up and back into the top 8 cars. Then we'll go into the final. But a lot of racing to get through, as yes, more water going down on this awesome Castle Lloyd Raceway on the top and the bottom corner. So hope you're all enjoying all the action, and whether you're in the grandstand to the right of us in commentary or around the track, or even if you're not able to be here, if you can't get here or not allowed, or whatever, then, or working, as some of us unfortunately have to do, then hope you're all enjoying the action at home as well. Brought to you by the BAStv. So another couple of races to go in Class 4, then we're back to the unlimited front-wheel drive machinery, so that's better known to everybody, and certainly me, is Class 6, and we'll tell you who's doing what and where then. So more water going down. Say the sun absolutely beating down on this wonderful Castle Lloyd Raceway. Shebden Plant Tyre, of course, your very kind sponsor. And we thank all the sponsors for their support, and obviously money they put into it, so we can bring you all the action, and obviously this makes it a bit easier to sort stuff out. So Bowes is about done on the top bend as they make their way out of the track exit. So just the 2 Bowses on the bottom. Cones still pushed out wide. Just watered the cones on the outside line. There's still plenty of track to aim and go at. So we've seen some cracking racing so far, and just proving that the water really doesn't make a lot of difference. Say some of the Class 7 stuff has been absolutely just mental, isn't it? I mean, I'll tell you what, that's going to be some sort of final tomorrow afternoon. But Class 6 has been good. There's been some good 8 racing, good 10s, you know, and right the way through the whole classes. Then, as I say, been absolutely superb, and long may that continue. So I think the bows is just about done as they make their way off the bottom part of the circuit by the start line. Then we're going to be looking for track clearance from the Chief Track Marshal very shortly as the pirouettes round, bungee lifts then, let's go racing. Men's Class 4, Heat 2, Race 4 away from the line, and once again the two top qualifiers at the head of affairs then, Ben Gould and Paul Bear 434 and Sydney 261 respectively, and then a lock side by side as they come past us for the first time. Jamie Williams running in third in Mountain 58 as they all drift wide to avoid the water, but Williams on that outside line, somebody on the inside, I think that's Johnny Fuller in West Waterford 399 as they go once again side by side into the top turn. But Gordy it is, it's got his nose in front, and there's only one way he's going to go, and that's just pulling away from the rest of the field. Birrell running second, then we go to Fuller, and Mountain 58, that's going to be Jamie Williams, Evesham 99 going through. Just ahead of, that's going to be Graham Moore in North Wales at 96, and the Scunny Machine at the tail of the field, that's Brian Smart in Scunny 134. But out front, once again, North Shropshire 434. Gordy it is then that leads them on to another lap. Birrell running second, Fuller third, Williams in fourth. Then a bit of a gap back to Evesham at 99, that's Harry Kelly, Graham Moore, and the Scunny Machine of Brian Smart rounds this heat of men's Class 4. But once again, climbing the bank around the grandstand bend, and the yellow flag with the black cross then goes out, and he's seen that many times before, hasn't he, in North Shropshire 434. So here's 261. Johnny Fuller going through ahead of Williams in 58, Eastern 99, Graham Moore, and the Brian Smart in Scunny 134. But going to make it 2 from 2. That's not a bad day's work after day one. Gordy it is there. North Shropshire 434 takes it from Paul Barrow and Sydney 261. Johnny Fuller, good third in West Waterford 399 from Mountain 58 of Jamie Williams. Graham Moore in North Wales 96, Evesham 99 of Harry Kelly. And coming around to pick up a few points to go with his 28 this morning, Scunny 134 of Brian Smart. So, Heat 2, Race 5, the last of the scheduled races in Class 4. So this brings out Trev Jones, Nathan Smart, Katie Benson, John Fishwip, Merv Bufton, Graham Whittingham, Graham Grasby, and David O'Leary. So away we go, and a much better start this time for Grasby in the Evesham at 22 machine that gets his nose in front, coming out of turn 2, and the Irish machine then, O'Leary having a good run as well, as he did in the first run in the CW 144, but the Imp's gone sick, he's drift wide, I think problems on board, losing places rapidly, and O'Leary then just takes up the running, but Merv Bufton picks up the pieces, and up to second he goes then, but it's 144 that leads the way. Bufton in T74, Whittingham having a good run as well, as the recovering Grasby machine now back in that, fourth place slot, but it's CW 144, David O'Leary that leads, and down that far side we go from Merv Bufton in C75, even that's having a good run in that second place slot. Another lap about to be crossed off the list as the third place machine of Whittingham then goes by Grasby. Then we go to Trev Jones in Nottingham at 445 from the Scully machine that goes through, as the leader though leads the back, climbs the bank once again for the penultimate time. One more to go this time around in CW 144. Then we go to Merv Bufton in C75, who's slowing down. There's a problem on board, but Whittingham and Jones just come together around the bottom corner. Cars absolutely, where Grasby picks up the pieces as they go down that far side. Once again, I think the marshals certainly will have something to say as CW144 takes the win from Yorkshire Dales 88. Then we go to Evesham 22. And problems on board, I think, for Mer Buffton. He's dropped right out of the order as SR 61 goes through. That's Graham Whittingham and Trev Jones, and the Scunny car then that goes through of Nathan Smart. That's the provisional result. I have to say, I think that probably will change. Marshall's already discussing who did what to who. Right, so just heard from the marshals, then they're taking the result from the lap before, and Graham Whittingham, SR61, will pick up the black flag. So that's the result and the outcome of the Class 4s, but so we've still got one rerun to come, but we're moving onwards and upwards to men's Class 6s. SDG Access is your sponsor. No time to tell you who's in this one, but Ollie Soul it is, and sitting here at 668. That's going to lead them up the up the bank once again, or contact further down the field. But it's Ollie Soul then that leads it. Colgate runs second. Evan Wiley rounds out the top three. Then we go to Tomo, who had a disaster in the first one. Did not start, but looking to pick up some big points in this one. Tomo then running in that fourth place slot, but it's to pick up that's going to bring him round once again. Ollie Soul sitting here at 668 from Colgate and All Wells 200. Evan Wiley diving in the down Autograss 4. Tomo, then we go to defending champion. It's the North Shropshire 146 and a win this morning, Stephen Parsonage, but just down the order slightly, but you look to fight back, I am sure, up that inside of Tomo in the North Shropshire 146. Ollie Soul though, motoring on, North Wales 200, DA number 4, 146. Then we go to Tomo and IK 734 with Rich Owen with a bit of damage on board, North Wales number 5. But down the far side we go. Ollie Soul had a second this morning. So this will do very, very nicely. One more to go. Colgate in North Wales 200. Another one had a good result this morning. Picks up the third place. But certainly want to go for the win as he looks up that inside line as they climb the bank. Once again, Soul on the outside with Colgate right on the outside line, trying to carry a bit more speed, a bit of contact. It's going to be a big dash to the line. Ollie Soul takes it, 668, North Wales 200. Then we go to a third place for Parsonage at 146. That'll do nicely. Tomo in 130, DA4. Then we go to IK 734 and Rich Owen completes it all in North Wales 5. Fast and furious with Class 6s, but would you expect anything less? Heat 2, race 2 then. Let's go, keep this going. Liam Hilton in Pennine number 2, and Conway in Scunny 91. Cameron Phillips in C47. Rob Lancaster, Elan Lewis, Lewis Clayton, Darren Bryan, another first round winner, or first heat winner, Alex Hay in York 24. Somebody gives it the big chuck on the outside line. That's Cameron Phillips in C49, but he goes wide. Alex Hay then takes up the run in. York 24, Elan Lewis. Then we go to Darren Bryan in Scarborough at 41, and he's found a gap through on that inside line of the Elan Lewis, who gets it all out of shape with Alex Hay on that outside line. Bryan on that inside line as well, and just touched the brakes, tries to hook it up right on the inside line. In Scarborough, 41, 24. Then we go to Liam Hilton in the Pennine number 2 machine as we go round the bottom corner. Once again, still Darren Bryan on that inside line. That really is working for him, isn't it? Had a 6 this morning, so needs a better result than this, but you can do no better than taking a win with 2 laps to go. Scarborough 41, Hilton then looking to get through by Alex Hay, Elan Lewis. Then we go to Rob Lancaster in Radford at 4.71, then Phillips in 47, and Spalding 5. Lewis Clayton at the back of a very competitive Class 6 field. But Darren Bryan it is then, once again, round the top corner we go. One more lap to go. Scarborough 41, the former champion, looking to book his place and get big points as he goes round the start gate turn. With Alex Hay also looking to challenge on that inside line. He wants to get up the field as well, but Hilton in the Pennine number 2 machine. But here we go, Darren Bryan, it is, it's going to take 55 points. Scarborough 41, Pennine number 2. Then we go to Alex Hay, Lancaster, Elan Lewis, and Lewis Clayton in Spalding number 5. So we lost Anthony Conway in all the action in that one. In the Scunny 91 machine, picked up a 5th this morning. So I know there's a bit of discussion of who did what to who, but might be something to do with the incident of Conway, but we'll see what the marshals say. So 2 action-packed Class 6 races. We're going to leave the limited front-wheel drive modified machinery for the minute as the Bowser makes his way and gives the track a good old application of the dust settling solution. And Kevin's just sorting his paperwork out because the Class 2's already assembled on the line. But don't worry, Kev, you've got a minute or two. So taking his place in the hot seat and waiting to take you through Class 2 as we got a few. That's the, where's that one? Yeah, right. Okay. Before we do, then the result from the, or couple of flags from the first couple of races. DA4, Evan Wiley picks up the green flag, and I thought it was in race 1, and race 2. Then the Liam Hilton in Pennine 2 also picks up the green flag. So, as I say, fast and furious, whatever you think in Class 6s, well, I'm sure it's still going to be fast and furious and action-packed in Class 2. So, to take you through it, over to Kevin Herman.
Yeah, thanks very much, Tim. So, a rerun of Class 2. I'm not sure who we're missing on that. I don't actually remember who picked up a flag or an exclusion. I can see 7 cars down there on the line. We've got... So let's have a look. We've got Paul Price in C45, York 16, Brad Ellison down there, and then I think that's White Rose 98, Tim Arbour in P200 will be there as well, Ollie Stevens in Ludlow 15, looks like Craig Conway in Scunny 1, and I can't quite make the number out of t'other car. I think it's Simon Bates in Scunthorpe 117. So this is a rerun of race 2, heat 2, race 2, about to do battle. Top point scorers were Brad Ellison and Craig Conway. Both had 2nd places earlier on this morning, and Tim Arbour had a 3rd. George Boys was on a 4th place points, and then Paul Price took 6th, Simon Bates 7th, Ollie Stevens had last place points. So certainly all to fight for. Do I see Dan Robbins down there? I don't. So maybe it was Dan that we lost, which will be a bit of disappointment. And I don't see him down there, Dan Robbins in St Neots 1. So maybe Dan, it was Dan that was excluded, or has been excluded from the rerun. A little bit of work going on the track. CA Class 6 being removed into the infield there after that incident on the top turn. So yeah, 47 I think it is, that's being taken into the infield, but we'll be back very, very shortly. So plenty of water going down this time around. They have kept this track well, it's got to be said, and just keep watering that inside line, but pretty well overall it's been kept in tip-top condition. So water carts now making their way back into their compound, and Cumbie 47 back into the middle of the track, is he, or is he going to be taken off? No, so he goes into the middle of the track. We're going to go racing then with the ATD sponsored men's Class 2. There's a rerun of race 2. Good clean break. S1 quick over there, P200. So is York 16. York 16, Ludlow 5. Also very much in amongst it as they come round the top turn then for the very first time. And it's York 16 from White Rose 98 who made a fine move, George Boys, to get up into second place. But we've got cars facing the wrong way as the race leader gets it all wrong, spins it round. That allows Ludlow 15 to go through into the lead. So Ollie Stevens didn't have the best of runs in his first heat, but looking pretty splendid at the moment. If he can keep this one up, Stevens it is then, your race leader. Being chased hard though by Tim Arbour. Most seasoned Class 2 racer is Arbour, and he'll be looking to move up into that all-important first place spot. 15 then, just holding off his challenge at the moment. Harbour then having a little look round the outside. York 16 now. Brad Ellison back up into third place as Harbour plays catch up. Switch into the outside line, but so does Ludlow 15. 16 seconds. Scunthorpe 1 then. Certainly not having his own way there in that fourth place as Tim Arbour goes through in the P200. So 200 from 15, relegated back into second. A right old ding-dong going on now for third place. Scunthorpe number 1. Craig Conway looking to go through into third, and it's neck and neck with York 16. White Rose 98, then Scunny 117, and C45 it is that's bringing up the rear at the moment as they start to get a little bit spread out. The race on the field is still going for that third place. First and second just inching away as Harbour brings them round. This time it's checkered flag already. P200 takes it then from Ludlow 15, Scunthorpe 1 and York 16. White Rose 98's next from Scunny 117, piloted by Simon Bates. And then Paul Price was the final finisher in Cumdy 45. So we're back to Class 6, I think, as Liam strolls into the commentary just to limber himself up, ready for the 8s. I've still got a couple of 9 reruns, I believe, to come through. But 6s down there on the line. I can see Mickey Manning down there in Evesham 152. So that's definitely Class 6, and it's definitely over to Tim.
Thank you, Kev. So yeah, back to the Class 6 machinery. As talking to Class 6s, the C47 machine gets moved out of, well, back to the pits. That's obviously Cameron Phillips. Heat 2, race 3 then is assembled already on to the line. James Sinnott, Lee Scottford, Matt Manning, Adam McCready, Jack Brown, Nigel Dooley, Ben Gasby and Harry Bushell. 2 heat winners then, side by side then with Manning and Jack Brown. And it's going to be Jack Brown in Mallow, the Mallow 182 machine that leads away from the other Irish machine, James Sinnott in CW 174. That just slots into that second place slot. Manning now running third in 152, but looking up that inside line as they go down the far side. Up to second he goes, and Gasby looking to pull exactly the same move off in Pennine at number 7. But it's the Mallow 182 machine that leads away. Manning runs second, Sinnott third, Gasby 4. Then we go to Dooley in CW 51 as the rest of the field then go through as problems, I think, for Gasby in Pennine at number 7. He goes right to the outside line, and I think his race is run this time, hoping for a rerun, but right on song. Mallow 182, Evesham 152, CW 174. Then we go to Dooley in 51, IK10 going through and taking that position. That's going to be Harry Bushell. And problems for the other Dan Autograss machine and McCready in Dan Autograss at 171. Problems also for Lee Scottford in Gloucester District 16, but no problems to Jack Brown in the ex-Andy Russ machine. Mallow 182 onto the another lap he goes then from Mallow in 152. Then we go to Sinnott, who's got his mirror full of Nigel Dooley in CW51, as once again down that far side we go, racing under yellow flags because the Dan Autograss machine stranded, but Brown will take the win. Mallow 182 from Eastern 152. Then we go to Dooley just ahead of Sinnott in 174 and IK10 of Harry Bushell. And last but by no means least of Gasby in Pennine number 7. Had a 4th this morning, so a few more points added, but needs a good result tomorrow. But I'm sure the team will sort that out and he'll be back on song. So we're looking down towards the line once again. We're still with the class Heat 2 Race 4 then assembled onto the line, and Andy Johnson, another heat winner this morning in Scarborough 16. He comes out with AD Lewis in PAC 7 with the diesel-powered Fiesta. Tristan Daniels in Type 36, Shane Jenkins in Radford at 205, Nathan Organ in SR 555, Neil Compton in the Swansea 7, Matt Schofield in YS 22, and Tom Stevens in C93. So that's your lineup for Heat 2 Race 4. A couple of joint third places, Matty Schofield and Neil Compton also go in this one. So big points still to play for. Bungee lifts and let's go racing. Schofield's quick right from the outside line in YS 22, but so's the Tristan Daniels machine in Type 36. Where's Andy Johnson then running in 3rd in Scarborough 16, looking to make it seconds. He challenges down the passes in at Commentary. Compton right on that outside line in Swansea number 7 with Shane Jenkins in Radford 205 challenging on that inside line. But back to the leader then, Matty Schofield in YS 22. Tristan Daniels in Type 36. Johnson still holding on to 3rd with Compton in Swansea 7, Radford 205. Then we go to Tom Stevens in C93 and SR 555 of Nathan Organ completes the race order. But Daniels looking up that inside. He's looking to challenge as they climb the bank into the top turn with Compton looking to do exactly the same thing. And Andy Johnson switching to still sticking to that inside line. But Daniels at this end that takes up the run. Matty Schofield just gone backwards. He's about to lose another place as well to Shane Jenkins in Radford at 205. But Daniels just getting started to get away in Type 36. Johnson now up to 2nd in Scarborough 16. Compton still running in 3rd with one more lap to go this time around. Daniels, Johnson, Compton. There we go to Jenkins in 205. Matty Schofield has he got an answer with about 3/4 of a lap to go in YS 22. And Tom Stevens in C93. And Nathan Organ still completing it all in SR 555. But it's Tristan Daniels it is. Type at 36. A 2nd and a win. That'll do nicely and takes the race win. Johnson finishes 2nd. Compton. Then we go to Shane Jenkins, Matt Schofield in YS 22. Tom Stevens gets the result on the board in C93 and SR 555 of Nathan Organ completes Heat 2, Race 4 of the SDS Access sponsored men's Class 6s. Okay, one more to go then. Heat 2, Race 5 is what's on the line. And this brings out Carl Proctor, who had a black flag this morning in York 77. Paul Regan in Severn Valley number 7. Charlie Williams in Cambridge 421. Muzzer Aaron Murray in Pennow number 880. Jaden Carl SR 80. Richard Jones in South Summit at 279. And Lee Nicklin also had a good run this morning in the YD number 8, the map champion of course. He finished out 2nd this morning. Jack Parker in Scunny 65. So best of the bunch this morning then. Richard Jones also picked up a 2nd in these the big Alpha, so Somerset 279. But that was this morning. Let's see what he does this afternoon. And straight out front is the South Somerset 279 machine. Muzzer then on that inside line in Pennow, number 80. Looks to hook it up round the inside line. Cowell looks to come through. Parker on the outside line as well. It's a big three-way scrap for that second place slot. But then it's Richard Jones, Madmush then that leads the way. 279 it is then from Aaron Murray, having a better run this afternoon in Pennow 80. Jaden Cowell also in there as well in SR 80. So Jack Parker in Scunny at 65. Then we go to Proctor in York 77. Paul Regan in Sun Valley number 7. And Charlie Williams rounds it all out in Cambridge for 21. But once again, down that far side we go. Took a second, I think, this morning. So another one on a first and a second if it stays as it is. South Somerset 279, Pennow 80, SR 80, Scunny 65, York 77, Paul Regan in Sun Valley 7, and Charlie Williams still bringing the head of the back of a really competitive Class 6 field though in the Cambridge for 21. One more lap to go then for the South Somerset 279. Pennow 80, then we go to Jack Parker, problems for Cowell, who pulls into the centre of the raceway, then SR 80, then his race is run this time around, but back to the leader, it's going to be Madmush then, Richard Jones, South Somerset 279, a first and a second, that will do, and he takes the win. Muzzer takes second in Pennow 80, Scunny 65, Jack Parker, York 77, Sun Valley 7, and Charlie Williams in Cambridge for 21. So there we go, that's Class 6 is done and dusted. 5 races, 5 big ticks in the box, that'll do, have some of that. Up to Class 9 we go then, and for the first of 3 reruns, Kev? 3 reruns, there's only one man to take you through it. Over to the Silver Fox himself, Kevin Urban.
Yeah, thanks, Tim. So, yeah, this is the rerun of the rerun. Fourth time, I think, a third or fourth time anyway, asking. So we're looking at race 2 down there on the line. I can see Jimmy Smith in Ludlow 80. Mark Barker, who's been leading each time he's been out, is down there in Evesham 26. Jamie Ollinsby in Radford 82 is also there. Yorkshire Dales 154 is Barry Ashmore. Barry down there looking for a better run this time out, and Lewis Barra in Yorkshire Dales 42. So just 5 left to complete in this one, and one of them 5 is going to get a maximum of 55 points, and they're all on sort of thirds and fourths apart from Barry, who picked up last place points. So a win for any of these guys will do the power of good going in tomorrow's racing. Now, as was said before, it's the decision's been changed, and we are finishing, I believe, now after Class 10. So all drivers will need to be signed on as quick as they can in the signing on tent down the bottom there, so that we can crack on with it tomorrow. Just looking now, I think I've got a couple of reruns to go after this, but don't see them down there on the line at the moment. But anyway, Heat 2, Race 2 to be run just as soon as the guys on the water cart have finished. So looking down on the line, I think we're going to be running Class 8s shortly after these 9s. As I said, Liam is here ready to take you through the 8s, but a few reruns to go first. Well, you've all had a good day. I've got to say it's been an absolute pleasure to talk to you today. It's always a real honour to be asked to commentate at the Nationals. So I'd like to say personally a huge thank you to the South Wales League for asking all of us. We're always very honoured to be here, and I hope you've enjoyed it as much as we have today. I was just looking through the programme. We've got lots of associate sponsors that have helped the league out, so big thank you to them. All their details, of course, in the programme. Everything's sponsored pretty well. The first corner by STG UK, Best Turned Out Special, Munster Drilling. The opening ceremony was sponsored by Diamond Windows, and even the florist, look, because we've got some lovely flowers in hospitality by Flourish, Lisa there. Programme sponsored by Snap-on, the Grandstand by Spar Motors, the recovery trucks by Total Civil Solutions. There's loads of them to go through. Do have a look in the programme, and big thank you to all the associate sponsors as well, as we go racing then with the KP Thomas & Sons sponsored men's Class 9. So let's see if we can complete this one safely. Mark Barker not in the lead this time of the round at the moment, as they all safely round that top turn. It's Jimmy Smith in Ludlow 80, then Barry Ashmore up into second spot as they go round the start gate turn. There's Barker now just trying to move through into third as Jimmy Smith goes wide. I don't know if he's got a problem on board, but he's gone from first to fourth. And now it's Barry Ashmore that takes it up around the grandstand turn for the second time of asking. He goes. Yorkshire Dales 154, Evesham 26, Yorkshire Dales 42, Ludlow 80, and then Jamie Hollinsby in the Radford 82. The racing on the field is for that third and fourth spot at the moment. First and second are away. Jimmy Smith back up and running now, up into third again after losing early places, the early race leader. So it's still then Yorkshire Dales 154, still Barry Ashmore from Mark Barker from Jimmy Smith. Yorkshire Dales 42. And then Radford 82, Lewis Farrer in the 42 and Jamie Hollinsby in the Radford 82 cars. They start to get pretty well spread out now. Maybe Barker's just inching away, inching to the race leader, but he's got a bit of work to do as they've moved on to their last lap. So Yorkshire Dales 154, Barry Ashmore, it is still, took advantage of the mistake over there on the far side, and he's consolidated his position. Last chance for Barker then in the Evesham car, slows himself right down to try and get up the inside, but there's going to be no gap there. Yorkshire Dales 154 takes it from Evesham 26 then, Ludlow 80, that's the 1-2-3. In fourth place, Yorkshire Dales 42, Lewis Farrer, and last but certainly not least, taking fifth place points, Jamie Hollinsby in Radford 82. Well, that's Class 8 on the line. There's only one man for Class 8, and that's Liam, so here he is.
Yeah, cheers, Kev. So we have got men's Class 8. Well, I was going to say on the line, but we haven't, because they're already off as race one gets away. Keep your eyes out for Evesham 356. Mitch Wells was your heat winner in the first round of qualifying, but I tell you what, he's not had the best of starts, but it's the man from West Waterford, Jamie Meehan, that leads the way, and I've already cursed him because he's pushed right on as Liam Nichols has gone through, and now I think Connor Jones has gone through. So full change of leaders at the start of this one, and Mitch has managed to battle his way up, and starters you mean to go on, Liam, because red flags are out on your men's Class 8. I have absolutely no idea why, but I'm sure that they will let us know, and then we can let you know. Gives me a chance to catch my breath, I guess, but yeah, so a short-lived race for your men's Class 8s. That's not really the way that we wanted to start things off for the second round of qualifying, but still gives us more Class 8 action to watch a little bit later on. Right then, race 2 is down there on the line. Sean Wright, then, your heat winner, is coming out in this one, looking for another good run after 55 points this morning. James Bowe, James Marjoram, Steve Mills, Sam Matthews, Chris Pope, Wes Green and Lee Talbot are the ones that are going to join him as they get away from the line. Matthews, I think it is, who had the best of the breaks, but keep your eyes on that pink machine on the inside. That's your heat winner. winner from round one, and he's looking to make it 2 out of 2, but pops out in third as Matthews and Pope it is that are the first two to show, as the red bars are glowing in the sun as they bolt it down that back straight, as Sean Wright looking to make a move up to second in White Rose number 11, and we got cars in the Armco as well, so I think that might be Steve Mills in company number 10, and guess what that brings out? Red flags once again. I've had enough, I'm going home. Start as you mean to go on, Kev. There's another 3 to come. So race 2 then is unfortunately brought to a halt as well. As I said, I think it was Steve Mills over on the far side who ended up in the Armco, and Steve had problems as well in the first round of qualifying, didn't he? As I think he got caught up with a bit of a melee with the rest of them, so he did come back out after that and picked up third, so whether we were seeing him again in the rerun remains to be seen, but yeah, another short-lived race. I think we might just have the marshals over there checking the Armco. I don't know how hard he hit it from over this side, but the marshals seem like they're happy enough with it, so we can look to the line and go ready with race 3 then of your Talking Dirty sponsored men's class 8s. So race 3 down there on the line. No heat winners coming out in this one as it brings out groups C, K, O and S. We got SS3 then. Russ Shepherd is coming out. Marcus Lewis in Penhow 101. Kenny Smith in Stratton District 41. Ben Harper, Harry Russell, Shane Houlihan, Brad Gallagher and Ash Robinson. So a lot of these drivers need points because some of them didn't have the best runs. Oh no. So we got one facing the wrong way as we go into turn 1, but Ben Harper has popped out in front in the Melton Treble 1 machine, but Russ Shepherd is right down his neck as he looks to go up the inside. The one who spun's got it going, so we can keep it racing. As your race leader then, Ben Harper in Melton Treble 1. He's showing his experience as he leads the rest of the pack. Russ Shepherd second, Russell runs third, Ash Robinson runs fourth, Kenny Smith is there in fifth. In Stratton District 41, Kenny with no points on the board at the end of the first round of qualifying, but looking to move up a position as he goes up into fourth. I think Ash Robinson demoted back to sixth in YD 43. Marcus Lewis it was who got spat out in the early stages, but he's back going, playing catch up. But at the front, Russ Shepherd is up the inside, and Ben Harper is having none of it in Melton Treble 1 as he fights back round the outside. Down the far side they go. Russell is by no means out of this either. The youngster in IK65 running in third, and he's got just over a lap to try and make a challenge. Smith is battling it out then in that fourth place position with Shane Houlihan in West Waterford 252. Houlihan's up the inside and looking to get into that top 4, but it's going to be checkered flag this time as Marcus Lewis takes his final lap, and it's all getting close, but it's Ben Harper who's held him off the whole way. Russell takes second, Houlihan up to third, Russ Shepherd fourth. Then we go to Ash Robinson, who was the next one across. Kenny Smith in Stratton District 41. Brad Gallagher in the Leewood machine. And Marcus Lewis, not to be this time in Penhow 101, has earlier contact unfortunately relegated him too far back to do anything about it, but still does pick up what could be valuable points by the end of the weekend. Right then, so just hearing that race 2, James Bow, unfortunately, in Pennine at number 9, will not be coming back out to contend in the rerun as he has been excluded. So big disappointment for James. He had a third earlier in the first round of qualifying. So a good run really would have set him in good stead, but unfortunately it has been deemed that Pennine at number 9 will not be participating when they come back out. Right, we're going to have a freshly watered track for race 4 because the water bowsers are out there. So that gives us a chance to look down to the line and see who we've got coming out. This brings out groups D, H, P and T. So one heat winner then coming out in this one, Scott Aldridge in Stratton District number 5. And I'll tell you what, he drove very, very well to take that win in the first round of qualifying. He had to battle it out with 2 of the ladies that were out there, and guess what? 2 more of them out in this one. So Emily Gill in Scunthorpe number 20, and Josie Tompkinson, of course, your current ladies Class 8 national champion, mixing it in with the men this year. And Josie, fond memories of this track from, what was it, just under a year ago, like 10 months ago now, when Josie came and conquered to win the ladies nationals, looking to make history this weekend by trying to win the men's and still be holding the ladies. She had a 5th in the first round of qualifying, but if I know Josie, which I think I do, then that's not going to deteriorate her at all. She's going to be keeping that foot planted as they get off the line. So they're joined by Ash Howard in PhD 21, a 2nd for Ash earlier. So he'll be looking for another good run. Callum Barker in Scarborough number 50, unfortunately picking up a green flag in Heat 1, but he was mixing it in with the best of them. Dan McKenzie, his pairing, is out there. Stu Whitehouse in White Rose number 5 and Tyler Priest in Cumdy 27. This could get a little bit messy as we head up into turn 1. Ash Howard on the inside line. Where's your Heat winner? Aldridge is relegated to about 3rd or 4th. Oh, Priest is in the fence in Cumdy 27. That could have been worse. But as all that happened, Whitehouse emerges out in front in White Rose number 5. But Aldridge is up the inside. There's contact, but Aldridge keeps the lead in the Stroudon District number 5. Looking to make it 2 wins out of 2 at the end of day 1 here at the PRG Trailers sponsored men's nationals. But Ash Howard has found the gap. He's drifted wide and Aldridge is back through on the outside in Stroudon District number 5. Dan McKenzie, your former champion, running 3rd as Whitehouse goes up the inside in the White Rose number 5 machine. Tyler Priest still running very wide but looking to mix it in with the best of them. Emily Gill, Callum Barker and Josie Tompkinson just a little bit further back from the rest, but can still do something with the laps counting down. It's Scott Aldridge, and I tell you what, Scott could well be a very dark horse coming into the weekend, because as he goes down the far side, he is looking to make it 2 out of 2. Dan McKenzie, where did that come from? 4th up to 2nd in the CA44. Can he keep it? No, he can't. Honors contact as McKenzie gets clipped. His last lap flag is Aldridge from Howard. McKenzie not quite 3rd as Whitehouse comes back round the outside in White Rose number 5. Emily Gill and Callum Barker have caught up, and Emily's giving it the big sends round the outside. Tyler Priest is going through on the inside, but his checkered flag is 2 out of 2, 110 points at the end of day 1 as Scott Aldridge takes the win. 2nd is Ash Howard, 2 seconds for him. Oh, it's a mess at the back. Whitehouse 3rd, Callum Barker 4th, Josie with another 5th. Tyler Priest comes across the line in 6th, Emily Gill 7th, and Dan McKenzie was absolutely sending that car down the far side. He was running so well, and unfortunately getting tangled up at the end and coming across in 8th place. So, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, Dan, but a 4th this morning and an 8th now. I don't need to say it. So, big disappointment for him in Cambridge at 44. Right, race 5 is down there on the line. This brings out groups B, G, L and Q, and it also brings out 2 heat winners. Cameron Mills in Cumdy 19. I think Cam's sitting on 3 wins today, because 1 win in the 8, and I think he's had 2 out of 2 in the Class 7, but he's joined by Colin Linehan in the Mallow 13. Colin stormed to victory this morning. Martin Wallace, Alex Hoare, Abby J. Bennett, Leo Purchase, Rhys Wyeth and Sawley McLachen are the ones that are going to join, so keep your eyes on Mallow 13 and Cumdy 19. They're the first 2 to show, and it's running to the form book. Linehan very wide, but Cam's got the speed out of the corner as Abby J. Bennett and Alex Hoare getting it all sorts of sideways, I think hitting one of the wet patches and being dropping back big time towards the rest of them. Abby Jade is getting it sideways again, going into the start gate turn, but Cameron Mills won't care about any of that because he's away and gone in C19, looking to join Scott Aldridge on 2 wins out of 2. Linehan running 2nd in Mallow 13, a 1st and a 2nd at the end of day 1. I'll tell you what, that ain't a bad day's work out of Nationals as he's dropping back from your race leader. Cameron Mills, I'll tell you what, certainly on form this weekend. Is he going to be the one to watch tomorrow as he starts another circuit? 19 from 13 from the Mallow Club. Rhys Wyeth running 3rd in Wessex 19. Then we go to the DA 511. Sawley McLachen in Central Scotland 48. Abby J. Bennett and Alex Hall are the ones still trailing at the tail end as the field spreads themselves right out. So unless there's going to be any major issues, I don't see much change as they start their final lap. Cameron Mills with one more to go. I say I can't see a change, but I'll tell you what, Rhys Wyeth is making a lot of ground on Colin Linehan. Come on, Colin, where's the Irish? Get behind him as he needs to stay there in that second place. But Rhys is breathing down his neck with one more bend to go. Cameron Mills, though, 2 out of 2 in Cunley number 19. 110 points. Second is going to be Linehan in 13. Rhys Wyeth in third in Wessex number 19. Then we're going to go to the DA 511 of Martin Wallace, Abby J. Bennett in 8F, Sorley McLachlan in Central Scotland 48, and Alex Hall, not been Alex's day in Radford 411, but he does come across to complete it all. So we started very, very poorly with 2 reruns, and the race is making it about half a way down the straight. But we made up for it because we got 3 done. So 2 reruns then to come your way of your men's Class 8. Big thank you to Anthony Ross and Talking Dirty for their very kind sponsorships. Speaking of reruns. Right, so just hearing them. We just seen Cameron Mills make it 2 wins out of 2 and join Scott Aldridge, or so we thought, because Scott Aldridge, unfortunately, picking up a green flag in Striding District number 5. Right, 4 rerun off the line, over to Tim.
Yes, yeah, thank you, Liam. And yeah, we're on with the one outstanding rerun of the Shepton Plant Tyre sponsored men's Class 4. And it is your defending champion, Lee Paul in the Striding District 71, that leads away from Cusack in Mallow number 5. Bit of a depleted lineup, so we've obviously got no Tony Clarkson in White Rose number 1, but we have got Lee Paul, who's still your race leader in the Striding District 71, looking to make it 2 from 2. Andy Whittingham in SR50. Cusack now runs 3rd ahead of Kai Stevens in Border Counties 32. So yeah, it is no Tony Clarkson in White Rose number 1, but we still have got Lee Paul in Stratton District 71, again looking to go 2 wins from 2 as he completes another lap of this Castle Lloyd Raceway. SR50, still Andy Whittingham still running in 2nd from Cusack in Mallow number 5, and Kai Stevens in Border Counties 32. But 1 more lap to go then for your defending champion, Lee Paul, Stratton District 71 with SR50. And Kai Stevens just battling with the Mallow number 5 machine, Trevor Cusack. Round the bottom corner and up the bank we go. Right, it's Lee Paul that's going to lead them into the top turn for the final time. Checkered flag and another 55 points. 2 wins from 2. Lee Paul, Stratton District 71 leads from SR50. And Trevor Cusack recovers to finish 3rd ahead of Kai Stevens in Border Counties 32. So that's Class 4's done and dusted. So next time we'll see them is tomorrow for their 3rd and final round of qualifying. But to take you through another set of open wheelers, men's Class 10, over to Russ.
Yeah, thank you, Tim. Right, straight into it. PRL Plant Tyre sponsored of the Class 10s here, and this is Groups A, E, I and M, and into the lead goes Paul Cole. Somebody's gone round, 2's gone round. Dan Ray's lifted the front wheels as he pirouettes, but it's Coles who leads from Jack Rawlington and Lee Seagreaves. Craig Bartlett, do we all keep going? We've got Scunny 31 still parked up as PAC 24 Miles Blewett continues, and we've got reds. So straight away, red flags on that one, a messy turn 1. And that's not what we want. We want to get it done. So I don't know if that one's going to get another go. They're all still mobile, so hopefully no damage to anybody, and we can get them back round and try again. But Paul Coles was leading that one. PRL Plant Tyre, your sponsor of Class 10s. So we're going to try and get the stopwatch on them again. And as they line up race 2, I don't know how many reruns are overall are outstanding. I think, have you completed yours now, Tim? So Tim Jones is done with the 4s and 6s, good stuff. And we need to avoid what's happened for the past couple of years, where we've had one rerun which has gone well into the third set of heats. We want to get them all done tonight. It is. Yeah, hopefully they'll all behave then. But we're going to try again. Let's go groups F, J, N and R. There's only one heat winner in this one, Andy Hornshaw in York 7. I think there's a bit of discussion going on, but we'll confirm anything if we get it. But for now, we're going to focus on this one. We wait for track clearance. Good lineup this. Lance Bowen, Ben Herdman, Kieran Smith, Carl Morgan, Andy Hornshaw, Craig Beaumont, Danny Wade and James Poltimore. Right, away we go then. This Class 10 group leaves the line, and it's a bit nip and tuck off the line. There's contact there, and cars are getting a bit out of shape as they go into turn 1, and it's Poltimore who leads in Forest 79 down the hill for the first time. It is. Then it's York 7, BC 22. That's the 1-2-3 as a stone rattles the commentary box. Kieran Smith there in DA 82 up the inside of Danny Wade. Craig Beaumont trying to fight through. Ben Herdman down the order. Carl Morgan with it all to do, and we go Reds again. So 2 out of 2 for red flags, and we haven't done a lap between them. So there we go. As that one also comes to a halt. There was contact on the opening straight. Oh dear. Kev, if you've just gone for a wee, if you're not come back out from the loo, I'd stay there, because unfortunately your Ben has deemed the cause of that, and he's going to be excluded. So Radford 207 excluded from the rerun. Right, we go with a top lineup for race 3, Group C, K, O and S. Vinnie Gibbons had a 2nd, Julian Heath had a 6th, Carl Ray had a 2nd, Mark Nugent had a 3rd, Luke Bennett had a 5th, Chris Ashwin yet to score, George Young had a win, Gary Morris had a 6th. So bit of up and down for these. PRL Plant Hire, your sponsor of Class 10s, of course, but this is Heat 1, Race 3. It's a good lineup. Who's it going to be? Bunges up, and away we go, and up the opening straight, it's Ashwin who leads in. Star 84, he needs to win this one. The former champion is against the man who took the title away from him, George Young, and George looks up the inside, and it's 21 takes it up. Star 84 lost to 28. Gary Morris up there into 3rd, ahead of Mark Nugent. Round the outside goes somebody. We've got Carl Ray in there as well in PhD 31. Luke Bennett's the one who's dropped down the order behind Julian Heath in Melton 10. Somebody's round. Oh, and Luke Bennett's gone as well in that one, but it's George Young who leads down the hill. Then we go Ashwin still chasing hard on him. Gary Morris, Carl Ray. Do we keep going? Luke Bennett's got going. We've got more contact further back. It's all messing. We've got Reds again. Wow, it's not going well for me. I thought we was doing all right in the first heats. And there we go. That is quickly come through. Mark Nugent in West Waterford, treble 5, will be out of that rerun. So there we go. 3 attempts, 3 stoppages. We'll try again, shall we? We're not doing very well. I don't know if we are going to try and run them again. We've got races 4 and 5 on the line-up for these Class 10s. Dominic Wade, Liam Evans, Wes Tinker, 2 heat winners there together. Adam Veal, Phil Young, Tyrone Cusack, Gary Ford, Gavin Tivey. Tivey had a 2nd. He looked good earlier on. What happens now, though, with these? We're looking to get track clearance once more, and hopefully we can go again. Right, okay, they're saying that there's something on track, so just need to investigate that. We will try with race number 4, groups D, H, P and T. Let's hope we get at least one of them done out of this. So I can't see anything down there at the moment behind these 2 grids of cars, so I don't know what the overall curfew is, but we are closing in on 20 to 7, which I think is a bit later than what anybody was wanting today. But a lot of stoppages today, unfortunately. Some of it caused by the driving, some of it caused by other issues, but yeah, it's been a long day out there for everybody. Let's hope we can get at least this race complete. I don't know if any's been held over to tomorrow. We'll wait and see. But anyway, we're going to go with race number 4. And Bunge's up and away we go. Liam Evans, I think, made the initial best start. Wes Tinker looks to go with him in York 40. And it's the 2 heat winners from earlier on who go head-to-head into turn 1. Tinker up the inside and takes the lead in York 40. Tyrone Cusack looks to go with it. But it's a nose-to-tail. York 40, North Shropshire 3. Tinker cuts him off. We've got Gavin Tybee right there as well. Tyrone Cusack. We've got the Southern Irish cars in the mix. There's Adam Veal in Spalding 40. So the cars come back down the hill anyway. The water barrels is coming out. I don't know what's happening next. There's no cars on the line. We haven't been told anything as far as I'm aware. But tankers are coming out. Marshals at the minute are staying put. So I don't know who else, if anybody else has got any real... There was a couple of 8s, weren't there? Some 8s got stopped. I've got 4 runs of Class 10. You've got a 9, have you, Kev? Okay. So yeah, it looks like specials are left to run. But we haven't been told anything else as of yet. So anyway, yeah, incidents galore in Class 10. 1 race completed, 4 red flagged. Yeah, we've got the Bowsers going around doing their bit. As I said, we're just waiting to see what's going to happen. I think all the cars pretty much drove off in the 10s, so if they are going to rerun them, hopefully we get them back round pretty quickly. And we can go again. Yeah, so it sounds like there's 4 Class 10s, 2 Class 8 races. I think some of the 8s have got damage. There was the fence was rattled on the far side. The 10s, like I said, all of them pretty much drove off under their own power from what I could see. So if possible, we might get the 10s back up before we call it a night. Yeah, so... So it's been a long, eventful day for day 1 of the 2025 Men's Nationals. There's Paul Harris being escorted off, so I didn't see him parked up there. So Carmarthen 2. But yeah, it's been a long day, full of incidents, a lot of stoppages. That said, the track is really, really fast. I mean, they're hitting some serious pace out there, and that's in all classes, really. There's talk of a race standing. Okay. Oh no, so a rerun then. Carmarthen 2 will be given repair time. It sounds like, unfortunately, Pennine 52, Alex Fretwell, will be excluded from the rerun there. So, yeah, a lot happening today. Yeah, I think points will be made available somewhere for those who are interested. I know they are being shared in the WhatsApp group from the South Wales League, so maybe you can catch them on there if you have joined it. But yeah, I think there's still been some highlights out there. Some very, very good racing, seriously quick as well. Some close finishes. Not just for the wins, but even for the places further down. We've had some ultra close place swapping and finishing, and that's what a track like this brings up. There's no polish out there, but the track is really, really hard, and it's a fine dust, so it's not creating a cushion really for many to take a different line to try. But there has been some brave it, some of it's worked, some of it hasn't. But yeah, some ultra fast racing, and that's what we like to see, and that's what the Nationals presents and delivers. So great stuff there. It's just, yeah, one too many stoppages and incidents for our liking. We want to get all the racing through, completed for each day. The more races done today, the less tomorrow. Yeah, we're looking at it. But the weather at the minute, glorious here, nice breeze. But yeah, it's just maybe a few more stoppages than we'd like. But it's interesting to see how things have gone. So I'm going to dig into the folder and see if I've still got the forms from earlier on. And see if we can compare maybe the timings which I had for the first set of heats. So I did more timing out there, the Class 10s. Well, we've only got one Class 10 race complete, and yeah, race 4, a 1 minute 31.48. We're not quite as quick as Heat 1 Race 2 from earlier on, which was a 1 minute 30.32, but it was quicker than all the other times. We have got cars coming up to the line. It's a Class 8 rerun, as the TV screen just disappears. But yeah, we've got a Class 8 rerun on the line down there. Tom Chadwick in this one, in North Shropshire 151. Mitch Wells is there, Dan Thomas. I think that's Liam Nichols on the outside. So we're going to go with a Class 8 rerun in a few moments. And Liam is back, so yep, there is a gap there. Unless we're waiting for somebody, then we are going with not a full lineup. So hopefully Liam knows, because I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's optimistic thinking, Ross, I think. So we are looking down then. So not too sure of any exclusions. I haven't heard anything personally, but I don't know if we are just going to be waiting for other people to join. We should have, because this looks like race 1, because I can see Mitch Wells down there in Evesham 356, so he's definitely down there. Connor Jones should be with him in ARC 15, Jack Gibbons in Leewood 17, Liam Nichols in YD 7, and Tom Chadwick, North Shropshire 151, Jamie Meehan in West Waterford 132, Kean Smith in Causeway 19, and Dan Thomas in PhD 47. So, who's missing? So, Liam Nichols, I think, is coming from the outside. Dan Thomas is down there. Mitch Wells is down there. Jack Gibbons is down there. Forget there's a TV there. That'd be easier. Tom Chadwick's definitely down there in 151. And looks like we got Keane Smith down there as well. So, by that logic, that means that the only one I can't see is Jamie Meehan in West Waterford at 132, and Connor Jones in ARC 15. So whether we're waiting for them or not, okay. So this is going to be interesting. So yeah, they were down there, but now they're coming off again. So the Class 8s have obviously been told something to make their way off the line and back into the pits. So I know how Russ felt 5 minutes ago, because now I'm in the situation of I don't know what's going on. So, yeah, Class 8's then heading back into the pits. Whether that means that they're waiting on one of the drivers to be repaired and they haven't made it in time, so they're going to wait even longer. If that's the case, then they're going to send something else up. I have got a rerun of race 2 as well. If not, then like Russ said, we've got Class 10s and Class 9s still to be rerun. The marshals look set on the track, so I doubt that we are going to call it a day, because they look like they're staying out there for a purpose. So I think it is just a case of wait and see what does come up to the line. So as I said, it's just a waiting game. So whilst we're waiting, hopefully then you've all enjoyed your day. I'm sure that all of you would have, because what a day it has been. It's been a long one, because what's it coming up to now? 10 to 7. But who cares? The sun's shining, the racing's been brilliant, so I'm sure all of you spectating have absolutely no quarrels about standing out in the sunshine watching great racing all day. Obviously, for those of you that have been racing, then yeah, can imagine it's pretty intense, especially if you're a Class 10 or a Class 8 racer and you don't know what's happening at the moment. But as I said, for all the spectators, I'm sure that you've all had a brilliant weekend. I'm sure that those of you watching on the live stream are extremely jealous that we're here and you're not. So, as I said, hopefully you've got legitimate reasons for not being here, because it has been an absolute fantastic day's racing. There we go, we're on camera. So hello to everyone that has stuck with us and still watching on the live stream. This is probably the worst view you've had all day long, but I'm glad that, as I said, I'm sure that most of you would have enjoyed it and watched the racing, and probably a little bit jealous that you're not here. It's a shame we haven't actually got the camera facing out, because even when there's no cars on the line, then you get the most picturesque views around this Castle Lloyd Raceway. And I'll tell you what, all the spectators are still out there. No one's had enough. So, could you tell there was a voice break in there? So, no one's got bored and headed off, because it is still very, very busy around the track. Where's the grandstand? Let's have a look. That's still filled up, is it? It looks like it. So give us a wave then, if you can hear us over there. I'm hoping you can't hear me, or either that or you're ignoring me, because I don't see anyone with their hands up. But as I said, all the spectators are still out in full force, of course, with great weather like this. Then why wouldn't you? And of course, the racing might be coming to an end, but that doesn't mean the day and the night is coming to an end, because I think tonight is fancy dress in the beer tent. For those of you that just see me on the live stream, you can see I'm already in my fancy dress costume. So I'm looking forward to seeing everyone dressed up tonight. And I think there was a theme as well, if I remember correctly. I'm sure it was you have to take the first letter of the club that you represent and go as something to do with that. So it will be interesting to see a lot of the people down there at the bar later on dressed up. Of course, Alan Bluck will be playing the music as regular. As I said this morning, you can all blame him for my lack of voice over the course of the weekend. Can't even blame the Class 8s, because it was gone before a race even came off the line. So, yeah, obviously get yourself down to the socialising tent a little bit later on. There's a fair here as well, just behind. So definitely get yourself down there. Right, enough of all that though, because we've still got racing to come your way. And looking to the line, it looks like we have got the rerun of Heat 2, Race 2 of your Talking Dirty sponsored men's Class 8. They are assembling down there on the line. So, theoretically then, coming out, we should have James Marjoram in Cambridge 47, Steve Mills in Cumdy number 10, Sean Wright in White Rose number 11, Sam Matthews in Scunny 427, Chris Pope in Spalding 8, Wes Green in Scarborough 916, and Lee Tolbert in York number 9. So bringing out groups F, J, N and R. So they should be the ones that are down there. We're just going to look at the camera and see if anyone's missing, because the inside two grids do look a little bit empty at the moment. But again, we're not racing yet, so we could still be waiting for other drivers to make their way down, because we've got 6 cars that are on the line ready to go. So as I said, we might just be waiting for another 2 to join them. Obviously, as Russ said earlier about the Class 8s, a few of them did pick up damage. Steve Mills was obviously one of them, because he had ended up in the Arco, I think, over on the far side. So whether we're waiting for Steve to get the car together remains to be seen. But as I said, we are still waiting. So, oh, it looks like we got marshals waving someone. So that implies, there we go, someone is coming. And it was Steve Mills. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. So Steve then is getting himself lined up now on the inside grids in Cumdy number 10. Of course, former national champion, I think 09. When Steve Mills won it, but we're away. Who's going to win it this year? Who's going to get into the final? As we get away, Sean Wright, of course, a heat winner from the first round of qualifying, still sticking with that inside line and still making it work, because White Rose number 11 it is that leads him round for the first time. Popey slots in the second, another former champ in the Spalding number 8. Sam Matthews third, Steve Mills runs 4th, Marjoram I think it is, that's slotted in 5th as they head up the hill. Matthews just taking a little bit of a knock and dropping back as Wright and Pope it is that set the pace and lead the way. Wes Green is getting as close as he possibly can to the Armco, and it's doing him no favours whatsoever. Sam Matthews now has dropped right back in Cambridge 427. Keep your head, Sam, as you're going to have to do some smart driving to come back. But right away in White Rose number 11, looking to join Cameron Mills on 2 wins out of 2. and 110 points at the end of day one at the PRG Trailers sponsored Men's Nationals as he heads up the hill for another time. Last lap flag is coming out. Has Chris Pope got an answer? It doesn't look like it. Steve Mills has got issues aboard. Oh, Talbot's climbed him in the York number 9, and Steve basically comes to a standstill coming out of that bend. He's taken Talbot out with him, but at the front, yellow flags are flying as we look at the 2 race leaders. It's Sean Wright. He's gone wide. Pope, he's looking for a way through, but doesn't find it. 11 from 8 it is. James Marjoram with a very respectable 3rd. Sam Matthews back up to 4th in Scunny 427. 5th is Wes Green in Scarborough 916. Then York number 9 of Lee Talbot is the next one across after mounting on top of Steve Mills. I tell you what, Steve has had some dismal luck today in the Cumdy number 10. As I said, he got spat out in the first heats. He did come back out, get a 3rd. Then in the first attempt at the second run, he ended up in the Armco and last one onto the line, ready to go, and unfortunately problems aboard the car because it just seemed to cut out going up the hill as he was mixing it in with the best of them, and as I said, the car basically came to a standstill. So problems for the C10 machine, but yes, that's the way things go in racing sometimes, but that's one done. And that's Sean Wright on 2 wins out of 2, joining Cameron Mills in Cumdy number 19. So those 2 sit top of the shop going into day 2 tomorrow. We have still got a heat winner to come out in Mitch Wells in Evesham 356. Of course, their rerun was on the line, came off. So as I said, we're obviously waiting for something, and we're waiting again because there's still nothing on the line. So I'm not too sure whether that Class 8 race will be ready or whether the Class 10s will come back up first. But we will wait and see. Marshals, again, still look like they're staying out there. So no plans to stop just yet. Theoretically, I think we should only have about 6 or 7 races maybe left, if that. I think Russ has got 4 Class 10s, I've got Class 8, and I think Kevin's got a Class 9. So he hasn't got a Class 9. Oh, there you go. Happy days for Kevin. So early finish for him. So yeah, that's it then. 1 Class 8 and 4 Class 10s. So 5 races still left to go. And as far as I'm aware, they did say that they was going to run the second heats to completion. So as I said, there might just be a slight delay whilst we wait for the cars to come down to the start line. So yeah, wait and see what's going to happen. As I'm sure the marshals would like to get off track as soon as they can, because it's been a fairly long old day for them, hasn't it? You have to say 7 o'clock in the evening, of course. I think most of the marshals were probably out there just gone 8 o'clock this morning, so it's been a good 11-hour odd day for them. And yeah, standing out there, obviously the sun came out, so it did get a lot hotter as the day went on, and obviously they're all out there with their overalls. So I'm sure that a lot of them could do with getting off the track and getting themselves some sort of beveragini, whether it's alcoholic or non-alcoholic. But yeah, I'll tell you what, they've earned it though, haven't they? Because as I said, standing out there all day, then it is a long old job, especially when you've got the racing that we've had. And obviously it has been pretty incident-packed. It's a Nationals, what do you expect? So the marshals have certainly had to work for it over the course of the day, but as I said, they've definitely earned themselves a good night for themselves later on. At least they won't have to take a fancy dress costume, they could just turn up in their overalls. So as I said, obviously fancy dress tonight. I don't know if there's a competition going on or not, but I'm sure that everyone will be out in full effect and dressing up. It'll be interesting to see. Don't be offended if you end up having a conversation with me and I ain't got a clue who you are, because you're obviously going to look a lot different. That goes for Nicole too. Sorry, love. So it will be interesting to obviously see everyone out, and of course that is also a big part of the men's nationals. The racing is obviously the main bit, but the socialising is also a massive thing that, especially at the Nationals, but within the sport of Autograss as well. It was lovely to see a few people that I've not personally seen for a few years, obviously where the championships are obviously split up now with the UK and the BAS, then don't see the same people week in, week out, but coming together for the one weekend where you know that everyone's going to be here. So it's brilliant to obviously see everyone and have a good catch-up. Not that I remember most of them, but the conversations, I mean, not the people, but still great either way. So we're just looking to the line. We've still got an empty holding lane, so I'm not too sure what's going to go on. And I'm sure that you want the racing to hurry up and start because you're probably sick of hearing me. And I'm trying to keep my voice because, as I said, it's on the way out. I mean, I have been blaming Bluey, but I mean, to be fair, on the way up here on Thursday, we had not too much of a long drive. I think we did it in about 3 hours, but 3 hours with music and me trying to sing along, then that probably didn't help either. Probably didn't help Nicole because I think she was deaf by the end of the drive. And if she wasn't, she definitely had a headache because having me in your ear for 3 hours, yeah, not ideal. You lot are lucky. You only get to hear me for a few races over the case of a weekend. She's literally got to put up with it every day. So, yeah, she's earned herself a pint tonight as well, I think. So, we're just looking around and, as I said, we're back on TV. So there we go. So I would say to everyone watching the stream, please do send us a message. But I think a few of us have said already the signal isn't great. So if you do send us a message, or you have sent me a message, I've obviously not seen it. I will see it tonight because the signal seems to be better in the other field for some reason. So if you do want a message, then I'll try and remember and shout it out tomorrow. I'll write it down and we can give you a call tomorrow. It'd be interesting to hear some stories from where people are watching from. You always get one random one where it just be some person who's never watched Autograss in their life and they've ended up commenting and they're like in the middle of Japan. So if there is anyone out there that's like that, then yeah, please do send us a message or comment on the live stream. Speaking of long days, of course, and the live stream, Jeff from West Country Videos has been filming all the action. And yeah, he's had a long old day as well, hasn't he? But I think Jeff has long days every weekend, to be honest. So at least he's had the weather on his side this time. And it will be nice tomorrow. Don't care what anyone's saying. It's going to be beautiful. We're going to have a heat wave. And we're going to be laughing at the fact that we even considered the thought of rain. And even if we do get a little bit, this track can handle it. We know it can dry out very, very quickly. And you never know, it throws up a few surprises as well when track conditions change. And as I've said earlier on today, if you want to be the best, you have to beat the best, and you have to do it in whatever conditions that get thrown at us. I remember coming here for a Nationals, I don't know if that was 2018, but I think it was dry for the majority of the weekend, and then by the time we got to, I think the Class 6 or Class 7 final or something, it's absolutely hammered it down. But that doesn't mean that the racing wasn't any good, because all the drivers were fully sending it. I think it was a Class 10 race, and I remember Lee Seagraves just having his foot absolutely planted to the ground whilst the rain was coming down. So as I said, this track can handle it, and this club know exactly what they're doing. This league know exactly what they're doing. Many, many big meetings over the course of the years. And if anything, it just seems to get better and better. They always come up with something different, and they always want to throw something in there. And I know I've had personal conversations with Oily, and I said, are you the best chairman in the sport of Autograss? And he said, no, I've got the best team. So that pretty much sums up what the South Wales League are about. Right, we are ready to go racing, aren't we? Because we've got Heat 2, Race 1 rerun on and off the line. The final scheduled race of your men's Class 8. Mitch Wells, where are you? Because you've not had the best of starts, but Dan Thomas has in PhD 47. We've seen Dan win in the Class 7 earlier, looking to imitate that success in the Class 8, as he is away and gone already. No one's going to catch him. Oh, no, we don't need this. As Jack Gibbons makes contact at the tail end of the field, someone's up on two wheels, but they've both got it going again. But it's Thomas, Wells and Nichols as your 1, 2 and 3. Chadwick runs there in fourth from the Causeway 19 machine of Kean Smith, Jamie Meehan in West Waterford 132. And then Jack Gibbons, your former champion, after contact well down the order in LM17. But Dan Thomas moves on to another lap in PhD 47. But I tell you what, Mitch Wells might just be making ground in Evesham 356. Mitch had a win in the first round of qualifying. Dan had a fourth. So this could shake the points up because it could end up with a first and a fourth for Dan and a first and a second for Mitch. As they come past us and start their final circuit, these two are safe, bar any major mechanical problem. But I don't think there's going to be a change because your race leader extended his lead. Everyone's starting to spread themselves out. It's checkered flag. He's going to be one happy man. Dan Thomas takes the win in PhD 47. Mitch Wells in Asia 356. Liam Nichols third in YD7. Chadwick holds off fourth from Jamie Meehan in West Waterford 132. And Jack Gibbons then, unfortunately, as I said, made contact, I think, with Jamie Meehan over on the far side, and your 2022 champion, I think he was, unfortunately finishing at the tail end of the field. So it doesn't look like it's going to be Jack's weekend this time around. But that is the Class 8's done for day one then. 2 heats completed. Big thank you, as I said, Anthony Ross and Talking Dirty for his very kind sponsorship. Hopefully, we've got 4 races left. So the Class 10s are assembling up, and I hope, Russ, for your sake, that you don't have as much of a delay as I did. So hopefully we can get racing. We got Class 10s, 4 races left to come your way, and it's back over to Russ Thompson.
I don't think we're doing too bad between us. We've had a few, haven't we? So, but that's the Nationals. That's how competitive it is. Right, so yes, this has got Paul Coles. This is race 1. He was leading before. There is a gap. So I'm guessing we have lost somebody, possibly, but we'll wait and see unless there's somebody to arrive. Oh, hang on. Jack Rawlinson has left the grid. Now Craig Bartlett. So here we go. It's a repeat of what happened to you. They've sent them off. So I don't know. But it's PRL Plant Tyre, your sponsor of the 10s, but those ones have been sent off. Not sure why. So obviously there was a radio call, but missed it. So they're pulling up another race. They're pulling up another race to the grid. So who we got now? Chris Ashwin, I think, in this one. So this is race 3. And yeah, Jeff from West Country Videos has been filming all day. Did let me know Vinnie Gibbons wasn't there earlier on in Leeward 170, and he's not there now. So not sure what happened there. Right, we are going to go racing though with the rest of them. I think we have lost another one out of it, so away we go with this Class 10 race. George Young and Chris Ashwin were right up there last time, and they are there again into turn 1. It's George Young. Luke Bennett throws caution to the wind, throws a bomb round the outside, but it's Young who leads the way over Ashwin down the hill. Gary Morris is there in Gloucester 28. Carl Ray, PhD 31. Luke Bennett on the outside, and one left to go. It's Julian Heath in Melton 10. Carl Ray's got it out of shape, so's Luke Bennett. They're both dropping back, but it's Young and Ashwin, the 1 and the 2. Morris there with them in that 3rd place. Down the hill, Athelston 21 it is. Star 84, Gloucester 28, PhD 31, North Wales 162, and Melton 10. So 6 cars left, so no Vinnie Gibbons and no Mark Nugent, who was excluded, so that's a shame. But back with George Young, the defending champion. Athelston 21 it is. Another lap down, another lap started. Star 84 on a wide line. Does he make the cutback? No. He hurls it round the outside, sending it in style. Gloucester 28 still there in 3rd. Bennett a distant 4th over the rest. And that is Carl Ray and Julian Heath. Into the final lap we go. And it's Athelston 21, Star 84, Gloucester 28, North Wales 162, PhD 31, and Melton number 10. And we're going to complete it now, hopefully, into the final half lap. And George Young's got it out of shape. And Chris Ashwin looks up the inside. It's going to be a dash to the line. It's Athelston 21, Star 84, Gloucester 28, North Wales 162, PhD 31, and Melton 10. And wow, that was quick. And that was a time of 1 minute 31.4. So 8 100ths quicker than the race 4 from earlier where Liam Evans took the win. So that's as close. That's how competitive it is. So a 1 minute 31.4 compared to a 1 minute 31.48. So there we go. That's race 3 complete. We've got a couple more reruns hopefully to come, but we are waiting on a couple more cars, I think, to make their way up to the line. And hello, Mr. Ross. A polite young man who's joined us. No, he's lucky. He's one of the fortunate ones. He's not racing now, so he's managed to go back and get refreshed. And a bit of youthful moisturiser on to drop yourself down a couple of years once again. And back sitting in the prime seat. He's itch closer to me. I don't know if I should be worried. There he is, look. And obviously being on official duties throughout the lead up to the event, and obviously throughout the weekend. A lot of people hard at work, not just the host, but of course those behind the sport that we are all a part of. And doing a great job. And I think observing things and keen interest, obviously. Don't know if he's made any of his own predictions after day one for who's going to succeed him as F600 and Class 8. And there we go, he's picked one. And somebody who's obviously, he's done some work with, Sean Wright in the 8. So, he's been on form. Right, we go with this one. This heat has James Poltimore, Lance Bowen, Andy Hornshaw. Craig Beaumont then sticks a wheel and tries to get by Danny Waite. Kieran Smith also in there. So it's Hornshaw who leads the way then from Poltimore in this, the Class 10, as said, the only one out of the original 3 specials classes from Hornshaw's collection that he's missing. And then he can join F600s and try and win that one. But he's there in the lead of this one. He's had a win already. Poltimore with him with Lance Bowen. Poltimore won the title here in 2018. Can he do that again? Well, he's had a good first heat and he's in a decent position here, running second place, but he's under pressure from Lance Bowen in BC22 in this one. And Bowen looks up the inside and a little brush of wheels and he goes through. But Hornshaw getting away then, looking for 110 points, 2 out of 2. BC22 looking secure now in second from James Poltimore. So Lance had a second and James had a third, and that's how they are in this one again, but 1 lap to go. Hornshaw it is, Bowen second, Poltimore third, then it's Craig Beaumont, Danny Wade and Kieran Smith. And then further back we've got Carl Morgan to complete in company treble 6. So all onto their final lap. Up the hill we go in the sunshine and through the turn. 1 last blast down and Hornshaw wins it. And that's the quickest Class 10 time of the day. BC 22 second, Forrest 79. Then it's company 125, Scunny 34. Down 82, company treble 6. And that's a 1 minute 29.44. So fastest time of the day, unless I was a little quick on the finger there. But excellent stuff. Right, where do we go now? This has Archie Bennett. So this is race 5. Thank you, promotion officer. We will get to that in a moment. Have we got time? We've got the Class 10 race 5. I don't know if race 1 is going to come back, but we are listed with race 5 next, a depleted lineup. But yes, don't forget big support and conjunction with Monster Energy. I don't know if the guys have run out of stock because they but yeah, they've been very, very welcoming to everybody who's paid them a visit. But yes, all kinds of flavours of Monster Energy have been handed out today. So I'm sure you've all been refreshed with that one and full of energy for the evening fun and games. So right, are we waiting? We've still got red flags fluttering. And yeah, just a quick note. Obviously, we're here as all guests here at the venue this weekend. So please do your bit and put litter in the bins. Save a job for everybody else. Do your bits, please, and help keep the place tidy. Right, we go racing with what should be race 5, and Dara Sheehy once again quick out of the blocks and up to turn 1, and Liam Grasby's gone with him, but it's West Waterford 989, Eton 121, Scarborough 1, Pete Nicholson, Ed Milner there in Cumdee 99, and Archie Bennett in North Wales 62. That's your lot. We are on a depleted lineup. We've lost Paul Harris, we lost Andy Bishop after a blow up this morning, and we've lost Alex Fretwell, so just these remain. And it's Sheehy then who leads. Grasby, who's been absolutely on sterling form here this weekend, running second in Evesham 121, a heat win and a second. That's a good day for him. Sheehy, though, he had a third, so a win will do nicely. West Waterford 989, Evesham 121, another lap down, another lap started. Pete Nicholson then running a solid third, Archie Bennett fourth, and then we go Ed Milner in Cumdee 99 to complete the running order. He's just a bit off the pace, unfortunately, but up the banking we go, and one lap already being shown for your race leader, Dara Sheehy, and then Liam Grasby. These two certainly looking like stars this weekend, and could be a big factor going into tomorrow. So 989, 121 it is. Up the hill we go for the final time, and one last challenge from the Evesham lad, but it's not going to be, and that's West Waterford 989, pleased with that. Evesham 121, Scarborough 1, North Wales 62, and then we go to Cumdee 99, and a time 1 minute 30.25. That is the second quickest time in Class 10. So brilliant job there. And well done, Dara Sheehy. Right, one race to go. This is race 1. They're back on the line. Not sure why, but away we go. And a wheelie then from somebody, but away we are with 6 cars left. And it's Lee Seagreaves who leads it. So, oh, big roll, big roll. Coles is over and over and over and out. Right, so I believe from that completes, concludes day 1 of the PRG Trailers sponsored 2025 Men's National Autograss Championships hosted by the South Wales League here at the Castle Lloyd Farm Red Roses. Hopefully Paul is okay. We're just waiting on that, but marshals are leaving the track. And we will just go quiet once again while they still deal with that. I haven't heard anything. So hopefully we can give an official word as soon as we can. Right, okay. We are just going to obviously close this one down. I think they're still attending to Paul Coles up there in South Somerset 166. Is he out the car? Ah, okay, so he's out the car, so that's good then. It was a very heavy roll. I don't know if Jeff caught how many times it went, but it looked like a dozen to me. So, yeah. Anyway, yeah, so that completes day one. We've got that one outstanding race which will run tomorrow. Unfortunately, it'll be excluding Jack Rawlington in Scunthorpe 13. Paul Coles, I hope he's okay, will get some repair time overnight. He's going to need it, I think, after that one for tomorrow. So, yeah, he'll be back there, hopefully on the start line tomorrow. I believe it is a 9 o'clock start tomorrow morning. I don't know if we're going to start with the Class 10 race or if we go with the stock hatches and start them and then get the louder cars out after. But no, it's been a fantastic day. Yeah, a few too many incidents than what we'd like, which caused a lot of stoppages. But I think everybody's done amazingly well to get through the programme like they have. It's been warm, dusty at times, but no, overall, some fantastic racing, some heartbreaks, and some maybe surprises going into day two, and that's what the Nationals is all about. You need that piece of luck on the day. So those who are heading home, if you choose to tonight, if you wish to have tomorrow's money refunded, you have until 8:20 to get that. So if you are leaving, you have until 8:20. After that, and you want to leave, you won't be refunded. Please, though, out there, support the hosts and pick up any litter, put it in the bins that are around the site. It just helps everybody out. The team have had a long day, so have we all. Nobody wants to be working well into the night. The track crew will be, though, because they've got a bit of work to do to get it how they want it for tomorrow. But yeah, fantastic day in the end, and we are looking forward to tomorrow. And of course, the third heats and finals as we look to crown the 2025 Men's National Autograss National Champions. I'll be back tomorrow with the camera on the mic, and we will see you then. But have a good evening tonight. Please be sensible, but enjoy the Nationals atmosphere. So we'll be back tomorrow, guys. See you then.